Chen Ye, there are only 100 days left until the martial arts exam. How much longer are you going to sleep? With a heavy kick to his desk, Chen Ye was forced to open his eyes from a deep slumber. Liu Yuji, sitting in the front, had red-rimmed eyes as she glared at him in frustration. The registration fee for the martial arts track is 26,000. Your family could not scrape that together even if they sold everything they own. If you do not work hard at your training and just sleep through class every day, how can you face your parents? The entire class turned their eyes toward him instantly, filled with undisguised mockery and disdain. He is just a lost cause. For 2.5 years, he has not listened to a single lecture. He is poor and does not even know how to work hard. He is destined to spend his life tightening screws in a factory. Listening to the harsh jeers around him, Chen Ye let out a yawn, lacking even the desire to explain himself. You are not the fish, so how could you know the joy of the fish? They had no idea that in this world, where martial arts reigns supreme and everything else is secondary, how hard it is for an ordinary person to change their fate through mere hard work. And they knew even less that, right in front of Chen Ye's eyes, a golden energy bar visible only to him was hovering. Current sleep duration, 2.5 years. System activation progress, 99.99%. What is the rush? Chen Ye shifted into a more comfortable position and laid his head back down on the desk. 10 more minutes of sleep, and in this high martial world, I will be the one walking tall. 10 minutes later, the bell rang precisely on time to signal the end of the last morning class. Along the tree-lined path of Chiang No. 1 High School, a massive banner hung overhead. Fight for 100 days for the college entrance exam. Yi, let us go, my treat for the special martial arts examinee meal. Just as they stepped out of the teaching building, his best friend Li Ming sidled up and gave Chen Ye a practiced pat on the shoulder. Chen Ye gave him a side glance. The so-called special meal was basically a chaotic stew of expensive medicinal herbs, claimed to replenish the physical energy lost from practicing the 8 sections of vitality and to boost one's cultivation. Last time Li Ming treated him, both of them ended up with nosebleeds and diarrhea, with absolutely no benefits. Yet, these rich kids would rather overconsume than miss a single chance. Chen Ye tugged at his budget brand clothes and teased, "Forget it, I am not worthy of enjoying a capitalist's meal." With that, he walked straight toward the school cafeteria. Li Ming rolled his eyes and hurried to catch up. "You are skipping a feast. Do not tell me you are rushing back to the classroom to sleep again." Chen Ye just smiled without answering. What is a special meal compared to sleep? His system's progress bar was only a tiny bit away, and that was his only hope for the martial arts exam. Just as they sat down with their food, the television on the support pillar was broadcasting the Huaxia midday news. The Ministry of Education has announced that the Martial Prosperity Plan for martial arts candidates has been officially renamed the Martial Champion Plan this year. The future is the era of martial artists. The state will invest heavily in resources to cultivate more warriors. The specific changes are as follows. Those admitted to a martial arts university will receive a starting reward of 500,000 yuan, a 50% discount on local property purchases, preferential tax treatment for graduates in business, low-cost premium storefronts, and interest-free loans. Chen Ye stared fixedly at the screen, reciting every word in his heart. Having transmigrated into this world for 2.5 years, he knew all too well how hard life at the bottom was. In his past life, he failed the entrance exam and spent half his life tightening bolts on an assembly line. In this life, he absolutely could not miss the martial arts exam. Besides, the national policies were simply too tempting. His parents' combined monthly salary was less than 7,000, and a family of 5 was crammed into a dilapidated rental apartment where water and power outages were routine. But as long as he got into a martial arts university, the 500,000 yuan bonus plus the half-price housing discount would be enough to get a big house in this small county, where the average price was 3,000. His mother cooked excellent meals and had always wanted to open a small restaurant. Once he became a martial arts student, he could get a long-term lease on a premium shop in the new western city at a low price, and her dream could finally come true. Things he would not even dare to imagine in a lifetime of assembly line work could be achieved this time just by passing the exam. The cafeteria was already in an uproar, with every student heatedly discussing the Martial Champion Plan. Has the Ministry of Education lost its mind? Last night, the news said they added over 20 new martial arts universities nationwide and are hiring teachers with annual salaries of 10 million, And today they launch this martial champion plan? This is absolutely absurd. No kidding. My friend's brother is at a provincial martial arts university. His tuition is fully waived, and he gets tens of thousands in subsidies every month. It is basically being paid to study. Is it that good? Makes me want to try the martial arts exam this year. Forget it, the registration fee is too high, and the acceptance rate is too low. I will just stick to the regular college entrance exam. Listening to the chatter around him, Chen Ye sighed inwardly. He had been in this world for 2.5 years now. Here, the entrance exam was split into academic and martial tracks. For an ordinary person, the martial exam was the fastest path to becoming a warrior. The rise of the martial path remained a mystery, and its origin was extremely enigmatic. Was it really about leaping over roofs and scaling walls, or perhaps shattering the void? Chen Ye did not know, but either way, it was enough to make this transmigrated life incredibly exciting. With the state pouring so much money into it, the martial path was definitely no showpiece. Over the last 2 years, it had slowly been permeating the lives of ordinary people, potentially even touching upon the longevity humans had always dreamt of. As soon as the news broadcast ended, the speed at which the students inhaled their food noticeably increased. Within moments, the cafeteria had plenty of empty seats. Chen Ye finished his meal in 2 bites and stood up to head to the classroom. "Hey, wait for me," Li Ming shouted, his mouth still full of food. "I need to go sleep, no time to wait for you," Chen Ye said without looking back. Li Ming quickly swallowed his food and sighed helplessly. "Yi, you are truly something. Everyone else is rushing to study and practice martial arts, but you are always rushing to sleep. Did not you get enough in your past life?" Chen Ye could not be bothered to explain. To him, studying and practicing were secondary. Sleeping was the top priority right now. As long as he slept a little longer to top off that final bit of the progress bar, he would finally be able to touch the core of this world, the martial path. It is the afternoon reading period. In Class H, everyone is scribbling away frantically, except for Chen Ye, who is fast asleep with his head on the desk. Even the students in the back row who have given up on the college entrance exam only dare to play on their phones in secret. The homeroom teacher, Lu Wenjin, walks onto the podium and clears his throat. "Everyone, put down your pens. I have something to say." The classroom suddenly falls completely silent. There are only 100 days left until the martial arts exam. Those who want to sign up for the martial arts track should get ready. The registration period is only 3 days. The announcement lands like a stone in a pond, and the classroom instantly erupts into a buzz of conversation. Is the martial arts registration starting already? That is so soon. Are you going to sign up? I definitely will not. The registration fee is way too expensive, and my martial arts foundation is terrible. It is safer to stick with the liberal arts track. Amidst the noise, Chen Ye remains sound asleep, completely unfazed. Lu Wenjin glances at him and shakes his head to himself. The kid's family is average, and he has spent almost all 3 years of high school sleeping. What a waste, but since it is his senior year, he cannot be bothered to interfere. Just then, Chen Ye's chair is kicked hard from behind. "Chen Ye, wake up. The homeroom teacher is talking about the martial arts exam." Chen Ye gives a perfunctory grunt and stays lying down, not moving. Seeing it has no effect, Liu Yuji in the back seat grabs his collar and says, "Were you out stealing all night? How can you sleep so much?" Chen Ye, half awake and being choked, curses internally. He wonders if he must have owed Liu Yuji a debt in his past life. This woman treats him like a human alarm clock, waking him up every chance she gets, never learning her lesson. If it were not for her interrupting his sleep every day, he might have already qualified for the martial arts exam. Quiet, Lu Wenjin taps the podium to cut off the discussion. The martial arts exam is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Go home and discuss it thoroughly with your parents. Do not leave any regrets. Chen Ye sneaks a glance at Liu Yuji. Seeing she is busy listening to the lecture and has no time for him, he lets out a sigh of relief and goes back to his important business of sleeping. Does he even need to consider the martial arts exam? He has already transmigrated. Not signing up would be pure madness. Lu Wenjin's voice rings out again. "Of course, I want you to have no regrets, but those with a weak foundation, or those who do not even show up for martial arts class, should really weigh their options." He sweeps his gaze over Chen Ye and a few other students. "My advice is to think twice before signing up. Do not waste your parents' hard-earned money. The registration fee is a full 26,000 yuan. In our small county, That is a year of backbreaking wages for most parents, not to mention the high follow-up costs. I hope you all face reality and act within your means. Although they already knew the amount, many students look crestfallen after hearing the homeroom teacher confirm it. The number 26,000 hits like a bucket of ice water, completely sobering up many students who still held onto illusions. I am not signing up. My parents definitely would not want to pay that amount. Me neither. Dumping 26,000 into this is bound to be a waste. It is not worth it at all. Bang, Chen Ye's chair gets kicked again, this time with extra force, full of resentment. Chen Ye looks back and finds Liu Yuji behind him, her face filled with disappointment and reluctance. He sighs to himself. He knows how hard she works. She is top tier in liberal arts and spends every break and mealtime grinding on the 8 sections of vitality, all with the goal of getting into a martial arts university to change her fate. But at this moment, the 26,000 yuan threshold is clearly forcing her to give up. For her family, going broke to gamble on a 1 in 10 million chance is too heavy a price to pay. Chen Ye feels a bit uneasy himself. 26,000 is truly too high. With 5 people in his family, besides his eldest sibling in university, both he and his twin sister are financial burdens. His parents are already working hard enough, and asking for such a large sum would likely empty the family coffers, even if they could scrape it together. What a headache. But he absolutely does not want to give up this chance to change his fate, for his own sake and for his family's. Chen Ye clenches his fists tight and makes a silent resolution. He is definitely signing up for the martial arts exam. Even if his parents disagree, he has to find a way to convince them. The classroom gradually quieted down. Lu Wenjin adjusted his glasses and said, "Martial arts stream is not only 100 times harder than the liberal arts or science streams, but the acceptance rate is also extremely low. Last year, only 2 students from the entire Chiang City got in, 1 from the first high school and 1 from the second high school. You have to pass 5 out of the 7 martial arts examination categories to be admitted. But for those students who are qualified, it is still worth a try. Getting in would be like taking a giant leap forward in life." As he spoke, his gaze swept across the middle of the classroom. Chen Ye followed his look. The class monitor Zhang Shile, the study representative Liu Qi, the discipline committee member Yi Ziohan, the life committee member Hu Lijun, the sports representative Li Ming. All of them were class officials, and all of them were from wealthy families. "Teacher, what exactly are the benefits of getting into the martial arts stream?" Someone could not help but ask. "The paid education and high bonuses you see online are all real," Lu Wenjin said with a look of envy. "Take the son of your martial arts teacher Fang Lishan, for example. He got in 2 years ago, and now he has already bought 2 houses and 2 cars in Chiang City, plus a house in the provincial capital, and he can still send 20,000 back home every month. And that is just his visible assets. Furthermore, he only got into one of the lowest-tier martial arts universities. If one could get into one of the top 8 prestigious martial arts schools, it would truly be a case of one man attaining the Tao and his entire family ascending to heaven," Lu Wenjin said with growing excitement. "Holy cow, that is insane. Now I want to take the exam too." The classroom erupted. Tangible benefits speak louder than any empty talk. Chen Ye was also stunned. 3 houses, 2 cars, and 20,000 a month, and that is just a sophomore. In his previous life, Tsinghua and Peking University probably could not even compare to 1% of the worst martial arts university here. His eyes lit up. "If I can get in, my father will not have to overwork his health for decoration jobs. My mother can open her own restaurant and retire early, and that sister of mine who always looks down on me will have to show some respect." As he thought about it, Chen Ye could not wait to go all out. For the sake of the martial arts university, for his parents to no longer suffer, and for his sister to look up to him, he decided to go to sleep. In his dream, in Chen Ye's consciousness, a long energy bar emitting a mysterious glow appeared. In the afternoon, on the way home, Chen Ye pushed his dilapidated bicycle worth a few hundred, walking side by side at the school gate with Li Ming, Zhang Shile, Liu Qi, and others. They were pushing mountain bikes worth thousands and wearing designer brands, making Chen Ye look completely out of place. Chen Ye suddenly spoke up. "I want to ask, what exactly is tested in the 7 martial arts exam categories?" The 3 of them, including Zhang Shile, were clearly stunned. In the impression of everyone, even his good brother Li Ming, Chen Ye had always had 0 interest in martial arts. Despite the surprise, Zhang Shile still replied, The 7 categories are aimed at martial arts students. Just like the liberal arts or science exams, you only qualify if you meet the standards. Can you elaborate? Chen Ye pressed further. In the few years since he transmigrated, he had spent most of his time on the top priority of sleeping, so he knew very little about the exam. Zhang Shilei glanced at him. The first and most important category is internal energy testing. Internal energy is generated through practicing the 8 sections of nourishing vitality. You have heard of that, right? Chen Ye nodded. Although he had skipped all his martial arts classes to sleep for the past 2.5 years, he had heard of the basic common knowledge. Internal energy was similar to the internal strength, or Kai, in the martial arts novels of his previous life. As for whether one could reach a level of splitting mountains and cracking rocks, or even becoming a holy being in the flesh and destroying cities, he was not sure yet. But just thinking about the endless potential behind martial arts, his blood started boiling. The second category tests the martial arts foundation. The proficiency in the 8 sections of nourishing vitality and basic stance training, Zhang Shilei continued. These are fundamental skills. If you had attended the martial arts classes, you would understand, but it is hard to explain it all in a few words right now. Chen Ye gave a bitter smile. This top student class monitor was usually polished and polite, but when it came to digging at people, he was sharp. It was true he had not attended the classes, but that was because he had to seize every moment to sleep. However, considering that the other party was a top student and a wealthy kid, yet did not look down on a poor slacker like him and was still patient enough to explain, he was a decent guy. I have slept enough. Tomorrow should be the day I reach the goal I have been grinding towards for 2.5 years, Chen Ye calculated to himself. From now on, it is time to actually attend those martial arts classes. He only had a rough idea about the Yangyuan technique and pole standing. To sum it up in one sentence, it is to train the skin, flesh, and bones on the outside, and train one's inner breath on the inside. The Yangyuan technique is like the internal energy cultivation methods in martial arts and fantasy novels, responsible for boosting internal energy, while pole standing is for training the body. Pole standing might just be the foundation he needs to blast through concrete buildings in the future. Afterward, Zhang Shilei briefly explained the 3rd, 4th, and 5th items among the 7. The 3rd item of the martial arts exam is actual combat, similar to a free fighting assessment. However, as long as you pass the first 2 items, this one should not be a problem. The requirement is simply for the candidate to possess a certain level of combat capability. The 4th and 5th items belong to the traditional content of the college entrance exam. The 4th item is the physical test and academic assessment. The focus here is on the academic side, which is the commonly known college entrance exam score. You need to reach the Tier 2 university cutoff to pass the martial arts exam. It is a combination of both arts and martial arts, where nothing is left out. Having strength without brains will not work. The country wants to cultivate martial artists with enough wisdom, not just brutes. However, this academic score has some flexibility. If your performance in the first 2 items of the martial arts exam is outstanding enough, some martial arts colleges will make an exception for your admission even if your academic score is insufficient. As for the 5th item, the physical examination and political review, there is not much to say. It is just a formality, and almost everyone passes. Chen Ye looked at Zhang Shilei in confusion. Didn't you say there are 7 items? Why are not you talking about the other 2? Before Zhang Shilei could answer, Liu Qi, who was standing nearby, could not help but speak up, her tone tinged with a hint of arrogance. These last 2 items, let alone you, even we do not need to know about them. Martial arts teachers in a small county like ours will not even mention them. Chen Ye was speechless. They were both top students, but could not this woman learn from Zhang Shilei? Why did she have to act so noble, like some imperial princess? Although he complained internally, her words sparked his curiosity. He could not help but ask, why is it unnecessary? Liu Qi glanced at Chen Ye, tossed her ponytail, and said with a look that told him to listen carefully. Because these last 2 items are specifically designed for geniuses among martial arts students. They do not affect the admission of ordinary students and serve as a dividing line between geniuses and the rest. In small counties like ours, there are basically no geniuses who can meet the criteria for these last 2 items. Only provinces, cities, economic special zones, or the capital can cultivate such talents. These last 2 items have extremely high requirements for internal energy levels and include some special assessments. Anyone who can pass these is a genius destined for the top 8 martial arts universities. So, Do you think you really need to know about them? After saying this, Liu Qi held her head high and stared at Chen Ye. Chen Ye did not argue. As a transmigrator, after tomorrow, he would have enough sleep to achieve his goals. He would be equipped with a buff and possess advantages others lacked. Getting into one of the top 8 martial arts universities was something he was determined to do. Clear about his advantages, there was no need to fuss over these trivial matters. He had always stuck to one principle: stabilize your development and do not be reckless. Thinking of this, he began to look forward to tomorrow, yet he was faintly worried about whether that thing could solve his martial arts bottleneck. After all, the Yangyuan technique and pole standing were both hard skills that required long-term practice and refinement. With that thought, he turned to the others and asked, "What level are your internal energy and pole standing at?" Hearing his words, a look of pride appeared on their faces. Zhang Shilei said, "My internal energy level is currently at 77 joules. Last year's cutoff score for the assessment was 80 joules. With less than 4 months until the martial arts exam, if I work hard and prepare some internal energy pills, I should be able to reach around 85 joules. I just do not know what the cutoff score will be this year." Joule is the unit for measuring internal energy. Li Ming added, "My internal energy is 75 joules, and so is Liu Qi's. The class monitor is the one with the highest energy in our class. The few of us here are the ones with the highest levels in the entire class." Chen Ye nodded without thinking, muttering to himself, "Doesn't sound that high, does it?" But if 4 months of effort plus taking pills could only increase internal energy by 8 joules, is it really that difficult to improve? He felt a bit uncertain, wondering if the thing that appeared in his dreams could solve this. Liu Qi overheard his muttering. She looked at him indignantly. "What do you know? Increasing internal energy is inherently difficult. Anyone over 75 joules is considered quite good at our school. Every single joule of progress requires over half a month or even a month of practicing the 8-section Yangyuan technique. It is not as easy as you think, you guy who does not even show up for martial arts class. Is it really that hard to increase internal energy?" Chen Yi's expression showed surprise at first, then quickly calmed down. After tomorrow, with that thing, he might be able to push his internal energy to 100 joules before the exam, or maybe even higher. However, his eyes revealed confusion, as he wondered why it was so difficult to increase. Xingchen Qi's words made Zhang Shilei nod in agreement. Seeing the confusion in his eyes, Zhang Shilei explained, "The reason why internal energy is hard to improve is due to the limitations of the 8-section Yangyuan technique. Because the bodies of ordinary people can only practice it for about 2 hours a day, exceeding that time will cause physical damage. So, limited by time, everyone's internal energy grows so slowly. Limited by time. I wonder if that thing can solve the time constraint issue. With less than 4 months left, my time is extremely tight." Chen Ye felt a bit anxious, but more than that, he felt anticipation for what it could do. "But for now, I still need to settle the martial arts exam registration fee." Chen Ye had already made up his mind. Once he got home, he would tell his parents his plans and resolve the registration fee issue no matter what. Afterward, since Chen Ye had opened the topic of the martial arts exam, Zhang Shilei and the others kept talking about it. On the way, Chen Ye also learned a lot about martial arts, such as the fact that everyone's initial yuan energy value is 35 points. He also learned about things after registering. After signing up, there would be several internal energy benchmark tests over the next few months, and the first one was about a month away. These mock assessments are meant to let students and the school keep track of everyone's progress, similar to the purpose of mock college entrance exams. Moonlight Old Street. Chen Ye crossed a plaza where a group of elderly people and children were practicing the 8-section Yangyuan technique. This plaza used to be the domain of the elderly for dancing, but now it had become a training ground for martial arts. The elderly practiced to stay fit, while the children were preparing for future martial arts exams. Nowadays, most forward-thinking parents understand that martial arts represent the future, a ticket to the upper echelons of society. And once left behind by mainstream society, there might never be a chance to turn things around. Many parents now strictly require their children to practice daily, and some extreme ones have even signed their kids up for various martial arts training classes. These signs show that martial arts have deeply embedded themselves into every aspect of society, becoming inseparable. "Brother Chen Ye, do you want to practice with us?" A child in the plaza shouted at him. Chen Ye gave a perfunctory reply. He had no time to waste in this plaza. He needed to secure the registration fee immediately, then go back to sleep. The sooner he obtained that thing, the earlier he could prepare for the martial arts exam. Under an old apartment building from the 80s, Chen Ye saw his mother. Liu Fumei looked in surprise at the woman standing before her, who was about her own age. She steadied herself and asked, "Sister Hua, are you moving because you bought a new house? Did not you say just a few months ago that you did not even have money for your kids' college tuition? How did you suddenly make so much money to buy a new place?" The woman opposite her wore a proud look and said with a grin, "Oh, Fumei, I am just following the state's call, that is all." "Sister Hua, what do you mean by that? What has the state called for?" Liu Fumei was bewildered and looked at the woman in confusion. The woman looked at her as if she were hopeless, saying, "It is about the martial arts. Have not I benefited from the rise of martial arts?" "Could you explain further?" Liu Fumei asked curiously. She had heard of martial arts, but what did that have to do with making money? She was genuinely curious about how the other woman had earned so much money in just a few months. She knew her background. Before buying the house, she lived in a rental on Moonlight Old Street just like her. With 2 kids in school and a husband who was lazy and a gambler, often squandering every penny they had and even failing to pay tuition, their family was in terrible financial shape, even worse than her own. For her, let alone buying a house, she probably could not even afford a new phone. The woman shot her a smug look, lips curling upward. "A few months ago, a friend introduced me to a housekeeping job, and it is that job that let me buy this house." When mentioning the job, a sense of pride gradually appeared on the woman's face, for it was this work that had allowed her to experience for the first time what it meant to be a cut above the rest. Liu Fumei frowned, feeling even more puzzled. The salary for housekeeping should not be that high, right? How could it allow you to buy a house in just a few months? "Fumei, that is where you are ignorant," the woman said with a hint of disdain. "Of course, housekeeping for ordinary families does not pay much, but I am working for a martial artist. The monthly salary is tens of thousands, and the host family gives me bonuses from time to time. They are incredibly generous, giving out thousands or tens of thousands just like that." Liu Fumei was shocked. Tens of thousands a month, plus regular bonuses, this job was too good to be true. She was tempted. If she could make tens of thousands a month, she could buy a house, a car, and start a business. Her husband would not have to do back-breaking renovation work, and her son and daughter would have it much easier in the future. Thinking of this, she quickly asked, "Sister Hua, could you introduce me to a job like that as well?" The woman chuckled, "Fumei, you are putting me in a difficult spot. I only found this job because I was lucky. Do not even think about it. What kind of people are martial artists? They would not just let anyone into their homes to do housekeeping." Liu Fumei gave an awkward smile. "You are right. A job paying tens of thousands a month is not that easy to find, especially not housekeeping for a martial artist." She was familiar with the prestige of martial artists, as there had been too much news about the martial arts scene on television lately. Seeing his mother standing downstairs in a daze, Chen Ye quickly walked over and tapped her on the shoulder. "Hey, Mom, why are you zoning out down here? Why have not you gone upstairs?" Liu Fumei was startled back to reality. When she saw it was her son, Chen Ye, a smile appeared on her face. She sighed, "It is nothing, just had a chat with a neighbor, and my mind is a bit muddled." Then she relayed her conversation with the woman to Chen Ye. She sighed, "How come some people are so lucky? Finding a job that pays tens of thousands a month for simple housekeeping. Why do not I have that kind of luck? Could it be that our Chen family's stars are misaligned and affecting my fortune?" Chen Ye gave a bitter smile. "Mom, what are you thinking? Is not there a future martial artist right in front of you? Why look so far away for a job working for others?" That is what he thought to himself. "Mom, our Chen family has great fortune and a good foundation, do not doubt it. Your son will become a martial artist in the future. Just relax and prepare to live the life of a rich lady. When the time comes, I will give you 100,000 a month, how about that? Happy." Liu Fumei was amused by Chen Ye's words. She could not help but tap him on the head and said, "You little brat, when did you get such a sweet tongue? Actually knowing how to coax your mother into being happy." Chen Ye retorted, "Mom, I am not coaxing you. I am being serious." Then, Chen Ye told his mother about his decision to apply for the martial arts curriculum. "You are planning to apply for the martial arts program?" Liu Fumei frowned, suddenly bewildered by her son's words. Had this boy gone silly from studying, saying he wanted to apply for the martial arts program? She knew that the martial arts entrance exam was extremely difficult. and the cost of attending a martial arts university was simply not something an ordinary family could afford. "Are you serious?" Liu Fumei's expression turned solemn. Chen Ye nodded, with no sign of joking on his face. Seeing this, Liu Fumei pondered for a moment before saying, "I need to talk to your father about this when I get back, but I recall you have never practiced that 8-section energy cultivation technique." Many children in the neighborhood were practicing the 8-section energy cultivation technique, and Liu Fumei knew it was the foundation of martial arts and closely tied to the entrance exams. Back home, Chen Ye did not wait for his parents to discuss the martial arts exam and went straight to bed to take a nap. In his dreams, that glowing, bar-shaped object that looked like a progress bar was essentially an energy gauge, and it showed a percentage, 99%. Because of it, Chen Ye was so confident about the martial arts exam. At dinner time, Chen Ye was awakened by his mother. At the table, Chen Da wore a warm smile. He looked at his son and said, "Xiaoi, your mother told me about your plan to take the martial arts exam. I do not know much about these new things like martial arts and their exams, but if you want to take it, we certainly support you. It is just that I have heard this martial arts exam also has requirements for academic scores. Can your current grades reach the cutoff for the exam?" His mother, Liu Fumei, sitting nearby, chimed in, "That is right. If I remember correctly, your total score in last month's exam was only 200-something, right? That would not even clear last year's third-tier university threshold. Could you possibly meet the requirements for a martial arts university?" As they spoke, his parents looked back at the A printout on the cabinet. It was his report card from last month, with a row of data highlighted in bright yellow. Chen Ye, total score 288. Grade rank 1888. Class rank 59. Chinese 70. English 23. And in the last exam, Chen Ye was 10th from the bottom in his class and trailing at the very end of the grade. With these grades, let alone a martial arts university, he could not even get into a regular bachelor's program. He would only be eligible for a junior college. Mother Liu Fumei continued, "Besides, your father and I have asked around among our friends. It seems the martial arts entrance exam has 7 major assessment categories, and academic grades are the least important among them. If even the least important part is difficult for you, let alone the others." Before Chen Ye could speak, Chen Da, seemingly afraid he would feel discouraged, quickly added, "Xiaoyi, your mother and I are not saying this to stop you from signing up. It is just that martial arts and martial artists are too far out of reach for ordinary people like us, especially for a family still struggling to make ends meet. Do not let the TV reports fool you. The only people who really get to touch those things are the rich and idle." Liu Fumei echoed her husband's words. "Exactly. Even though I was nagging you earlier about our neighbor working as a nanny, I know in my heart that martial arts are just too distant for our family, so distant that I would not even have a chance to work as a housekeeper for a martial artist. Take our neighbor who bought a house today as an example. She was able to afford it because she managed to latch onto a powerful martial artist, but the problem is, how many people in this world have that kind of incredible luck? The answer is definitely not many. Most people live like your mother, working diligently for others day and night, only to take home a salary of around 3,000. We should not just look at the successful few, we should look at the 99% who silently fail behind the scenes. The truth is, the number of these revered and envied martial artists is incredibly small, which just goes to show how difficult it is to get into a martial arts university." Chen Ye listened attentively without interrupting them. Chen Da patted Chen Ye on the shoulder and said, "We are saying all this because we are afraid you might see some new trend or hear some rumors and decide to sign up for the martial arts exam on a whim. Life is about staying grounded and taking things one step at a time if you want to get ahead. Of course, your mother and I have discussed it. If you are truly determined to take the exam, we are willing to gamble on you. It is just 26,000 for the registration fee. Your mother and I can manage if we grit our teeth and save up." When he mentioned the 26,000, his father's face twitched, clearly straining to sound confident. After hearing them out, Chen Ye nodded instinctively and looked at them calmly. "All right, then please give me the money." As he spoke, he reached out his hand toward them. That hand felt just like the hand of life, gripping their throats and making it hard to breathe. His parents looked at him in astonishment, as if they had not expected him to make such a move or to decide to take the exam without even thinking. They had imagined their son would be swayed by their emotional and logical reasoning and give up. But instead, he had not been persuaded at all. He had become even more decisive. Chen Ye gave him an awkward smile. "Son, are you sure you do not want to think about it some more? The martial arts exam is a big deal. It is not good to be this rash." Chen Ye shook his head stubbornly. "Dad, there is no need to think. I have been thinking about this for a long time and made up my mind. Please do not say anything more, just give me the money. When I get into the university, the 500,000 government reward will be your return on investment." Chen Ye had already made up his mind, so there was no way he would easily be swayed by his parents. Besides, the martial arts exam was the best and most promising path to reach the pinnacle of life. As someone who had crossed over to this world, if he did not even have the courage to try this, what kind of person was he? As for the difficulty his parents mentioned, once he had that thing tomorrow, every problem would likely be solved. Issues exist to be solved, after all. He was not interested in things that were easy anyway. Seeing that Chen Ye was so determined, the couple stopped trying to persuade him. They reluctantly opened the layers of security in their bedroom and retrieved a bank card. Chen Ye tucked the card away, feeling the heavy burden in his heart finally lift. Before heading to his room, he said to his parents, "Mom, Dad, I am going to sleep now. You two should get some rest too." He was just one step away from activating that thing, and he had to hurry. Hearing their son's caring words, the couple did not feel comforted at all. Instead, they could not help but roll their eyes, their worries reaching new heights. Normally, sleeping early is a good habit, but if that sleep starts in the morning and continues through the night until the next morning, then something is definitely wrong. That was exactly Chen Ye's situation, and the couple could not help but feel concerned. Liu Fumei glanced at Chen Ye's bedroom door and said to her husband, "Da, do you think we should take Xiao Yi to the hospital? Sleeping like this cannot be healthy." Chen Da looked at his wife and sighed helplessly. "Forget it. The kid seems lively enough and does not look sick. Besides, did not we take him to the doctor before? The doctor said he was outrageously healthy, so let us not make a fuss over nothing." But it is infuriating. We agreed to spend so much money for him to take the exam, and he is still not taking it seriously. He does not show any ambition and just wants to sleep. I am afraid this 26,000 is going to go down the drain. At that moment, the TV was playing the evening news, just past 7 o'clock. This is Huaxia News Broadcasting. As the martial arts exam approaches, to encourage students to prepare, the State Council, Ministry of Education, and other departments have reached a consensus. Effective immediately, the supply of vitality pills will be increased from 1 per person every 3 months to 1 per month, and the price will be reduced from 30,000 to 20,000 Huaxia dollars. Watching the news, Chen Da sighed, "Is this vitality pill some kind of magic elixir? It is too expensive. Our family probably cannot afford it. He will have to rely on himself." Liu Fumei laughed bitterly. The martial arts exam was a pipe dream for our family anyway. The kid just got brainwashed by outside voices and is lost in his own fantasy. Do you really think we could have a child in a martial arts university? The Chen family does not have that kind of destiny, Liu Fumei complained as she went off to do the laundry. Late at night, in Chen Ye's dream, a prominent set of numbers hung in the bottom left corner of a rectangular energy bar. 19,984. As time passed, the number below changed. 19,985. 19,986. The number increased by 1 every hour. This was the total time he had spent sleeping over the past 3 years. Sleeping was charging this thing. Based on the 99% indicator next to the energy bar, it was clear that the device was almost fully charged. The final required charging time was 20,000 hours. Chen Ye's consciousness was clear, and looking at the time, he felt a bit excited. Only 14 hours to go. After tonight, I only need to sleep for a few more hours tomorrow to unlock it, probably by noon. He shifted his gaze to the text directly below the energy bar. System activating. That is right, a system. His unremitting effort to sleep all these years was just to activate it. That is why he was so confident and persistent about taking the exam. With a system to give him an edge, what was there to fear? System, oh system, you have tortured me for so long. Finally, I am about to wake you up. Chen Ye began to vaguely look forward to what the system could do. Perhaps this system could fill his internal energy to the brim, grant him divine pills or supreme cultivation techniques, turn him from an ordinary guy into someone rich and successful, marry a beauty, and reach the pinnacle of life. Early morning at Chu Yang No. 1 High School. In the classroom of Class H, there was a foul smell of breakfast, as many students brought their meals to eat inside. Chen Ye had arrived as well, but while others were here to study, he was here to sleep. However, those miserable days were coming to an end. The system would unlock today, and he would finally bid farewell to his bleak existence. Before morning reading began, the registration for the martial arts exam started. Students who want to sign up for the martial arts track, you can come up now and fill out these forms. Lu Wenjin held a stack of registration forms, which required basic information such as name, age, hometown, and ID number. The first to go up were class committee members like Zhang Shilei, Liu Qi, Li Ming, Yizai Ohen, and Hu Lijun, followed by a trickle of others, totaling about a dozen students. Most of these people came from wealthy backgrounds, wearing branded clothes that Chen Ye did not even recognize. This was a normal phenomenon, aligning with the old logic that literacy is for the poor and martial arts for the rich, a truth that is held since ancient times. Moreover, the martial arts exam was no easy feat. For an ordinary person to decide to register, they needed firm conviction. 26,000 was not a small sum for anyone in a small county. And that was just the registration fee, not including the subsequent expenses needed for martial arts training. Many wealthy families would buy pills like the Yangyuan elixir to assist in practicing the 8 sections of the Yangyuan technique. Although the price of these pills had dropped due to the special period of the exam, they still cost as much as 20,000. The pills alone were beyond the reach of ordinary people, not to mention additional costs for nutritional meals and special dietary supplies. Therefore, the martial arts exam basically effectively shut out the vast majority of ordinary people. As expected, those signing up are all rich kids. Their families are wealthy and their internal energy levels are high. They have a great chance of passing, so of course they would sign up. Just thinking about the wonderful life waiting for them at martial arts universities makes me envious. I really want to sign up. Seeing those who registered, envious whispers echoed throughout the classroom. Liu Yuji, sitting behind Chen Ye, felt a flash of desolation in her eyes. Suddenly, a shadow blocked her view. She looked up and saw that Chen Ye had stood up without anyone noticing. Confused, she asked him, "Why are you standing up? Class is about to start." Her sharp voice drew attention, and surrounding students turned to look. Chen Ye, what is he doing? Like Liu Yuji, everyone around was baffled by Chen Ye's actions. Chen Ye looked back at Liu Yuji and smiled. What for? To register, of course. After saying that, he walked toward the podium. What, you are registering? Have you lost your mind? Liu Yuji stared at Chen Ye's back with wide eyes. She thought he must be out of his mind, maybe he had slept his brain away. Even she, who insisted on practicing the 8 sections of the Yangyuan technique every day, had not signed up. And here was a guy who never attended martial arts classes, who had not even learned the basics, actually signing up. What is this world coming to? No way, Chen Ye is actually going to sign up. The rest of the class was equally shocked. I remember he never attended a single martial arts class. How can he dare to sign up? Exactly, and his family is not exactly rich either. I really do not know what he is thinking. The students found his behavior incomprehensible. They all knew what Chen Ye was like. He never did any serious work and spent all his time sleeping. He was essentially the laziest person in the class. And yet here he was, signing up for the martial arts track. It was just absurd. Chen Ye reached the podium and Lu Wenjin frowned. Had this kid lost his mind? This was the martial arts registration. What was he doing, joining in the fun? But as a teacher, he still asked politely, "You want to sign up too?" Chen Ye nodded. Seeing his nod, Lu Wenjin could not help but remind him, "This is the martial arts exam registration. Have you really discussed this with your family?" Watching Lu Wenjin's motherly concern, Chen Ye nodded firmly and took the registration form from his hand. Li Ming walked up to Chen Ye, bumped his shoulder, and smiled. "Bro, you have got guts. I never expected you to sign up for the martial arts track. Now we can fight side by side. But do not sleep through this afternoon's martial arts class. We are official martial arts students now. Do not drop the ball." Although Li Ming was surprised by Chen Ye's registration, he was genuinely happy for his friend. Registration ended quickly. Including Chen Ye, there were 12 people. Many were rich kids, and only 1 or 2 were from ordinary backgrounds like Chen Ye, clearly determined to take a gamble. Once finished, Chen Ye rushed back to his seat, laid his head down, and fell asleep. He could not wait to activate the system. Seeing this, Liu Yuji had a vein pop in her forehead and cursed softly, "What an idiot. Now that you have signed up, should not you be studying hard instead of sleeping?" The others in class looked on with disdain, though they were used to it. In their minds, Chen Ye was just a pig, always sleeping, never caring about anything, not even sparing a glance for the pretty girls. He remembered one time when the class beauty and study representative, Liu Qi, wanted to remind Chen Ye to hand in his homework, and this guy just went straight to sleep without saying a word. In his dream, sleep duration, 19,994. Progress, 99.99%. Just 6 more hours to go. After the first period, sleep duration, 19,995. After the fourth period, sleep duration, 19,998. At noon, Chen Ye skipped lunch, determined to push through and finally sleep the system into existence. Afternoon before class, sleep duration, 19,999. Chen Ye's excitement was irrepressible. If his consciousness were not in a dream, he might have been running naked around the classroom. He had waited too long for this, spending countless days and nights for this very moment. Ding, ding, ding. As the class bell rang, the scene in his dream changed. Sleep duration, 20,000. The progress bar flashed. Chen Ye felt a buzzing in his brain and a sharp, stinging sensation in his consciousness. Accompanied by the pain, a synthesized electronic voice rang in his mind. System activation complete. Host selection in progress. Host selection complete. System binding in progress. System binding complete. Host Chen Ye. At that moment, static and snowy patterns flickered before Chen Ye's eyes, and a holographic interface appeared, looking exactly like the screen of an old black and white television. This boot speed beats 1% of the systems in the country, Chen Ye muttered to himself. The quality is a bit poor, huh? Gradually, the interface stabilized. The system interface was simple. There were only 2 words on it: idle mode. Everything else was empty, nothing there, like a black and white filter. Chen Ye was puzzled. What does idle mode mean? He did not quite understand, but since it was a system, the functionality must be something special. He did not have time to study it further before Li Ming walked over and interrupted him. "Stop daydreaming, let us go. It is time for martial arts class." Li Ming patted him on the shoulder. Gymnasium, martial arts training room. Fang Lishan scanned the dozens of students from 2 classes standing straight before him, a look of satisfaction in his eyes. He did not need to call roll. As a veteran who had practiced martial arts for decades, his memory was still that sharp. He basically remembered every student who had ever taken his martial arts class at school. He could recognize anyone's name and face at a single glance. Just as his gaze swept across the crowd, he suddenly raised an eyebrow, looking surprised. His eyes locked onto Chen Ye, and a hint of confusion appeared in his gaze. He realized he did not know this student standing before him. Fang Lishan thought it over carefully again, feeling that it made no sense. He was confident that his memory would not fail him. Moreover, he had always paid special attention to students in each class who intended to apply for the martial arts major, so there was no reason he would not recognize this student. Fang Lishan studied Chen Ye more carefully for a few moments, and concluded that this student had never attended his martial arts classes before. Good grief, a true newborn calf unafraid of the tiger. To dare sign up for the martial arts major without taking a single class, it seems this kid's brain might not be working quite right. As a martial arts teacher, Fang Lishan knew deep down just how difficult the martial arts exam was. Even the internal energy value required years of accumulation, costing countless effort and time. A normal person's initial internal energy value is usually 35. Even with 2 hours of daily practice of the 8-section vitality cultivation technique, it takes about 20 to 30 days to increase the value by just 1 unit. Every student here should know the hardship involved. Where did this strange kid get the confidence to sign up for the martial arts major without taking a single lesson? Is he just wasting money? Fang Lishan did not have high hopes for Chen Ye. Fang Lishan's reaction also piqued the curiosity of other students, who turned to look at Chen Ye. At this moment, Li Ming lowered his voice and said to Chen Ye, "Yi, teacher Fang has a great memory. Since it is your first time in class, he does not recognize you, which is why he seems a bit surprised." Chen Ye nodded. He had also found it strange that Fang Lishan kept staring at him, so that was it. He had actually thought the teacher realized he had a unique bone structure and was a once-in-a-century genius. What a letdown. All right, get ready for class. Fang Lishan gestured to everyone. Today, we will review the movements of the 8-section vitality cultivation technique. Although you might already know these movements by heart, regular review keeps them fresh. Besides, this is a necessary task for the first class during the sprint period for martial arts candidates. It also helps prevent misunderstandings of the technique and catches any stragglers who might not even be familiar with the basic movements. As he spoke, Fang Lishan glanced at Chen Ye. If it were not for this kid, he would not have planned to review the movements. He would have let the students practice on their own and asked if they had any questions. But he was afraid that if this kid spent all that money only to realize he could not even perform the technique, it would be a disgrace to him as a teacher. It could be considered fulfilling his duty as a teacher. When Fang Lishan's gaze swept over, Chen Ye understood that straggler was him. The first section of the 8-section vitality cultivation technique. Lingtai Hisu, Fang Lishan's resonant voice echoed in the room. Lingtai refers to the head, the place of supreme yang. Slowly raise your hands and join them together, which is the He-Zup art. Your breathing must be steady, your mind calm. Do not rush, move slowly, and aim for a sense of flowing water. After holding your palms together for 3 seconds, slowly separate them, rotate the backs of your hands, trace an arc in the air, and then bend your elbows to retract them bit by bit. Remember, the movements must be slow, not rushed, and possess a fluidity like flowing water. Bring your palms back to your chest, open them into a Taiji shape, and finally bring your hands together. Repeat this sequence 10 times. After finishing the first section, Chen Ye stopped and felt a pang of realization. The movements looked simple, but there were many details. Achieving that sense of a calm mind and flowing movements was not easy. It required constant practice. Next, Chen Ye successfully learned all the movements of the technique, as well as some key points. However, his movements were still very clumsy. With this level of proficiency, even if he practiced for a month, it would likely be difficult to increase his internal energy by even 1 unit. During this time, he checked the system again, but did not notice anything unusual. Aside from the 2 words idle/AFK, he found no other features. He thought the system might react after he practiced the technique, but it did not. Idle? Chen Ye frowned, stumped by the 2 characters. Does it mean game idling? But surely this system is not just for playing games. Could it be that with this system, I do not need to do a 5-man squad at the internet cafe, but a 4-man squad, and I can just have while the system plays for me? But a computer program could solve that function. Why would a system need to steal the job? And if it is just such a useless ability, then this system is truly garbage. Chen Ye thought about it and dismissed the possibility. He had transmigrated and worked hard to sleep for 20,000 hours. Getting a game idling system would be too unreasonable. He probably just had not figured it out yet. Hopefully, this system could help him solve his current problem with the martial arts exam. Ideally, it would be like adding stat points in a game, directly increasing his internal energy. That would be awesome. The 2-hour martial arts class ended quickly. Chen Ye walked out of the training room slowly, pondering how to use the system. Whoa, did the sun rise in the west today? You are actually walking so slowly. Usually, at this time, you would be sprawled out at your desk sleeping. Liu Qi appeared beside Chen Ye, looking at him teasingly. It seems signing up for the martial arts exam has had quite an impact on you. That is encouraging. Chen Ye was speechless for a moment. He used to sleep to activate the system, but there was no need for that now. His immediate priority was how to use the system. He first gave Liu Qi a blank stare, then made a face as if he had just remembered something. Oh, you reminded me. I should go back and sleep. With that, he dashed off and disappeared. Liu Qi was left dumbfounded. During evening study, Chen Ye's brow was tightly furrowed. He had spent the whole afternoon researching the system, but still had no progress. He was completely clueless. The main issue was that the system interface was like a transparent filter. Besides the word idle, there was no other information or interactive elements. The UI design was crude and simple, lacking any sense of high technology. It looked exactly like the style of those old-school plug-and-play console games. Forget it, no need to rush. Let us do some studying for now. Chen Ye decided to review his academic courses first. After all, the martial arts exam included an academic component. Although he had taken the college entrance exam in his previous life, he did mediocrely, and it was so long ago that he had forgotten almost everything he should and should not have. Chen Ye pulled that brand new Chinese 5-3 workbook out from his desk, something he had not done in ages. Since buying 5-3, 5 years of college entrance exams and 3 years of simulations, he had never even cracked it open. The pages were cleaner than Liu Yuji's face. Opening the book, he began to study bit by bit. Liu Yuji, sitting behind him, noticed Chen Ye's actions. A look of sheer disbelief flashed across her eyes, as if she had just spotted an alien. Liu Yuji's eyes widened, her mouth agape. What on earth is wrong with him? He is actually studying on his own. This is just bizarre. What kind of day is it today? It is like seeing the sun at midnight, absolutely absurd. Other students in the class also noticed Chen Ye's unusual behavior, their faces filled with surprise. Some even remarked that it is never too late for a prodigal son to turn over a new leaf. Zhang Shile, the class monitor, felt a wave of relief seeing Chen Ye buried in his studies. This blockhead had finally wised up. Even though it was nearly impossible for someone with his score of just over 200 to get into a good school, at least he was putting in the effort. That was better than wasting his youth and leaving behind regrets. Chen Ye, however, had no time to worry about the commotion around him. He was completely immersed in the book, though the content inside simply refused to cooperate. He could not say he understood any of it. He was completely clueless. After evening self-study, Chen Ye continued to study once he returned home. He was running out of time. To raise his academic score from 288 to over 470, he had no choice but to push himself to the limit. Besides, 470 was the cutoff for second-tier universities last year, and there was no telling what it would be this year. Plus, he had less than 4 months left. Going from having no foundation to being a student capable of getting into a second-tier university in just 4 months was basically impossible. Anyone who has gone through high school knows the difficulty. In his past life, students like him in the class basically gave up by the 3rd year. It was not that they did not want to study, but the foundational knowledge they had missed was simply too much. Listening to classes was like hearing a foreign language. They were willing but lacked the ability, and without help, getting into university was just a pipe dream. Not to mention, the teachers had already given up on such students and could not even be bothered to manage them. If Chen Ye wanted to defy the heavens and change his fate, he had to go all out and start from scratch. Just as he was burning the midnight oil, Liu Fume and Chen Da, who had already gone to bed, sneaked out of their bedroom and crept to Chen Ye's door, turning the knob gently to peek inside. Seeing that Chen Ye was not only awake, but actually studying late into the night, the couple looked pleasantly surprised. Chen Da lowered his voice and said to his wife, Fume, "It looks like our 26,000 was not spent in vain. The kid has grown up and improved. He actually knows how to study now." Liu Fume sighed, "That is true. Watching him sleep his life away for the past 2 years, I was heartbroken, worried on the surface, and pained inside. Scolding him did not help, and I was afraid to be too harsh for fear of giving him a complex. Seeing this change in him now really feels like a dream." After watching for a few moments, the two of them quietly left without disturbing Chen Ye's studies. At midnight, Chen Ye yawned, looking listless and feeling depressed. After nearly 4 hours of study, he realized just how poor his foundation really was. For a multiple-choice question on polyphonic characters, he got everything wrong, and even the 1 or 2 he got right were just lucky guesses. How was he supposed to study like this? Not to mention memorizing poems, he could not write a single line. And as for modern literature reading comprehension, he could not even score a single point. Chen Ye sighed. If even the easiest subject, Chinese, was this difficult, what about English, math, physics, and chemistry? How was he supposed to take the exams? However, as dejected as he felt, there was no other way. He had not quite figured out the system yet, so he had to focus on his academic subjects. He did not sleep. He took a deep breath, picked up his pen, and kept grinding. Yet, he had not been writing for 5 minutes when the space before his eyes suddenly flickered and distorted, and then a screen popped up. A familiar synthesized electronic voice echoed in Chen Ye's ears. "Available AFK task list detected. Please select whether to start AFK." The moment he heard the voice, Chen Ye's heart tightened with wild joy. The system had responded. At this moment, something changed on the system screen. Originally, there was nothing but the word AFK, but now new content appeared on the screen. Below the large characters for AFK, 2 particularly eye-catching words emerged: Chinese. Chen Ye stared fixedly at the words Chinese on the screen. Since the evening self-study session, Chinese was all he had been studying. Now, the word Chinese appeared in the system, and the prompt had just asked him if he wanted to go AFK. A Chinese option appeared, followed by an AFK prompt. What did this mean? Chen Ye's heart could not help but race. A terrifying guess formed in his mind. Calming himself down, he touched the AFK option with his mind. Immediately, the system interface changed, and a rotating circle icon appeared next to the Chinese option, followed by the text, AFK in progress. 5 minutes later, Chen Ye touched AFK again, and the circle icon and the status text vanished immediately. Following that, a flood of memories suddenly rushed into his brain. Countless unfamiliar Chinese knowledge points integrated into his memory, as if he had spent days and nights painstakingly learning them. It felt incredibly real. He opened his 5-3 workbook and did a few more problems, only to find that the answers to those polyphonic character questions were perfectly clear to him. He knew exactly which pronunciation was right and which was wrong. It was not a guess at all. Looking at the system before him, a brilliant light exploded in Chen Ye's eyes. It was exactly as he had guessed. The system's function was AFK. As long as he went AFK, it would automatically study for him. He did not need to struggle through every little bit himself. He could leave it entirely to the system. Once the AFK session was done, all the knowledge learned would automatically appear in his mind. The system's power is actually this heaven-defying. Unexpected, truly unexpected. Chen Ye clenched his fists. At least now I do not have to worry about my academic scores anymore. As long as I let the system run, math, English, physics, chemistry, and biology will all be handled with ease. I do not have to worry about time, a poor foundation, or not being able to learn. I could even score a 720 on the exams if I wanted to. This solves a huge headache. Next, I just need to focus on researching the martial arts exam. Suddenly, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes as his thoughts drifted toward the 8-part Yuan Gong. That is right. If Chinese can be done AFK, what about the 8-part Yuan Gong? Can that be done AFK too? Thinking that the system could help him with the 8-part Yuan Gong, Chen Ye's blood surged. In his excitement, he accidentally knocked over the cup on his desk. A loud crash rang out through the dead of night as the glass shattered, the sound carrying into other rooms. Soon, the sound of slippers shuffling came from outside the door, followed by his mother, Liu Fume's voice. Xiao Yi, are you all right? You need to look after your health and not study too late. Mom knows the martial arts exam is hard, but you do not need to put so much pressure on yourself. The 26,000 yuan is not a small amount, but your health is more important to your father and me. Did you hear me? Do not stress out too much. If you do not pass, you do not pass. Even if you end up going to a technical college or working in a factory, your parents will not blame you. So just relax and know you tried your best. Remember to get some good rest. Chen Ye offered an awkward smile. He had not been confident about the martial arts exam before, but now with the help of the AFK system, he had total confidence. He called out toward the door, "Mom, go to sleep. I am getting ready for bed too." Once his mother's footsteps faded, Chen Ye looked back at the system screen and tapped AFK again, restarting the Chinese study session. He noticed there was a blank bar beneath the Chinese AFK option, much like an experience bar in a game, and he could faintly see a pale yellow energy progress emerging. This had appeared after his last session, which meant the bar represented the progress of his Chinese studies. Once the bar was full, it meant he would have mastered all the knowledge for high school Chinese. The next day, Class H. Lu Wenjin swept his stern gaze across every student's face and said in a deep voice, "The monthly exam is the day after tomorrow. I hope you all prepare well today and tomorrow. The college entrance exam is getting closer and closer, and the days of high school are fleeting. You should cherish every moment of your hard work from now on." Hearing about the monthly exam, the students below became tense, and some started to feel uneasy. Chen Ye's expression, however, remained calm. He had checked his idle progress again this morning. The system's efficiency was quite high, and the Chinese subject would likely finish its idle progression by tomorrow morning, meaning he would master almost all high school Chinese knowledge by then. So, he was not worried about the monthly exam at all. After talking about the exam, Lu Wenjin looked at Zhang Shilei and instructed, "Class monitor, remember to lead the class committee members to set up the exam hall before tomorrow's evening self-study session, and do not forget to put up the exam seat numbers." In the afternoon, during the martial arts class, before signing up for the martial arts track, Chen Ye and the others only had 2 martial arts classes a week. Now, Those who signed up for the martial arts track have a 2-hour martial arts class every day. This is the sprint stage for the martial arts exam, while those who did not sign up no longer attend these classes, effectively cutting themselves off from martial arts. Of course, some people who enter the workforce, earn some money, and see the benefits and potential of martial arts will find ways to learn it and try to become martial artists. This is why so many martial arts academies have been popping up on the streets. At this moment, Chen Ye was practicing the 8-section vitality cultivation technique while thinking about how to get it onto his idle list. He remembered that the reason Chinese was available for idle training yesterday was because he had actively studied it for a long time, roughly about 5 hours. Based on this, he inferred that if he wanted the 8-section vitality cultivation technique to appear on the idle list, he would have to practice it for a full 5 hours. By this logic, he could start idle cultivation for it during tomorrow's martial arts class. Near the end of the class, Li Ming was sitting on the ground panting and drenched in sweat. The 8-section vitality cultivation technique was extremely exhausting. He tugged at Chen Ye's arm to signal him to sit down and sighed, "Man, if I had known that my internal energy progression would be this slow, only allowing me to practice for 2 hours a day, I should not have been so playful back in middle school. I should have worked hard to practice the 8-section vitality cultivation technique. Then I would not be in such a rush now, and there is still no guarantee I can get into a martial arts university." Looking at Li Ming covered in sweat, Chen Ye felt a bit confused. Is practicing the 8-section vitality cultivation technique really that tiring? From yesterday to today, I do not think I have felt it. Chen Ye was feeling pretty good. He had practiced it many times just now and did not feel any discomfort. Li Ming seemed to notice his confusion, then gave a dismissive smirk and said, "You do not feel tired because you just started the 8-section vitality cultivation technique and have not grasped its essence yet. Practicing it like that is just like doing regular calisthenics. It will not do anything for increasing your internal energy. Once your proficiency level goes up, you will discover how painful this technique really is. Of course, you could also try practicing it continuously without breaks like I did, which will give you the same effect, and I guarantee you will feel like you are in heaven." Li Ming looked at him with a wicked grin. "Is that so?" Chen Ye glanced at him and decided to give it a try. He had not actually practiced it continuously before, and he wanted to know if this technique was truly as arduous as they claimed, and if it really was limited to 2 hours a day. Chen Ye stood up, found an open space, took his stance, and started practicing from the first move, spirit platform merging. His movements were still clumsy and not very fluid, and certainly did not have that flowing grace, but each of his postures was very precise and standard. 5 minutes later, when he reached the 6th move, mind sea calming, he felt something was not quite right. His body started to heat up. By the time he got to the 8th move, holding the vitality, trouble hit. First, a rush of hot air rose from the back of his head straight to the crown, leaving him slightly dizzy. Then, his limbs started to ache, his spine felt like it would not stay straight, his waist felt weak, and his whole body felt as if it were paralyzed. Chen Ye finally understood what Li Ming meant. He quickly stopped, not daring to continue, fearing he would end up in the hospital if he pushed further. Seeing him stop, Li Ming looked at him with a smirk and asked, "Is it painful?" Chen Ye nodded knowingly and said, "I never imagined that just a few movements could be so excruciating." He then asked, "Is there really no way to solve this cultivation dilemma?" Li Ming shrugged helplessly, "Nope. You can only practice for 2 hours a day. It is an iron rule for the 8-section vitality cultivation technique. If you exceed 2 hours, you are just waiting for the energy in your body to backfire and turn you into a vegetable. However, you can improve efficiency by taking vitality pills. Taking one pill can double your efficiency, meaning 1 day of practice is equal to 2 days, which can significantly shorten the time needed to increase your internal energy." Chen Ye was speechless. Vitality pills cost 20,000 each, and he could not afford them. But he wondered, could the system's idle mode break the iron rule of the 8-section vitality cultivation technique? For the rest of the time, Chen Ye practiced the 8-section vitality cultivation technique a few more times, leaving him feeling exhausted and famished. The energy consumption was immense. After class, just as Chen Ye and Li Ming were preparing to head to the cafeteria, a loud thud suddenly echoed from a corner on the left side of the training room. It was the sound of something hitting the ground, not very loud, but all the students in the room heard it. Immediately, everyone turned their gaze toward the corner. Chen Ye and Li Ming looked too, only to see a thin figure collapsed on the floor. "Teacher Fang," someone fainted. A quick-witted student shouted toward the martial arts office. Fang Lishan rushed out of the office shortly after, a look of worry on his face as he quickly made his way to the person on the ground. After a brief examination of the girl, he shouted to the nearby students, "One of you go to the infirmary and get the school doctor. She just suffered a slight shock to the brain and has fallen into a temporary coma." Upon seeing the girl's face, Li Ming could not help but gasp in surprise. It is Tang Xiaoqian. It looks like she overpracticed the 8-section vitality cultivation technique. Chen Ye was stunned. He did not think practicing this technique could actually lead to such serious consequences. He had previously thought it could hurt you, but only to a limited extent, and that as long as he was careful, it would be fine. He had even planned that if the system's idle mode could not break the iron rule, he would just work a little harder and practice for a few hours every day to boost his internal energy. It seemed he had been naive. If internal energy were not so hard to increase, why would so few people sign up for the martial arts track? Others are not simpletons either. Everyone is capable of hard work, and this world is never short of hardworking people. Do not always think you can do it while others cannot. Chen Ye looked at the girl on the ground and realized it was impossible to overcome the iron rule of the 8-section vitality cultivation technique through willpower or hard work alone. He would have to pin his hopes on the system. If the system could break the iron rule, his daily cultivation would be 12 times that of others, since idling meant continuous practice. After the girl was revived, Fang Lishan gathered everyone together, lined them up, and prepared to lecture them. Fang Lishan first glanced at Tang Xiaoqian, who had woken up and was reflecting on her actions with her head down in the crowd. He snorted, scanned everyone, and said sternly, "From freshman year until now, I have told you how many times that the 8-fold Yuan Gong has an iron rule. An iron rule, an iron rule? The iron rule is that you can only practice for 2 hours a day. Do you hear me?" Fang Lishan's voice was agitated, and his face was flushed, clearly provoked by Tang Xiaoqian's behavior. "I have told you many times about the iron rules and taboos of the 8-fold Yuan Gong. Its daily practice duration cannot exceed 2 hours. This is an iron rule. This rule was not set by me. It is a truth derived from the practice of authoritative martial artists. Why will not you listen? You insist on taking risks on the edge of death." The more he spoke, the more agitated Fang Lishan became, his gaze sweeping over Tang Xiaoqian from time to time. Some foolish people always think they are the chosen ones, that they are special, that they are stronger than others, and they ignore the iron rules set by the martial sages. To trample on the rules and challenge the authority of senior martial artists with their own lives, it is baffling that anyone could be so stupid. Fang Lishan's chest heaved with anger. He glared at everyone and asked, "Do not you all know about this iron rule of the 8-fold Yuan Gong?" The crowd remained silent. Fang Lishan shouted again, "Are you all mute? Tell me, do you know it or not?" Hearing his repeated questioning, the crowd shouted in unison, "Yes, we do." After receiving the response, Fang Lishan turned his gaze back to Tang Xiaoqian and asked loudly, "And Tang Xiaoqian, do you know?" Hearing this, Tang Xiaoqian's shoulders trembled, and she buried her head even deeper. She said with a sobbing voice, "Teacher, I know." Fang Lishan pressed further, "If you knew, why did you commit such a low-level mistake?" At this point, Tang Xiaoqian could not hold it in any longer. Her eyes turned red instantly, and tears slid down the sides of her nose, but she held back from crying out loud. She did not answer the question. This was her final stubbornness. Chen Ye glanced at Tang Xiaoqian's back. He could understand why she knowingly ignored the iron rule despite the danger. It was the pressure, the mounting pressure from the martial arts exams, finances, and her family. Like Chen Ye, Tang Xiaoqian's family was average, or perhaps even impoverished. Although he did not have much of an impression of the girl, he once saw her mother dragging a bag of collected mineral water bottles to take her to school. He remembered his own cola bottle was taken by her mother then, and he knew back then that her family situation must be difficult. And now that Tang Xiaoqian had joined the martial arts program, it was a heavy blow to her already struggling family. He also heard that her mother often came to school to accompany her studies, ensuring nothing interfered with her learning. Her mother's dedication had certainly increased Tang Xiaoqian's pressure exponentially. Chen Ye was not surprised that she had acted this way. At this moment, seeing Tang Xiaoqian's sobbing figure, Fang Lishan's anger subsided quite a bit. He softened his voice and said to the group, "I know you all feel a lot of pressure and are eager for quick success, hoping to improve your internal energy values rapidly. But no matter how much pressure you are under, you should not try to break the iron rule. That is treating your life as a joke, do you understand? Wanting to improve and get into a martial arts university is something your teacher understands, but you must find the right methods and progress step by step. You must not act recklessly. Everyone only has one life, and you must cherish it. After a pause, Fang Lishan looked at Tang Xiaoqian and advised her earnestly, Tang Xiaoqian, it is not that I have an issue with you, nor do I want to scold you, but your behavior today was truly too rash. If your classmates had not discovered you in time, your life might have been in real danger. I hope you will never, ever do something so stupid again. While speaking, he looked at the others. You all are the same. Do not repeat Tang Xiaoqian's behavior today. You might not be so lucky next time. You must remember that the iron rule is an iron rule because it has been proven by countless people. It is something even martial artists cannot change, let alone you young brats. Chen Ye felt quite uneasy. After hearing all this, it seemed the iron rule of the eightfold yuan gong was truly immovable, at least not without the system. After finishing his lecture, Fang Lishan's expression turned calm. He took a sip of water and continued, next month, you will have a martial arts assessment to track your internal energy levels. I am telling you now so you do not miss it. This assessment is very important. All martial arts candidates must participate. Also, we will systematically practice basic post training next month. For now, focus on the eightfold yuan gong. Of course, you can practice post training in your spare time, but be careful not to overdo it and hurt your body. The third day after the system was activated. In the early morning, Chen Ye arrived at school early. The moment he sat down in his chair, the scene before him flashed and the system interface appeared. Language learning task completed. Suddenly, a torrent of knowledge merged into his brain. Chen Ye was delighted. The system's efficiency was top-notch. He could clearly feel his literary proficiency had qualitatively improved. Opening his Chinese textbook, the once obscure content now felt as simple as a primary school book, clear and easy, with no difficulty at all. He opened his workbook and solved dozens of multiple-choice questions with 100% accuracy. The efficiency was incredible. He finished in just a few minutes, finding the answers at a single glance without even needing to think. He did a few more reading comprehension and recitation tasks, all with perfect accuracy. Chen Ye's actions caught the attention of Liu Yuji, who was sitting behind him. Liu Yuji leaned over to look at the problems he had just solved. A strange look crossed her eyes, and she asked Chen Ye, puzzled, what is the point of copying the answers into your workbook? It is not like you are rushing through summer homework. Besides, the teacher will not care if you do not do the homework now. Hearing her, Chen Ye was speechless. Is that really the image she has of me? However, he could not be bothered to explain. He looked back at Liu Yuji coldly and said, I feel like it. Is it any of your business? In the afternoon, martial arts class, Chen Ye practiced the eightfold yuan gong while waiting expectantly for the system's notification. Just as he was finishing his fourth round, halfway through the class, the system window popped up. The synthesized electronic voice sounded again. New task available for automation. Please select whether to proceed. The moment he heard that beautiful sound, Chen Ye's eyes locked onto the screen. Task eightfold yuan gong. The previously completed language task had already been cleared from the list. When Chen Ye saw eightfold yuan gong appear on the list, he felt incredibly excited. Since he could automate the eightfold yuan gong, he was one step closer to the martial arts university. Now he just needed to verify if the automation function could break the iron rule of the eightfold yuan gong. If the process was not interrupted after 2 hours, it would prove that the so-called iron rule could not restrict the system. Thinking of this, he did not hesitate. With a thought, he began automating the eightfold yuan gong. Just as Chen Ye was filled with excited anticipation, a figure beside him blocked his view. Fang Lishan's voice rang in his ears. Chen Ye, why are you grinning? Do not you want to take the martial arts exam? Your foundation is already weaker than others, yet you are not seizing the time to master the 8-section vitality cultivation technique. Fang Lishan looked at Chen Ye with a serious expression. Starting to practice martial arts so close to the college entrance exam, was not this like joining the losing side right before the end? This kid is so dense, not focusing in class, wondering what is on his mind. Hearing Fang Lishan's words, Chen Ye put away his joyful expression, looked at him calmly, and nodded, saying, okay, teacher. I will practice diligently and strive to get into a martial arts university, so you can share the glory too. To be honest, seeing the 8-section vitality cultivation technique appear in the idle list boosted his confidence. Now, he was just waiting for the system to break the ironclad rule Fang Lishan mentioned. Once it does, he could practice for 24 hours a day without stopping, and that iron rule would not seem so ironclad anymore. Chen Ye's words left Fang Lishan speechless. This kid was far too outspoken. As someone who had only practiced martial arts for a few days, where did he get the confidence to claim he would get into a martial arts university? It was just arrogant. Fang Lishan glared at Chen Ye and walked away without saying another word. The martial arts class ended soon after. Chen Ye walked into the cafeteria, eating while waiting for the system's feedback. An hour had already passed, and one more hour would decide whether the iron rule was truly ironclad to him or not. Before the self-study session, in the classroom, a group of class officers and students on duty were moving desks, preparing for tomorrow's monthly exam. The desks were spaced about 1.5 desk widths apart to prevent anyone from cheating. "Hey, Chen Ye, stop spacing out and get up to move aside." Zhang Shilei frowned as he looked at the dazed Chen Ye in his seat. What is wrong with this guy? Is he not sleeping and starting to space out again? "The idle mode has not stopped. It has not stopped," Chen Ye muttered. 2 hours had passed, yet the idle progress for the 8-section vitality cultivation technique had not stopped. The system's idle mode has not stopped, and there is no abnormality in my body, not even a hint of pain. This means the system has broken the world's eternal iron law of cultivation. Chen Ye shifted from a dazed state to one of pure ecstasy. At this moment, his body could not help but tremble. He was just too excited. Since the idle mode had not stopped, it meant he could enjoy the gains from the 8-section vitality cultivation technique every single second. This meant his cultivation speed was 12 times faster than others, which would be a massive advantage. And the internal energy assessment in the martial arts exam would become much simpler for him. Seeing Chen Ye go from spacing out to ecstasy and then talking to himself like a madman, Zhang Shilei could not help but pat Chen Ye on the chest. "What nonsense are you spouting? How could the iron law of cultivation be broken by you? Are you dreaming? If someone could solve that, their cultivation speed would be several times or even over a dozen times faster than others. If practiced day and night, it could even reach 12 times. Do you really think that is possible?" As he spoke, he hurriedly urged Chen Ye, "Get up. Do not hold us up from setting up the exam hall." Chen Ye calmed himself down and voluntarily left his seat. Walking out of the classroom, he looked at the system again and discovered a progress bar-like empty space under the 8-section vitality cultivation technique, which must be for proficiency. It seems the second part of the martial arts exam involves a proficiency assessment for vitality cultivation and stance training. This means the system did not just solve the iron law problem, but also the proficiency issue. It is killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Chen Ye checked the idling 8-section vitality cultivation technique again, wondering how much internal energy this would help him gain in a month. According to the practice time, it should be at least a dozen joules a month, though the exact amount would depend on reality. 26 February 2016, morning. In class 333, all students arrived early today for the monthly exam to prepare, which meant reviewing and getting notes and textbooks ready to bring into the exam room. Those who know, especially for the Chinese exam. But Chen Ye just sat in his seat eating breakfast, showing no sign of preparing materials. After finishing his bun and soy milk, he suddenly remembered something and looked back at Liu Yuji. "What do you want?" Liu Yuji looked at him guardedly, then realized something and shook her head. "No way am I sending you the Chinese answers. Besides, cell phones are not allowed during today's exam. And with the college entrance exam coming up, even if you cheat well now, you cannot during the real thing. Be realistic. Whatever you get is what you get. Do not lie to your parents." As the class representative for Chinese, her scores were always the highest in the class. Before the last monthly exam, Chen Ye had wanted her to send him the answers to multiple choice and standardized questions via phone, but she had refused. To think he was still incorrigible and wanted her to be an accomplice again, she would not do such a stupid thing. Chen Ye held his head, too annoyed to speak. Women really love to overthink. Last time, it was that kid Li Ming who wanted to cheat and asked him to pass on the message. Back then, the system had not even activated, and he was too busy sleeping to care about cheating. Cannot believe he is being misunderstood again. How unfair. Besides, his Chinese knowledge was now at a graduate level. Even if the Chinese teacher challenged him to a duel, he would easily win. The system had transferred all the high school Chinese knowledge and even the comprehension skills into his brain, so why would he need to copy Liu Yuji's answers? Chen Ye smiled dismissively and said, "You are overthinking it. I just did not bring a 2B lead, and I wanted to borrow a pencil lead from you." Liu Yuji looked at him with disbelief and took out a pencil lead for him. Seeing this, Chen Ye suddenly showed a confident smile and said to Liu Yuji, "Looks like you do not believe me. How about this? Let us have a bet on this Chinese exam. Let us see who gets the higher score." After hearing his words, Liu Yuji froze for a second, wondering if she had misheard. But seeing Chen Ye's look of certainty, she confirmed she had heard correctly. Chen Ye actually dared to challenge her to a Chinese exam. This was the most ridiculous thing she had ever heard. A bottom-of-the-class slacker who slept all day challenging her, a top student in the school, sounded like something out of a TV drama. It was completely absurd. Liu Yuji smiled confidently and looked at Chen Ye playfully. "Chen Ye, have you lost your mind lately, wanting to compete with me in Chinese scores?" Chen Ye also smiled, looking straight at Liu Yuji. "What are you scared?" Hearing the words "are you scared," a strong desire to win flared up in Liu Yuji's eyes. She first gave Chen Ye a disdainful look, then said, "Fine, I accept your challenge." Seeing that Liu Yuji had accepted, Chen Ye smiled. With the system's help, his Chinese knowledge had reached textbook perfection. Aside from the essay and a few questions without standard answers that might deduct points, he could easily secure everything else, so this challenge was a guaranteed win. Ding ding ding. The pre-exam warning bell rang. Chen Ye picked up his exam bag and headed to the last few rows of seats. There was no helping it. Since his grades were at the very bottom, he had to take the test in the exam room for the struggling students. This also meant that many students could only cheat with phones, because in a room full of struggling students, there was no one to copy from. He walked into the exam room, found his seat, and waited for a while. Once the exam bell rang, the papers were handed out. Chen Ye took a glance at the two papers, and immediately he was amused. It was so simple, it felt like a college student opening an elementary school textbook. The questions were as basic as 1 + 1 = 2. He just took one quick look, and all the answers appeared in his mind, faster than a computer. Chen Ye picked up his pen and started writing the answers directly. For instance, the multiple-choice questions he used to agonize over, choosing between A, B, or D, now did not even require a process of elimination. He could spot the correct answer at a glance. Swish, swish, swish. He wrote as if possessed. His pen flew across the paper, and in just 5 minutes, all the multiple-choice questions were finished. For the dictation, classical poetry appreciation, and modern prose reading that followed, he did not even hesitate. The pen in his hand flowed like water without a single pause, writing fiercely across the paper, clearly looking like a straight-A student. Including the essay, he finished the whole thing in just 50 minutes, and then spent the rest of the time bored, slumped over his desk asleep. The proctor noticed the situation, walked over to his desk, picked up the exam paper, and took a look. A flash of shock instantly crossed his eyes. He wondered how such a top student could be in this class of bottom feeders. After giving a few instructions and telling him to double-check his answer sheet, the proctor allowed him to leave the exam room early. However, before leaving, he deliberately placed his answer sheet on top. The guy sitting behind him had been craning his neck like a giraffe the whole time trying to sneak a peek, and it looked exhausting, so he decided to be a good Samaritan. Yet his little trick was seen right through by the proctor, who immediately buried his answer sheet under the test papers. The guy behind him watched helplessly as the answers he was about to get were covered up, and in his anger, he clawed at the air toward the proctor's back. After the Chinese exam ended, the guy sitting behind him started talking to him. "Hey brother, you have got great grades. I saw you finish it in a flash earlier. Can you help me out in the upcoming exams?" Hearing this, Chen Ye flashed a mysterious smile. At this stage, he was only decent at Chinese, and he had not had a chance to set up his auto-grinding for the other subjects yet. Who would end up copying whom was still up in the air? Not wanting to lead anyone astray, Chen Ye politely declined, "Classmate, better not. I am only okay at Chinese, I am a total disaster at the others. If you copy me, you are in for a rough time." The guy gave a generous wave at Chen Ye and said, "It is fine, I do not know how to write them anyway. Copying you at least lets me fill out the paper." It was clear that the guy thought Chen Ye was just being modest or unwilling to help. Chen Ye felt helpless. Seeing the guy's persistence, he figured he had no choice but to nod. A day later, all exams concluded. The guy sitting behind him praised Chen Ye to the skies, looking absolutely thrilled. He seemed to picture himself scoring high on the monthly exam and finally holding his head high in front of the teachers who always looked down on him. He even boasted about taking Chen Ye out to play games, though Chen Ye did not dare go. Walking out of the exam room, Chen Ye quickly summoned the system. Idle status, 8-section Yuan nurturing technique in progress. Chen Ye took a look and found that the progress bar for the 8-section Yuan nurturing technique had reached about 1/3. Only 2 days had passed, meaning in 4 more days, his proficiency in the technique would hit 100%. The proficiency that others take countless days to earn, Chen Ye had achieved in just 2 days of idling. However, he wanted to pause the idling now to check if his internal energy level had improved. He had been idling for 2 days now. By others' training standards, that was equivalent to practicing the technique for 24 days, since he spent 24 hours a day idling, while others could only practice for 2 hours. With a thought, the idling of the 8-section Yuan nurturing technique stopped. The moment it stopped, the system interface changed subtly, and the familiar synthesized electronic voice chimed in. Idle finished, internal energy +1. A data point appeared at the bottom of the screen. Idle, 8-section Yuan nurturing technique. Internal energy, 1 joule. Chen Ye beamed. An increase of 1 joule in 2 days meant he could increase it by 15 joules in a month. Compared to others who took 20+ days or even a month to gain 1 joule, his cultivation speed was like a rocket taking off. The system's idling not only kept him cultivating 24 hours a day, but also ensured stable efficiency. Others might be affected by mood, proficiency, or errors, but the system was not. It kept the 8-section Yuan nurturing technique at peak performance. That was why his speed was 12 times that of others, but his energy gain was 15 times, all due to the system's stable output. Now that his energy had increased by 1 joule, based on the initial average of 35, he was likely around 36. However, the system only displayed the increase gained from idling. The initial internal energy was not fixed. 35 was just an average, what most people had. The exact value required an official test. Because everyone has different physical states, there are physiological differences. Most people's energy falls between 30 and 40. Those with strong bones and blood might hit 40, while others might be stuck at 30. Some geniuses might exceed 40. These values are fluid, not absolute. So, if Chen Ye wanted to know his exact energy details, he would have to undergo testing. He would be able to get tested next month, and then he would know his exact energy levels. At 5 in the afternoon, Chen Ye would normally have gone to the classroom for evening study after the exam. But because the last 2 days were for exams, the martial arts class was moved to the evening. For martial arts students, these classes were now more important than monthly exams. You could skip an exam, but you had to attend the martial arts class. The daily 2 hours of the 8-section Yuan nurturing technique could not be missed. In 3 days, during martial arts class, you will first go to the gymnasium's instrument room to test your proficiency in the 8-section Yuan nurturing technique. Then we will have class, Fang Lishan said calmly as he instructed everyone. Although Yuan nurturing proficiency is not as important as internal energy, it is part of the martial arts exam criteria, and the school needs to assess and understand your progress. Do not be nervous, though. As long as you have been practicing since your freshman year, it should not be a problem. The standard requirement for the exam is usually fixed at 80 proficiency points. It is not difficult, and most of you should be able to hit it. Chen Ye calculated that in 3 days, his proficiency should reach around 80. If he waited 1 more day, he could hit 100, the limit, signifying he had perfectly mastered the 8-section Yuan nurturing technique. In other words, he did not need to worry about the proficiency portion of the martial arts exam. He could pass it perfectly. Just after Fang Lishan finished talking about the proficiency test, a student could not help but ask, "Teacher Fang, I have never understood why the martial arts exam tests proficiency. Does not reaching 60 suffice? 70, 80, or even 90 do not seem to make a difference in energy gain. For the same amount of practice, regardless of proficiency, you only gain 1 joule. Since everyone can reach 60, this test seems meaningless." Hearing this, Fang Lishan smiled, looked at the student, and said, "That is a great question, but since it is an assessment, there is naturally a reason for it." He cleared his throat, scanned the room, and said, "It is true that at your current stage, there is little difference between 60, 70, 80, or 90 proficiency. But this is the foundation for becoming a martial artist in the future. It is just not apparent right now. Fang Lishan paused and added, to be honest with you, proficiency does affect internal energy, but it has no impact until you reach 100. Based on what I know, for those who hit over 100 in the Yuan nurturing technique, the cultivation of internal energy is faster than for the average person. After saying that, he prevented anyone from asking further by saying, do not ask me how to reach 100 proficiency. Truth be told, even I do not know. And even if I did and told you, you would not be able to achieve it. Most of you will be stuck between 80 and 90 before becoming a martial artist. It is a hurdle. It is like a sprint. Most people can run 100 meters in 10 seconds with practice, even normal people. But once you reach that figure, moving forward even by a fraction of a second is incredibly difficult. The same goes for Yuan nurturing proficiency. Most people can reach 80, but pushing higher is exceptionally difficult. It is a human physiological bottleneck. Many things are like this. Proficiency is easy, but mastery is hard. For now, do not pin your hopes for increasing internal energy on this. Fang Lishan's words sparked some discussion among the students. I did not expect proficiency to actually speed up internal energy growth. If only I knew how to get my proficiency above 100. Keep dreaming. Did not you hear the teacher? Even if you knew how, you could not do it. You have not even hit 100, so just stick to your daily 2-hour practice of the 8-section Yuan nurturing technique. The news that proficiency could increase energy growth sparked endless fantasies, but they were just that, fantasies. The excitement died down quickly. They knew it was impossible, especially when even teacher Fang could not do it. In the queue, Zhang Shilei sighed and said regretfully to Li Ming, Liu Qi, Yizai Ohen, and Hu Lijun, if we could raise our proficiency above 100 and then push our internal energy over the next few months, I would have an 80% chance of passing. Your hopes would increase significantly too, but it is a pity. We just cannot do it. Li Ming nodded in agreement. Yeah, if we could, the martial arts exam's energy requirement would be much easier to pass. Our school's university acceptance rate would skyrocket. Maybe even 7 or 8 of us could get in next year. Unlike the other students, who were filled with regret and anxiety, Chen Ye appeared calm and collected. He had the system to idle for him. He did not need to practice to steadily increase his proficiency. As long as there was no cap on it, he could theoretically improve indefinitely. The only thing was, he did not know if the 8-section Yuan nurturing technique had a proficiency limit, or perhaps he just was not sure what that limit might be. However, judging by what Fang Lishan said, it seemed the proficiency could go beyond 100. If it could exceed 100, then Chen Ye had the potential to push his proficiency even further. Once his proficiency passed 100, as Fang Lishan put it, the rate at which his internal energy increased would speed up. In other words, it would have an effect similar to taking a Yuan nurturing pill, only it would be a permanent one. At that point, combined with the efficiency of the system's idle mode, the current state of gaining 1 point of internal energy every 2 days would accelerate further, perhaps to 2 points every 3 days, or even 2 points every 2 days. If that happened, he would be able to pass the internal energy examination with ease. Thinking of this, Chen Ye felt a surge of excitement. But since it was not clear yet whether his proficiency would hit a bottleneck, he would just have to wait 4 days for the system to max out the 8-section Yuan nurturing technique and see how things stood. Only then would he know if the internal energy growth could be accelerated. That evening, when he got home, his mother was waiting for him, looking like she had something to say. Seeing Chen Ye return, Liu Fumei pointed to the fresh milk and fruit on the dining table and said, "It is hard work training martial arts at night. Have some fruit and milk to replenish yourself." Although she felt that it was too late for Chen Ye to start martial arts and that his efforts were in vain, thinking he would be better off focusing on his academic studies, since he had already signed up for the martial arts track and showed interest, she did not want to dampen his spirits. After all, he was her son. Still, she had seen the changes in Chen Ye over this period and felt happy about them in her heart. Chen Ye looked at the milk and fruit on the table, feeling quite touched. While he heard that other martial arts examinees would come home to beef and all sorts of energy-boosting supplements, milk and fruit were the very best his parents could afford. Chen Ye took a sip of milk and looked at his mother, asking, "Mom, do you have something to say? If you do, tell me quickly. I need to go to bed." Hearing the word sleep, Liu Fumei's heart sank. She had hoped Chen Ye would apply himself and stay up late to study after signing up, but he could not even last a day. Still, it was already an improvement that he did not sleep in class during the day, so that was something. As a mother, she did not dare to expect too much. If he could not pass, he could not pass. Whether he went to vocational school or started working in a factory later, he would at least be able to get by. Liu Fume thought to herself, but she had no idea that Chen Ye was not worried about his studies at all. He could just leave it to his idle mode. Setting those thoughts aside, she remembered what she needed to tell him, so she said to Chen Ye, "Zio Yi, your sister is coming home in a few days. Remember not to mention anything about your martial arts registration to her, do you hear me? And put away the registration documents and the payment receipts so she does not see them." Chen Ye nodded helplessly. "All right, Mom, I will not tell Zio Yan about the martial arts exam." 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the afternoon, outside the school's instrument room, the area was buzzing with activity as students waited to have their proficiency in the 8th section, Yuan nurturing technique tested. The testing equipment was in a sealed room, consisting of a machine similar to a chest X-ray machine used in hospitals, with a sensor aimed at the student as they performed the technique. Outside, Fang Lishan held a pen and paper, recording the data and announcing each person's proficiency level. Zhang Yuan, 77. Chu 76. Ye Ziohen, 81. Hu Lijian, 79. Liu Qi, 78. Tang Zioqian, 71. After several people had been tested, Fang Lishan could not help but look at them and remind them, remember, this is just a school test. If you get nervous or make a mistake, it is fine, it does not matter, it will not affect anything. But you absolutely must not be nervous during the real martial arts exam. If you get nervous and mess up, you are finished. All the effort, hard work, and sunk costs of these past years will all go down the drain. After saying this, Fang Lishan thought of something else and continued, if you really cannot overcome this nervousness, I can teach you a method you can try. He put down his pen, swept his serious gaze across everyone, and said in a deep voice, if you find yourself so nervous that you cannot calm down, or even if your hands and feet are shaking, when you are being tested on the day of the exam, you can request a 2-minute break from the proctor to calm your heart. This is a right that every martial arts student possesses. Many people do not read the exam handbook, so they do not know this. It is a little trick for the exam. You can try using this method to buy yourself 2 minutes, use deep breathing to adjust your heart rate, and relax so you can face the test calmly. Remember this, it is a legitimate use of your rights. Do you hear me? We hear you, the group responded in unison. Glancing at the students, Fang Lishan sighed. He felt heavy-hearted finding that many had proficiency levels below 80. In past years, many were eliminated at the proficiency stage not because they did not have enough proficiency points, but because they were too nervous, leading to a poor performance. After all, humans are emotional beings. Facing something as important as the martial arts exam, students who are not steady or mentally strong are likely to make mistakes. Even if they all have over 80 points, proficiency is not a fixed value but a range. It is similar to blood pressure. Except while blood pressure spikes when someone is nervous, proficiency tends to drop. Therefore, the school provides testing equipment and organizes these sessions both to track individual progress and to allow students to get used to the environment and process of the exam, preventing serious consequences caused by nerves. Many of those tested today were like this. And these are not their first tests either. Hospitals and martial arts gyms outside can test for this too. Over the years, they should have been tested many times, but they were still this nervous, as if they had post-traumatic stress. Tang Zioqian stood in the corner, looking dejected. When Fang Lishan was speaking earlier, he had cast a few looks in her direction. It was clear that her anxiety was more severe than the others. And indeed, while her proficiency was usually around 80, today it was only 71, far worse than most. That was the impact of her state of mind. After hearing Fang Lishan's words, Li Ming tapped Chen Ye beside him and said in a low voice, Yi, do not have any psychological burden during your turn. After all, you have only just come into contact with the 8th section Yuan nurturing technique, so it is normal if your proficiency is not high. We have all been practicing for years to get to around 80, so do not take today's results to heart. Just treat it as a small pop quiz and fake your way through it. Zhang Shilei, standing by, nodded when he heard this. He was afraid that Fang Lishan's words would make Chen Ye even more nervous, resulting in a score that was even harder to look at than expected. He pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses and said kindly, Chen Ye, you absolutely must not be nervous. Like Mr. Fang said, today's results do not represent the final exam. Over the next 3 months, as long as you work hard, you can reach our current level. Students from other classes also chimed in, each offering words of comfort to Chen Ye. After all, in their eyes, Chen Ye was undeniably weak. Starting martial arts training only in his senior year, who else would be weak if not him? But that kind of concern should really be directed toward others. Like Tang Xiaoqian, Chen Ye glanced at the dejected-looking Tang Xiaoqian. He really did not deserve such precious emotional support right now. He was not at all nervous about today's proficiency test. Over the past 3 days, the system's idling had raised his proficiency to a very high level. As for his mindset, having lived 2 lifetimes, he was far more composed than these classmates. The system at this moment. Idling, 8-fold yuan nurturing technique, idling. Internal qi value, 2 joules. His internal qi value had increased by 1 point again. But more importantly, the progress bar under the 8-fold yuan nurturing technique had reached about 85%. If the system calculated proficiency based on 100 points, his proficiency was now at 85. But as for the exact figure, he could only know after the test. Fang Lishan's words did not disrupt the flow of the testing. It proceeded in an orderly manner, though many still made mistakes due to nervousness, causing their proficiency to fall below 80. Li Ming 79, Zhang Shilei 86. The test results for the martial arts students of class 333 were coming out one after another. Zhang Shilei had the best proficiency, ranking among the top even across the classes being tested today. Damn it, is this machine broken? I hit 85 when I tested at the hospital, but today I did not even reach 80. This makes no scientific sense. Li Ming walked out of the instrument room, grumbling. He walked up to Zhang Shilei with a speechless expression and asked, "Old Zhang, how did you manage to keep so calm? Is there a secret?" "Yeah, monitor, do you have any tips?" Liu Qi also asked. By then, others in the class had crowded around to ask Zhang Shilei how he did it. Even the delicate Tang Xiaoqian came over to hear Zhang Shilei's insights, although she stood awkwardly on the periphery. Chen Ye, on the other hand, stood calmly in place, waiting for his turn. He was not interested at all. In his view, to stay calm, one had to pile up confidence through countless successes. Other methods were mostly temporary fixes that did not address the root cause, and you would still get nervous when it counted. Surrounded by the enthusiastic crowd, Zhang Shilei felt awkward. He had not expected to be asked for advice on such a routine test. But given their enthusiasm, he had to bite the bullet, chuckled, and said, "Actually, there is nothing to it. Just like Teacher Fang said, just adjust your breathing. If your breathing is steady, you will not be nervous." He was spouting perfectly correct, but useless platitudes. Next, Chen Ye. Fang Lishan's voice echoed outside the room. Chen Ye walked toward the instrument room with a blank expression, as Li Ming, Zhang Shilei, and others urged him not to be nervous behind his back. When Fang Lishan saw it was Chen Ye, a flicker of curiosity arose in him. He wanted to know what the proficiency level of this arrogant kid was, having wasted 2.5 years of high school and only practiced the 8-fold yuan nurturing technique for a few days. Thinking of this, he put on a gentle, reassuring teacher's persona toward a struggling student and said to Chen Ye, "Do not have any pressure regardless of the result, okay?" Upon hearing this, Chen Ye turned back, gave a bright smile, and looked straight at Fang Lishan. "So the teacher is that concerned about me? Then I definitely cannot let you down. Do not worry, teacher, you are bound to ride on my coattails this year." Hearing this, Fang Lishan did not know whether to laugh or cry, making a motion to swat Chen Ye. This cheeky brat had no sense of propriety, yet he was talking so big after only practicing for a few days. But even though Chen Ye was a bit of a rascal, his personality suited him. It was just a shame he started training too late. Thinking of this, Fang Lishan shook his head in regret. Chen Ye wore a look of someone who had done something naughty and hurried into the instrument room. A few dozen seconds later, the machine locked onto Chen Ye. He began to spread his arms and circulate the 8-fold yuan nurturing technique. His movements were smooth and fluid, as if water were flowing between his hands, showing extreme proficiency. The technicians sitting in the instrument room could not help but look on in surprise, even forgetting their work. Soon, Chen Ye finished the routine. The staff finally snapped out of it and hurried to tap on the keyboard. This student's technique was so fluid that it was quite a rare sight in school. When Fang Lishan came in to record the data and saw Chen Ye's result on the screen, his pupils constricted. Chen Ye. Project, 8-fold yuan nurturing technique. Proficiency, 89. Fang Lishun thought he had misread it and had to walk closer to check several times, only to find it really was 89. Fang Lishun was momentarily stunned. He had assumed that since the kid had only practiced for a few days, his proficiency would be at most 30-something, but it was 89, an exaggeratedly high figure. This kid is something. How did he do it? Fang Lishun looked at Chen Ye in disbelief. In that moment, he felt that what Chen Ye had said earlier had not been an empty boast. But soon, he calmed down. Proficiency is not like internal chi value where 1 is 1 and 2 is 2, there is room for fluctuation. Just like those who performed poorly, there could be those who performed exceptionally. That explained why someone who had practiced for less than 10 days reached a proficiency of 89. Fang Lishun could only use this explanation to convince himself, though it was the first time he had ever seen such a situation. Chen Ye walked up to Fang Lishun and said with a smile, "Teacher Fang, I did not let you down, did I?" With that, he strode out with confidence. Good kid, quite a show-off. Fang Lishun watched Chen Ye's departing figure and shook his head with a smile. Chen Ye's data did not just surprise him, it also pleased him. At least he finally saw a student who was not nervous at all, with a mindset several levels above the others. Chen Ye, 89. Fang Lishun's voice came from the doorway, and hearing the score, the crowd instantly exploded. Who is this Chen Ye? So awesome, I have never even heard of him. 89, that is indeed approaching the limit we can currently reach, but his mindset is truly excellent. The people from class 333 were dumbfounded to hear that Chen Ye's proficiency was 89. Li Ming looked at the others wide-eyed and asked uncertainly, I did not mishear, did I? Ye's proficiency is 89? That is first in our class. Brothers, this is getting a bit insane. The others looked at each other and then at Li Ming, indicating that he had not misheard. They all heard it too, it was indeed 89. Once confirmed, everyone fell silent. Li Ming and the others soon realized that the guy did not need their comfort at all, it was they who were the fools. Yizayohin chuckled mockingly. Oh my, I do not know why, but my face feels a bit hot all of a sudden. The others all glared at him. The burly hooligan said, it is fine, proficiency fluctuates anyway. Chen Ye's high score must have been an exceptional performance, you cannot have one every time. The others nodded gently, thinking this explanation made sense. After Chen Ye returned, the group from class 333 each made up excuses about needing to use the restroom and scurried away. They felt embarrassed. Chen Ye glanced at them, smiled, and said nothing. He opened the system and checked carefully. The progress bar under the proficiency was at about 85%, and his current proficiency was 89. That essentially confirmed that the proficiency of the Yuan nurturing technique only went up to 100 points, at least according to the system settings. So the question remained, how did people achieve proficiency levels above 100, as Fang Lishun mentioned? If Fang Lishun had not lied to them, it meant there was an external factor beyond the technique itself determining the level. To break through 100 and further increase the speed of internal qi growth, he would have to find this variable. Chen Ye let out a breath, deciding that he could only wait until his proficiency hit 100 tomorrow to see if he could discover any clues. One day later, during martial arts class, Chen Ye moved his hands, his motions natural and fluid, as if the trajectory of his movements perfectly aligned with the fundamental principles of martial arts. At that moment, the system screen opened automatically. Auto cultivation, 8-section vitality gong I cultivating. Proficiency, 100. Internal energy, 3 joules. His internal energy had increased by another joule. Once his proficiency in the 8-section vitality gong reached 100, it stopped increasing. This was consistent with his guess. There was another factor affecting proficiency, and it was this factor preventing further growth. His proficiency in the vitality gong had already reached the pinnacle for a vocational martial arts student. His movements were as gentle as flowing water and as smooth as silk, making them a pleasure to watch. However, although the proficiency could not be increased further, the 8-section vitality gong itself underwent some changes that startled Chen Ye. The 8-section vitality gong shown on the system interface had changed to 8-section vitality gong after reaching 100 proficiency. There was now an I added to the end. Where there is a first, there must be a second. If there were no second, the system would not have bothered emphasizing the I. Following this logic, it could be inferred that the 8-section vitality gong had a second level. This explained what Fang Lishun said about continuing to increase proficiency after 100, and also why the growth of internal energy became faster after hitting that mark. In terms of cultivation, the first and second levels were worlds apart. Perhaps there might even be a third level later on, but that was something currently beyond Chen Ye's reach. As for his current proficiency, he had already reached the ceiling for the college entrance exam. He had no worries about the proficiency assessment part of the martial arts exam. Even if he performed poorly, he would still easily meet the 80-point threshold. While Chen Ye practiced the 8-section vitality gong, Li Ming and the others gathered around, curiously watching his movements. Li Ming frowned slightly and asked in confusion, "Chen, why does your vitality gong feel smoother than mine? It even looks smoother than that of Zhang Shilei and the others, whom the teachers have such high hopes for. Why? This is not scientific. It makes no sense. You have only been practicing for a few days, yet your proficiency feels higher than ours. It would be crazy if everyone were like you." The others were equally puzzled. How could Chen Ye, having practiced the vitality gong for only a few days, already have higher proficiency than them? It did not make any sense. Zhang Shilei was also speechless. It was not out of jealousy, but simply because he found it outrageous. He felt the same way as Li Ming. Watching Chen Ye practice the vitality gong was like a form of enjoyment, and it was obvious that his proficiency was superior to his own. He looked at Chen Ye, puzzled, and asked, "Chen Ye, how did you manage to raise your proficiency so high in just a few days of practice?" Others watched him with anticipation, especially Tang Xiaoqian. She wanted to know how Chen Ye achieved this more than anyone else. If she could learn the secret and boost her proficiency above 90, she would not have to worry about choking during the exam. Even if she messed up, she would still hit at least 80, which would be enough to pass. "Hey, hooligan, why are you crowding in here too? Did not you say yesterday that Chen Ye was just an outlier and not to be considered normal? So why are you here now, trying to steal his technique?" Ye Ziohan teased as she watched Hooligan move closer to Chen Ye. Hearing Ye Ziohan's words, Hooligan turned red. He raised his voice and snapped at her. "You have the nerve to say that to me? You agreed with my opinion yesterday too. Let us not call each other out here. You all meant the same thing anyway." After arguing for a bit, they all looked at Chen Ye, hoping to find out how he managed to surpass them all in just a few days. Seeing everyone looking at him, Chen Ye smiled sheepishly and said, "Actually, there is nothing to it. I just practiced blindly. The key is that my talent is too good. What can I do?" He did not know how to explain it, so he had to resort to being a bit pretentious. He could not just tell them he had a system, after all. Everyone rolled their eyes, feeling a bit annoyed. This guy was really asking for a beating. But then again, it made sense. What secret tricks could the 8-section vitality gong possibly have? If there were any, the masters would have summed them up and applied them nationwide long ago. It would not wait for a high school student to discover them. After the crowd dispersed, Chen Ye prepared to continue practicing. Although the system could run on autopilot, he could also practice himself, and the effects stacked. Even though he could only practice for 2 hours a day, every bit counted. It was better than nothing. Since the admission threshold for internal energy was unknown, higher was always better. However, right at that moment, Tang Xiaoqian walked over. She had not left. Chen Ye turned to look at her and asked curiously, "Is something the matter?" Tang Xiaoqian gave an awkward smile and looked at him persistently. "I want to know your method for practicing the vitality gong. Even though you have not been practicing for long, I feel like you have made rapid progress. Could you teach me?" Tang Xiaoqian looked imploring as she spoke. Hearing her, Chen Ye felt awkward. He did not have any secret method. He could not very well tell her he was leveling up through a system. He thought for a moment and said to Tang Xiaoqian, "Like I said earlier, I really do not have any special method. If I had to say anything, it would be to keep a good mindset, practice consistently every day, follow the basic rules of cultivation, and wait for the exam. That is about it." After hearing his words, Tang Xiaoqian nodded, thanked him, and walked away. Watching her leave, Chen Ye could understand her anxiety. Her parents had put their entire fortune into her martial arts education, going all in, as they say online, betting the family's future. Carrying such heavy pressure, she naturally wanted to do everything possible to boost her confidence for the exam. After all, if she failed, she would lose everything, and her family would have to start from scratch. This was the cost for ordinary families pursuing the martial arts exam. It required not only long-term, hard training, but also a continuous stream of resources, like vitality pills that cost 20,000 each and thousands of dollars for individual martial arts training sessions. These required a huge sacrifice. However, once admitted to a martial arts university, everything invested would pay off instantly, and it would represent a massive leap in social status. Furthermore, the future was the age of martial arts, a new frontier. The earlier one entered this field, the sooner one could ascend to the ranks of the social elite. For an ordinary family, betting everything on the martial arts exam was no less risky than gambling. Chen Ye checked his internal energy level on the system panel. It was March, and there would be an assessment at the end of the month. Unfortunately, he did not know how to further increase his proficiency in the 8-section vitality gong. Otherwise, if he could raise his proficiency and increase his internal energy growth rate, he could really show what he was capable of in the end-of-month check. After martial arts class, Chen Ye finished his meal in a flash and returned to the classroom. Previously, he would definitely be sleeping at this hour, but now he had to study. He had only cleared the curriculum for Chinese. As for the other 5 subjects, he was still failing. Although the system could automate, the prerequisite was 5 hours of focused study. Under the strange gazes of many students, Chen Ye began to flip through his math textbook. Evening self-study began soon after. Chen Ye had spent the entire evening studying mathematics. Combined with the bits and pieces of time he had spent studying earlier, the math idling option should finally appear in his system tonight. After evening self-study, Chen Ye walked slowly through the campus with his math textbook still in hand, heading home. Although his behavior was quite eye-catching, it was not exactly unusual. At this hour, students could be seen here and there on campus walking while studying under the streetlights, some reciting English vocabulary, others chanting classical poems. Even on the circular track, there were people practicing the 8 sections of nourishing vitality. Looking around, almost everyone was working hard, preparing for the martial arts exam and the college entrance exam. Of course, there were also boys and girls strolling hand in hand across the playground, acting intimate. In some of the darker corners, one could occasionally spot young couples snuggling up and engaging in mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Even at night, the whole campus was full of life and boundless energy. Just as he stepped out of the school gate, the view in front of him suddenly distorted, and a familiar synthesized voice rang out. Found a list available for idling. Do you wish to activate idling? System, 8 sections of nourishing vitality 1, idling in progress. Mathematics available for idling. Internal energy value 3. Finally, math can be idled too. Chen Ye glanced at the panel and then closed it. He did not choose to start idling math immediately because the system could only run one idling task at a time. He was not in a hurry to idle math right now. Ensuring the increase in his internal energy value was more important. When he returned home, a few uninvited guests had arrived. Chen Ye's second aunt, Chen Erfeng, and her son had come over. Her son, Zai Yufei, was a few months younger than Chen Ye and was currently a senior at Chiang No. 2 High School, taking the college entrance exam this year just like Chen Ye. In the living room, Chen Erfeng wore a professional smile as she looked at Chen Ye, who was sitting on the sofa, and asked, "Zio Yi, I heard you signed up for the martial arts exam. How are your martial arts scores looking now?" As she spoke, she looked at her son Zai Yufei and said with pride, "According to our Yufei, the martial arts exam is extremely difficult. That internal energy value thing is especially important and very hard to raise. I hear it only increases by 1 joule a month." With that, she glanced at her son and asked, "Yufei, that is right, is not it? Mom did not get it wrong, did she?" The young man sitting beside her nodded expressionlessly. Before Chen Ye could say anything in response to his aunt, Chen Da, who was pouring water in the kitchen, let out a chuckle and said to his sister, Erfeng, "Zio Yi has only been practicing martial arts for a few days. Unlike Yufei, who has been training since middle school, he is just fooling around by signing up for the martial arts track." Chen Ye was speechless at his father's words, a classic case of boosting others' morale while putting himself down. At this moment, Zai Yufei suddenly said, "Uncle, does not that mean third brother is just wasting money? Martial arts requires starting from a young age, and middle school is the golden time for it. I started in middle school and trained for years before I dared to sign up for the martial arts track. Just reaching the proficiency level for the nourishing vitality skill takes a year, let alone the even harder tests like internal energy and stance training." Hearing his nephew's stinging words, Chen Da looked awkward and could only offer a sheepish smile, saying nothing more. Seeing her older brother looking embarrassed, Chen Erfeng glared at her son. The child had no manners and was far too blunt. She chided Yufei, "Do not talk nonsense." However, even if Yufei's words were blunt and gave her brother no face, they were objectively correct. After all, she had seen Xiao Yi's performance over the years. Someone who slept all day and did not even attend his regular classes, how could he possibly practice such a grueling subject like martial arts? It was questionable whether he could even get into a regular college, let alone a martial arts university. From this, she inferred that Xiao Yi probably had not even learned the nourishing vitality skill Yufei mentioned, let alone mastered the more advanced internal energy values. She also felt it was a waste of money and that the child was too immature. She really felt for her brother and sister-in-law. After some thought, she turned to Chen Ye and said in a lecturing tone, "Xiao Yi, although your cousin spoke without thinking, since you have already signed up, you should work hard. You need to practice when you should, study when you should, and stop sleeping all the time. Even if you do not get in later, you cannot let your parents' hard-earned money go down the drain. You have spent so much, it should not just go to waste." Take Yufei, for example. He practices diligently every day. His internal energy value has already reached 73, and he is one of the more promising students in his class to get into a martial arts university. You should learn from him. Chen Ye found this amusing. This mother and son were taking turns stabbing at him, one openly and the other subtly. With the system's help, he was already improving steadily. Although his internal energy value was not high yet, his growth speed was fast. Chen Ye looked at his aunt and laughed. "Second aunt, the martial arts exam has not even happened yet. Who will actually pass remains to be seen after the exam, do not you think?" Chen Erfeng did not agree internally, but she put on a bright smile and nodded, "Yes, yes. Xiao Yi is right. We will not know who passes until the exam is over. After all, no one in our family has ever taken the martial arts exam before. But speaking of the martial arts exam, your second aunt still thinks Yinger has the most potential." She looked shocked as she turned to Chen Da. "Brother, third brother really spent a fortune this year. I heard that to get Yinger into the martial arts track, he has spent over 300,000 back and forth. They say he bought 10 nourishing vitality pills, which cost tens of thousands each." Chen Da was shocked and asked skeptically, "Spending over 300,000? Why would third brother invest so much? Is the martial arts exam even worth it?" Hearing this, Chen Erfeng looked at her brother with disdain. "Brother, you do not understand. Not to mention the government incentive of 500,000 for getting into a martial arts university, the tax breaks alone are worth more than what has been spent. Recently, the Ministry of Commerce introduced tax reduction policies. A company gets a 30% tax break if they produce a martial arts college student. Plus, if a company has a martial arts student as a guarantor, they get many favorable policies for bank loans and priority for government-related business dealings. You know third brother's factory, it makes some money now, but the taxes are high. If anyone in our family becomes a martial arts student, they could register with his factory. Then, his business could expand further in the city, and with a martial arts guarantor, he'd be protected by martial arts organizations for expansion into other provinces. Third brother is betting everything on this to have a martial arts student in the family. He has hired many experienced trainers to guide Yinger's practice every day, and our youth is even benefiting from it." Speaking of benefiting, Chen Erfeng was secretly delighted. Third brother was determined to cultivate a martial arts student in the family, so her son Zai Yufei had become one of his trainees, along with some relatives from his wife's side. Hearing this, Chen Da felt shocked, then a bit awkward. All the younger generations preparing for the entrance exams were getting third brother's support, except for his own son. Chen Ye, however, did not think much of it. He had not expected his third uncle to be so bold in his investment. It just went to show that he understood that martial arts were an invitation to enter the upper echelons of society. March 6th, Chiang No. 1 High School, Class 333. Lu Wenjin looked at the grade report in his hand with a satisfied smile. He looked up at the class and said, "You all did quite well on this monthly exam, especially some students whose Chinese grades have improved at a truly astonishing speed." After saying this, Lu Wenjin swept his gaze toward Chen Ye. This kid had really made him proud as both a homeroom teacher and a Chinese teacher this time. Lu Wenjin's words made the whole class heave a sigh of relief. Every time the monthly exam results were announced, everyone felt incredibly nervous. Liu Yuji, who was sitting behind Chen Ye, tilted her chin up and looked at the back of his head. She had done well in Chinese this time, better than her previous few attempts. She felt that the homeroom teacher was complimenting her just now. After all, she was the Chinese class representative, and for the teacher to be this happy and use such high praise as rapid improvement, it meant that someone had scored very high. She had basically been number 1 in Chinese in every monthly exam before, and this time would be no exception. She tapped Chen Ye on the shoulder and whispered, "Get ready to treat me to a meal." Feeling the tap on his shoulder, Chen Ye shifted his head slightly back, smiled, and said nothing. He did not want to discourage her. Just as Liu Yuji was anticipating the results, Lu Wenjin nodded at Chen Ye in praise and said, "In this exam, student Chen Ye has made tremendous progress in Chinese, scoring 140 points. He is number 1 in the class and in the entire grade. To go from 70-something points to 140 shows how significant this improvement is. Let us give him a round of applause." Hearing Lu Wenjin's words, the whole class was stunned at first, and then applause gradually broke out. Did I hear that right? The person the homeroom teacher mentioned is actually Chen Ye. I remember his Chinese grades being at the bottom of the class. How did he score over 140 this time? 140 points. That means besides a few points off for the essay, he got almost every other question right. That is insane. Chen Ye's results left everyone in the class in awe. Scoring 140 in Chinese is much harder than in math or English. After all, many questions do not have standard answers. You only get full marks if you answer so brilliantly that it impresses the graders. This means Chen Ye's level is now approaching that of the Chinese teacher. Li Ming stared at Chen Ye, dumbfounded. What had this kid been taking lately? He seemed like a completely different person. Whether it was his proficiency or his Chinese score, he had improved to an absurd degree. He truly lived up to being his best buddy. Liu Yuji opened her eyes wide, unable to believe what the homeroom teacher had just said. Her brain was buzzing. Should not she be the one being praised? How could it be Chen Ye? He scored 140? That must be fake. Liu Yuji could not wrap her head around it. Although she felt she had done quite well in Chinese this time, she estimated her score to be around 120. Since the Chinese teachers at the number 1 high school were extremely strict with grading, scoring 120, there was equivalent to getting 130 or 140 on the college entrance exam. For Chen Ye to get 140 under these conditions was just unbelievable. The rest of the class was astonished, but Chen Ye himself walked up to the podium with a calm and indifferent expression to pick up his answer sheet. Lu Wenjin looked at Chen Ye with great satisfaction and said gently, "Student Chen Ye, keep up the good work and strive to achieve the same results in other subjects." Chen Ye nodded in agreement. As he walked back to his seat, he flashed the dense red check marks and the striking 140 on his answer sheet at Liu Yuji. This made Liu Yuji's cheeks burn with shame. She wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Before, she had been so confident that he was trying to copy her homework, but it turned out he had scored higher than her. Now that the answer sheets were handed out, she saw she had only scored 119, a clear gap compared to Chen Ye. At noon, a mortified Liu Yuji treated Chen Ye to a meal. After lunch, Chen Ye headed home as school was out for the afternoon. On the way, Chen Ye's internal energy level increased again. System, 8-section Yuan cultivation technique 1 idle mode. Math available for idle training. Internal energy level, 5 joules. His internal energy had increased by another 2 joules in the past few days. Moonlight Old Street. Without realizing it, Chen Ye had walked to the small square in front of his apartment building. At this time, there were quite a few children and elderly people in the square, practicing the 8-section Yuan cultivation technique. He glanced around casually and suddenly spotted a familiar figure. It was a girl, quite pretty with delicate features, also practicing the technique like everyone else. Chen Yan. Seeing his sister, Chen Ye paused for a moment before walking over. Chen Yan looked preoccupied. Although her movements were smooth, they lacked spirit. She was very troubled. These days, many of her classmates had signed up for the martial arts exam, but she, who had been practicing the 8-section Yuan cultivation technique since middle school, had not signed up. It was not that she did not want to, but she lacked confidence. Even though her internal energy had reached 70 joules, there were only 3 months left until the martial arts exam, and it was impossible for her to raise it to 80 joules in that time. If her internal energy could not even reach last year's admission threshold, the hope of getting into a martial arts university was extremely slim. Others could gamble their money on that slim hope, but her family could not afford it. There were 5 people in her family and 3 students. If she applied for the martial arts program, her parents would be under immense pressure, and she did not want to see them work so hard. But if she gave up on the martial arts exam now, she felt extremely unwilling deep down. This was her ideal. After sticking with it for so long, to just give up so easily was hard. She had originally dreamed of life at a martial arts university. A very close friend in her class had started dating a martial arts university student, and her life had become incredibly enviable. She remembered that on the very first day her friend started dating that student, he bought her a premium smartphone. As they kept dating, he continued to buy her luxury bags, branded clothes, high-end cosmetics, and even a car worth quite a lot. Her life became so comfortable that all the girls at school were incredibly jealous. In the end, with that student's recommendation, she even landed a job at a top domestic internet company, even though she had not even finished high school. It seemed like the girl's life was perfect now. She posted photos of her travels around the world on social media every day, becoming more beautiful and confident. This was the exact life many girls fantasized about. Chen Ye was envious, but what she really envied was the martial arts student. She was amazed that someone, just a university student, could have the power to change someone's life so easily. If she could also get into a martial arts university, she could change her own destiny and let her whole family live a better life than they had now. Moreover, if she were in a martial arts university, she would not lack money, cosmetics, or brand name clothes. She still remembered the humiliating moment when she went out with her cousin Chen Ye last time. At that time, a group of high schoolers were chatting away. They were all Chen Ye's classmates, sharing their favorite lipstick shades. Everyone has a desire to be beautiful, so Chen Ye had also applied a lipstick she bought with her own savings. One of the girls looked at the cup Chen Ye had been drinking from, gave it a surprised and disgusted glance, and said, "What kind of lipstick is that? It leaves such a stain. Tell us so we can avoid buying it." Chen Ye looked at the mark on the cup, her eyes darting away, gripping the lipstick in her pocket. Her face flushed with shame. She felt mortified. This was also one of the reasons she wanted to take the martial arts exam so badly. She did not want to be looked down upon anymore. She wanted to live with dignity. But now, it was all just a vanishing dream, and the deadline for the martial arts exam registration had already passed. Half an hour later, Chen Da and Liu Fume held Chen Ye's monthly exam report card, admiring it and looking at it over and over. 621 points. According to previous admission cutoffs, this score for a science student was enough to secure a spot in most key universities. Getting into a key university was a huge honor for a regular family like theirs, a real source of pride. Seeing this score, they finally felt reassured. At the very least, they would have one high-achieving student in the family this year, and they would not have to worry about both their children failing the college entrance exam and becoming a laughingstock. Although the parents were happy, Chen Ye looked dispirited. No matter how impressive a key university might be, it was still just a regular university. There was a world of difference between a regular university and a martial arts university. Their future prospects and development were on completely different levels. Since the rise of martial arts universities, the value of regular degrees had been plummeting. While they were still out of reach for many, they were nothing compared to martial arts universities. To use an analogy, it was the difference between a cramped urban apartment and a massive estate in the suburbs. Chen Da and his wife reluctantly put down their daughter's report card. They set aside their smiles and looked at Chen Ye with feigned seriousness, saying, "Xiao Yi, you need to learn from your sister. Look at this score of 621, it is such a beautiful sight. If you could score like this, you could get into a key university just like her, study advanced technology, and find a high-paying job. Then, you would have more options when choosing a wife." Hearing this lecture, Chen Ye chuckled but did not refute it. With the system's help, even if he wanted to get into Tsinghua or Peking University now, it would be a piece of cake. As for his future job and wife, those were still a bit far off. Besides, with his looks, it would not be hard to find someone, so he did not need to worry about that. Anyway, once he got into a martial arts university, he could have anything he wanted just by reaching out. After lecturing Chen Ye, Chen Da picked up his report card again. He had prepared himself for a roller coaster of disappointment, but the moment he saw the report card, his eyes lit up. The score was different from what he had imagined. The scores for math, English, physics, chemistry, and biology had not changed much, still stuck in the miserable 20 or 30-point range, but the Chinese score. It was actually 140 points. Chen Da could not believe it. He had never seen Chen Ye score this well from childhood to now. Even in kindergarten, Chen Ye was slower at counting than everyone else. Seeing him suddenly score 140 in Chinese was truly unexpected. Liu Fumei, noticing her husband's shock, quickly grabbed the report card. She took one look at the 140 in Chinese, which was ranked first in the class and first in the grade, and her heart began to thump wildly. Chen Da was beaming with joy. He reached out and patted Chen Ye on the shoulder, laughing out loud, "Kid, you are something else. You actually got 140 in Chinese and first in the grade too. You have really made your dad proud. I have been a parent for so long, but this is the first time I have ever felt what it is like to be the parent of a top-ranked student. It is a wonderful feeling." Liu Fumei added excitedly, "Xiao Yi, Mom did not love you for nothing. Finally, I do not have to be afraid of comparing my son and his grades with those relatives and friends." Sitting on the sofa, Chen Yan could not help but look suspicious upon hearing her parents' words. 140 in Chinese. How could that be? Even she only scored 120. As a top student, she knew exactly how difficult it was to score 140 in Chinese. It was even harder than scoring 150 in math or English. In the 3 years of high school, she had never heard of anyone getting 140 in Chinese, and even those getting 130 were incredibly rare. And to think this score belonged to her useless brother, a stubborn layabout who slept all day and ignored everything their parents and teachers said. Him, how could it be? Refusing to believe it, Chen Yan took the report card from Chen Ye and scanned it. Everything except the Chinese score looked normal, but that 140 was just bizarre. She remembered he only got 70-something last time. How could he suddenly score 140? Did he cheat? Chen Yan turned her gaze toward her brother and asked in a skeptical tone, "Chen Ye, you did not bribe some top student to put your name on their paper, did you?" Hearing this, Chen Ye's jaw nearly hit the floor. What kind of sister was she? Instead of being happy for him, she came up with such an outrageous conclusion. Chen Yan tossed the report card aside and curled her lip at the score. As his sister, having lived under the same roof with this deadbeat brother since childhood, she knew him better than their parents did. If anyone asked her to believe Chen Ye could score 140, they might as well tell her she would receive an admission letter from a martial arts university tomorrow. Seeing Chen Yan's lack of trust in her brother, their father, Chen Da, frowned slightly and urged earnestly, "Xiao Yan, do not say that about your brother." Chen Yan scoffed again, throwing a disdainful glance at Chen Ye, and mocked, "He sleeps all day. Where would he even find the time to study?" With that, Chen Yan locked herself in her room to study for the college entrance exam. While reviewing her English listening practice, her headphones broke. After a moment's thought, she stepped out, went into Chen Ye's room, and started rummaging through his things to find a replacement pair. In Chen Ye's room, Chen Yan was making a mess, as if she were tearing the house apart. Just as she opened his desk drawer, a light red receipt caught her eye. She curiously picked it up to take a look. Martial Arts Exam Registration Receipt. Applicant Chen Ye. Registration fee, 26,000 yuan. Upon reading the details on the receipt, she froze, as if she had been plunged into an icy pond. He registered for the martial arts exam. Looking at the information on the receipt and seeing Chen Ye's name, her mind went blank and started buzzing. Was not this the martial arts exam she had dreamed of entering? Why would her brother, Chen Ye, sign up for it? He had never practiced martial arts in his life. How could he possibly qualify to register? She had been training since middle school and did not even dare to register for the martial arts exam. What right did he have? At that thought, a nameless anger began to swell within her. A few minutes later, the whole family sat together on the sofa. Chen Yan pointed at the receipt on the table and looked at her parents, furiously demanding, "Mom and Dad, do you have any idea how hard it is for an ordinary person to take the martial arts exam? How could you let Chen Ye sign up for it?" Faced with their daughter's accusation, Chen Da and Liu Fumei gave a sheepish smile and said, "Xiao Yan, we know the martial arts exam is very difficult. But since your brother finally showed some initiative, and even if he has no chance of getting into a martial arts university, the money cannot be refunded. Just let it go." Hearing their words, Chen Yan grew even angrier. She pointed at Chen Ye's nose and said, "He has not practiced the yuan cultivation technique even once. Letting him take the martial arts exam is just a waste of money." Chen Ye interrupted, "No, I have been practicing the yuan cultivation technique for many days now, and I have made some small achievements." His mastery of the yuan cultivation technique had reached 100 points, surpassing most, if not all, of the martial arts students. Calling it a small achievement was just being humble. Chen Ye glared at him, clearly not believing it. She turned back to her parents and said confidently, "I am sure he does not even know what internal energy is, what stance training is, or what proficiency levels are. He does not know the most basic martial arts knowledge." Chen Ye looked at his sister, confused, and retorted defiantly, "Xiao Yan, who are you looking down on? How could your own brother not know such basics?" However, Chen Yan did not believe a word he said and completely ignored him. His rebuttal sounded weak and pathetic. Chen Yan looked at her parents again and said, "Mom and Dad, you should have heard how hard it is to increase internal energy. It goes up by only 1 point a month, and an average person usually has around 35 points. Last year, the minimum requirement for the martial arts exam was 80 points. Chen Ye has not practiced for a single day, meaning his internal energy is around 35. Now there is less than 3 months left before the exam. You tell me, how could he possibly gain nearly 15 points of energy in 3 months? Is that even possible?" Chen Ye could not help but laugh at what she said, but he did not refute it. In reality, he really could gain 15 points a month, and if his proficiency in the yuan cultivation technique improved, he could do it even faster. But even if he told her, Chen Yan would not believe him. She would just think he had lost his mind. At this moment, the couple felt guilty as if they were children who had done something wrong. After a moment of silence, Chen Da said apologetically, "Xiao Yan, it is already done. It is too late now. Just treat it as spending 26,000 to let Xiao Yi experience the atmosphere of the martial arts exam, and maybe it will give him the motivation to study and stop sleeping all day." Chen Ye was stunned. It seemed his parents and sister had zero hope for his martial arts exam attempt. Seeing his father's dismissive attitude, Chen Ye got up from the sofa, turned around, and glared fiercely at Chen Ye with a look of disappointment. "Brother, you should not have registered for this exam, and you especially should not have squandered our parents' money like this. Our family is already struggling, and you are making things even harder for them. Before, I just thought you lacked ambition, but at least you were not doing anything bad. Now, I think you are absolutely beyond saving." With that, Chen Yan stomped off to her bedroom and slammed the door shut. Chen Ye stood there, stunned. Her words and the look on her face made his heart sink. In his sister's eyes, he had actually become a hopeless spendthrift. Chen Yan calling him brother was an unprecedented event, but Chen Ye knew that this title meant Chen Yan was serious about this matter. Previously, their relationship was at most full of bickering, with no real resentment, but now he was not sure how Chen Yan would think. It seems the only way is to use real strength to prove that he is not just wasting money and fooling around. Before going to sleep that night, Chen Ye knocked on Chen Yan's door. There was no response from inside. Chen Ye thought for a moment and said, "If you do not answer, I am coming in." He knew that at this hour, Chen Yan had not slept yet and should be reviewing her studies. He turned the handle, opened the door, and took a look inside. Chen Yan was indeed still awake, busy writing in her math workbook. Seeing this, Chen Ye curled the corners of his mouth into a smile and walked in. Chen Yan, sitting at her desk, did not even turn her head. He walked up to her and glanced at the desk. Placed in the most prominent spot were several books related to martial arts. Introduction to Martial Arts Knowledge, Considerations for the Martial Arts Exam, How to Quickly Increase Internal Qi Levels, and Teaching You How to Get into a Martial Arts University. As martial arts gained popularity, related books emerged one after another. There are many books on the market taking advantage of the martial arts exam to scam money, but some books regarding basic martial arts knowledge can still teach people a thing or two. Chen Ye scanned these books, sat down on Chen Yan's desk, and turned to her. "After I get admitted to a martial arts university and become a martial artist, I will help you realize your dream of becoming one, or help you fight for another chance to take the martial arts exam. Or if you need money then, I will provide you with financial support." Chen Yan was amused by his words. She could not help but turn to look at him and sneered. "Brother, why do not you go to the scale at the pharmacy and weigh yourself to see who you really are? You are truly ignorant and fearless. Look at the difficulty of the martial arts exam. Only 2 people from the entire Chiang city passed last year. Do you think you will be one of those 2? Stop dreaming and just go to bed." Chen Yan thought her brother was becoming more and more ridiculous. To say he would help her become a martial artist, the kind of naive talk only a fool would say, was simply incomprehensible. Hearing her sister's skeptical words, he understood perfectly well, as he had maintained this image for so many years. But does that matter? Making the right decision is what is important. After that, they chatted a bit more. Chen Ye was still angry and did not give him any pleasant expressions, but at least the relationship between them eased up. He did not want them to become enemies. For the next 20-some days, Chen Ye spent his time studying and practicing the 8-section nourishing Qi Gong, and his internal Qi value was steadily increasing. As for cultural subjects, following mathematics, other subjects were also added to the idling list. Now he was just waiting for Chen Ye to complete the idling process. During his spare time over these 20-some days, Chen Ye had also been looking for ways to improve the proficiency of his nourishing Qi Gong. He asked many people and read many books but gained nothing. He even consulted Fang Lishan multiple times about this, but the other party, like before, did not know how to further increase the proficiency of the Qi Gong. For this reason, he searched for a lot of information online, scoured martial arts exam forums, and joined some mutual aid groups, but no one knew how to break through the bottleneck of 100 proficiency. To increase the cultivation speed of internal Qi at the current stage, one can only take medicine, namely buying Qi nourishing pills. This path was even more impossible for Chen Ye, as his family lacked the capital. March 30th. Chiang City First People's Hospital Medical Examination Building. System, 8-section nourishing Qi Gong 1 idling. Mathematics available to idle. English available to idle. Physics available to idle. Chemistry available to idle. Biology available to idle. Internal Qi value, 17 joules. Looking at the data panel, Chen Ye was very excited. In just over a month, he had increased his internal Qi by 17 joules. This speed was much faster than anyone else's. At this moment, the internal Qi testing was already underway. Zhang Shile, Li Ming, and the others walked out of the testing room laughing, seemingly quite satisfied with their results. Li Ming excitedly told the others, "The Qi nourishing pills really work well. This month, all of our internal Qi values increased by 2 joules, and the class monitors increased by 3, reaching the standard for last year's assessment. It is a pity there is a monthly purchase limit on the pills. Otherwise, we might have been able to increase by 4 or even 5 joules a month." Zhang Shile glanced at Li Ming and poured cold water on him, saying, "You are thinking too much. 3 joules a month is already the limit. With our current physical fitness, we can only take at most 2 pills a month. Taking too many might lead to internal Qi disorder and damage our internal organs. You do not want to ruin your health, so it is best not to overdo it. Increasing by 2 to 3 joules a month is already excellent." Many people from class 333 had finished their tests. Zhang Shile's value went from 77 to 80, Li Ming was at 77, Liu Qi was also 77, Yi Ziohan was 76, Hu Lijun was 78, and Tang Zioqian was 73. Soon it was Chen Ye's turn. Chen Ye stretched and walked into the testing room. Under the examiner's instructions, he took off his shirt, baring his skin, and lay on a testing table. Then, staff members attached some medical sensors to his body. After the sensors were applied, the examiner pressed a switch on the instrument behind him. As the switch was turned on, the number 0 on the instrument screen to Chen Ye's left began to rise rapidly. 1, 2, 3. A few seconds later, the number stopped at 55, which meant Chen Ye's internal Qi value was 55 joules. Chen Ye was surprised to see this number. His internal Qi had increased by 17 joules in these days, and now the result was 55, meaning his initial internal Qi was 38 joules, which was above the average level. Just then, the system panel popped up automatically, and the internal Qi value line had changed. System, 8-section nourishing Qi Gong 1 idling. Mathematics available to idle. English available to idle. Physics available to idle. Chemistry available to idle. Biology available to idle. Internal Qi value, 55 joules. This system is quite user-friendly. Right after testing his internal Qi, the system updated the latest data immediately. In the future, he would not need to go to the hospital to check his Qi. The system acts as a data recorder. The examiner saw the number on the screen and froze. He looked at Chen Ye with pity. He had tested so many people today, but it was the first time he encountered someone with such a low internal Qi value. How could someone with only 55 joules dare to apply for the martial arts major? The examiner shook his head, thinking that many people were too delusional these days, naively believing that anyone could get into a martial arts university. They did not realize how difficult it was for an ordinary person. It was really a waste of money. Once Chen Ye's data came out, it quickly spread throughout the class. However, the people in class 333 did not feel too surprised. Instead, they found it incredible. They knew that Chen Ye had only recently come into contact with martial arts, and in just over a month, his internal qi reached 55 joules. Thinking about it, it was quite absurd. Zhang Shilei walked over to Chen Ye, looked at him with a look of regret, and said, "Chen Ye, it is such a pity for you. You have such great talent. If you had started martial arts earlier, you might have actually been able to pass the exam this year. But to be honest, it is a bit too late now." After speaking, he sighed. He believed that the reason Chen Ye reached 55 joules was because his initial qi was likely over 50. Such gifted people had appeared before, but it was a shame to see them buried. Li Ming also patted Chen Ye on the shoulder regretfully and said, "Yizai, you really should have gotten into martial arts earlier." Others in the class also expressed their regret. Even those who did not usually get along with Chen Ye felt sorry for him. At this point, a young man from the class walked up to Chen Ye, shaking his head and sighing, resting his hand on his shoulder. "Hey, old Chen, we are in the same boat. There is absolutely no hope for the martial arts exam anymore." The young man was Wu Daxiang, who had a good relationship with Chen Ye. After his test, his internal qi was 65 joules, the lowest in the class. With only 2 months left until the martial arts exam, this value was indeed too low. For Wu Daxiang, who did not have a system, increasing by 15 joules in 2 months was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Chen Ye pushed his hand away and teased, "Daxiang, if you have no hope, that is on you. Do not drag me into it." People in his class do not think much of him, and he understands why. Who would have guessed that he actually possesses something like a system? His current internal energy level is 55 joules, with only 2 months left until the martial arts exam. If he keeps the 8-part energy cultivation method running on idle for these 2 months, he could increase his internal energy by 30 joules. With 85 joules by then, he has a solid chance of passing. However, he still needs to idle for the stake standing technique and academic subjects, which is really tight. After all, academic subjects take many days to level up, not to mention the stake standing. Chen Ye frowned. This is indeed a big problem. He must find a way to quickly increase the proficiency of the 8-part energy cultivation method to further boost his internal energy cultivation speed, so he will have enough time to deal with everything else. Fang Lishan, standing in the distance, shook his head helplessly. Chen Ye having 55 joules of internal energy was truly surprising, but it is such a pity. If only he had discovered him sooner. With that kind of talent, it would not be difficult for him to get into a martial arts university under his guidance. Now, Fang Lishan sighed, it is such a waste of talent. After the internal energy test, Chen Ye and the others moved to another testing room. Inside was a device similar to a brain-computer interface, used for testing mental power. They had 2 testing items today, internal energy and mental power. However, the school did not seem to place much importance on this test, and Fang Lishan did not show much concern either, just taking some simple notes. A group of students crowded outside the mental power testing room. 4 or 5 went in at a time, did a quick test, and came right back out. Soon, everyone had finished their tests. Everyone's mental power data was about the same, basically hovering around 20 pascals. While testing his mental power, Chen Ye specifically asked Zhang Shilei what it was used for, but the other guy did not seem to know either. He only knew that mental power is also part of the martial arts exam, one of the 7 criteria that Li Ming and the others mentioned. It is a test aimed at super geniuses in the martial arts exam and does not affect average candidates, which is why the school does not pay much attention to it. Thinking about how mental power is an assessment criterion and a way to identify geniuses, Chen Ye felt it was not as simple as everyone thought. Otherwise, it would not be a part of the martial arts exam. Perhaps most people's mental power is at an average level, and geniuses in this area are extremely rare, leading to a field that should be important being ignored by the school. This explains why mental power testing is specifically used to identify geniuses. Chen Ye suddenly thought, could this so-called mental power be related to increasing proficiency? He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. With his current level of martial arts knowledge, it would be hard to figure out such a profound problem. After the mental power test, Chen Ye's system panel changed again, with a new item added. System, 8-part energy cultivation method level 1, idling. Mathematics can be idled. English can be idled. Physics can be idled. Chemistry can be idled. Biology can be idled. Internal energy, 55 joules. Mental power, 25 pascals. He did not know if it was because of his transmigration, but while everyone else's mental power was 20 pascals or less, he had 25, which even made the examiner take a second look at him. It is a pity he still does not know what mental power is actually used for. School is out for the afternoon. Passing by the square in front of Moonlight Old Street on his way home, Chen Ye saw an old man practicing Tai Chi, his movements elegant and steady. He watched for a few seconds in confusion, finding it strange. Most elderly people now have switched to practicing the 8-part energy cultivation method, and very few still practice Tai Chi. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration hit him. Can Tai Chi be idled too? If Tai Chi can be idled, what effect would it have on him? Could it possibly accelerate the increase of his internal energy? Thinking of this possibility, Chen Ye walked behind the old man, took a step, and started learning by mimicking his movements. With the foundation of the energy cultivation method, he learned Tai Chi quickly. His movements were both firm and gentle, carrying the air of a veteran master, earning continuous praise from the old man. After practicing for about an hour, he returned home. His sister had already gone back to Chiang No. 3 High School. Since the school is in the suburbs, she has always lived in the dormitory. Returning to his bedroom, Chen Ye flopped backward onto his bed, letting out a satisfied sigh. He yawned, his brows knitting slightly. After today's internal energy test, he calculated that there was not much time left. Currently, if he keeps idling the energy cultivation method for the next 2 months plus his own practice, his internal energy could reach around 87 joules, far exceeding last year's admission threshold. But the problem is, he still needs to idle for academic subjects and stake standing. The idling time for each is not insignificant. Academic subjects take about 10 days, and for stake standing, the time required to reach the assessment standard should be substantial as well. So the next 2 months might not be enough to reach 87 joules, and even 80 would be a stretch. And if his internal energy is below 80, there is basically no hope for the martial arts exam, especially since the admission threshold rises every year as the number of candidates increases. Therefore, he must find a way to speed up his internal energy cultivation from 15 joules a month, or success in the martial arts exam will be highly unlikely. Chen Ye thought about it, but could not seem to find a way. He shook his head, took out his phone, and opened a martial arts exam mutual aid group he had recently joined. "Brothers, what should I do? Our school had internal energy testing today, and I only have 76 joules. There are only 2 months left. I am afraid I will not reach the minimum standard of 80. Take medicine. There is nothing a pill of energy cultivation cannot solve. If there is, take 2. Do not listen to him, brother. He does not even know basic martial arts common sense. Do not take too much medicine. You will only hurt yourself. Do not be discouraged. Although the martial arts path is bright, for most students it is just a gamble. Our school only gets 1 person in a year. We are all in the same boat." Chen Ye scrolled for a long time. The discussions in the group were all about the martial arts exam, but it was just nonsense without any real value. When he first joined, Chen Ye had asked for ways to quickly increase internal energy, but the answers from the group members were all the same, just common knowledge that everyone already knew. Looking at this nonsense, Chen Ye almost wanted to leave the group right then and there. It was a complete waste of time. After dinner, as Chen Ye was heading to his room to sleep, his parents suddenly called him over. The two of them cautiously took out a ceramic bottle from an exquisite red velvet box and handed it to Chen Ye with solemn expressions. "Even though we know the martial arts exam is as difficult as ascending to heaven, we are very happy to see your changes these past few days. We cannot offer you much help, but consider this energy cultivation pill as our contribution to your effort. This is the best we can do for you." Although the couple knew their son had little chance of getting into a martial arts university, they still did everything they could. Their thought was, even if he fails, as parents, they could not just stand by and do nothing. Taking the energy cultivation pill, Chen Ye felt a twinge of soreness in his heart, and his resolve to pass the martial arts exam became even firmer. Back in his room, looking at the pill in his hand, Chen Ye's eyes suddenly brightened. He had an idea. If this idea actually works, the problem of accelerating his internal energy cultivation will be solved. Thinking of this, he lifted the quilt and climbed into bed, unable to wait to test it out. The next day, martial arts class. Chen Ye swallowed the origin cultivation pill, turned off the system's idle mode, and started practicing the 8-section origin cultivation technique. After 2 hours of practice, he opened the system again and set the 8-section origin cultivation technique to idle mode. Having done all this, Chen Ye started to look forward to the subsequent changes in his internal energy value. His idea was that if he took the origin cultivation pill and doubled his cultivation efficiency, then practiced the technique and enabled idle mode, the system might record his current state of the technique. Perhaps he could then idle in this doubled efficiency state, effectively making 1 hour of idle time equal to 2. However, he was not sure if this would work. After all, the pill's effects only lasted about 10 days, so it might not be enough to trick the system, and it was uncertain whether the system would record his cultivation state at all. Whether this idea held water would only be clear in 2 days. After school, Chen Ye practiced Taikai for another hour at the square downstairs. He would know if Taikai could be set to idle mode after practicing for 3 more hours. April 2nd. Martial arts class. Li Ming looked at Chen Ye in confusion and asked, "Why are you practicing Taikai?" Chen Ye did not stop his movements. He continued practicing Taikai and said, "Just for fun. Besides, I can only practice the origin cultivation technique for 2 hours a day anyway." Li Ming nodded. Indeed, the restrictions on increasing internal energy were too many. While there was plenty of time, it could not be put to good use. A few minutes later, an electronic synthesized voice sounded. Idle list discovered. Choose whether to enable idle mode. System, 8-section origin cultivation technique, idle. Mathematics available for idle. English available for idle. Physics available for idle. Chemistry available for idle. Biology available for idle. Taikai available for idle. Internal energy, 55 joules. Mental power, 25 pascals. So Taikai really can be set to idle. I wonder if it has any effect on boosting internal energy. Chen Ye felt a surge of joy. He planned to try idle mode for Taikai once he verified the results of the origin cultivation pill to see if it would help his martial arts training. After half a period of self-practice, Fang Lishan walked over carrying a stack of handouts. Fang Lishan scanned the crowd. Once he confirmed everyone had arrived, he spoke aloud. Starting today, we will begin reviewing stake standing techniques to improve our proficiency. After speaking, he had the handouts passed out. The materials included introductions to stake standing, practice steps, essential moves, power-generating techniques, and other key points. Once the materials were distributed, Fang Lishan demonstrated by pushing both hands out to the sides, saying, using the center line as an axis, extend outward to both sides to form a Q formation and prepare to practice stake standing. The basic stake standing consists of 4 types: the Hunyuan stake, followed by the contradiction stake, the infant holding stake, and the floating cloud stake. These 4 basic stakes are the foundation of your future martial art studies. No martial art can exist without the practice of basic stakes. Afterwards, with Fang Lishan demonstrating and explaining, Chen Ye quickly learned the 4 major stakes. For the Hunyuan stake, first lift your right foot and move it half a step to the right. Keep your feet shoulder-width apart, lift both hands up naturally, and embrace them in front of your chest. The key is to coordinate the muscles throughout your body, with the main principle being total body relaxation. The contradiction stake involves taking half a step forward with your left foot into a resting stance, with the intention of holding a spear in one hand and a shield in the other. The infant holding stake requires you to embrace your arms in front of your chest, with palms facing each other and fingers naturally spread. The front hand should be slightly higher than the rear hand. Stare straight ahead in the direction of your front toes, imagining that you are holding an infant between your palms. The floating cloud stake requires you to embrace your arms in front of your chest, palms facing down, fingers naturally spread. The front hand is slightly higher than the rear hand. Stare straight ahead in the direction of your front toes. Imagine your body is buried in clouds and your feet are stepping on drifting clouds. Your hands feel as if they are pulling at wisps of cloud, creating a sensation of tearing, twisting, and wrapping. Chen Ye only needed to practice for 5 hours to unlock the idle mode, but he was not in a hurry. He needed to solve his internal energy issue first. After the martial arts class ended, the 2-day experiment with the origin cultivation pill had also concluded. Everything hinged on whether he could replicate the cultivation state of the pill's efficiency. Chen Ye nervously opened the system. System, 8-section origin cultivation technique, idle. Mathematics, available for idle. English, available for idle. Physics, available for idle. Chemistry, available for idle. Biology, available for idle. Taikai, available for idle. Internal energy, 56 joules. Mental power, 25 pascals. Seeing the data panel, Chen Ye's expression darkened. His idea had fallen through. During the 2 days of idle time, his internal energy had only increased by 1 joule, the same as before. In other words, the effect of the origin cultivation pill only worked on his physical self and could not be recorded by the system for idle state cultivation. During self-study, Chen Ye did not continue his lessons. Since the academic subjects could be covered by idle mode, he would not waste time studying them anymore. He took his phone out of his desk, bowed his head, and started scrolling through social media. The first thing that caught his eye was the family group chat. Messages were pouring in, and there were already dozens of them. Chen Ye opened the group and scrolled up. At the very top was a video sent by his third uncle, Chen Sanjiang. Clicking on the video, he saw his cousin, Chen Ye, practicing stake standing in a martial arts gym. Following that was his uncle's boasting message. Little Ying's internal energy has already reached 80 joules, meeting the admission requirements for last year's martial arts exam. However, she is very strict with herself and has started practicing stake standing. To prepare for this exam, she has been so busy these past few months that she does not even wear makeup when she goes out. Then came a flurry of relatives praising Chen Ye. Little Ying, if you become a university martial arts student in the future, you must help your little aunt. The regular university I am attending is basically useless. The students there all yearn to become martial artists, but none have the opportunity. Yinger, you are amazing, but you also need to find time to help your cousin, Yufei. His internal energy is at 75 joules, and his aunt is so anxious. The future martial artist of our Chen family. Come visit your fourth aunt after the exam and show your cousins the demeanor of a university martial arts student. With young ones like Ying and Yufei, it looks like our Chen family will finally produce a university martial arts student this year. A group of relatives were showering Chen Ying with praise. Chen Ye even saw messages from his parents and his younger sister, Chen Yan. His sister was asking if the other party could practice martial arts with her. Chen Yan clearly still held fantasies about the martial path. Chen Ye closed the group chat, feeling uninterested. He then opened the martial arts exam assistance group he had joined earlier. As he scrolled up, his eyes suddenly lit up at a specific message. Remember how someone was asking how to break the 100 proficiency mark for the 8-section origin cultivation technique? I asked my cousin who attends a martial arts university 2 days ago, and he said that to elevate the 8-section origin cultivation technique to the 2nd level, you need matching mental power, meaning you have to raise your mental power. This message was quite high up, so many people missed it, and those who did called him a liar. The classic I have a cousin studying at such and such university trope. Luckily, Chen Ye was in the habit of scrolling up. Otherwise, he would have missed this crucial piece of information today. If he had not known that the martial arts exam included a mental power assessment, he would not have cared about this message. But he knew mental power was vital for martial arts students, even if most were at a loss on how to improve it. Moreover, the 2nd level off the 8-section origin cultivation technique mentioned corresponded perfectly with the 1st level in his system, suggesting the information was likely true. Mental power was the key to breaking through 100 proficiency. Breaking through 100 proficiency meant reaching the 2nd level, which aligned perfectly with his previous assumptions. It seemed that since no one was paying attention or responding, the person did not post much more. Aside from answering Chen Ye's question, the user also pointed out how to improve mental power through meditation classes. Chen Ye had heard of meditation classes. Many high schools offered them, but he had never taken one, and he had never seen anyone in his class attend them either. Chen Ye pondered for a moment, then turned to Liu Yuji and asked, "Class representative, do you know anything about meditation classes?" Hearing the title Representative Liu, a flicker of shyness and anger crossed Liu Yuji's eyes. She glared at Chen Ye. Although she was the class representative for Chinese, she had felt like a fraud in that role ever since the bet with Chen Ye. Now that he called her that, was not he clearly mocking her? However, when she heard him ask about the meditation class, a look of confusion appeared in her eyes, and she replied, "I know about the meditation class, but why are you asking about that?" Chen Ye replied evasively, I just suddenly felt like going to attend that meditation class. Liu Yuji let out an "oh" and gave him a strange look. Although his behavior was odd, she still told him the truth. It is like Buddhist meditation. The teacher uses guided instructions to help students enter a meditative state. It is a bit like hypnosis. I seem to remember the hypnosis teacher saying that meditation is meant to help people face all the troubles in life with a calm heart and that it can enhance mental power. But after taking 1 or 2 sessions, everyone felt that apart from it being useless and boring, there was no other sensation. So, gradually, people stopped going. The school leadership does not seem to value it either. It is normal for a slacker like you not to have heard of it. Liu Yuji glanced at Chen Ye casually and said, if you want to attend, you can go to classroom 404 in the old teaching building. The last period on Friday afternoon is the meditation class. Chen Ye nodded. He was in luck. Tomorrow was Friday, and there was a meditation class. After evening study hall, Chen Ye paused his idle training of the Yuan cultivation method and switched it to Tai Chi. Since the Yuan pill plan had failed, he had to find another path. Now that the meditation plan had not started yet, there was no harm in trying Tai Chi first. Friday afternoon. Chen Ye arrived at classroom 404 in the old teaching building. It had been converted into a training room for the dance association and was fitted with wooden floors. Since the meditation class required sitting or lying on the ground, they used the dance training room for the sessions. Walking into the classroom, Chen Ye immediately saw the female teacher Liu Yuji had mentioned. She was the school's dance teacher who normally taught yoga and dance. The meditation teaching position was just a side job. There were only a few people in the classroom. Even though Chiang No. 1 High School had over 6,000 students, only a handful had come to the meditation class. The female teacher glanced at them, briefly explained the class procedures, and asked them to sit cross-legged on the floor. Then, she began the guided meditation. This was slightly different from what Chen Ye had imagined. From the start to the end, the class was very quiet and natural. No one spoke, and there were no introductions. It was as plain as a calm, clear spring. Following the teacher's guidance, Chen Ye closed his eyes. Under her direction, he began to control his breathing and entered a state of deep calmness. An hour passed quickly. When the teacher announced the end of the class, Chen Ye realized it was over. The entire session felt as if it had passed in the blink of an eye, without a single ripple. On his way home, Chen Ye pondered a lot. He felt that the reason no one attended the meditation class and why the teachers did not value it was that the requirements were too high. Trying to use meditation to increase mental power was simply too difficult. In this restless world, just maintaining the level of absolute stillness required for meditation was something many people could not do. Moreover, it required maintaining a state of mind without a single ripple for a long time. Not to mention young people, even elderly people near the end of their lives might not be able to achieve it. In this bustling city, external temptations were too many, and one was subjected to the bombardment of countless pieces of information from the internet every day. Keeping one's mind clear was extremely difficult. That night, after returning home, Chen Ye continued to enter the meditative state as described by the teacher's instructions. This time, it took him a full hour to barely enter the state, far less efficient than it had been in class. About an hour later, a synthesized electronic voice suddenly jolted Chen Ye out of his meditative state. Host has achieved the milestone of 1,000 hours of idle training. System multi-speed function activated. The void distorted, and the data panel automatically popped up, showing some changes. System, 8-part Yuan cultivation method, idle training available. Mathematics, idle training available. English, idle training available. Physics, idle training available. Chemistry, idle training available. Biology, idle training available. Tai Chi, idle training in progress. Internal energy, 56 joules. Mental power, 25 pascals. Resources, 35 points. Speed, X. Chen Ye looked at the data panel, jaw dropped in surprise. The system could actually reach achievements. That was just plain awesome. Seeing the speed setting at the bottom of the data panel, Chen Ye understood the purpose of this new function. It was for accelerated idle training, allowing 1 day's worth of training to become 2 days or more. This feature was a godsend. What he needed most right now was time. With less than 2 months until the martial arts exam, if he could make 2 months feel like 4, that would be incredible. The system's speed function had appeared just in time to solve his urgent problem. He now looked forward to even more heaven-defying functions that might appear as his idle time increased, and his strength grew. However, seeing the resource points, Chen Ye's brow gradually furrowed. He touched the panel with his mind, trying to use the speed function. Soon, the X changed to X, but after less than 10 seconds, the 35 resource points were exhausted, and the resources column displayed 0. Seeing this, Chen Ye's excitement cooled down. As expected, the speed function consumed resources, and these resource points were likely the money he possessed. 35 resource points exactly matched the 35 yuan he had on him. He checked his pockets and found his money was still there, letting out a sigh of relief. This was his meal money for tomorrow. So it seemed that the system did not actually consume the physical money, but the resource points corresponding to that money would disappear. In this way, if he earned 10,000 yuan in the future, it would mean there would be 10,000 resource points in the system. Chen Ye sighed. As expected, the system would not let him get a free ride, but now he could only look at the speed system if only he had money. Unfortunately, he had no way to get money at the moment. Moreover, after testing the 2x speed just now, he calculated that at 2x speed, it would consume 1,000 resource points per day. That was 30,000 points a month, which in reality meant 1,000 yuan a day. This was simply too expensive. Chen Ye shook his head. It was just too expensive. He really could not afford it. One day later, Chen Ye opened the data panel, shook his head, and sighed, "I thought too much. You always say that." Idling Tai Kai was indeed utterly useless. System, 8-part yuan cultivation method, idle training available. Mathematics, idle training available. English, idle training available. Physics, idle training available. Chemistry, idle training available. Biology, idle training available. Tai Kai, idle training in progress. Meditation, idle training available. Internal energy, 56 joules. Mental power, 25 pascals. Resources, 0 points. Speed, X. 2 days had passed, and his internal energy had not changed at all. Although his proficiency in Tai Kai was slowly increasing, Chen Ye was not planning to waste any more time on it. Since meditation was already on the idle list, he could increase his mental power by idling meditation. Once that improved, he would try to further increase his proficiency in the 8-part yuan cultivation method. However, Chen Ye did a quick calculation. There were less than 2 months left. Cultural subjects would take 10 days, pillar cultivation would take at least 6 days, and he did not know about meditation. Plus, increasing his internal energy to over 80 would take at least a month. And that was under ideal idle training conditions. If meditation took over 10 days, he would run out of time. Chen Ye thought about it and felt he had to use that money-burning speed function. Otherwise, he would not have enough time. The problem was that he did not have money to convert into resource points. Chen Ye focused and rubbed his chin. The system's mechanism is that as long as I have money, the system will convert it into resource points, and the actual money will not be consumed. But the problem is that this money must belong to me, otherwise, it cannot be converted. In other words, borrowing money will not work. Chen Ye's eyes lit up. He had no money, but his parents did. If the system only needed proof that the money was his, could he guide his parents to state that the family's money belonged to him? If he could do that, he could convert it to resource points and use accelerated training to save time. This was the only way he could quickly obtain resource points. Thinking of the family's money, he immediately remembered the education fund his parents had set aside for him and his sister. There seemed to be 30,000 yuan in that account, and he knew exactly where the card was locked and where the key was kept. Stepping out of his bedroom, Chen Ye took advantage of his parents watching TV to sneak into their bedroom. Quietly and carefully, he opened a drawer, took out a ring of keys, then rummaged through the wardrobe to find a black box. He opened it with extreme caution and retrieved a bank card. Unless it was an absolute emergency, his parents would sooner die than use the money on this card. After exiting his parents' room, Chen Ye put on an indifferent look, walked toward his mother sitting on the sofa, and asked, "Mom, I recall you mentioning you had set aside an education fund for my college. Is that right?" Liu Fumei gave a soft grunt of acknowledgement, glanced at Chen Ye nonchalantly, and went back to watching TV. Chen Ye asked cautiously, "Then tell me, does that money belong to me?" Hearing this, Liu Fumei froze. She looked at Chen Ye with suspicion and asked, "What kind of scheme are you cooking up, you little brat? That money is for your college tuition. You are not allowed to touch it." Seeing his mother's wary expression, Chen Ye did not know whether to laugh or cry. "Mom, what are you thinking? How could I possibly squander that money? I was just asking if it belonged to me." Hearing him say that, Liu Fume let out a sigh of relief and said, "It is intended for your schooling, so of course it belongs to you, but you must not touch it, you hear me." Hearing his parents confirm this, Chen Ye was overjoyed. He nodded quickly, hurried out of the living room, returned the card to its original place, went back to his room, and immediately pulled up his data panel. System, 8-section Vitality Gong Level 1, available for AFK leveling. Mathematics, available for AFK leveling. English, available for AFK leveling. Physics, available for AFK leveling. Chemistry, available for AFK leveling. Biology, available for AFK leveling. Tai Chi, AFK leveling in progress. Meditation, available for AFK leveling. Energy, 56 joules. Mental power, 25 pascals. Resources, 30,000 points. Speed multiplier, X. Seeing the 30,000 points in the resource column, Chen Ye was ecstatic. He never expected the system to be so easy to manipulate. Just a simple bit of guidance had earned him 30,000 resource points. This is amazing. Now, these 30,000 points are enough to keep him on a 2x speed AFK grind for a whole month. This is great. Now he is not in such a rush with time, and those 8 prestigious martial arts universities he was worried about are finally within reach. Chen Ye did not waste any time and immediately activated the 2x speed for AFK leveling. He felt restless inside. If he can activate 2x speed now, will there be 3x or even 4x speed in the future? The subject for AFK leveling is mathematics. He plans to use the 2x speed to finish his academic subjects first. The list of general subjects has cluttered the system, so he wants to clear them out. Plus, there is a mock exam this month, which will be a good test to see how well he does. He finished the academic subjects on the 5th day. Now he has no issues facing the regular college entrance exam. He can aim for any school he wants. If he wishes, getting into Tsinghua or Peking University would be no problem at all, a feat that would have had him treated like a mascot in his past life. With his current reserve of high school knowledge, he is more than qualified to be a high school teacher, and a versatile one for all the science subjects at that. He opened the college entrance exam workbooks for math, physics, chemistry, English, and biology to take a look. Just like with Chinese, he could see the answers at a glance. There was no difficulty at all, as if he were doing elementary school homework. Now that the academic portion of the 7 martial arts entrance exam categories is solved, he can focus all his energy back onto the martial arts path. System, 8-section Vitality Gong Level 1, available for AFK leveling. Tai Chi, available for AFK leveling. Meditation, available for AFK leveling. Stance training, available for AFK leveling. Energy, 56 joules. Mental power, 25 pascals. Resources, 25,000 points. Speed multiplier, X. He had spent 5,000 resource points in 5 days, and the system panel was much cleaner now. Plus, thanks to constant practice of stance training in his martial arts classes lately, it has now become available for AFK leveling. Next, Chen Ye started AFK meditation. The speed multiplier already addressed the growth rate of his inner chi, with 2x speed increasing it by 1 joule a day. But Chen Ye wanted to see what would happen if the proficiency of his vitality gong exceeded 100. Perhaps it would advance to level 2. Another 5 days passed quickly. The increase in mental power was about the same as inner chi, at 1 pascal every 2 days. Chen Ye had been testing constantly, AFKing the vitality gong every time his mental power increased by 1 pascal to check for changes. It was not until his mental power reached 30 pascals that the long-dormant vitality gong finally underwent a transformation. System, 8-section Vitality Gong Level 2, AFK leveling in progress. Tai Chi, available for AFK leveling. Meditation, available for AFK leveling. Stance training, available for AFK leveling. Energy, 57 joules. Mental power, 30 pascals. Resources, 20,000 points. Speed multiplier, X. Just as the person in the group chat said, after his mental power reached 30 pascals, a blank space for proficiency appeared under the vitality gong, currently at about 1%. The 8-section vitality gong had also shifted from level 1 to level 2. This meant his proficiency had broken past 100, With this 1% added, he was at 101. His proficiency had truly reached the advanced level that Fang Lishan talked about. Then, under 2x speed, 8-section Vitality Gong Level 2 was AFK'd for exactly 12 hours, increasing his inner chi by 1 joule. System, 8-section Vitality Gong Level 2, AFK leveling in progress. Taikai available for AFK leveling. Meditation, available for AFK leveling. Stance training, available for AFK leveling. Inner chi, 58 joules. Mental power, 30 pascals. Resources, 20,000 points. Speed multiplier, X. His inner chi rose from 57 joules to 58 joules in just 12 hours, which meant that at 2x speed, he could increase his inner chi by 2 joules per day. Chen Ye checked the date. It was April 13th. There was still a long time to go, and the 2x speed AFK could last another 20 days. If he calculated based on 2 joules a day, he would reach 97 joules after 20 days, which should be safe enough for the martial arts entrance exam. April 15th. In the martial arts class, Chen Ye looked at Zhang Shilei, stepped out, opened his stance, and held the posture. Zhang Shilei smiled when he saw this. He had been practicing stance training for so many years that his proficiency was already at 85. Now the teacher had assigned him to spar with Chen Ye. Is not that just bullying the weak? This martial arts class was for actual combat sparring, which is the 3rd category of the 7 martial arts exam segments. It is meant to test the effectiveness of stance training. Stance training is the foundation of real combat. While martial arts is not just about punching and kicking, if you do not even have a bit of combat ability, what kind of martial artist are you? There would be many more sparring sessions in the classes to come. After standing off for a few seconds, Chen Ye and Zhang Shilei began to trade blows using their stances. Both their physiques were far beyond that of a normal person, and their arm strength was immense. When they fought, it was with a ferocious energy that no ordinary person could withstand. Boom, boom, boom. When their limbs collided, there was a whistling sound like something out of a movie. Every punch and palm strike was strong enough to knock down an adult. After struggling for over a dozen seconds, Zhang Shilei pushed Chen Ye out of the sparring circle with a palm strike. Chen Ye lost. However, it was not an unfair loss. Zhang Shilei was, after all, the person in class most likely to get into a martial arts university, with an inner chi level as high as 80 joules and a very seasoned stance. As for Chen Ye, his inner chi had just reached 60 joules, and his stance training was barely learned, not even having started his AFK leveling, so his proficiency was probably not even 20. Seeing that the outcome was decided, Fang Lishan nodded with satisfaction. Both students' performances exceeded his expectations. He was pleased that Zhang Shilei ended the spar cleanly, but Chen Ye surprised him even more. To have made such progress after only 2 months of exposure to martial arts, he could tell Chen Ye's inner chi was already approaching 60 joules. Otherwise, he would not have lasted more than a dozen seconds against Zhang Shilei. Afterward, others in the class began to spar one after another, until everyone had a turn. Zhang Shilei suddenly looked at Fang Lishan and asked, "Teacher Fang, could you demonstrate the stance body for us? I heard that once stance training proficiency reaches 100, one develops a stance body, which can simply circulate the inner chi within the body. And the stance body is also one of the criteria for selecting geniuses among the 7 martial arts exam categories. I want to see what a stance body looks like." The others all lit up when they heard Zhang Shilei, looking at Fang Lishan with anticipation. Like Zhang Shilei, they had only heard the legends of the stance body and had never seen one, so they were very curious about just how impressive it had to be to become a necessary evaluation criteria for selecting martial arts geniuses. Seeing his students looking at him with such expectation, Fang Lishan could not help but smile. While he was not a master martial artist, he had indeed mastered the stance body. Otherwise, he would not be a martial arts teacher at the first high school, pulling a 50,000 monthly salary in a small county where the average income barely cleared 3,000. The main reasons for this were, firstly, he was once a martial arts student himself, and secondly, he had achieved the stance body, enabling him to make the most basic use of the inner chi in his body. This was his core competitive advantage, something the private coaches at martial arts gyms outside could not compare to. Fang Lishan nodded, looked around at the crowd, and smiled. "Fine, I will show you the wonders of the stance body today." No sooner had he finished speaking than his expression turned cold. His clothes suddenly billowed, as if a wild gale were erupting from Fang Lishan's body. The crowd could not help but gasp at the sight, shouting, "Cool, that is so cool." Chen Ye could not help but widen his eyes. This was the first time since coming to this world that he had seen someone demonstrate the true power of martial arts. The scene truly carried the air of a grand hero from a martial arts drama. Fang Lishan then moved his hands, demonstrating the stance-training techniques to perfection. It was as if an invisible force lingered around his hands, stirring a light breeze with every movement. Chen Ye's pupils contracted. Is that the internal force from martial arts novels? He could clearly see a faint, invisible energy following Fang Lishan's movements, and he even felt that if Fang were to use his stance power, he could easily kill a cow. Who wants to give it a try? Fang Lishan asked the crowd in a loud, clear voice. Zhang Shilei stepped up first without hesitation. Since he was the one who asked to see the stance power, there was no reason to back down. Plus, experiencing the stance power up close might help him improve his own proficiency. Under everyone's gaze, Zhang Shilei rushed forward and used his own stance-training techniques to attack Fang Lishan. However, Fang Lishan moved like a fish, easily dodging all of Zhang Shilei's attacks, looking as relaxed and leisurely as if he were taking a stroll in a garden. Zhang Shilei's moves could not even touch the corner of Fang Lishan's clothes. Everything was evaded as if every one of his moves had been predicted in advance. While dodging Zhang Shilei's attacks, Fang Lishan spoke leisurely. Do you see clearly now? This is stance power, and this is the gap created by proficiency. Once you reach 100 proficiency and master the stance power, your understanding of techniques and proficiency far surpasses yours. That is why your current skill level cannot touch me. In other words, I am invincible before you. Now do you understand why the genius selection requires stance power as a condition? In front of someone who has mastered it, you are transparent, and such a person is unbeatable for you. And someone who possesses the stance power can easily defeat you. As he spoke, he gently pushed his hands forward, and with a bang, Zhang Shilei was pushed out of the practice circle and fell to the ground. If Fang Lishan had been serious, that hit would have been enough to kill him. The crowd was stunned, so this is how incredible stance power is. If you could master it, you could be a triad boss or a boxing champion in society. Chen Ye was also shaken. The way Fang Lishan spoke, while dodging and then effortlessly defeated, Zhang Shilei looked exactly like a master teaching a novice in a martial arts film. But he felt more excited than anything else. Because while it was hard for others to master stance power, it was easy for him. He just needed to AFK train his proficiency, and it probably would not take more than a few days. Seeing the duel earlier, he almost paused his nourishing chi skill to prioritize the stance training, but he held back. It was better to stick to the plan. He was in no rush. Mastering stance power was only a matter of time. After school that afternoon, Chen Ye did not go home but went to a restaurant called Juwei, where his mother worked as a kitchen assistant. It was his mother's birthday today. Although their family was not well off, they had discussed it and decided to go out and have a good meal. The restaurant was not large, but it was currently the biggest restaurant chain in Chiang City. The owner was a giant in the city's catering industry, and the food was excellent. Chen Ye pushed the double doors open and entered the restaurant. His mother, father, and sister were already waiting for him in a private room. It was small, but perfectly fine for a 4-person birthday dinner. Chen Yan rolled her eyes when she saw him enter, clearly still angry with him. After they sat down, his parents began chatting with Chen Yan about their uncle's daughter, Chen Ying, mentioning how talented she was and that she was currently specializing in stance power. As they talked, the couple praised their uncle for being so reasonable and agreeing to let Chen Yan go to the martial arts hall to train with Chen Ying. A few minutes later, a middle-aged man walked in with several waiters carrying dishes. Seeing the man, Liu Fumei stood up instinctively, looking at him with surprise and asked, "Boss, why are you here?" The slightly plump middle-aged man was the owner of Juwei. Because it was a chain, Liu Fumei rarely saw him, so she was very surprised. The man looked around at their family with a gentle smile and said, "I was just here to check the accounts today. I heard one of our staff was having a birthday, so I could not help but cook a few dishes myself. I hope you do not mind." The owner of Juwei had built his business based on his cooking skills, but as it grew larger, he rarely cooked in the restaurant himself anymore. Hearing his words, Liu Fumei looked flattered. "Boss, you are too kind. For a mere staff member's birthday, I did not expect you to do it yourself." Afterward, the owner offered a few words of blessing for her birthday and left with a humble attitude. leaving Chen Ye's parents feeling a bit uneasy. Sure enough, wealthy people carry themselves with a different kind of confidence. As the family was finishing up and preparing to leave, Chen Ye suddenly saw the owner sitting at a table with a young man, eating and talking. "Dad, my stance training proficiency has reached 97, but I just cannot hit 100 to master it. Do you have a way to hire someone who has mastered stance power to spar with me? If I could spar with someone like that for a month before the martial arts exam, I might just be able to master it," the young man said. Hearing his son, the man sighed and said, "It is not that I do not want to help, but in our Chiang, other than a few key high school teachers, there are not any martial arts coaches outside who have mastered it. Where do you expect me to find such a person? Even with all our money, we cannot hire one." The young man looked depressed. He had been stuck at that proficiency level for a long time and could not break through to 100. If he did not break through soon, the exam would arrive. The owner seemed to notice someone watching, so he looked up. Seeing Chen Ye, he politely nodded and smiled at him, showing no airs of a wealthy person. Chen Ye smiled back politely. After leaving the restaurant, Chen Ye fell into deep thought. Remembering the conversation, he realized this might be a business opportunity. The person needed a sparring partner with stance power, and as long as he kept his game running, he would master it soon. That fit the requirement perfectly. From the youth's tone, he could feel how desperate he was, and the father clearly was not stingy with money. They were just struggling to find the right person. He was currently short on money. If he mastered stance power, could not he make a small fortune? Thinking of this, his heart suddenly began to pound. But after a moment, he calmed down. His idea was a bit naive. The other party might not necessarily trust a regular martial arts student. After all, if even professional gym coaches could not do it, how could he? Even if he demonstrated his stance training to win their trust, how could he trust them in return? After much thought, he decided not to rush things. At the very least, before meeting the person, he was not going to take the initiative to make this happen. On the way home, Chen Yan suddenly said to her parents, "Dad, Mom, that young man just now was amazing. His stance training proficiency was actually 97. I remember Sister Zioing only has 89. It seemed that not only Chen Ye had heard the father and son talking, but Chen Yan had as well. Judging by her expression, she was clearly shocked by the young man's 97 proficiency. Although the couple did not understand what stance proficiency meant, the fact that their usually proud daughter was praising him so highly meant he must be truly exceptional. In their eyes, their third uncle's daughter, Chen Ying, was already the pride of the Chen family and a future martial arts college student. The fact that this young man was even better than her naturally left them stunned. Mid-April, with the college entrance exams just 1 or 2 months away, all the students and parents began to grow anxious. To take better care of Chen Yan, Chen Da rode his motorcycle to the outskirts every day to pick her up, making sure she was well fed and rested, fearing that anything at school might affect her studies. Chen Yan also gradually poured all her energy into her academic studies. Aside from the time spent on the road, she was constantly studying. At 5:00 a.m., while Chen Ye was still fast asleep, the sound of Chen Yan reciting English through the wall could be heard. She even kept a book in her hand while eating, and even in the middle of the night, Chen Ye could hear the sound of her ballpoint pen scratching across drafting paper next door. To let their daughter study in peace, the couple had recently stopped watching TV and forbade Chen Ye from watching either. They moved around the house and did chores as quietly as possible, terrified of disturbing her. As for Chen Ye, aside from practicing the 8-section energy-nourishing technique, his stance training, and reading some martial arts books, he spent the rest of his time sleeping or playing on his phone, quite leisurely. His parents had hoped he had turned a new leaf and would work hard, but instead of sleeping, he had just gone back to lazily playing on his phone. "Sai, we really overestimated Zioi." Seeing him revert to his old ways, his parents sighed and shook their heads so much it felt like they would give themselves cervical spondylosis. The situation at school was the same. Every student had entered a race against time. You could clearly feel the pace of school life accelerating. Students were walking and eating faster and faster, as if they were in a competitive walking or eating race. Eventually, many just stayed in the classroom from morning till night, having parents deliver food or asking classmates to bring meals from the cafeteria. Because Chen Ye went to the cafeteria so slowly every day, he ended up becoming the class delivery boy. "Old Chen, bring me some food, the shredded pork with chili and the scallion egg." "Yizai, I want the usual meat, egg and milk." Chen Ye, please bring me some food too, thank you. Looking at the smiling faces of Li Ming, Zhang Shilei, Wu Daxiang, Zhou Mei, and others, Chen Ye felt a vein pop on his forehead. Damn it, I should not be so laid back. Is this what being guaranteed admission feels like? Since they were all classmates, he found it hard to refuse. So every noon, you could see Chen Ye hauling bags and boxes into the classroom. It was lucky he was a martial arts student, otherwise, he would have been exhausted. His leisurely style stood in stark contrast to everyone else in the class. It also attracted some ridicule and skepticism. Liu Yuji rolled her eyes countless times at this. She looked at Chen Ye with utter disgust and said, "How can you be so idle? Do not you see everyone else working their lives off for the martial arts exam? Even the normal students are working that hard, and you are a martial arts student. If your parents knew you were this lazy, what would they think?" Liu Yuji was deeply disdainful of Chen Ye. She had thought he had turned over a new leaf. She still vividly remembered him scoring 140 on the Chinese exam. She never expected this cute little guy to start wasting his precious time again. Chen Ye's behavior also drew the ire of some parents who were there to accompany their children. The college entrance exam is right around the corner, and I hear he is a martial arts student, yet he is not anxious at all. Are there slackers even among martial arts students? Do not you ever be like him. Kids like that are destined to end up in a factory tightening screws. Some parents explicitly or implicitly told their children to stay away from Chen Ye. Tang Xiaoqian's mother said bluntly, "Xiaoqian, you must not hang out with people like him in the future. He is destined to be poor his whole life." Chen Ye just chuckled at their opinions. There was nothing he could do. He could not exactly fake studying. His academic scores were already high enough for any school, and he did not need to keep studying. As for martial arts, he could only practice for so long each day before it became counterproductive. There was no helping it, he was just that relaxed. April 30th, today was the school's final large-scale mock exam. Data panel. System, 8-section energy nourishing technique level 2, auto-cultivation available. Taikai, auto-cultivation available. Meditation, auto-cultivation available. Stance training, auto-cultivation in progress. Internal energy, 91 joules. Mental power, 30 pascals. Resources, 10,000 points. Speed, 2x. Chen Ye looked at the data panel with excitement. With the double speed, the level 2 8-section energy nourishing technique, and the auto-cultivation triple boost, his internal energy had reached 91 joules. This was already extremely high, far exceeding last year's cutoff. With 1 month left until the martial arts exam, he had nothing to worry about regarding the internal energy requirement. He canceled the auto-cultivation for the 8-section energy nourishing technique and switched it to stance training. Li Ming, feeling exceptionally excited, said to Chen Ye, Zhang Shilei, Liu Qi, and the other martial arts students, brothers and sisters, after this mock exam, we will have our final internal energy assessment. I can feel that thanks to the 2 energy-nourishing pills, my internal energy has increased significantly this month, likely by 3 joules. Last time it was 77 joules, so if it is up by 3, I have touched the cutoff line from last year. Li Ming was thrilled and itching to go, wanting to get his internal energy tested right away. Even if you increased by 3, that is only just hitting 80. What is there to be so excited about? Liu Qi gave Li Ming a disdainful glance, then looked at Zhang Shilei with envy. The class monitor passed 80 a long time ago, and you do not see him acting so full of himself. Once they started talking about internal energy, the other martial arts students in the class joined in, each sharing their cultivation progress for the month. Some sighed that their progress was too slow, while others were filled with anticipation for the upcoming test. However, after a month of cultivation, the internal energy of most of the martial arts students in the class was approaching 80 joules. Some who had not hit 80 yet started fantasizing that this year's cutoff would drop, hoping for 75 joules or even lower. After a while, Zhang Shilei stopped the discussion, saying, "Stop talking. You guys better hurry up and prepare. The exam is starting soon." While martial arts results are important, for the martial arts exam, you cannot fall behind on academic scores either. Chen Ye's assigned testing room was still among those ranked at the bottom. Last time, he only got 140 in Chinese, and his other scores were so low they dragged him down. Entering the room and taking his seat, he immediately spotted an acquaintance. The guy who copied his answers last time was sitting behind him again. What a coincidence. When the guy saw Chen Ye again, he froze for a moment, his face darkening with anger. He looked away, ignoring Chen Ye completely, and was nowhere near as enthusiastic as he had been last time. "Look, old pal, I told you last time my grades were mediocre, and you did not believe me, but now you see, right? But I am a real top student now. If you copy my answers this time, I guarantee you will rank near the top." Chen Ye flicked the pen in his left hand, his expression looking very sincere. Hearing this, the guy rolled his eyes and told him to get lost and stay away from him, with a look that clearly said, "If I trust you again, I am a total idiot." Chen Ye found it funny and frustrating at the same time. "It is so hard. No one believes me when I tell the truth." The 3-day mock exams came to an end very quickly. Chen Ye felt great. It was the first time in both his lives that he had felt so refreshed. The exam experience was like a fish in water, smooth and easy. He had never been so happy with the examination mechanism before. This was a first. The whole exam process could only be described in one word: simple. It was just too simple. He did not run into a single obstacle in any of the subjects. It was smooth sailing all the way. There was not a single question he did not know how to answer. After the exams, they were given half a day off. When Chen Ye returned home, he saw Chen Yan discussing the mock exams with their parents. These mock exams were organized across the entire city, and there would be a city-wide ranking at the end. Seeing Chen Ye walk in, Chen Da put on a stern face and asked, "How did it go?" "Your sister said she is aiming for the top 100 in the city. What about you? Did it go smoothly?" Chen Ye did not answer immediately. Instead, he took a soda from the fridge, popped the cap, and took 2 big gulps before saying to the 3 of them with a casual air, "The exam went pretty smoothly." Seeing Chen Ye's attitude, Chen Da sighed. He knew all too well that his son's academic performance was a disaster. But every time after an exam, hearing how much other people's sons had scored and how excellent they were, he could not help but ask, hoping for a miracle. Hoping that one day his son would have an epiphany and surprise them. His daughter was already excellent, and he did not want his son to fall behind others. It was just a pity that his son had always been this unhurried and unmotivated. It was tough. Sai, his mother, Liu Fume, also sighed and glared at Chen Ye. Frustrated, she said, "Who is asking if it went smoothly? We want to know how your grades are and if you have a chance of getting into university. Even if you cannot get into a bachelor's program, a decent vocational college would be fine." Upon hearing his mother's words, Chen Ye Sedo glanced back at them and said leisurely, "I did quite well on this exam. I think I might do just a little bit better than Zhao Yan." "What?" Hearing this, the 3 looked at Chen Ye in shock. Chen Da thought he had misheard and dug at his ear, finding it fine. Then, with a mix of disbelief, expectation, and excitement, he looked at Chen Ye and said, "Zhao Yi, you are not lying to your parents, are you? Your sister is aiming for a top-tier university. Saying you did better than her is a bit of a stretch, is not it?" Liu Fume did not really believe it either. She chimed in, "That is right. Zhao Yi, your parents know your grades. It would be a miracle if you could even get into a well-known vocational college in the province. How can we believe you when you say you can do better than your sister?" Chen Yan, who was standing to the side, was first surprised by Chen Ye's words, then looked at her brother with contempt and mocked, "You are not afraid of biting your tongue when telling such big lies. I study hard every day, while you play on your phone and games all day. You doing better than me? Just keep that thought to yourself." Chen Ye waved his hand helplessly and walked into his bedroom, planning to get some sleep. Since no one believed in his ability, there was no point in saying more. When the results came out, it would be clear for everyone to see who was better. Seeing their son heading to bed again, Chen Ye's parents sighed repeatedly. This kid was too lazy to even bother finishing a whole lie. May 3rd. The physical examination building of the First People's Hospital of Chiang City. Chen Ye checked the progress of his stance training. The proficiency was around 70. It would take a bit more time to master the stance body. Stance training proficiency was harder than the 8 sections of energy nourishment, requiring 5 days at double speed or 10 days of normal idle progress. Data panel. System, 8 sections of energy nourishment level 2, idle mode available. Taikai, idle mode available. Meditation, idle mode available. Stance training idle in progress, 70. Internal chi, 91 joules. Mental power, 30 pascals. Resources, 7,000 points. Speed multiplier, 2x. Looking at his internal chi value, a surge of strong confidence rose in Chen Ye's heart. The internal chi test was about to begin. Outside the hospital, The lot was full of luxury cars. Today was the last internal chi test before the martial arts exam. Today would set the pattern for who could get into a martial arts university and give a general idea of the admission situation. Many parents attached great importance to this test and accompanied their children in person. Of course, there were other motives, such as networking with students who had a good chance of getting into a martial arts university. If they got into a martial arts university, that would be a valuable connection for the future. Being able to cling to a martial arts student is a cause for celebration for anyone, whether it is a businessman doing business, a politician climbing the ranks, or a regular person working. Having a martial arts student or a warrior backing you up is like adding wings to a tiger. When one person succeeds, their family and friends also rise. Since one cannot guarantee their own ascension, tagging along as one of those who rises is still a great outcome. Chen Ye had come alone. He had not told his parents about this. Meanwhile, the parents in Chen Ye's class had already started bragging to each other and exchanging contact information. Shilei's parent, your Shilei, is so impressive. His internal chi was already at 80 joules last time. It seems he is a shoo-in for a martial arts university this year. Your Liu Qi is not bad either. This kid Li Ming is also very talented. Let us all exchange contact info. We will set up a group later, everyone join, so we can help each other out if anything comes up in the future. Yes, absolutely. A group of elite socialites from Chiang City had started a networking event outside the physical examination building. Their children were also being dragged around to get to know each other's parents. Only Chen Ye was left alone in the corner. What surprised Chen Ye was that Zhang Shilei's father was a high-ranking cadre in the municipal government, apparently the third in command, the kind with a lot of power. Liu Qi's father was also impressive. He was the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau. He knew Li Ming's father was a small businessman. He had just greeted him earlier and seemed quite amiable. Yi Ziohen's mother was the vice president of the First People's Hospital. Hu Lijin's mother was also a businesswoman, often seen on the local finance channel. These classmates were all either rich or powerful, and they were in a completely different class from Chen Ye. But none of them had usually shown off. He knew their family conditions were good, but he did not realize they were this good. They were all hiding their true standing. Chen Ye also unexpectedly saw his cousin Chen Ying and younger cousin Zai Yufei, both following beside Chen Ying's father, Chen Sanjiang. Today, martial arts candidates from both the first and second middle schools were testing here. Chen Sanjiang was chatting away with other parents. He ran a small factory and was a good talker. Now that these Chiang elites were all gathered here, he clearly was not going to miss the opportunity to build connections. After a while, Chen Sanjiang also noticed Chen Ye. He froze for a second before walking over to him with Chen Ying and Zai Yufei. Chen Ying spoke first, her tone a bit cold. I heard you applied for the martial arts department, but I did not believe it. I did not expect it to be true. Chen Ye looked at her calmly and said, I feel the prospects for martial arts are quite good, and I wanted to give it a try. Chen Ying wanted to say more, but seeing her father was there, she held back. Chen Sanjiang looked at Chen Ye kindly, gave him a nod, and laughed. Young people should be brave enough to challenge themselves and try new things. That is a good thing. It is okay if you do not get in, just treat it as a bit of experience. After finishing, Chen Sanjiang patted Chen Ye on the shoulder and walked off with the other two. A familiar figure flashed by. Chen Ye looked over and realized it was the owner of the Ju Wei restaurant and his son. Little brother, you are here to test your internal energy level too. Just like last time, the stout middle-aged man greeted Chen Ye in a friendly manner. Soon, the testing began one after another. Shilei's parent, your son's internal energy level is 83 joules. He is truly safe now. Based on the growth of the admission cutoff line in previous years, it should not rise by more than 2 joules this year. That is right. Your son will definitely get into a martial arts university. Remember to invite us to his celebration banquet when the time comes. I have never attended a banquet for a martial arts student before. Yes, exactly. Your Liu Qi is quite good too, at 79 joules. With 1 month left, she has a very good chance of getting into a martial arts university. A group of parents were busy congratulating each other. By now, the internal energy levels of many people in class 333 had already come out. Zhang Shilei 83 joules, Li Ming 79 joules, Liu Qi 79 joules, Ye Ziohen 78 joules, Hu Lijun 80 joules, Tang Zai Okian 74 joules, Zai Yufei 77 joules. Chen Ye 82 joules. Her internal energy level was quite high among the students present, so her chances of getting into a martial arts university were very high. This filled her father with great joy, and many people were currently trying to get on good terms with Chen Sanjiang. Seeing these scenes, Chen Ye found it a bit exaggerated. Sure enough, children's grades are the highest standard for social interaction among parents. What surprised Chen Ye was the son of the stout middle-aged man. The young man's internal energy level reached 87 joules, almost catching up to his own. At this moment, many people were talking to the stout man, offering to sponsor his son, asking him to be a brand ambassador, a martial arts guarantor, or to promote products, with endorsement fees often reaching hundreds of thousands. Even Chen Ye's third uncle was tempted, and he instructed Chen Ye and Zai Yufei to get on good terms with him. It was soon Chen Ye's turn. It was the same testing room as last time and the same testing table. He lay on it as if he were familiar with the routine, and the examiner helped him set up the equipment. Furthermore, it was the same guy from last time. Seeing an old acquaintance, the examiner could not help but shake his head again, thinking he was just wasting time. Chen Ye was not nervous at all, nor was he particularly expectant. After all, the system recorded his internal energy level in real time, and coming here was just a formality. Soon the test results came out. The examiner looked at him in surprise, then at the instrument screen, and shouted, "Brother, your internal energy level is as high as 91 joules. That is awesome." The shift in the examiner's attitude shocked even Chen Ye. The examiner's voice echoed throughout the medical examination building, and everyone outside heard it. The test result of 91 joules also became the talk of the town outside. Who is it who got 91 joules? Whose genius child is that? Many parents outside the hospital were looking for Chen Ye, hoping to make his acquaintance. The first to know was Fang Lishan, who led the group. Upon hearing the result, he was stunned for a long time before he finally reacted. If Zhang Xilei and the stout man's son had surprised him before, now he was ecstatic. An internal energy level of 83 joules like Zhang Xilei's only meant it was possible to get into a martial arts university, but Chen Ye's 91 joules meant it was a sure thing. With such a high level, there is no way he will not get in. Fang Lishan walked up to Chen Ye, patted him on the shoulder with a big laugh, and said, "You kid are amazing. Your internal energy reached 91 joules, awesome, you are simply too awesome." Fang Lishan did not care about his status as a teacher at all, but it was understandable. He truly felt that he might be bringing up a successful martial arts university student this time. Looking at the calm Chen Ye in front of him, Fang Lishan patted his shoulder again. This kid really was not bragging before, maybe he would really benefit from him. The news of Chen Ye's 91 joule internal energy level spread through the class quickly. Zhang Xilei, Li Ming, and others rushed over. When they saw the 91 displayed on the instrument, they did not know what to say. After a while, Li Ming smiled bitterly and said, "Yi, you really know how to hide it. I was busy showing off my energy level in front of you earlier, I feel like a clown now." The other classmates were also sighing at how well Chen Ye had hidden his strength. By then, their parents had already left the testing building and did not know that the youth with 91 joules was Chen Ye. Since the testing building could not be entered or exited freely, they could only ask around outside to find out who the person was. Chen Sanjiang also heard the news and urged his daughter and nephew again, "You must get on good terms with this young man. With 91 joules, barring any accidents, he is 100% going to get into a martial arts university." Chen Ye and Zai Yufei were in a difficult position. They were from the number 2 high school, while the genius boy was from the number 1 high school. How could they have the chance to befriend him? But in front of Chen Sanjiang, they could only nod dismissively. At noon, back home, Chen Ye was just about to lie down and play with his phone to rest when his mother's voice came from outside the bedroom. "Zio Yi, your third uncle just called. He said your cousin had a very good result in the martial arts test today, so he is treating everyone to dinner at a restaurant at noon. Are you going?" "Oh, I almost forgot. You seem to go for the internal energy test today too. How did it go?" Then she sighed and continued, as if recalling something. "Zio Yi, it does not matter if your martial arts grades are a bit poor. Mom knows that the martial arts exam is very difficult, and you have not been practicing since junior high like Chen Ye, nor have you spent a lot of money and resources. Mom was just asking. I did not expect you to get into a martial arts university. Do not put any pressure on yourself. Hearing his mother's conflicted and distrustful words, Chen Ye sighed and shook his head. While playing with his phone, he shouted loudly outside, "Mom, you guys go ahead. I am not going." He continued, "Also, one more thing, Mom, my martial arts grade is better than Chen Ying's. I have not celebrated yet, so what is there for them to celebrate?" Liu Fumei was putting on her shoes to leave. Hearing her son's words, she could not help but shake her head and mutter, "What is wrong with this child lately? Why is he always spouting nonsense?" Chen Yan in the next room rolled her eyes when she heard this. She walked out of her bedroom and, as she headed out, leaned into Chen Ye's doorway and said, "Hey, brother, do not just keep lying on the bed. It makes it hard to distinguish reality from dreams." Hearing his mother and sister's words, Chen Ye felt completely hopeless. May 4th. Lu Wenjin rushed into the classroom in a hurry, beaming with joy and holding a stack of report cards in his hand. The noisy classroom instantly went quiet. Lu Wenjin looked around at everyone with a smile and walked onto the podium. "The mock exam results are out. The head teacher is smiling like that. Our class must have done pretty well this time. I feel like I did quite well this time. I should have 550 points. Impressive, 550 points. For science, that should be enough for a first-tier university." Seeing Lu Wenjin holding the stack of report cards, the students could not help but start discussing. "Quiet down," Lu Wenjin waved his hand, his smile impossible to hide. In the past, every time monthly exam results came out, Lu Wenjin's face was as dark as coal. This time, it seemed the results were very satisfying. Lu Wenjin coughed and pretended to be serious, saying to everyone did quite well this time, especially a few students whose grades are outstanding and have achieved good rankings in the city. Then, he began to announce the results of the top 10 students in the class. Second place, Zhang Xilei 640 points, city ranking 97. Third place, Zhou Xiaoping 639 points, city ranking 129. And seventh place, Liu Yuji 610 points, city ranking 350. Eighth place, Liu Qi 601 points, city ranking 456. And, hey, that is strange. Zhang Xilei is not the first place. Then who is the first place? The monitor with the best grades is not first. The students in the class were very confused about the first place of this mock exam. Liu Yuji looked at Chen Ye with a provocative gaze, as if to say, "See that? I scored 610, ranking 350th in the whole city. This score secures my spot at a key university." Chen Ye smiled but said nothing. Just as everyone was feeling confused, the homeroom teacher, Lu Wenjin, gave a mysterious smile and said to the class, "I know you must all be wondering who took first place in this mock exam. To be honest, I did not expect this student to do so well either. The progress made is simply astonishing. And he is not just the top student in our class this time, but the top student in the entire school and even the entire city." Upon hearing Lu Wenjin's words, the students below erupted into exclamations of surprise. Who is it so impressive? First in the city. Does not that mean they're guaranteed a spot at Tsinghua or Peking University? The students looked around, trying to find out who it was. Lu Wenjin continued, "I think everyone here should learn from him. He fought such a beautiful comeback. His improvement is something every college entrance exam candidate should reflect on." The students below were feeling a bit frustrated by the suspense. Just say it already. Why are you beating around the bush for so long? Teacher, who exactly is it? Stop keeping us in suspense. Yeah, tell us. Seeing the crowd's reaction, Lu Wenjin nodded with satisfaction, then looked at Chen Ye with a peculiar smile and said, "The winner of the city's mock exam is our very own student, Chen Ye. His score is 708. Let us give a round of applause to Chen Ye for taking the top spot in the city." Upon hearing it was Chen Ye, everyone was stunned for a moment, and then the classroom erupted into thunderous applause. Damn, is Chen Ye the god of literature reincarnated? How did he suddenly become so formidable? This is just too ridiculous. My goodness, 708 points. If this score were from last year, he probably would have been the provincial science top scorer. All the students looked at Chen Ye in astonishment. Li Ming even walked over, patted Chen Ye on the chest, and said happily, "Yi, you really do not leave your brothers any room to breathe. Having an internal energy level of 91 joules is one thing, but now your academic grades are this good too? You have got to be cheating." Chen Ye responded with some humble words, After all, he really did have a cheat. Although the other martial arts students like Zhang Shilei were also surprised, they were not as exaggerated as the others. Having witnessed Chen Ye's internal energy level, they found the 91 joules more shocking than the 708 test score. Seeing Chen Ye treated like a star, Zhang Shilei shook his head with a bitter smile. This guy was now excelling in both academics and martial arts, completely overshadowing his own presence. Sitting at the back, Liu Yuji was stunned. Thinking back to her earlier taunts and her provocative gesture toward Chen Ye, she felt so embarrassed she could crawl into a hole. It was just too shameful. The social death came as fast as a tornado, too fast to escape the eye of the storm. The news of Chen Ye being the top in the city quickly went viral in the parents' group chats. Wow, that child took first place. I told you, he was so relaxed because he was completely confident about the college entrance exam. Exactly, some parents just love to run their mouths, saying he had a life of hardship and telling their own kids not to hang out with him. As if he would even want to associate with you. Right, such people are truly blind. Many parents began to flip-flop, singing Chen Ye's praises frantically. The people mocking him earlier might even be the same ones praising him now. That afternoon, Chen Ye's parents were repeatedly looking at their daughter Chen Yan's report card, filled with admiration, their smiles never leaving their faces. 641 points, top of the grade, 91st in the city. Da, your daughter has a bright future. Liu Fumei was overjoyed, constantly praising Chen Yan. Chen Da was also radiating pure joy. Meanwhile, Chen Yan sat nearby looking proud, like an unattainable snow lotus. Liu Fumei suddenly noticed the first-place name on the report card of the top 100 in the city. She looked puzzled. Da, Xiao Yan, look at this. This first-place winner in the city has the same name as Xiao Yi. The group took a look. Chen Yan said, it is just a coincidence. Chen Da sighed and shook his head. Indeed, same name, different fate. Look at that person, also called Chen Ye, he can get first in the city. Sai, your brother is just a lost cause. Thump. The bedroom door was pushed open and then closed again. Chen Ye looked at his father, speechless, and said, Dad, who are you calling a lost cause? Seeing his son's defiant look made Chen Da even angrier. He pointed at Chen Ye and said, you will not even admit it, if you were only half as good as that kid. Before he could finish, Chen Ye held up a report card and said to his father, Dad, stop talking about me for a second and look at this. Chen Da paused, then walked over and picked up the report card, wondering what trick the brat was trying to pull. When he saw the top of the list, his eyes froze. When he saw the city ranking was 1, he trembled for a second. It was not the same name after all. His own son really was the number 1 in the city. Seeing his expression, Liu Fumei quickly snatched the report card from his hand, and Chen Yan also leaned in curiously. Both their eyes stopped moving after a single glance. Chen Ye, score 708, class rank 1, grade rank 1, city rank 1. That row of ones was incredibly eye-catching. This cannot be right. Did the teacher misread the name? Chen Yan blurted out subconsciously. This was the number 1 in the entire city. Could such a grade actually belong to her brother? Seeing his sister's disbelief, Chen Ye helplessly spread his hands. There was nothing he could do if she did not believe it. Chen Ye's parents looked at each other, their eyes filled with blazing excitement. Their son had taken first in the city. It felt like a dream. Da, your son is number 1 in the city. Liu Fumei looked at her husband with joy. He is your son too. Chen Liu also looked at his wife. The two hugged each other, tears of joy streaming down their faces. During evening self-study, Lu Su came to the classroom again. Students, I have good news for you. In a few days, a university will come to our school for independent recruitment. Martial arts candidates, you must seize this opportunity and show your best. Hearing this, all the martial arts students' eyes lit up. Does this mean there is a chance to get into a martial arts university without taking the official martial arts exam? Zhang Shilei asked, Teacher, is it a martial arts university coming? Lu Wenjin shook his head, but then nodded and said, it is not strictly a martial arts university yet, but this school has submitted an application for the quota. Universities that qualify for such applications are usually approved, so it is about to become one. Based on past precedents, it will probably happen in a year or 2. You might already know about this. Several regular universities have applied to become martial arts universities in recent years. Because they cannot compete with the well-established martial arts ones, they do early independent recruiting. If they pick you, you can enter the university without the martial arts exam, though you will have to wait about a year before you officially become a full-fledged martial arts student. This is a rare opportunity, one that might only come once every few years, so prepare yourselves well. This news sent the classroom into a stir. Wow, with such a good opportunity, I have to try. Exactly. If I could get in without the martial arts exam, that would be amazing. If I get selected, my parents will surely throw a huge feast and invite all our relatives and friends for a 3-day celebration. The martial arts students were all eager and ready for the challenge. Lu Wenjin specifically glanced at Chen Ye. If this kid participated in this recruitment, he would definitely be chosen. After all, he has an internal energy level of 91 joules, the highest in the school. He could not have imagined that the student who used to give him so many headaches would now become his source of pride. Unlike others, Chen Ye appeared very calm. He knew that although this special recruitment was an alternative path, the requirements were extremely strict, arguably no easier than the martial arts entrance exam. The only advantage was avoiding the nerve-wracking pressure of the main exam, but the downside was that he could not immediately become a student at a martial arts university and would have to wait a year. Furthermore, schools that had just transitioned into martial arts universities generally had mediocre resources, and their faculty was far inferior to the established elite institutions. Chen Ye was not interested in that. His goal was the top 8 martial arts universities. He wanted to get into the best tier of schools and secure the best resources. A person cannot be short-sighted. However, for other students, this special recruitment was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Simply becoming a student at a martial arts university already put them ahead of 99.999999% of the students in the country. May 5th. On this day, Chen Ye's proficiency in his stance training reached 100, and his system interface changed. System, 8 sections of Vitality Cultivation Level 2, Idle Mode enabled. Taikai, Idle Mode enabled. Meditation, Idle Mode enabled. Stance Mastery Stage, 1 Idle Mode in progress. Inner Chi value, 91 joules. Mental power, 30 pascals. Resources, 5,000 points. Speed multiplier, 2x. The original stance training has now become Stance Mastery Stage 1. It looks like there is room for further progress. At this point, the proficiency for his stance was at 100 and stopped increasing. It seemed just like the vitality cultivation technique. Perhaps his mental power was not enough to allow the stance proficiency to advance any further. He paused the stance mastery and continued idle cultivation for the 8 sections of Vitality Cultivation Level 2. Stretching his waist, Chen Ye reached out and took a step, beginning to execute the stance. His movements were as fluid as Fang Lishan's had been that day. As his limbs moved, an invisible energy flowed through them. This was inner chi. He was now able to use it simply. Feeling the vigorous power in his arms and legs, Chen Ye could not help but feel excited. This was true stance mastery, a goal many martial arts students dreamed of achieving, and now he had done it with ease. His current combat ability was enough to easily take on 10 opponents. Being able to use inner chi and not being able to use it were 2 completely different things. Only by being able to use inner chi can one be considered a true beginner in martial arts. Anything before that is just the stage of tempering the body. During the afternoon martial arts class, before they started, Fang Lishan began to brief them on a few things. Your current stance training proficiency is all around 80. A proficiency of 80 is barely enough to get by in the martial arts exam. If you want to achieve anything significant, you must truly perceive the essence of the stance and practice frequently, striving to raise your proficiency to 100 to master the stance. The mastered stance is the start of martial arts. In the future, if you enter a martial arts university and want to become a warrior or learn martial techniques, the mastered stance is a threshold you cannot avoid. Those who have read books related to martial arts should know that the stance is the most fundamental foundation for a warrior. It works in tandem with the 8 sections of vitality cultivation, one focusing internally and the other externally. You can get away with not reaching 100 proficiency in the vitality cultivation technique, but not with the stance. You must persist and find ways to push your proficiency to 100. Although the martial arts exam only requires 80 proficiency for the stance, once you enter university, there is no escaping it. If your stance proficiency is not 100, you will never become a warrior and never be able to practice martial techniques in your entire life. Fang Lishan continued, I am not demanding your stance proficiency be at 100 right now, but I want you to remember that you cannot slack off for even a moment. Furthermore, a mastered stance is the benchmark for selecting talents during the martial arts exam. If you master the stance, you have a chance to enter the best tier of martial arts universities, where you will have all the resources you need and never be short of money. There will be schools coming here for special recruitment in just a few days. You should have heard about this. The purpose of these schools coming here is to look for geniuses who have already mastered the stance. If you have done so, there is a high probability they will scout you, and you will not even need to take the college entrance exam. You will get into a martial arts university early. Fang Lishan looked sternly at the crowd and said loudly, "Do you understand?" "Oh, so they are looking for geniuses who have mastered the stance. Does not that mean I have no hope?" The problem is, it seems our school does not even have a single student who has mastered the stance. The students felt somewhat discouraged after learning this. Seeing this, Fang Lishan shook his head, a bunch of spineless kids. He turned to look at Chen Ye and, seeing his expressionless face, nodded with satisfaction. Yes, calm and collected, that is exactly how a student taught by me should look. What he did not know was that Chen Ye was checking his system interface at that moment and had not heard a word he said. All right, stop sighing and moaning like a lovelorn girl. If you have not mastered the stance, then practice harder. The stance training does not have as many restrictions as the vitality cultivation technique. Fang Lishan scolded the crowd loudly. Today's martial arts class had two segments. First, Fang Lishan would roughly assess the student's stance proficiency, followed by live combat practice. After watching everyone's stance, Fang Lishan could not help but shake his head, no progress at all. The only thing he felt glad about was that Zhang Shilei's stance proficiency had broken past 90. Chen Ye stood in the crowd, and Fang Lishan did not ask him to demonstrate, simply because he had practiced the stance for too short a time. No matter how talented he was, it was impossible to have high proficiency. All right, let us start the sparring. Fang Lishan waved his hand, signaling the crowd to spread out. Li Ming and Hu Lijun were the first to spar. It was an exciting match, and they were evenly matched with similar stance proficiencies. The only difference was that Hu Lijun's inner chi was slightly higher, which gave him a narrow victory over Li Ming. The subsequent pairs were also evenly matched. Fang Lishan clearly understood each person's martial strength, ensuring the matchups would not be too lopsided. However, none of these sparring sessions had anything particularly spectacular about them. Hey, who do you think the teacher will pick to spar against Zhang Shilei? His stance proficiency is over 90 now, so there probably is not anyone in class who is his opponent. I do not want to spar with him anyway. If I go up there and cannot even take one move, it will be too embarrassing. True, bullying the weak is fun, but being the one getting bullied? No thanks. The students on the sidelines whispered, unwilling to spar with Zhang Shilei. Next, Zhang Shilei, Fang Lishan called out as he held the roster, but he quickly found himself in a dilemma. Who should he pick to spar against him? His gaze swept across the crowd. Seeing him look their way, the students all turned their heads, avoiding eye contact for fear of being chosen. After a round, Fang Lishan's eyes suddenly lit up, locking onto Chen Ye. "Oh, looks like the teacher picked Chen Ye," someone said, gloating and eager for chaos. "I do not think Chen Ye can beat Zhang Shilei." "I think so too. Even though his inner chi is higher than Zhang Shilei's, without mastering the stance, you cannot actually use it. It just means he has good endurance. Sparring is about stance, and Chen Ye will not cut it." None of the students present were optimistic about Chen Ye. Fang Lishan watched them with interest. He arranged the match this way because he wanted to see what would happen when they clashed. He shared the same view as the students. Chen Ye was likely no match for Zhang Shilei. Logically, he should not have arranged it this way, but this particular matchup was something he was looking forward to seeing. Fang Lishan smiled and said to Chen Ye, "Chen Ye, you go spar with Zhang Shilei." Chen Ye nodded and walked into the circle. Seeing Chen Ye enter, Zhang Shilei could not help but laugh. "Your inner chi is indeed higher than mine, but sparring depends on stance. You are no match for me." Then, with a stern expression and the demeanor of a master, he told Chen Ye, "My stance proficiency is already 92. If you cannot hold on later, let me know, and I will hold back to avoid hurting you." Hearing this, Chen Ye sighed internally. So it turns out the humble and gentle image Zhang Shilei maintained at school was just an act. It turns out martial arts was the one thing he wanted to show off about. "Stop blabbering," Chen Ye muttered. Then he smiled nonchalantly and said to Zhang Shilei, "You do not have to hold back. I am afraid that if you do not, you will lose without even landing a single move on me." The moment those words were out, the whole crowd erupted. Chen Ye is being a bit arrogant. No, I cannot take it. This guy is too full of himself. I hope Zhang Shilei teaches this sudden upstart a good lesson. The students on the sidelines all thought Chen Ye was just posturing and had no real strength. Fang Lishan chuckled. This kid really was not humble at all. Zhang Shilei's face darkened at this moment, clearly irritated by Chen Ye. He took a deep breath, strode forward, and charged at him. Facing the aggressive Zhang Shilei, Chen Ye remained calm, assuming a stance with his legs slightly apart. Whoosh! A light breeze brushed by as Chen Ye shifted his feet, effortlessly dodging Zhang Shilei's palm thrust. Having missed his mark, Zhang Shilei felt a jolt of alarm and quickly turned to launch another palm strike. Chen Ye sidestepped it with ease again, his movements smooth and restrained, like a fish gliding through the ocean. Seeing this, Fang Lishan's pupils constricted. He stared intensely at Chen Ye's movements, wondering, could it be? A suspicion formed in his mind, and his heart began to race. Hey, why cannot Zhang Shilei land a hit on Chen Ye? Yeah, his proficiency is clearly higher than Chen Ye's. This does not make sense. The students on the sidelines were completely baffled. While everyone was puzzled, Zhang Shilei threw over a dozen more strikes, but could not even touch the hem of Chen Ye's clothes. Seeing this, Fang Lishan was certain. This kid Chen Ye was full of surprises. He had actually mastered the stance body. It was incredible. He clenched his fists, overcome with joy. With this kid's progress, perhaps he really could produce a student who gets into a top-tier martial arts university this year. By now, the people watching also noticed something odd. What is going on? This sparring session is starting to look like the one between Zhang Shilei and teacher Fang the other day. Exactly, Zhang Shilei has been attacking the whole time, but he has not even touched Chen Ye. It is exactly the same as that match. Could it be that Chen Ye has also mastered the stance body? As the crowd considered this possibility, looks of disbelief appeared on their faces. How long has Chen Ye even been training the stance? And he has already mastered the stance body. It is one thing to have a high internal energy level. Maybe that is just talent, but what is going on with his mastery of the stance? Stance training is a long-term discipline. It is not something you can just master in a few days. But look at Chen Ye's stance body now. It is simply heaven-defying. They could not comprehend this speed of cultivation. They felt like they could not even write the words stance training anymore. They had practiced for years and only reached a proficiency of about 80, yet someone else surpassed them in a month or two. Zhang Shilei, who was still attacking, finally understood. Chen Ye had mastered the stance body, and once someone has the stance body, it was not something he could contend with. He could not help but smile bitterly, thinking that the gap between people really could be greater than the gap between a human and a pig. After getting a feel for his stance body in practice, Chen Ye stopped holding back. Internal energy surged through his arms, and a ripple-like breeze began to emanate from between his palms. He thrust his hands forward. With a sudden push, Zhang Shilei was sent flying, as if he had been launched by a spring. Clap, clap, clap. Fang Lishan applauded excitedly and jogged over to Chen Ye, looking him over with wonder. He exclaimed, I never expected such a freak of nature to emerge among this year's martial arts students. Mastering the stance body in just a month or two, amazing, truly amazing. You are a student worthy of being under my tutelage. Li Ming and the others looked on with envy. Fang Lishan was usually a stern teacher who rarely handed out compliments. A student who could earn his praise was practically guaranteed a spot in a top-tier martial arts university. Afterward, a group of students crowded around Chen Ye, some asking for advice on how to quickly raise their internal energy levels, others asking how to master the stance body. Faced with such enthusiastic questions, Chen Ye gave a few perfunctory answers. Asking him to teach others how to cultivate martial arts was asking a bit too much. Although his martial arts foundation was solid, his internal energy high, and his stance training complete, his understanding of martial arts theory was not systematic. He was like a math genius who could see the answer to complex problems at a glance, but could not explain the process. That is exactly how Chen Ye felt. After class, as Chen Ye was heading to the cafeteria, Tang Zioqian blocked his path. Chen Ye, can you help me? Tang Zioqian looked at him with stubborn desperation, her voice thick with tears. I cannot fail the martial arts exam this time. I have to get into a martial arts university, or my family will be finished. To let me take the exam, my dad sold our house in the countryside, and my mom quit her job to help me focus on training. If I fail, everything they have sacrificed will have been for nothing. She grabbed Chen Ye's wrist in agitation, continuing, "My internal energy is only 74 joules right now. At this level, there is no way I will get into a university. But you increased your energy to 91 joules in such a short time and mastered the stance body. You must have a way to break the iron laws of the Yuan nurturing technique. Please, share your methods and secrets with me." Chen Ye calmly pushed her hand away, met her gaze with an expressionless face, and replied, "Tang Zioqian, I told everyone already. I do not have any secret cultivation techniques, nor do I have any teaching methods better than Teacher Fang's. I am sorry, I cannot help you." With that, Chen Ye turned and left. He was well aware of how much Tang Zioqian's family had bet on this exam. In Chiang City, there were too many families like hers who poured everything they had into that slim hope of a future. But the martial arts exam was not a charity. Hard work was perhaps the least significant factor. A wealthy background and powerful resource supplies were the true lifelines. Evening study hall. Chen Ye checked his data panel. He had 5,000 resource points left, but after 5 days, he would not be able to use the double-speed cultivation mode. He needed to find a way to make money. His internal energy and stance were already above last year's admission threshold, but to advance further, it would be very slow without double-speed training. He also wanted to try and max out his Taiji proficiency to see if this basic skill, which most considered inferior to the Yuan nurturing technique, would evolve, perhaps reaching a second level or stage just like the others. If he wanted to aim for one of the top 8 martial arts universities, he probably needed to push his internal energy higher. Now, money had become his stumbling block to further progress. After a moment of thought, Chen Ye shook his head, having reached no conclusion. He stood up to head home. Study hall was meaningless to him now, so he might as well go home and rest. Lu Wenjin did not stop him from leaving early. This was the privilege of having good grades. A high school teacher's only standard for judging a student was grades. If you had them, everything was fine. If not, you could do no right. Just as he walked out the door, he ran into Zhang Shilei, who was coming up from downstairs, though there was no telling what he had been up to. When Zhang Shilei saw it was Chen Ye, his eyes lit up. He grabbed Chen Ye's sleeve and said, "Chen Ye, do not leave yet, I need to tell you something." Seeing his mysterious demeanor, Chen Ye asked doubtfully, "What is it?" Zhang Shilei did not answer immediately. Instead, he pulled him to a corner of the building. This behavior only made Chen Ye more curious. "You are acting so mysterious. What shady business have you been up to?" "Don't talk nonsense. What shady business could I be doing?" Zhang Shilei rolled his eyes before saying, "Chen Ye, here is the deal. Since you mastered the stance body, word has spread throughout the school, and now I have a few friends who want to meet you." Chen Ye was speechless. That was it. He thought it was something major. "And who are these friends of yours? Just because they want to meet me, I have to go." Chen Ye glanced at him indifferently and said, "I'm not going." He turned to leave. Zhang Shilei hurriedly stopped him, pleading, "Chen Ye, do not refuse. This will be beneficial for both you and your family. Just meet them first." Beneficial? Chen Ye's heart skipped a beat. Did not he need money right now? If Zhang Shilei said there were benefits, could it mean money? He had previously considered doing endorsements for local martial arts products, but the problem was he would not get paid until after the exam, and it felt a bit tacky. Chen Ye thought about it and felt it was worth a look. He then looked at Zhang Shilei and said, "You better not be lying to me, or I will ask to spar with you in tomorrow's martial arts class. Besides, our strength levels are a perfect match." Hearing this, Zhang Shilei gave a bitter laugh. What perfect match? To those who have mastered the stake body, everyone else is invincible. Whether your proficiency is 90, 80, or 10, in front of someone who has attained the stake body, everyone else is just like a baby chick. To think you can actually say our strength is a perfect match. Zhang Shilei said speechlessly, "Surely you have seen what kind of person I am over these past few days. Am I the type to deceive a classmate? Let us go, they have been waiting for a while." Chen Ye looked at Zhang Shilei thoughtfully and muttered, "True, you do not lie. You just like to pretend to be an expert." Hearing this, black lines appeared on Zhang Shilei's forehead. Chen Ye was mocking him for trying to show off before today's sparring session, only to end up getting beat. Number 1 High School Gymnasium. Inside a training room, several students were already waiting anxiously. "Hey Ozzy, do you think he will actually come?" "I do not know. After all, he has attained the stake body now. He might not think much of us." After the group waited for another 5 minutes, 2 figures appeared at the entrance of the training room. "Hey Ozzy, he really came." One of the young men hurried toward Chen Ye. As Chen Ye saw the student walking toward him, he was stunned for a moment. Memories flashed through his mind, and he remembered. This was the son of that portly middle-aged man, the son of the owner of the restaurant where his mother worked. At this moment, Zhang Shilei walked beside him, introducing the people in the training room. The leading student, the son of the portly man, was named Han Shilin. The one who had been talking to Han Shilin was Lin Hao, and the others were Gu Yiji, Zhang Tailong, and so on. After hearing Zhang Shilei's introduction, Chen Ye understood. This was a circle of martial arts geniuses from the school. These people were the top martial arts students in their respective classes, the group most likely to get into a martial arts university. Moreover, their family backgrounds were all quite impressive. Han Shilin, needless to say, his father was a catering giant in Chiang City. Lin Hao was no pushover either. His father was the boss of the largest construction company in Chiang City, taking on many government infrastructure projects. Gu Yiji came from a prominent local scholarly family with deep connections, and Zhang Tailong's family owned the largest commercial plaza in Chiang City, Tailong Plaza, which was named after him. So this was the benefit Zhang Shilei mentioned. Indeed, by befriending these people, he could gain access to much more information. Chen Ye had not expected the school to have such a small clique for the martial arts exams. Judging by the situation, they were looking to recruit him. So the genius with an internal energy value of 91 and a mastered steak body is you. Han Shilin finally recognized Chen Ye. Chen Ye just nodded, his expression calm as he said, "That is me." Zhang Shilei looked at the two in surprise and said, "You guys know each other." Chen Ye did not speak. Han Shilin smiled and said, "You could say that." He did not mention that the first time they met was at his father's restaurant, nor did he mention that Chen Ye's mother was an employee at that restaurant. After Chen Ye exchanged brief greetings with the others, Han Shilin dropped his smile and looked at him solemnly. "Brother Chen, I heard you have mastered the steak body. Could you show me? I want to see how big the gap is between us." Chen Ye nodded. Since the other party was polite enough to call him brother, there was no need to refuse such a small favor. Plus, befriending such local elites would make things much easier in Chiang City in the future. Seeing Chen Ye nod, Han Shilin smiled with relief and anticipation, and the others also wore expectant expressions. Opportunities to witness the steak body in person were rare. Even Fang Lishan did not easily show off his steak body, and most martial arts gym coaches had no idea how to use it, so they had practically never seen its true power. Han Shilin took a step, set his stance, and quickly attacked Chen Ye. Naturally, he was not foolish enough to think he could beat a master of the steak body. If he let Chen Ye strike first, he feared he would not get a chance to attack at all. His goal was to experience the appeal of the steak body. If the fight ended in 1 second, it would be a wasted sparring opportunity, and he knew he did not have the influence to ask for another match. Meanwhile, Zhang Shilei nudged Lin Hao with his elbow, raised his eyebrows, and said proudly, "Hey Uzi, you are about to see the steak body you have been dreaming of. Watch carefully, you might not get to see it again after today." Lin Hao glanced at him sideways and said disdainfully, "Brother Chen is the one who mastered the steak body. What are you being so smug about?" Having said that, Lin Hao immediately locked his gaze on Chen Ye. Zhang Shilei was right. He could not miss this chance to witness the steak body. He had to observe it closely, as this might be his last chance before the martial arts exams. Facing the rapidly approaching Han Shilin, Chen Ye still did not react, because every move of Han Shilin was captured in his eyes. He knew exactly what move Han Shilin would make next, clear as day. Once Han Shilin got close, he quickly clapped his hands toward Chen Ye, but the latter was like a slippery fish, easily avoiding his attacks. He followed up with a palm strike, but that too was easily dodged. He launched countless attacks, more than he could even remember, yet he did not even manage to touch a single hair on his opponent. He was panting heavily, while Chen Ye remained calm and composed, showing no signs of fatigue. He was like a phantom, right within reach, yet completely untouchable. The shock in Han Shilin's eyes grew even more intense. Is this the steak body? It is simply monstrous. To students like us, someone like this is just invincible. We are not even on the same level. It felt like a baby fighting an adult. No matter how you claw or flail, you cannot hurt the other person at all. The spectators on the sidelines, except for Zhang Shilei who had already experienced it, were all stunned. Is this the steak body? Oh my god, it is just too powerful. Lin Hao looked at Chen Ye with envy. Cool, it is really too cool. No wonder the steak body is the benchmark for a genius. If only I had mastered the steak body, I could treat Brother Shilin like a toy too. Gu Yiji and Zhang Tailong watched Chen Ye with glowing eyes. In their view, Han Shilin was nothing more than a toy being completely manipulated by Chen Ye. Bam! Chen Ye chuckled and made his move. Just like in the sparring with Zhang Shilei, he ended the fight with one strike. He did not need a second, the opponent simply could not handle it. Han Shilin flew out like a sandbag. He stood up and dusted himself off. Even though he had lost, he was beaming with joy. It was exhilarating. The power of the stake body far exceeded his imagination, and his desire to master it grew stronger than ever. Lin Hao and the others on the sidelines applauded frantically, feeling their blood boil. Chen Ye, can I ask you a favor? Han Shilin suddenly stared at Chen Ye with sincerity. Back home, Chen Ye finished his shower and sat on the sofa watching TV, waiting for someone. With a thump, the door clicked open. His mother had returned. Liu Fumei looked exhausted, dragging her heavy feet as she muttered to herself. Business at the restaurant was so busy today, I am absolutely worn out. Chen Da, sitting on the sofa, said in a leisurely tone while cracking sunflower seeds, if you were the store manager, you would not have to work so hard. A 9-to-5 job would be so much better. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he turned to his wife and said, oh, that is right. I seem to recall that the manager of your chain store was transferred a few days ago. Is the position vacant? Do not you have a chance to compete for it? Liu Fumei sneered, shot her husband a glare, and retorted, Manager, you really can dream. I have no education, no connections, and no management experience. Why would they ever let me be the manager? Besides, I heard they're parachuting in a manager from the headquarters. Hearing his mother's words, Chen Ye pondered for a second. The store manager position actually sounded like a good option for her. A few minutes later, Han Shilin arrived downstairs. Chen Ye said goodbye to his parents and headed out. Han Shilin had arrived in a sedan, and based on his memories from his previous life, he knew it was a Jaguar. It was clear the guy had gotten his license as soon as he turned 18, and his family had bought him a car. Being rich is truly nice. Glancing at the unusually excited Han Shilin, Chen Ye greeted him and hopped into the car. The car started and headed toward the city center, finally pulling up in front of a luxury hotel. Han Shilin made a welcoming gesture and led him into a private room. Zhang Shilei, Lin Hao, Gu Yiji, and Zhang Tailong were already waiting in the room. To Chen Ye's surprise, the owner behind the Zhuiwei restaurant was also there, Han Shilin's father, Han Jianggang. He had assumed Han Shilin invited him just to build a relationship over a meal, but it seemed things were not that simple. There was likely something else going on. Seeing Chen Ye enter, Han Jianggang stood up immediately, pulled Chen Ye over to sit next to him, and beamed. He said to Chen Ye, young man, the moment I saw you in my shop that day, I knew you were no ordinary talent. I certainly did not misjudge you. With an internal energy level of 91 joules and having successfully mastered the stance body, along with an academic score of 708, I doubt there is any other student in Chiang City more outstanding than you. Chen Ye smiled faintly and humbly replied, Uncle Han, you are exaggerating. There is always someone better, and Chiang City is full of hidden talents. There are plenty of students stronger than me. They hit it off quickly, and Han Jianggang started calling him Zio Yi, making them quite familiar with each other. Once the food arrived, the students ate ravenously. As martial arts practitioners, their calorie consumption was several times higher than that of ordinary people. After the meal, Han Jianggang pulled a green bank card from his briefcase, placed it on the table, and slid it toward Chen Ye. With a solemn expression, he said, Zio Yi, I will not stand on ceremony with you. I will get straight to the point. Chen Ye also put away his smile and looked at the man seriously, wondering what this meant. Meanwhile, Han Shilin watched Chen Ye with eager eyes. Han Jianggang did not beat around the bush and revealed why he had invited him today. It turned out he wanted Chen Ye to train with Han Shilin for the next month, 2 hours a day. Put simply, he wanted to hire him to hone Han Shilin's stance practice. Han Shilin's progress had been stuck at 97, and hiring someone who had already mastered the stance body as a training partner was indeed a brilliant idea. By observing the subtleties of the stance body every day, the likelihood of mastering it himself would naturally increase significantly. Han Jianggang pointed to the bank card and said, There are 100,000 yuan inside as a small token of our appreciation. Of course, Uncle Han will not force you, and I would not dare to. Han Jianggang did not dare to offend a future martial artist. Chen Ye glanced at Han Shilin, who was watching him nervously and expectantly, clearly hoping he would agree. With less than a month left before the martial arts exam, All of Han Xilin's hopes of achieving the stance body rested on Chen Ye. After a moment of thought, Chen Ye smiled at Han Jiangang, nodded, and said, "No problem. That is just a small matter, I accept." Chen Ye had plenty of time anyway, and it was only 2 hours a day. Besides, he was currently short on resource points for his idle cultivation system. Earning 100,000 yuan in a month, why would not he? With this 100,000, he would earn back the cost of his martial arts exam prep early, and could pay back his parents for the registration fees and the investment in the vitality nourishing pills. Seeing Chen Ye agree, Han Jiangang and Han Xilin beamed, the latter letting out a long sigh of relief. Afterward, Han Jiangang gave Chen Ye the card's pin and other details. No agreements or contracts were signed. He just handed over the card, not worried at all that Chen Ye might take the money and not do the job. Yuliang Old Street, Chen Ye's home. Chen Da and his wife were in their bedroom, sighing as they discussed something. Chen Da looked worriedly at the bankbook on the vanity, sighing. After Xiao Yi and Xiao Yan finish their entrance exams, they will start college in the second half of the year. Right now, including the money in the educational fund card, we have less than 35,000 yuan. By the time that comes, not to mention their tuition and living expenses, we will not even have enough for daily necessities. Their phones are already several years old. Xiao Yan's phone screen is cracked and the touch screen barely works. She's told me several times she wants a new one, and we cannot skimp on that. Before they start college, they will need new clothes and shoes. We cannot let our children be worse off than others. If Xiao Yan gets into a top university, we will have to hold a celebration banquet. It all costs money. What are we going to do? Liu Fume also looked miserable, lamenting, "If only we had not agreed to let Xiao Yi take the martial arts exam." Chen Da glared at his wife and said, "Since he is already signed up, do not regret it now and stop bringing up the past." Liu Fume suddenly suggested, "Da, why do not we ask your third brother for a loan?" Chen Da thought it over seriously and shook his head, "Forget it. My third brother's factory business has not been great lately, and besides, he spent a lot of money on this martial arts exam himself. He might not have money to lend us. Let us think of another way." "What other way could there be? You are just useless and care too much about your pride." Liu Fume glared at Chen Da, feeling deep contempt for her husband's incompetence. Beep beep. Just as they were despairing, feeling helpless about life, Chen Da's phone screen lit up. Chen Da picked up his phone with a glum look. He saw a message from the bank and, thinking his money had been moved, turned pale with fear. Usually, his bank notifications were for transfers or spending. But when he opened the message, he suddenly froze. "Dear customer, your account ending in received a deposit of 46,000 yuan on May 5th at 9:44 p.m. The balance is 46,000.12 yuan." Chen Da held the phone with trembling fingers, staring at the bank SMS in disbelief. Liu Fume saw the text too, and she was stunned as well. After a while, Liu Fume asked, "Could this be a bonus from your boss?" "Impossible," Chen Da said righteously. He added, "The last project was finished a long time ago, and the final payment was already settled." The two were happy at first, but soon began to worry about this windfall. By now, Chen Ye had already arrived downstairs at his building, still having been driven back by Han Xilin. In the car, he had used his phone to transfer the money he had spent earlier on the martial arts exam registration and the energy-nourishing pills back to his parents. Now, there was 54,000 yuan remaining in his account. Respectable customer, on May 5th at 9:44 p.m., your account ending in 4 stars had an expenditure of 46,000 yuan, leaving a balance of 54,000 yuan. Looking at the balance in the text message, he felt deeply satisfied. This was the first time he had made money since crossing over, and his first pot of gold was 100,000 yuan. Compared to being a corporate drone slaving away at a factory, this speed of making money was simply addictive. Returning home, Chen Ye saw the lights in his parents' room were still on. He thought for a moment, walked to the door, and said, "You do not need to worry about spending that money. I was the one who transferred it to you." He knew that if he did not tell his parents, he was the one who sent the money. His honest, simple-minded parents definitely would not dare to use it. Hearing his words, Chen Da and his wife rushed out of the bedroom, looking at him in surprise. His father asked, "Was that 46,000 yuan transferred by you?" Chen Ye nodded and said to them both, "Do not worry, this is money I earned with my own abilities, so feel free to use it. Besides, is not the family short on money right now?" Although Chen Ye did not usually pay much attention to the family's financial situation, He could clearly see that his parents had been anxious about money over the past 2 days. Xiao Yi Yu. His parents looked at Chen Ye with faces full of relief, not knowing what to say. His mother even choked up with emotion. Chen Da patted Chen Ye's shoulder with his rough hand. Suddenly, he felt that his child had grown up and was now capable of earning money. Thinking back, he realized that his child had long since developed many independent thoughts and no longer really needed them to help make decisions. The child had his own plans. Thinking about the 708 points Chen Ye scored on his last monthly exam, the couple felt relieved about the source of those tens of thousands of yuan. They did not know why, but they just felt that their son gave them an inexplicable sense of security. Chen Ye looked at his parents with a smug expression and said, "See, was not investing in me a profitable move?" Liu Fume was amused by Chen Ye. She reached out and poked his head, retorting, "You brat, you are getting a bit full of yourself, are not you?" Before going to sleep that night, Chen Ye opened his data panel. System, 8-section energy nourishing technique level 2, currently idle/automating. Tai Kai available for automation. Meditation available for automation. Stance training tier 1 available for automation. Internal energy 91 joules. Mental power 30 pascals. Resources 105,000 points. Speed multiplier 2x. Seeing the 100,000 resource points on the panel, Chen Ye only saw a bright future ahead. He would not be short on resources for the next 3 months. May 6th. In the afternoon, Chen Ying and Zai Yufei arrived at Chen Ye's home. They were there to pick up Chen Yan for the martial arts gym. Previously, Chen Sanjiang had agreed for Chen Yan and Chen Ying to train together. Like Han Shilin, Su Ying had gotten her driver's license as soon as she turned 18, and she drove over to pick up Chen Yan herself. After entering the house and greeting Chen Yan, they saw Chen Ye sitting on the sofa playing with his phone. Chen Ying asked casually, "Chen Ye, do you want to go to the martial arts gym with us?" Her tone was very stiff, clearly lacking sincerity. She only asked out of courtesy due to social obligations. Chen Ye did not even look up as he replied, "I have something to do later, I cannot go with you." Han Shilin would be coming to pick him up later to go to the gym for training, as would be the case for the month leading up to the martial arts exam. Chen Ying shook her head. That Chen Ye still had the heart to play with his phone at a time like this proved he was truly a lost cause. She cast an indifferent glance at Chen Ye. His rejection suited her perfectly, as it saved her the trouble of dealing with the aftermath of what was only an impulsive, polite invitation anyway. A martial arts student like Chen Ye who wasted money had no hope of passing the martial arts exam. Letting him go to the gym for 1,000 yuan per session training classes would be nothing but a waste of resources. About an hour after Chen Ying and the others left, Han Shilin arrived, still driving the same car from last night. Half an hour later, the two arrived at a martial arts gym called Wulin. The interior of the gym was huge, with each training room spanning 300 to 400 square meters. It was brightly decorated with floor-to-ceiling windows on both sides, offering a beautiful view. At that moment, a young coach inside the gym was demonstrating stance training, with over a dozen students watching him. Chen Ying, Zai Yufei, and the other students looked at the coach with envy and admiration, because his proficiency in stance training had reached 99, commonly known as the half-step stance realm. He was just half a step away from mastering the full stance, which was why this gym was famous and well-known throughout Chiang City. After the young coach finished demonstrating the stance, Chen Ying could not help but ask, "Coach, my proficiency is currently just a little bit short of reaching 90. Do you think there is any hope for me to reach your level of half-step stance before the martial arts exam?" The young coach struggled for a moment before saying slowly, "How should I put this? There is hope, but it is not large. It took me nearly half a year to get from 90 proficiency to the half-step stance, and I have been stuck ever since. Besides, take my younger brother for example. His proficiency reached 97, but he has been stuck for over 2 months without any progress. So, the difficulty of mastering the half-step stance before the exam is immense." Chen Ying looked a bit disappointed. Just then, a few people walked in from outside. Those people headed toward the largest training room on the right. Wang Yan, Chen Ying, and Zai Yufei were all startled, because one of the few people arriving was Chen Ye. Moreover, Chen Ye was standing at the center of the group, as if being crowded, and beside him were actually the students from the first high school most likely to get into a martial arts university. Chen Ying and the others often saw these people at the gym, and among them, Han Shilin was the younger brother of the coach and gym owner standing before them. Han Shilin's martial arts results were even a tier higher than theirs. But why were these top-tier martial arts students hanging out with Chen Ye and following right behind him? Why? Chen Yan, Chen Yang, and Zai Yufei felt very confused. At this moment, one person was even more surprised and excited than the three of them, and that was the gym owner, the young coach. When he saw Chen Ye come in, he immediately put down his work and said to Chen Ying and the dozen other students, "Apologies, everyone. I have something to take care of today, so I cannot instruct you further. You should all head home early." The young coach was thrilled. How could teaching compare to his own cultivation? Now that the stance master he had been longing for had arrived, he had no time for teaching. Since failing his own martial arts exam and opening the gym years ago, the number of stance masters he had encountered was very few, and opportunities to witness such masters in action were even rarer. Since his father had gone to such lengths to invite him to the gym for training, how could he miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? Perhaps this month, with Chen, you would allow him to break through the stance barrier. After practicing for so many years, no one wanted that breakthrough more than him. If he had not wanted to advance his martial arts, he would have just given up and returned to normal life instead of running a gym for all these years. And the stance was an essential path in martial arts. Without getting into a martial arts university to receive better educational resources, he had to figure it out himself, and money alone could not solve it. "Coach, but they..." Chen Ying pointed at Chen Ye and his group. She wanted to ask why they were allowed to stay in the gym, but seeing the coach hurriedly clearing the training room and thinking about how Han Shilin was the coach's brother, she did not say anything more. As the three of them were leaving the training room, Chen Yan ran up to Chen Ye and asked, "Why are you here?" Chen Ye shrugged casually and said, "Your brother here is obviously coming to give them a lesson." Chen Ye pointed his finger at Han Shilin and the others. Hearing his words, Chen Yan looked at Han Shilin and the others with eyes full of suspicion, saying, "Do not try to fool me. They are all the most promising candidates from the first high school to get into a martial arts university. How could they possibly be asking for guidance from a beginner like you?" Chen Ye smiled confidently and looked at his younger sister, saying, "What makes them the most promising candidates? I am, otherwise they would not need to ask for my guidance." Chen Ying was standing nearby eavesdropping. When she heard Chen Ye say this, she did not believe a word of it and mocked, "You teaching them? Only a ghost would believe you. I do not know what kind of tricks an academic failure like you used to be able to hang out with top students like Han Shilin." Having said that, the three of them left unwillingly. Chen Ye turned and walked into the largest and most luxurious training room, where the coach, Han Shilin, and the others were waiting for him. Hearing Chen Ye's words, Chen Ying stomped her foot in anger, but there was nothing she could do. She could only take the other two and leave in defeat. Over the next 2 hours, Chen Ye exchanged martial arts training tips with the group. His zhuang stance left the martial arts gym owner, Han Wulin, green with envy. The two sparred a few rounds, and Han Wulin's so-called half-step zhuang stance proved just as fragile as everyone else's when faced with Chen Ye's. Being invincible below the level of the zhuang stance really is not just talk. After witnessing Chen Ye's zhuang stance, Han Wulin was in high spirits. He said to Chen Ye with great enthusiasm, "Brother Chen, you have truly fulfilled a long-standing regret of mine today. The zhuang stance is worthy of its name, far superior to my half-step zhuang stance. To have achieved such a level in martial arts at such a young age, your future potential is truly limitless." Chen Ye smiled and offered a few words of modesty. Han Wulin suddenly remembered something and said to Chen Ye, "Oh right, from now on, your sister's training at my gym will be completely free of charge. She can use the equipment, the venue, and the training rooms however she likes." Han Wulin was referring to Chen Yan. Hearing this, Chen Ye politely declined. "Brother Han, you are too kind. If she comes here for martial arts coaching and training, she should still pay her dues." Han Wulin waved his hand dismissively, clearly not wanting to be refused. "Brother Chen, you doing us the favor of coming to the gym to train with Shilin is already giving us a lot of face. Please do not reject this small gesture from your brother." Seeing Han Wulin's adamant expression, Chen Ye accepted it with grace. Afterward, they all went out for a late-night snack and chatted a bit more about the independent recruitment process. Han Shilin and the others all agreed that with Chen Ye's current martial arts results, he would definitely be scouted by the university coming to the school for independent recruitment, a school soon to be upgraded to a dedicated martial arts university. To this, Chen Ye just smiled without speaking. He was definitely going to attend a martial arts university, but he did not necessarily have to choose this specific independent recruitment route. Around 9 in the evening, Han Shilin drove Chen Ye back home. Before even stepping through the door, he could hear sounds of celebration from inside. Liu Mei, how did your boss suddenly promote you to store manager? Mom, you are a store manager now. Is that for real? As Chen Ye pushed open the door, he saw his father and sister surrounding his mother, both looking at her with pleasant surprise. Hearing the door, Chen Da looked back and saw his son. He immediately said to Chen Ye with excitement, Zio Yi, your mother has been promoted to store manager. Store manager. Upon hearing this, Chen Ye reacted quickly and understood what was going on. Before he had met Han Shilin, it would have been impossible for his mother to become a manager, but now he was not particularly surprised. This was a gesture of goodwill from Han Jiangang. With his current martial arts scores, it was a certainty that he would get into a martial arts university. Trading a store manager position to cultivate a connection with a future martial arts student was a guaranteed profitable deal for Han Jiangang. Seeing his parents and sister so excited, Chen Ye smiled and congratulated his mother on her new position. That night, to celebrate his mother's promotion, his father cooked 10 dishes himself and opened a case of beer. The family had a good time drinking. Although Chen Ye had already eaten dinner, he had a few more bowls of rice to celebrate with his mother. At the dinner table, Liu Mei said to everyone, "You know, I might have become a store manager all because of Zio Yi." At this, she described vividly, "You would not believe it, but my promotion was signed by our boss, Han Jiangang himself, and he even made a special trip here. The key is that he talked to me about Zio Yi, saying what a bright son I have, ranking first in the city with 708 points in the monthly exam, calling him an amazing genius. So, would you say this is good luck brought by Zio Yi?" Hearing this, Chen Dan nodded and said half-jokingly, "It really is possible." Chen Yan said while eating, "Mom, such a big thing as being a store manager, it could not be that trivial, right?" She did not believe it at first, but thinking about Chen Ye and Han Shilin appearing at the gym together today, she felt very strange. Why would two people with no intersection normally end up together? At this moment, Chen Ye's mother was exceptionally happy. Although she did not know why she had been appointed as manager, her salary had genuinely increased by over 2,000, from 3,000 to 5,000, easing the family's burden a little. Before bed, Chen Ye specifically went to Chen Yan's bedroom door and knocked, saying, "Zio Yan, if you go to the Wulin Martial Arts Gym in the future, just mention my name. All training courses will be free." "Got it. Remember that." Chen Yan, who was reviewing her lessons inside, was left speechless by Chen Ye's words. "Free training? Why do not you just say they should let me into the martial arts university without an exam?" Over the next 5 days, Chen Ye and all the other senior students were very busy, as the school organized a series of checks and reviews. First was the political vetting, a necessary procedure for the college entrance exam, whether it is the general exam or the martial arts exam. It was the same in his past life, a convention mainly to check if previous generations had any history of criminal activity or treason against the state. Most people did not have political issues. Since Chen Ye's father and grandfather were honest, law-abiding farmers and migrant workers, he passed this hurdle easily, and it did not affect his martial arts exam. Then came the physical examination. Chen Ye's results were normal. During this period of martial arts cultivation, his physical fitness had improved rapidly. Unexpectedly, he grew 10 centimeters in height in just 2 months, from 173 to 183, which made many girls in the class happy, and quite a few classmates asked him directly if he had any secret to growing taller. Because of his martial arts training, his eyesight even maxed out, reaching 2. Internal medicine, surgery, and ENT all showed no issues. The school physical fitness tests mainly included the 1,200-meter long-distance run, standing long jump, lung capacity, and other items. The standards in this world were generally a bit higher than those in Chen Ye's previous life. But these were all child's play for him now. 1,200 meters in 2 minutes and 50 seconds, Chen Ye achieved the best results, and he did the same in all other events. After this series of reviews and tests, Chen Ye became the talk of the class. Martial arts, sports, and academics, he was first in the whole class, truly unstoppable. He was enjoying his moment in the spotlight, and even the class monitor, Zhang Shilei, would occasionally ask him questions about martial arts and his studies. May 11th. Data panel. System, 8 sections of nourishing essence skill, the second idle mode available. Tai Kai currently idle. Meditation, idle mode available. Zhuang stance level 1, idle mode available. Internal energy value, 100 joules. Mental power, 30 pascals. Resources, 100,000 points. Multiplier, X. Over these days, Chen Ye's internal energy had reached 100 joules, but a problem emerged. It could not be increased any further. He felt it was related to his mental power or his body. However, his current energy was enough for the martial arts exam. He planned to try increasing his Tai Kai proficiency to see if there were any benefits. Perhaps Tai Kai also had a second stage that could break the bottleneck of 100 joules of energy, since Tai Kai was originally for health, nourishing the spirit, and replenishing the essence. After evening study, Chen Ye was hungry and planned to go with Zhang Shilei and the others to grab a bite at the street vendors outside the school. But to his dismay, the food stalls were already closed, and even the nearby mahjong parlor was shut down early. Now, during the sprint to the college entrance exam, the whole society was making way for the students, especially the martial arts candidates. The food outside was not exactly hygienic, and candidates needed to maintain top physical shape during this critical period. Chen Ye smiled to himself. The end of the universe really is the college entrance exam. Even transmigration could not avoid it. Back at the residential complex, it was the same. The surrounding snack streets had closed early. Banners cheering for the candidates were draped outside, and everywhere he looked, the shadows of the martial arts and college entrance exams were present. The annual martial arts and college entrance exams are approaching. I wish this year's students great success and victory. Back home, the evening news was broadcasting the host's enthusiastic well wishes for the examinees. When he returned to his bedroom and started browsing videos, many media outlets and official channels were also sending their blessings to this year's students. It felt as if the entire society had suddenly entered the exam atmosphere, providing enthusiastic encouragement everywhere he went. Chen Ye shook his head, feeling it was quite boring. He even missed the sound of the little girl playing the harmonica downstairs, but now, during the exam season, she was probably forbidden from playing at night too. May 12th. Before the martial arts class, Dine Ye sought out his instructor, Fang Lishan, and explained that his internal energy had hit a bottleneck at 100 joules and refused to increase further. What? Your internal energy has reached 100 joules? Fang Lishan stared at Chen Ye in utter shock. He could not grasp this rate of cultivation. Reaching 100 joules in just 2 or 3 months? Did the ironclad rules of the 8 sections of energy nourishment simply not apply to him? He really wanted to know how Chen Ye practiced, but he had asked several times, and Chen Ye only ever attributed it to talent. He was at a loss, but upon reflection, it made sense. There were no shortcuts to the 8 sections of energy nourishment. Rules were called ironclad precisely because they could not be shaken. Chen Ye's cultivation speed could only be explained by his natural talent. After sighing for a moment, Fang Lishan praised him, saying, "You kid always bring me surprises. This is a sure thing now. Our Chiang First High School is guaranteed to have at least one student get into a martial arts university this year." Fang Lishan was incredibly happy. Every year he successfully guided a student into a martial arts university, he received a bonus of several million. It would boost his reputation and bring him a steady stream of benefits, but more importantly, it filled him with pride and a sense of accomplishment. Calming his emotions, Fang Lishan thought back to Chen Ye's question and could not help but smile bitterly. It was a question that truly stumped him. He pondered for a moment and said honestly, "Chen Ye, to be honest, as your teacher, I really cannot answer that. My own internal energy is also stuck at 100 joules, and I do not know how to raise it either. Besides, there has never been a student in our school who reached 100 joules before the martial arts exam like you have. You might not know this, but when it comes to advanced martial arts knowledge, teachers at ordinary high schools like ours do not actually know much. Much of the core knowledge is monopolized by the martial arts universities. You will only be able to learn the secrets of cultivation once you get there. However, based on my experience, perhaps your internal energy will increase once again after your stance body improves further." A light bulb went off in Chen Ye's mind. Fang Lishan's last sentence reminded him of his previous questions about the first and second stages of the energy nourishment technique. If Fang Lishan's theory was correct, he needed to elevate his stance body to the second stage. But at this stage, his stance body could no more be improved than his internal energy. Chen Ye thought about it and decided he should try to raise his mental strength instead, but he would need to check if there were any follow-up moves to the Tai Kai he practiced first. Soon, the martial arts class began. Before they started sparring practice, Fang Lishan announced Chen Ye's situation to motivate the others. "You all need to work harder. Chen Ye from class 333 has already mastered the stance body, and his internal energy has reached 100 joules. With results like that, getting into a martial arts university is no longer a problem. If you do not want to waste your parents' money, you must practice your stance work diligently and strive to master the stance body." As soon as he finished speaking, the students below broke into an uproar. Chen Ye is a monster. It has not been long since he mastered the stance body, and now his internal energy is already at 100 joules. He is making it impossible for us to live. Comparing oneself to others only leads to frustration. That kid Chen Ye is endless. He comes up with something new every day. It is just too discouraging. The students of class 333 glanced sideways at Chen Ye and instinctively moved away, keeping their distance from the freak. May 13th. His proficiency in Tai Kai had reached perfection and could not be increased further. Yet it did not bring Chen Ye any substantial changes. System, 8 sections of energy nourishment, Stage 2, auto practice available. Tai Kai, auto practice available. Meditation, auto practice available. Stance body tier 1, auto practice available. Internal energy, 100 joules. Mental strength, 30 pascals. Resources, 98,000 points. Speed multiplier, X. Chen Ye furrowed his brows in thought. Now that his stance body, the 8 sections of energy nourishment, and Tai Kai could no longer be auto-practiced, continuing to run them automatically would not lead to any progress. Now, he could only improve his mental strength. With a thought, he started the auto-practice for meditation. The content of this martial arts class was sparring, which he found quite boring. Since mastering the stance body, no one wanted to spar with him. None of the martial arts students present were his match. Being invincible below the stance body level was not just an empty claim. Fang Lishan could not easily arrange for others to spar with Chen Ye either. Other than himself, a teacher who also possessed a stance body, sparring with others was of no benefit to Chen Ye. But having him spar with Chen Ye was even worse. What if Chen Ye did not respect his elder and beat him? That would be utterly humiliating. A teacher losing to a student. Losing his job would be one thing, but his reputation would be ruined forever. So now, whenever there was a sparring class, Chen Ye could only practice by himself. 5 days later, May 18th. System, 8 sections of energy nourishment, Stage 2, 1, auto practice available. Tai Kai 1, auto practice available. Meditation 1, auto practicing. Stance body tier 1 1/100th, auto practice available. Internal energy, 100 joules. Mental strength, 35 pascals. Resources, 93,000 points. Speed multiplier, X. When his mental strength reached 35, a progress bar appeared next to his stance body tier 1 on the panel. The stance body could continue to improve. This meant that once the progress bar was full, he would break through to the second stage of the stance body. Moreover, the system seemed to have received some updates, as intuitive proficiency data now appeared after each cultivation technique. Chen Ye did not hesitate. He stopped the meditation auto-practice and switched to auto-practicing his stance body. After martial arts class, the martial arts students gathered to chat about the upcoming independent recruitment. "Hey, did you know that in 3 days, that prestigious martial arts university is coming to our school for recruitment?" "Yeah, I know, but it does not seem to have much to do with us. I heard their requirements are very strict. They will not even consider any martial arts student who has not mastered the stance body." Ah, does that mean Chen Ye is the only one in our school who meets their admission requirements? As they spoke, a group of them looked at Chen Ye with envy. "But I heard that some martial artists will be accompanying the recruitment team this time. I wonder if I will get a chance to see their style. If I could see that, it would be worth going to the gym just to fill a seat." Hearing that martial artists were coming, Chen Ye perked up. He also wanted to see what kind of experts real martial artists were. Moonlight Old Street, night falls. Chen Yan looked at the fruit-branded phone in her hands with surprise, then looked up at her mother, holding back her excitement, and asked uncertainly, "Mom, did you buy this phone for me?" Of course, Liu Fume nodded, stroking her daughter's hair, and said, "Your old phone was about to break, so we figured we should get you a new one." Ah, Chen Yan jumped for joy, gave Liu Fume a big hug, and said excitedly, "Thanks for your generosity, Mom." Chen Yan was overjoyed. Her old phone had been unusable for a long time, every app was incredibly laggy, and only the basic call and text functions still worked. Plus, because of the competitive nature of some classmates, she had even faced some invisible bullying. Despite that, she had not asked her parents for a new phone, thinking she would work a summer job after graduating high school to buy one herself. She had not expected her mother to buy one for her in advance. Seeing how happy her daughter was, Liu Fumei also smiled. She pointed at Chen Ye, who was sitting on the sofa, and said to Chen Yan, "Zioyan, you should thank your brother. This phone was bought by him. Mom could not bear to spend so much money on such an expensive phone." Upon hearing this, Chen Yan was taken aback. She turned her head to glance at Chen Ye, who was observing the scene, and frowned. Looking at her mother with disbelief, she said, "Mom, are not you just trying to look generous at my brother's expense? He is just a student. Where would he get the money to buy me a phone? If you do not believe me, then forget it." Seeing her daughter's doubt, Liu Fumei helplessly spread her hands toward Chen Ye, as if to say, "See, your sister does not believe you, and there is nothing I can do." Then she hummed a little tune and walked away. Lately, good news had been coming one after another. First, her son scored 708 on his exam, then he gave them tens of thousands in cash as a token of filial piety, and after that, she was promoted to store manager. Ever since her son applied for the martial arts track, everything seemed to be going incredibly smoothly. Chen Tianxing was immersed in the joy of getting her new phone and completely ignored the expectant look from her brother behind her. Seeing Chen Yan's reaction, Chen Ye, sitting on the sofa, shook his head and sighed. It was rare for him to have time today to go to a mobile shop and buy 2 phones, an Apple and a domestic brand. He gave the Apple to Chen Yan and kept the domestic one for himself. Yet, she did not believe him. Well, what could he do? In his sister's eyes, he was just a sleepy high school student. After glancing at Chen Yan's back, Chen Ye let out a long sigh and complained to his father sitting nearby, "Dad, tell me, am I just a fool? I spent so much money and did not even get any credit, not even a single thank you." Chen Da chuckled at his son's complaint. These 2 siblings had been bickering like this since they were little. Perhaps it was because they were only born a few minutes apart that Zio Yan was often unconvinced, but as parents, they knew the siblings actually had a very close bond. May 21st. The day of the independent recruitment had arrived. Fang Lishan led the Chiang No. 1 high school martial arts students as they traveled in a fleet of buses toward the city gymnasium. On the bus, Li Ming could not sit still and started talking about today's independent recruitment. He stood at the front of the bus, looked around at everyone, and said, "Do you think any real martial artists will show up today? Just how powerful are they? Are they as awesome as the superheroes in the movies?" "I think they will come," someone replied. "As for how strong they are, we will only know once we get into a martial arts university." Inside the bus, no one, including Fang Lishan, knew exactly how strong a martial artist was. None of them had ever seen one, which made everyone exceptionally expectant about the recruitment. They all wanted to witness what these legendary martial artists were like. As the conversation continued, they talked about the recruitment again. Everyone was hoping to be picked by this prospective university. Aside from Chen Ye, perhaps no one on the bus was absolutely certain about their chances this year. Once accepted through independent recruitment, getting into a martial arts university would be a sure thing. As they talked, people in the class began to envy Chen Ye, all believing he would succeed in his recruitment today. However, at that moment, Chen Ye was looking at his data panel and did not hear a word they were saying. System, 8 Section Yuan Gong, the second one, idle training available. Meditation 1, idle training available. Stance level 2, 1/100, idle training in progress. Tai Kai Yin Yang Fish 0 days, idle training available. Internal Qi, 110 joules. Mental energy, 35 pascals. Resources, 90,000 points. Speed multiplier, X. Chen Ye stared at the data panel in shock. The change was quite significant. After maxing out the proficiency for stance level 1, he had broken through to stance level 2. This meant he was now stronger than everyone present, including the martial arts teacher Fang Lishan. Clenching his fist, Chen Ye felt a powerful surge of energy coursing through his arm. At stance level 1, he would feel a slight delay when circulating his internal qi, but now it was noticeably smoother, much like the difference between standard definition and high-definition video. In other words, he could now circulate his internal qi throughout his entire body much faster and more fluently. He was now fully qualified to crush Fang Lishan. What surprised Chen Ye even more was that, after breaking through to stance level 2, his internal chi value had directly increased by 10 joules. This was a complete surprise. This value far exceeded last year's admission threshold of 80 joules. The classmates around him were probably only around 80. Crushing them by 30 joules, he was now leagues ahead of the pack. The most surprising thing was Tai Kai. After breaking through to stance level 2, Tai Kai had evolved from plain Tai Kai to Tai Kai Yin Yang Fish. Although he did not know exactly what that meant, Chen Ye felt this change was anything but simple. The name alone sounded incredibly powerful. The only pity was that this new Tai Kai required 100 days of idle training to master. This was the first time the system had used days as a unit of measurement. Before, it had always been progress bars and proficiency points. The group got off the bus and arrived at the city gymnasium, but the recruitment personnel from the school had not arrived yet. Feeling bored, Chen Ye joined Zhang Shilei, Han Xulin, Li Ming, Lin Hao, and a dozen others to step outside the gymnasium for some fresh air. They bought drinks and snacks and stood by the roadside to kill time. Seeing them leave, others from the school followed suit, and soon the area outside the gymnasium was crowded with students. About 10 minutes later, a bus with out-of-town plates pulled up to the gymnasium entrance. Seeing the bus arrive, the students' eyes were drawn to it immediately, many unable to suppress their inner excitement. The recruiters are here. I am so excited, I hope I get picked. I wonder if any martial artists are coming. All the martial arts students stretched their necks to get a better look. But only Chen Ye and his group, who were standing on the roadside, were looking elsewhere. The gazes of those dozen people were locked onto a high-rise building across the street, and everyone's brow was furrowed in tension. Li Ming rubbed his eyes, looked at the dozen-story building, pointed toward the 10th floor, and said uncertainly, "It looks like there is a child by the window." The others clearly saw it too. At that moment, the door of the bus parked at the gymnasium opened. 4 or 5 people stepped out. After taking a look at the gymnasium, they started walking over, though one young man in a black suit did not follow. Chen Ye, however, had no time to focus on them. He kept his eyes glued to the 10th floor of the building across the street, where a toddler of 3 or 4 years old was climbing out of the window and looked as though they were about to fall. "That child is in danger, call the police quickly," Zhang Shilei shouted, pointing at the building. His shout was heard by everyone, and they all shifted their gaze to that building. "It really looks like there is a child there. That is the 10th floor. If the child falls, they will not survive. Do not know if we can make it in time, call the police now." The crowd immediately erupted in chaos. Seeing so many people pulling out their phones to call the police, Chen Ye put his phone away and began walking toward the street corner. In a situation like this, if the family had not noticed or no one was home, the child could fall at any moment, and the firefighters would not arrive in time. He decided to head over and see if he could catch the child. Just as he took a step, a scream erupted from the people around him. "They are falling." Everyone's heart skipped a beat, and a sense of dread washed over them. With mouths agape, they held their breath in terror. Beneath that building was nothing but solid concrete, with no obstacles in between. A fall would surely be fatal, not to mention that it was just a small child. Furthermore, there was no one beneath the building at that moment, so there was no possibility of someone catching the child in time. They were separated from the other side by a road. Even if there were no cars and the path was clear, they could not possibly reach the child before he hit the ground. That child was done for. A few girls turned their heads away, unable to bear watching the scene. Zhang Shilei, Han Xulin, and the others wore expressions of distress. A fresh young life was about to be extinguished right before their eyes. Even though he knew his speed was insufficient, Chen Ye saw the falling figure and moved, preparing to sprint over anyway. Just as he began to move, he saw a bolt of black lightning flash out from the out-of-town bus, streaking toward the falling child, leaving a trail of shadows in its wake. A second later, everyone looked over. They did not see the gruesome scene they had expected, but instead saw a young man in a black suit standing there, cradling a 3-year-old child in his arms, who was looking up and smiling at the man. Chen Ye's eyes widened. How was this possible? Was that kind of speed something a human could actually possess? He had barely started moving, and the man in the suit had already reached the child. Looking at the man and then at the bus, he realized. This must be the person from the Martial Arts University recruitment team, the one rumored to be a martial artist. He had no idea martial artists could be this incredible. It was just like in the movies, fast as lightning. The man's speed truly lived up to the name. It was so fast that neither Chen Ye nor anyone nearby had even seen his movements clearly. It is a martial artist. It is that martial artist from the Preparatory Martial Arts University. One of the martial arts examinees shouted excitedly. That is so amazing. So cool, I wish I had speed like that. The martial arts examinees watched the man in the suit with adoration. He is so handsome, I wish he were my boyfriend. Many of the girls began to swoon. But why is his speed so fast? Do all martial artists have this kind of speed? Someone asked in confusion. It must be a martial technique, Fang Lishan said, his eyes filled with envy as he watched the man. That is right, it is a martial technique. A strange voice came from nearby. The examinees looked toward the source and saw one of the middle-aged men from the recruitment team, immediately becoming very interested. Seeing the student's reaction, the man smiled and explained. That was the black light technique, a martial skill unique to that martial artist. The man only mentioned the name of the technique without further explanation. But that alone was enough to make the martial arts examinees jump for joy. Black light, what a cool name. I wish I could be that martial artist's apprentice. You are aiming too high. I would be satisfied if I could just talk to him for a second. The martial arts examinees began to look forward to the martial artist. A while later, the man in the suit returned the child to his family and walked toward the municipal gymnasium. The martial artist spoke a few words to the middle-aged man and prepared to leave. He seems to be leaving. Ah, so soon. Seeing him leave, the examinees looked disappointed. Many of them had harbored secret hopes of being noticed, but those dreams were now dashed. Although the requirements for the martial arts exam are strict, thousands of people still sign up every year. With so many candidates each year, how many actually get into a martial arts university? And how long does it take for them to become real martial artists? If martial artists showed themselves so easily, their rarity would not be so apparent. Before leaving, the martial artist scanned the crowd, but as his gaze landed on Chen Ye, he paused. A look of surprise and curiosity flickered across his cold face. Everyone was astonished at this. The middle-aged recruiter was also drawn in. He looked at Chen Ye with interest, curious to see what kind of student could elicit such a reaction from their martial artist. After looking at Chen Ye for a moment, the martial artist walked directly toward him. This move immediately drew everyone's attention. That martial artist is walking toward Chen Ye. It looks like he has taken an interest in Chen Ye. The examinees kept their eyes locked on Chen Ye and the martial artist. Fang Lishan's face was filled with joy. As Chen Ye's teacher, he felt a sense of pride if his student was being noticed by such a person. Chen Ye himself appeared calm, though the deep, ocean-like pressure radiating from the martial artist shocked him to his core. He felt that even 100 of himself would not be able to take a single palm strike from this man. The martial artist stood before Chen Ye, staring at him with cold eyes for a few seconds, then nodded in approval. Second-tier stance, you are quite good. You have a high chance of becoming a martial artist in the future. I think highly of you. The martial artist patted Chen Ye's shoulder to show his appreciation, then turned and got into a black sedan, leaving swiftly. He did not pay any attention to the other examinees, not even glancing at them, as if they did not exist. From start to finish, other than Chen Ye, nothing or no one else had even entered his field of vision. The middle-aged recruiter standing nearby was extremely excited. He pointed at Chen Ye and urged his assistant, "Quickly, remember this young man, remember his face. Reach out to him immediately and offer him a spot. We must recruit him. It has been a long time since I have seen a student worthy of notice by this martial artist. Even if we only recruit him this time, it is a huge gain." The assistant widened his eyes as if to etch Chen Ye's features into his memory, then turned to ask the staff from Chiang No. 1 Middle School for Chen Ye's information. The martial artist's words made all the examinees jealous, sparking a heated discussion. My God, he actually said Chen Ye has the potential to become a martial artist. That is a martial artist speaking, not just someone saying he can get into a martial arts university. I am so jealous. Since the martial artist said that, it means the exam will not be a challenge for Chen Ye at all. Him getting into university is a given. Exactly. Even getting into a university does not guarantee you will become a martial artist, yet he is so certain about Chen Ye. Why do not I have talent like that? I cannot even imagine how bright Chen Ye's future will be once he becomes a martial artist. The martial arts students at the school envied Chen Ye's talent, while lamenting the unfairness of fate. Standing among the students, Fang Lishan froze in place. After a while, he recovered from his shock. He looked at Chen Ye with a complex gaze. There was a hint of self-mockery in his eyes, but more of it was gratification. Gratification that this student had, without him even realizing it, surpassed him as a teacher. The second stage of the pillar body was a realm he had longed for, yet Chen Ye had already reached it while still in high school. He chuckled immediately, surprised at how composed this kid was. To think he was already an expert at the second stage of the pillar body, yet he had not even made a peep about it. After this incident, the recruitment assessment began. It was quite simple. The recruiters would touch the students' arms, presumably to test their internal energy and pillar techniques. The person conducting the test was clearly no ordinary individual. Chen Ye could feel the pressure of the internal energy emanating from him, a pressure that could only be projected by someone whose internal energy level far exceeded his own. However, such a testing method clearly required an extremely deep understanding of human anatomy and an exceptionally high level of internal energy. People with such capabilities were likely non-existent in Chiang City, or at least you could count them on one hand. After all, if this testing method were simple, they would not need to go to hospitals or the school's instrument labs for checkups in the future. At this stage, only a few top universities would be capable of such manual testing. However, this recruiter was clearly much worse than the martial artist from earlier. That martial artist had seen through Chen Ye just by glancing at him from afar without even laying a hand on him. The two were simply not in the same league. The recruiter shook his head while testing, as none of these martial exam candidates met their recruitment requirements. Their criteria were not rigid, though. As long as someone showed a special talent in martial arts, they would consider taking them in. But at the moment, there was not a single person with special talent or outstanding statistics. Sai, we really are just here to make up the numbers. This is so frustrating. The hope of getting into a martial arts university, which felt so close, has just been snuffed out. The surrounding candidates were dejected, as if they had already failed the exam. Just as the recruiter was about to shake his head off, Fang Lishan reluctantly dragged Chen Ye over. He had not wanted to undergo this boring test, but to save some face for Chiang No. 1 High School, he went along with Fang Lishan. Pillar body second stage, internal energy level 110 joules. Once the results came out, the recruiter's eyes lit up immediately. He stared at Chen Ye with an intense gaze, as if looking at a priceless treasure. The middle-aged recruiter, looking excited and fiery-eyed, clapped his hands and exclaimed, "I never expected you to not only reach the second stage of the pillar body, but also have an internal energy level exceeding 100 joules. You are amazing, kid. Your future is limitless." Hearing the internal energy level of 110 joules, Fang Lishan and the surrounding students were shocked once again, but they quickly calmed down, as if they had grown used to it and developed an immunity. Next, the recruiter began to pull out forms for Chen Ye to fill out. It was obvious how desperate he was to recruit him. The middle-aged man even looked a bit like a bandit, eager to snatch Chen Ye away immediately. Chen Ye looked at the forms in his hand and shook his head to decline the offer. He never intended to participate in this early admission program. He only came to see other martial artists. Now that his goal was met, he certainly was not going to fill out any enrollment forms. Besides, his goal was one of the 8 elite martial arts universities, which were the best in the world in terms of both resources and opportunities. To put it bluntly, this school, which was on the verge of becoming a martial arts university, simply did not have the qualifications yet. Upon hearing Chen Ye's refusal, the middle-aged recruiter's expression shifted in shock. His inner fears had come true. It was clear that this genius felt that joining through early admission was a loss, and that he could get into a better university by taking the standard exam, so why bother joining an underqualified school like his? The recruiter looked at Chen Ye blankly and said, unwilling to give up, "Student Chen Ye, have you really thought this through? You should know that although our school is not a martial arts university yet, it will be after this year. We have already received word from above that the Ministry of Education has approved our school's status. Now, you only need to fill out these forms to bypass the grueling martial arts exam and gain direct entry. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that many people never get." Chen Ye shook his head firmly. While the other man's words were persuasive and tempting, enough to reel in an average student, they could not shake his resolve. Seeing Chen Ye shake his head, the recruiter looked anxious. He pointed at the surrounding candidates and urged, "Student Chen Ye, look at your classmates. They are all very envious of you. This opportunity is something they dream about and long for but can never obtain. Do not ruin your own future. Please consider it carefully and do not rush to refuse." The recruiter continued, "How about this? I will give you a day to consider. You can let me know once you have made up your mind." The recruiter's expression was intense, and his voice grew louder, as if he were trying to pressure Chen Ye into agreeing. The nearby students were indeed looking at Chen Ye with envy, longing for such an opportunity themselves. Sigh, what a great opportunity, and Chen Ye is refusing it. Such a pity. One candidate sighed for him. I wish Chen Ye could give this opportunity to me instead. Keep dreaming. With your martial arts results, they would not even look at you. The surrounding candidates whispered to each other. Glancing around at his classmates, Chen Ye remained unmoved and shook his head again. What others dreamed of was their business. He had his own goals, and this school was not one of them. He looked directly at the man and said, "No need to think about it. I can get into a martial arts university through the standard exam anyway. There is no need to rush into early admission." Seeing Chen Ye so stubborn, the recruiter bit his lip and let out a frustrated laugh. His previously intense and serious image crumbled. He looked at Chen Ye and joked, "You really are a stubborn kid." The man thought for a moment, then looked at Chen Ye with a calm expression and said, "Chen Ye, how about this?" He said, word by word, "As long as you join our school, not only will we guarantee you the incentive bonus from the Martial Top Scholar Program, but we will also provide you with this much in additional scholarship." As he spoke, the man held up 5 fingers. Seeing the man hold up 5 fingers, the surrounding students erupted. Holy crap, on top of the Martial Top Scholar incentive, they are giving Chen Ye 500,000. They are so generous. I would have agreed if it were me. Hearing the commotion, the man shook his head, looked at Chen Ye with a smile, and said firmly, "Not 500,000, but 5 million. The recruiter looked at Chen Ye with total confidence and said, "Well, is our school sincere enough? As long as you fill out the paperwork now, you can come back to school with us right away, and within 3 days, the 5 million in martial arts support funding will be in your account." Upon hearing the offer of 5 million, the surrounding students were shocked, and even Fang Lishun felt a bit moved. If he were Chen Ye, he would have signed the contract immediately. 5 million, just 5 million, this school is really generous. Although my family has a small factory in Chiang City that has been running for 7 or 8 years, we have nowhere near that much money. I am so afraid of turning it down, it would be such a waste. This is 5 million, not some small change like 5,000 or 50,000. The 5 million in funding made the surrounding martial arts examinees so excited that they wanted to grab Chen Ye's hand and force him to sign. Chen Ye's heart was also pounding hard at this moment. Honestly, he was tempted. If he took this 5 million, his life and the living standards of his parents and sister would skyrocket, moving from poverty straight past a comfortable life to upper middle class. Furthermore, the resource points from his system would no longer be scarce in the short term. Right now, all he had to do was nod, and the 5 million would be his. But compared to the resources that the 8 elite martial arts universities could offer, the conditions provided by a preparatory martial arts college were just the tip of the iceberg. One cannot be short-sighted. After hesitating for a minute, Chen Ye looked at the middle-aged man and shook his head to decline, saying, "I have already decided to take the martial arts exam, so please stop trying to persuade me." He was a bit afraid that the other party would throw out an even bigger chip. After all, this was a psychological battle. Holy crap, this guy actually refused. That is 5 million, enough for me to buy a supercar. How painful. I should not have come to this single recruitment fair. It is so frustrating and such a blow to my confidence. True, I have been demoralized by Chen Ye, and yet I still feel a sense of pity for him. Damn it. Seeing Chen Ye refuse, the surrounding students felt a sense of pity for him. Even Fang Lishun felt a pang of heartache, as if he himself had lost millions. He was torn between wanting to cry and laugh. This kid really did not care about money at all. He turned a blind eye to 5 million, he truly had a heart of stone. The middle-aged recruiter sighed deeply. 5 million was the absolute limit his position could offer, and he did not expect this kid to still be unappreciative. He pointed at Chen Ye for over 10 seconds with a helpless expression, then sighed again, regained his smile, and said to Chen Ye, "You kid are really as stubborn as a mule. Fine, fine, I will just treat this trip as a wasted effort." Afterward, the recruiter boarded the bus and left the city stadium under the regretful gazes of the martial arts examinees. However, before leaving, the middle-aged man exchanged social media contacts with Chen Ye. After the recruitment fair, all the martial arts examinees returned to school. Sitting in the classroom, Chen Ye suddenly recalled the martial artist from earlier. The martial skill black light that the martial artist used reminded him of the Tai Kai yin-yang fish. He wondered if the Tai Kai yin-yang fish could be a martial skill. He was full of anticipation. If the yin-yang fish were a martial skill, he might be able to master a martial skill before even becoming a martial artist. He had witnessed the power of a martial skill today. The speed of that martial artist while saving the child was no less than the Flash in the movies. Honestly, he was just as envious as everyone else. If the yin-yang fish were a martial skill, that would be awesome, and the name yin-yang fish alone sounded like it was no simple thing. Thinking of this, Chen Ye felt a bit excited. He picked up his phone, found the recruiter's social media account, and began typing, "Teacher Su, I would like to ask you a question." The middle-aged recruiter was named Su Changguang, a physics teacher at that preparatory martial arts college, who had later studied martial arts and was now fully committed to the path of martial arts. The other party replied very quickly, clearly valuing Chen Ye highly. "Chen kid, have you regretted it? It is not too late to regret it. We can go back now and help you handle the admission procedures." Seeing Su Changguang's reply, Chen Ye felt a mix of laughter and tears. He had not expected the guy to be so persistent even after leaving. He shook his head and typed, "I have no regrets. I just wanted to ask Teacher Su, do you know about Tai Kai?" The other party replied in a second. "Do you take me for an idiot? As a teacher who studies martial arts, how could I not know about Tai Kai?" Chen Ye was stunned. This question indeed seemed a bit disrespectful, so he did not beat around the bush and directly asked, "Teacher Su, if one practices Tai Kai to a high level, can one develop any martial skills?" After he sent this message, the other side went silent, seemingly deep in thought. After about a minute, the other party suddenly sent a voice message. Chen Ye frowned slightly. Why the sudden voice message? He clicked it with curiosity and was almost deafened. The volume was incredibly loud and filled with excitement. The voice message said, "Chen kid, where are you now? I am turning back to find you right now." Hearing this, Chen Ye was startled. What was this about? He hurriedly asked, "Teacher Su, what are you doing?" "Ping ping." The other party replied in a second again, still a voice message, with an extremely excited tone, probably feeling that typing could not convey how much he valued Chen Ye. "Have you mastered the Tai Kai yin-yang fish?" Seeing this, Chen Ye was shocked. The other party actually knew about the Tai Kai yin-yang fish. So, did that mean the yin-yang fish really was a martial skill? Wow, my luck is off the charts. I never expected that the Tai Kai I practiced casually would actually be a martial skill. Calming his ecstatic mood, Chen Ye quickly typed a reply. He was really afraid that Su Changguang would come back to find him. He did not know how much trouble that would cause. "Teacher Su, I have not mastered any Tai Kai yin-yang fish. I just heard others say that practicing Tai Kai can lead to martial skills, so I came to ask you if that is true." He deliberately acted like he knew nothing. Not long after he sent that message, the other side replied, but this time it was text, and the tone was not as excited as before. Chen Ye chuckled. What a strange teacher, so pragmatic. "Oh, I see. I thought you had mastered the yin-yang fish. If you had, that alone would allow you to enter the 8 elite universities without even taking the martial arts exam. However, martial skills are not that easy to master. In all my years, I have never seen a martial arts examinee master a martial skill, and this yin-yang fish has long been lost. Almost no one knows it anymore." Seeing this, Chen Ye was amazed again. Mastering a martial skill could actually guarantee admission to the 8 elite martial arts universities. That was wonderful. Unfortunately, he was short on time. Even if he idled on the Tai Kai yin-yang fish with full force now, he would not be able to master it before the martial arts exam. This martial skill required 100 days to idle. Afterward, Chen Ye asked about the origins of the Tai Kai yin-yang fish, but Su Changguang did not know much. He only knew that this martial skill was created by a mentor at a martial arts university, and at the time, it had made quite a name for itself among the universities, defeating many martial artists. Sadly, no one knew it anymore. The creator's whereabouts were unknown, and it seemed he had passed away. After finishing the main discussion, he chatted with Su Changguang for a while and then hurriedly closed the chat box. As they talked, the other party seemed to have the intention to persuade him to give up the martial arts exam and take the single recruitment path again. He did not want to dwell on that topic. Moon-old Street evening. During dinner, Chen Ye took a sip of black-bone chicken soup and picked up a chicken leg. For the past month, to provide nutrition for her children, Liu Fumei had been stewing chicken soup with Chinese medicine every day, with 5 or 6 dishes at every meal, making it very sumptuous. Biting into the chicken leg, Chen Ye mumbled, "Mom and Dad, do you know? Something shocking happened in the Chiang City College entrance exam scene today." Chen Da and his wife glanced at Chen Ye casually, asking with interest while they ate, "What is the matter?" The atmosphere in the family was very pleasant, without any of those rigid rules like not speaking while eating. Chen Ye then told her parents about what happened at the city gymnasium's special enrollment today. She had heard it from an old classmate at number 1 high school. When she first heard the news, her jaw hit the floor. What kind of precious little fool would give up a 5 million in university grants and an opportunity for direct admission to a martial arts university? She could not understand why someone would waste such an opportunity. If that chance were placed in front of her, she would grab it with both hands, even if it meant paying out of her own pocket. That little fool who refused must be regretting it by now, Chen Ye thought to herself. After hearing the story, Chen Da and his wife were stunned. Liu Fumei took a sip of soup, shook her head, and sighed deeply. Did that child who gave up the 5 million suffer some kind of shock? Why would they give up such a good opportunity? You know, kids nowadays are all breaking their heads trying to get into martial arts universities. It is such a pity to throw away a chance like that. As she spoke, she looked at Chen Ye with a melancholy expression, then murmured blankly, "If only that opportunity could have gone to our little Yi." Liu Fumei sighed a few more times, unable to let it go. This incident reminded her of Chen Ye's martial arts performance. Her son's academic grades had improved, but what about his martial arts? They had spent so much money, was it all going down the drain? Chen Da was not as sentimental as his wife. He quickly finished the rice in his bowl, wiped his mouth, and looked up at Chen Ye, asking casually, "Little Yi, you went to the city gymnasium today, did not you? Do you know who this young person is who was not moved by money?" Swish. As soon as Chen Da finished asking, his daughter Chen Yan and wife Liu Fumei both turned their gazes toward Chen Ye. Chen Yan's eyes lit up. She had been curious all day about who the student was that gave up the 5 million and the direct entry. She had asked many people, but none of her classmates knew the person's name. Now that she thought about it, she had forgotten that she had an older brother who applied to a martial arts university and was at the scene today. He must know who that legendary little fool was. Seeing the whole family's eyes fixed on him, Chen Ye scratched his head awkwardly. He had intended to finish his meal quietly and go back to his room to sleep, but the food was just too good, and he had ended up eating more than he planned. He had not expected the family to start discussing the special enrollment. He did not want his parents or sister to know about this. He was afraid they would not understand his actions and would call him a fool. After all, his family had never even seen 5 million, let alone possessed it. Giving up that much money in their eyes would surely be seen as something only an idiot would do. It seemed to be Murphy's Law. The more you fear something, the more likely it is to happen. Chen Ye took a sip of water, looked up at the three of them, and sighed helplessly. "Stop calling that person a fool, because I am that little fool." Upon hearing this, the first reaction of all three was a sound of disbelief and disdain. Chen Da gave a kind smile and patted Chen Ye on the back with an expression that said he knew his son was just pulling his leg. "Little Yi, lying is not a good habit. I have taught you since you were little to be honest. This lie of yours would not even fool a 3-year-old. His mother also gave him a strange look before shaking her head and going to clear the dishes. Not only did she not believe him, but she even suspected he might be having some mental trouble. Chen Yan wore a look of contempt, squinting at him with questioning eyes, as if to say that having a brother like him was embarrassing. However, Chen Yan suddenly recalled a strange thing that had happened recently. Since Chen Ye visited the Wulin Martial Arts Hall, the owner had been treating her, Chen Ying, and the others with extra care, especially her. He would carefully guide her on the essentials of her stance training and even help her refine the details of her movements, which she found very bizarre. Before going to sleep, Chen Ye opened his data panel. System, 8 sections of nurturing vitality, Gong level 2-1, idle in progress. Meditation 1 can be idled. Stance body tier 2 1/100 can be idled. Tai Kai Yin Yang Fish 0 days can be idled. Inner Qi value, 111 joules. Mental power, 35 pascals. Resources, 90,000 points. Speed multiplier, X. After the stance body broke through to the second level, his inner chi value increased by 10 points. The inner chi value that had previously been capped could now continue to rise. Just as instructor Fang predicted, the reason for the blockage was his physical constitution. This meant that the body and the inner chi needed to be developed in tandem to avoid hitting a bottleneck. You can think of the body as a container. The strength of the body determines the size of the container, and the inner chi is the water. How much inner chi you can hold depends on how big the container is. For now, Chen Ye did not plan to idle the martial technique yin-yang fish, as it took too long. Even at double speed, it would take 50 days, which was impossible to complete before the martial arts exam. He chose to continue idling the nurturing vitality gong to boost his inner chi. The most important assessment for the martial arts exam was the inner chi value. The higher it was, the better. His chances of getting into a prestigious martial arts university relied heavily on this data point. May 25th, 7 days left until the martial arts exam. At the training room of the Chiang No. 1 High School Gymnasium, the martial arts examinees gathered. Some were happy, some were worried. With the exam approaching, these students had organized a trip to the hospital to measure their inner chi levels again. Chen Ye did not go. His system recorded his progress in real time, so there was no need to waste money at the hospital. The top inner chi scores in the grade were Han Shilin 91J, Lin Hao 86J, Gu Yiji 85J, Zhang Tailong 87J, Cheng Yuan 85J, Zai Guangyu 84J, Zhao Kai 84J. Inner chi scores for class 333. Zhang Shilei 87J, Li Ming 82J, Liu Qi 82J, Yiziohan 80J, Hu Lijun 83J, Tang Xiaoqian 76J, Wu Daxiang 70J. Students with higher scores like Han Shilin and Zhang Tailong were still optimistic, wearing confident smiles. Those like Tang Xiaoqian and Wu Daxiang, whose scores had not passed 80J, were worried. Tang Xiaoqian stood in a corner with her head down, lost in thought, while Wu Daxiang just smiled bitterly and shook his head. Li Ming, with an inner chi of 82J, stood between Chen Ye and Han Shilin, complaining constantly. Among these people, he was at the bottom of the list. Why is everyone's inner chi so high while mine is only 82J? It is not fair. Li Ming clutched his head and wailed in the training room, all while practicing the nurturing vitality gong in frustration to vent his resentment. His complaints did not earn him any sympathy. Instead, they triggered a round of laughter. Chen Ye shook his head with a smile. With the aid of nurturing vitality pills, Li Ming's inner chi was actually not low at all. He was among the top in the class and the school. There were far more people like Tang Xiaoqian and Wu Daxiang whose inner chi had not even broken 80J. Increasing inner chi was extremely difficult. Unlike stance training, which could be practiced for 7 or 8 hours a day as long as one had the physical stamina, the nurturing vitality gong could only be practiced for 2 hours a day. It was an iron rule that could not be broken, and no one except Chen Ye could treat this rule as if it did not exist. People like Han Shilin, with such high internal energy levels, are truly 1 in 10,000. Not only do they have resources at home, but their talent is also exceptional. In a school of 5,000 or 6,000 students, there are only a handful of them. Furthermore, they are the cream of the crop among the younger generation in Chiang City, representing the hope of the entire city's martial arts examination. Li Ming has actually already surpassed most of the young people. However, the admission cutoff for the martial arts exams rises every year, and only 1 or 2 people usually get into a martial arts university. Li Ming's pessimism is just a result of facing reality. At this stage, those whose internal energy level has not reached 80 joules have basically no hope. And even at around 82 joules, the chances are not very high. Li Ming stopped complaining and practicing, turned to look at Han Shilin, gave him a light punch on the chest, and said with envy, "Shilin, how exactly do you cultivate? Why is your internal energy level so high?" The others in the training room also looked toward Han Shilin, with those having low internal energy levels showing expressions of anticipation. However, Han Shilin gave a bitter smile, pointed at Chen Ye, and said helplessly while clutching his head, "You should be asking him instead. His internal energy level is already at 110 joules, while I am only at 91. The gap is absolutely massive." Seeing him point at Chen Ye, the crowd immediately lost heart, muttering to themselves, "We are just ordinary people, he is a freak, learn from him." Learn what? How to sleep. In their eyes, Chen Ye is a total monster. They have never seen him work particularly hard, yet his academic scores, internal energy level, and stance training all improve by leaps and bounds, reaching heights ordinary people cannot even dream of. Li Ming glared at Han Xiulin, swept a glance at Chen Ye, and then pointed at him, saying irritably to Han Xiulin, "Learn from him? You are overestimating us too much. He is a freak. If we tried to copy him, we had be finished. He does not even practice every day." The surrounding martial arts examinees nodded in deep agreement with Li Ming's words. Seeing everyone discussing internal energy levels back and forth, Chen Ye had originally wanted to correct the error in Han Xiulin's statement, but thinking that it would deeply damage the confidence of the candidates present, he decided against it. Data panel. System, 8 parts cultivation technique level 2, 1 idle mode available. Meditation 1 idle mode available. Stance training level 2 1/20th, idle mode active. Taijiquan Yin Yang Fish 0 days, idle mode available. Internal energy level, 120 joules. Mental power, 35 Pa. Resources, 85,000 points. Multiplier, 2x. In the past few days, Chen Ye's internal energy level had increased once again, rising from 111 joules to 120 joules. It was like riding a rocket, shooting straight up, but he had hit a bottleneck once more and could not increase it any further. He had no choice but to set his stance training to idle mode. Once the proficiency for level 2 stance training increased, his internal energy level should be able to continue rising. If he were to tell the examinees present that his internal energy had reached 120 joules, they would probably go insane. During evening study hall, surrounding classmates were busy reviewing with their pens flying. Chen Ye kept his head down, buried in his phone browsing social media. When Lu Wen came into the classroom for rounds and saw him like that, he could do nothing but sigh. After all, Chen Ye was the top student in the entire city. Messages in the family group chat were constantly flooding the screen. Chen Ye opened the group chat and saw Chen Ying's mother bragging about her daughter's progress in martial arts. Sharing some good news with everyone, Yinger's internal energy level has now reached 84 joules. Then came a bunch of relatives following up with congratulations. "Really? That is wonderful. Congratulations to you, sister-in-law." "Congratulations, congratulations. It looks like our Chen family is really going to produce a martial arts university student this year. Sister-in-law, remember to host a celebration banquet this year. My little granddaughter is just amazing. Our Chen family is certainly lively this year. There are 5 children taking the college entrance exams, 3 of whom are taking the martial arts exams. It is hard for our family not to be prosperous in the future." That is right. In my opinion, it is highly likely that 2 of the 3 children taking the martial arts exam will get into a martial arts university. Exactly. Yinger's internal energy is at 84 joules. She is a shoo-in for a martial arts university. Although Yufei's energy is a bit lower, he is at 79 joules. With a bit more effort over the next few days to get it to 80, it should not be a problem. The relatives were already popping champagne in advance to celebrate Chen Ying and Zai Yufei. The group chat remained active with messages pouring in. The protagonists of the discussion were exclusively Chen Ying and Zai Yufei. They completely ignored Chen Ye, treating him with great disdain as a junior who was also taking the martial arts exam. Clearly, nobody thought he had a chance of getting into a martial arts university. Sharing a quick update with everyone, Sanjiang just said that on the day the children's exam results come out, the whole family will get together for a dinner to celebrate. The hotel has already been booked by Sanjiang, that new big hotel by the Chu River. We will notify you all when the time comes, so make sure to be there. Chen Ying's mother suddenly sent this message. Not long after this message was sent, many people replied below. "Okay, sister-in-law. Yay, it has been a long time since I have had a big feast." In a certain residential complex, Chen Sanjiang and his wife looked at the responses from the relatives in the group with satisfied smiles. They could already see the day their daughter would be on the golden list, feeling the envy and admiration of all their friends and relatives. Moon Old Street. "Zio Yi, the college entrance exam is almost here. You must study hard." Seeing Chen Yi get home, Liu Fumei took a portion of milk and fruit nutrition from the fridge and handed it to him, then warmed up some congealed chicken soup from the fridge in a pot. This was her mandatory midnight snack for her children every day. Ever since she was promoted to store manager, their family situation had improved compared to before. Liu Fumei looked at Chen Ye, who was focused on drinking his soup and could not help but feel moved. Even if this martial arts exam did not yield results, it was good enough that the child was maintaining a proper attitude and studying earnestly. The money spent would not be in vain. May 28th, only 4 days left until the martial arts exam. System, 8 parts cultivation technique level 2, 1 idle mode active. Meditation 1 idle mode available. Stance training level 2, 1 idle mode available. Taijiquan Yin Yang Fish 0 days, idle mode available. Internal energy level, 125 joules. Mental power, 35 Pa. Resources, 82,000 points. Multiplier, 2x. Under the 2x multiplier, the proficiency for level 2 stance training reached its maximum. Unexpectedly, he also gained another 5 joules of internal energy, bringing the current total to 125. He switched back to idling the cultivation technique. He wanted to push his internal energy level as high as possible during these final few days. In recent days, the whole of Chiang had fallen into a state of anxiety. Chen Ye could clearly feel that the people and events around him had undergone massive changes because of the college entrance exam. There were more and more traffic police on the streets. The pace of pedestrians had quickened. Buses in the morning were packed with students racing against time to review their books. The school track was filled with sweating martial arts examinees, and more cars were parked at the school gates as parents began picking up and dropping off their children daily. The entire city had entered an incredibly tense phase of preparation. Over the past few days, Chen Ye has spent 2 hours a day practicing the vitality cultivation technique and 4 hours on standing meditation, while also squeezing in some time to flip through his textbooks. During evening study hall, Chen Ye felt bored and simply decided to head home early. At home, the television was broadcasting the national news. May 28th, Huashi News reporting live. Today, the National Security Bureau, in conjunction with the Ministry of Education, issued an important notice stating that starting July 5th this year, the nation will establish city patrol teams in every county and city. These teams will be composed of candidates who top the martial arts exam rankings this year. Members of the patrol teams will serve for a 1-year term with a monthly allowance of 500,000. The duties of the patrol team include managing urban public order, combating illegal and criminal activities, and protecting public property and personal safety. The teams will report directly to the Central Martial Arts Department, operate independently of local authorities, and possess law enforcement powers, with which local law enforcement agencies are required to cooperate fully. A monthly allowance of 500,000. Seeing this news, Chen Ye was stunned. With the martial arts exams and now this 500,000 allowance, it looks like the government is preparing for a full-scale investment in the path of martial arts, constantly raising the stakes. These martial arts candidates are truly precious. With scholarships, incentives, and allowances reaching hundreds of thousands or even millions, it seems the martial arts track is definitely the future. Chen Ye shook his head in amazement. He took a sip of tea, then turned to his wife, Liu Fumei, and said with emotion, "Fumei, have we missed out on something?" The future of the martial arts path seems incredibly bright. Liu Fumei sighed, "Exactly. If we had known the state placed such great importance on martial arts, we should have scraped together every penny to have Xiao Yi and Xiao Yan start training years ago." Both of them sighed repeatedly. Although they were just ordinary folks who could not decipher complex political situations, the government's stance on martial arts was now so clear that even they could see the massive potential of this path. Chen Ye, sitting on the sofa nearby, glanced at them and froze. His parents' reaction speed was just too slow. He held back the urge to comment and thought silently, "Have you forgotten that I already signed up for the martial arts exam?" When he first heard the news, he was also extremely excited. If he could successfully pass the martial arts university exam and then serve in this patrol team for 2 months, he would earn $1 million. That would not only solve the issue of buying a house and a car, but he would also have no worries about future cultivation resources. Chen Ye shook his head, looking troubled as he said, "It is too late. I have consulted some friends, and they all said you started training too late. It is impossible for you to pass the martial arts exam." Chen Ye had been skeptical of his own words. Following a friend's introduction, he had asked a martial arts teacher at Chiang No. 2 High School. When the teacher heard about Chen Ye's situation, he almost blurted out that Chen Ye was brain damaged. Starting martial arts training only a few months before the exam was nothing but a joke. The teacher straight up told him that his son was just wasting money and plainly stated that a martial arts university was an impossible goal for Chen Ye. Chen Ye ignored his parents' anxiety. He was busy looking up information about the city patrol team online. He was determined to get that allowance. Before bed, Chen Ye checked his social media feed. Many people had reposted the city patrol team news and shared their thoughts. Good grief, they have actually set up a patrol team. They have even got law enforcement powers now. Not only are martial arts candidates big earners now, but they are also gaining real power. Given this social status, martial arts is undoubtedly the government's favorite child. Is it still too late for me to sign up for the martial arts exam? I regret not signing up. So many of my old classmates signed up, and now I am green with envy. Chen Ye scrolled through the posts. Many of his junior high and elementary school classmates were expressing a strong desire for the 500,000 allowance and a spot on the patrol team. After closing his social feed, Chen Ye found that his martial arts exchange group was buzzing with activity. Hey guys, the exam is coming up soon. Are you all prepared? I guess my internal energy level is 90 joules, barely enough I suppose. Holy crap, 90 joules. Bow down to the master, I am only at 81 joules. Hey, did you guys see the news? The government is setting up a patrol team this year. Did you know about that? What is there to be surprised about? The patrol teams have existed for a long time, they just were not public before. People in the group chatted about their internal energy levels. Most were around 80 joules, some were over 90, but almost none were over 100, and certainly none had reached Chen Ye's 125 joule level. Of course, there might be others hiding their true strength just like he was. Later, the group talked about the patrol team, and a piece of information caught Chen Ye's attention. Someone said the teams were not created this year, but had existed for a long time. Judging by the person's confident tone, it was likely true, and Chen Ye took note of it. Which provinces are you guys from? If we are in the same province, we could organize a meetup during the exam to grab a meal and get to know each other. Someone suggested a meetup during the exam. Since martial arts exams are usually held in the provincial capital, students from the same province would likely be at the same test site or even the same exam room, making it convenient for online friends to meet in person. The person who made the suggestion probably had networking in mind. With nearly 100 people in the group, many would surely get into martial arts universities. Getting to know them in advance could prove valuable later on. You have to admit, the person who suggested the meetup is quite clever. Soon, the members of the chat group agreed, and everyone understood the benefit of meeting up. I am from U City, Jingnan Province. I am from Jiu City, Ganjiang Province. I am in Jiangcheng City, Hebei Province. I am also from Hebei Province. Group members posted their locations, and then began creating separate subgroups based on their provinces. Chen Ye also posted his location, Chiang City, Jingnan Province. Surprisingly, the person who had helped him solve his internal energy issue with a meditation theory earlier was also from Jingnan Province. However, that person was a martial arts student from the provincial capital, Tanju, with the username Snow. Soon, Chen Ye was added to a new group, chat titled Jingnan Big Shots. Chen Ye was stunned by the name. It sounded like some kind of gang. There were 5 people in the group. The person who created the group had the username U City Big Shot. The group name certainly fit his personal style. He was from U City, which, like Chiang City, was just a small county-level town, not even a prefecture-level city. The other 2 were a martial arts student from Miao City, a prefecture-level city, with the username Old Woman Who Knows Goo, and another person from the provincial capital Tanju, just like Snow, with the username Tanju's strongest elementary schooler. Chen Ye's own username was King Feng Zilai. The members in the group quickly got to know each other and began discussing the contents of the martial arts exam, specifically internal energy values and standing meditation techniques. Among them, the 2 from the provincial capital had the best martial arts results. Although they did not explicitly state it, it could be inferred from their comments that both their internal energy levels were above 90 joules. This was quite logical. After all, given the educational resources available, martial arts students from provincial capitals were generally stronger than those from small county-level or prefecture-level cities. May 29th, only 3 days left until the martial arts exam. School gymnasium, martial arts class. At this point, the martial arts class no longer organizes joint training for pile exercises, sparring, or energy cultivation techniques. With only 3 days left, it is time to relax. The school leaders and teachers basically already know who is likely to pass. These few days are just free time. If you want to practice, go ahead, and if you do not, you can return to your classroom, go home, or head to the dorms. The martial arts students in the training room are gathered together chatting. Not many people are practicing their techniques now. Han Shilin took a sip of his energy drink, looked around at everyone, and burped. You guys must have heard about the city patrol, right? Of course I heard. That is big news. If you get into a martial arts university now, you do not just gain fame and fortune, you also hold real power. It is definitely the best path to take. It is just too awesome. Exactly, it is a good thing we all signed up for the martial arts program. Otherwise, we would not have a chance at all. Also, if I can join the patrol, the first thing I am going to do is arrest those loafers hanging around my neighborhood. Forget it. Given your current martial arts scores, how could you possibly get into a martial arts university? You would be better off begging Chen Ye. Chen Ye is definitely getting into a martial arts university, and it will be a natural transition for him to join the Chiang City Patrol. That is right, we can just ask Chen Ye for help later. He is definitely getting into the patrol. As they spoke, everyone turned their eyes toward Chen Ye. Old Chen, there is something you have to promise me beforehand. My family has a lawsuit coming up. You definitely have to help me when the time comes. Same here, my neighborhood is being forcibly demolished, and the demolition team is super arrogant and domineering. You have to help your brother out. The crowd suddenly surrounded Chen Ye, all talking at once to vent their troubles. Chen Ye did not know whether to laugh or cry. The exam has not even happened yet, and they are all already thinking about the patrol. How ridiculous. However, for the sake of that allowance, he did indeed want to join the patrol. Han Shilin pushed the others aside, walked up to Chen Ye, and said solemnly, Brother Chen, you absolutely have to get into the patrol. Seeing Han Shilin place such importance on the patrol, Chen Ye could not help but ask why. Han Shilin then told Chen Ye everything he knew about the patrol. Chen Ye did not expect that serving in the patrol would also grant merit points. Merit points could be exchanged for martial arts resources at the Martial Arts Association under the Martial Arts Department, such as energy pills, cultivation techniques, and other precious resources. Besides, you can also exchange for resources within a martial arts university using merit points. Merit points are great things that money cannot buy, and there are not many places to get them. The patrol is one of those places. Looking at it this way, he definitely had to get into the patrol. This martial arts class turned from talking about the patrol at the beginning to everyone begging Chen Ye for favors by the end. Chen Ye, Han Shilin, Zhang Shile. A voice interrupted the chaos in the training room. The crowd looked over to see Fang Lishan walking over. Chen Ye, Han Shilin, and the other martial arts students, whose names were called, turned to look at Fang Lishan, looking confused as they did not know why he was calling them. Fang Lishan looked serious, coughed, and stated his purpose. It turned out that the principal, vice principal, and other leaders wanted them to go to the principal's office. There were things they needed to tell them. Hearing that the principal was looking for him, Chen Ye was speechless. This was the nth time the principal had talked to him this month. Of course, it was not because he was in trouble, but because the school cared about their mental and physical well-being. After all, they were the students most likely to get into a martial arts university from Chiang No. 1 High School. The purpose of these talks was to first ask about their living conditions and mental state, and to see if they needed any help from the school. If they had any material or mental troubles, the school would help them with all their strength. Secondly, it was to give some advice on the martial arts exam. In short, everything was about the exam, ensuring they had no worries and could participate with full focus. These school leaders were particularly attentive to them, even more so than their own parents, checking in on them every few days. Especially Chen Ye, who had been called separately several times. Each time, they would ask if he had any difficulties at home, if he needed material help from the school, or if he needed the school's cooperation in terms of scheduling. The others looked at the backs of Chen Ye and the others as they left with envy. Being cared for by school leaders was a great honor for these students, something they could brag about to their relatives and friends back home. The principal's office. The principal, wearing a Zhongshan suit and sporting a neatly parted hairstyle, looked at Chen Ye with concern. Student Chen Ye, how has life been lately? Is there anything you need help with from the school? If so, just ask, and the school will do its best to satisfy it. At this stage, your affairs are the school's affairs. Any personal or family reasons should be put aside. Everything should focus on your martial arts exam." The principal's expression was very kind, as if he would agree to any request. Chen Ye had the illusion that if he asked for 1 million, the principal might even give it to him. At this moment, only Chen Ye and the principal were left in the office. Han Shilin and the others had already left. The principal had deliberately kept Chen Ye behind to show his concern, clearly indicating that he had higher hopes for Chen Ye's chances of getting into a top martial arts university compared to the others. Chen Ye gave a few perfunctory responses and then left. He really did not need any help, and he felt awkward sitting alone with a middle-aged man. During evening study, while others were busy revising, Chen Ye opened his phone and started browsing his social feed. The group chat, Jingnan boss was having a heated discussion. Old woman who casts Gu asked, "How are the acceptance rates in your cities? Our Miao city only sent 25 people to martial arts universities last year, and I am a bit worried about whether I can be one of those 25 this year." You city boss replied, "25 is already a lot. Only 5 people from our place passed last year." Old woman who casts Gu sent a surprised emoji and replied, "Wow, that few. Does not that mean your hope of getting into a martial arts university this year is very slim?" You city boss sent a weary emoji. Old woman who casts Gu then tagged Chen Ye, Snow, and strongest grade schooler in Tanzhou and asked, "What about you guys?" After seeing this message, Chen Ye thought for a moment and decided to reply, 2 people. There was no need to hide it. Only 2 people from their Chiang city passed last year. But when the old woman who casts Gu saw his message, she sent several shocked emojis in a row, then followed up with a message. "Wow, your Chiang city's acceptance rate is so low. Is not that like thousands of soldiers trying to cross a single log bridge? Then you are definitely not going to pass this year." Seeing this, Chen Ye felt a vain throb on his forehead. His inner energy was already at 126 joules, yet this woman had already written him off. Where did she get such confidence? Chen Ye shook his head, too lazy to bother with such a self-righteous person. At this moment, strongest grade schooler in Tanzhou tagged the old woman who casts Gu and replied, "It seems it was not many for us in Tanzhou last year either, just about 300 people." Seeing this message, Chen Ye was surprised. He knew that the educational and cultivation resources in Tanzhou were better than those in Chiang City, but he had not realized the gap was this huge. It was a world of difference. However, this self-proclaimed strongest elementary student in Tanzhou seemed to be mocking the old woman who knows how to cast curses. The old woman who knows how to cast curses, however, did not seem to care at all. Instead, she posted an envious emoji and replied, "Wow, that is amazing. I wish I could attend high school in the provincial capital too." After that, the group chatted more about the martial arts exam, sharing tips and precautions, though it was all just the usual clichés. During the conversation, Chen Ye discovered that this old woman who casts curses was a very snobbish person. Once she found out that the school enrollment rate in Chen Ye's area was the lowest in the group, she began to ignore his existence entirely, as if he did not exist. She would even skip over him when tagging people, clearly ostracizing him. Meanwhile, she kept frantically tagging Snow and the strongest elementary student in Tanzhou to chat with them. Chen Ye did not really care. They were just strangers on the internet after all. May 31st, only 1 day left before the martial arts exam. System, 8 parts nourishing vitality technique level 2, 100 out of 100 idle running. Meditation, 100 out of 100, can be set to idle. Stance training tier 2, 100 out of 100, can be set to idle. Tai Kai Yin Yang fish, 0 out of 100 days, can be set to idle. Internal chi value, 131 joules. Mental power, 35 pascals. Resources, 79,000 points. Speed multiplier, 2x. In recent days, Chen Ye's internal chi value had broken the 130 mark, reaching 131 joules. This level had already left the other martial arts students at school far behind. Afternoon, class 333. Lu Wenjin scanned the students in the class, a suppressed smile hanging on his lips. "Listen up, martial arts students. You are all on break starting now. Go home and get some good rest. Meet at the school gate tomorrow afternoon to board the bus to Tanzhou for the day after tomorrow's martial arts exam. Remember, do not go out and mess around today. Avoid internet cafes, game arcades, and similar places. Go home and prepare for the exam. You have been practicing martial arts for so many years. Is not this the moment you have been waiting for? Do not let anything get in the way. You only get one chance at this exam in your life, so make sure you seize it." After Lu Wenjin finished his instructions, Chen Ye and the other martial arts students began packing their things to head home. Just as Chen Ye walked out of the classroom, Lu Wenjin hurried over. Looking at Chen Ye with a smile, he gestured for him to wait. "Chen Ye, hold on a second." Chen Ye turned around and looked at Lu Wenjin with a puzzled frown. Lu Wenjin walked over and patted Chen Ye on the back, signaling for them to talk as they walked. As they walked through the campus, Lu Wenjin turned to him with a chuckle. "Chen Ye, are you clear on all the precautions for the martial arts exam?" Chen Ye nodded. He had already memorized those things by heart. Lu Wenjin continued, "Just remember, with your current martial arts scores, you are guaranteed to get into a martial arts university. So, do not be nervous in the exam hall, just follow your usual training routine. The teacher has faith in your results. You will definitely be fine." Chen Ye could not help but laugh. It turned out the teacher just wanted to give him a few more reminders. He nodded humbly. "Do not worry, Teacher Lu, I am confident." Confidence is good. Lu Wenjin nodded and continued. "After you get home today, be very careful not to eat cold or overly spicy food. Even though you martial arts students have excellent physiques, you still need to be wary of things like diarrhea. If such health issues arise, they will affect your performance the day after tomorrow." Chen Ye nodded and listened earnestly. The teacher was genuinely concerned for him. Seeing Chen Ye listening to his instructions with such sincerity and humility, Lu Wenjin felt a sense of relief. He did not know when it started, but the boy who used to be the tail-ender of the class had become the student he was most proud of, his bragging right in front of other teachers. Now, every teacher in the school envied him for raising such a talented student who excelled in both academics and martial arts. Afterward, Lu Wenjin shared many more tips for before, during, and after the exam, such as ensuring his safety when staying at the hotel in Tanju, noting that the exam venue is a large university campus, and that if he gets lost and cannot find the exam hall, he should call the 6767 emergency hotline specifically set up for examinees. He also warned him not to wander off after the exam and to wait at the designated meeting point for the teachers and other students before leaving. Lu Wenjin's instructions were incredibly meticulous, covering every possible unfavorable scenario, and Chen Ye truly benefited a lot from them. Afterward, Lu Wenjin personally drove Chen Ye home, saying it was the principal's order to ensure he got home safely. In the car, Lu Wenjin repeatedly told him not to overthink the exam at night and to sleep well to face the exam in peak condition. He was being even more attentive than his own mother. When they arrived at the old neighborhood where Chen Ye lived, Lu Wenjin still was not at ease. He insisted on walking him to his front door and handing him over to Chen Da and his wife before he felt satisfied enough to leave. It made Chen Ye feel like a 3-year-old child. When Gu Da and his wife saw Lu Beiying at their door, they thought Chen Ye had gotten into some kind of trouble at school, and their nerves tightened instantly. Luckily, Lu Wenjin left right after dropping Chen Ye off without much chatter. Otherwise, the couple would not have known how to handle the situation. After Lu Wenjin left, Chen Da immediately grabbed Chen Ye's hand and pulled him into the living room, asking seriously, "What is going on? Why did your class teacher come all the way here?" Chen Yan walked out of her bedroom holding a carton of yogurt. She took a quick sip and glanced at Chen Ye with a teasing look. Why else would the class teacher come over? Brother must have done something bad at school. Hearing this, Liu Jianbei's expression tightened, and she quickly looked at Chen Ye. "Xiao Yi, did you really get into trouble?" Chen Ye sighed in exasperation, looking innocently at the three of them. "What are you all talking about? Can you think of something positive? The martial arts exam is the day after tomorrow, and the teacher was just worried I would not be safe on the road, so he drove me home." Hearing that Lu Wenjin just brought him home for no other reason, Chen Da and his wife breathed a sigh of relief. The college entrance exam was coming up, and nothing could go wrong now. Even if the martial arts exam did not matter, the regular college entrance exam absolutely could not be affected. The couple did not have much faith in Chen Ye's martial arts performance. After all, he started practicing so late, so if he managed to get in, it would be a miracle. Compared to the martial arts exam, they were far more worried about the traditional college entrance exam. Although they had seen Chen Ye get first place last time, he never brought home similar results afterward, so they still did not dare to lower their guard. June 1st, the final day before the martial arts exam. In the afternoon, Chen Ye waited at home for his aunt to come and drive him to school. He had originally planned to take the bus to avoid troubling anyone, but his mother insisted that he go with his aunt. Bored, he opened his social media app and scrolled through his feed. After a recent update, the app allowed users to see likes, comments, and replies from people who were not on their friends list. Today, many people were posting updates about their upcoming martial arts exam. Liu Qi, the martial arts exam is tomorrow. I am so nervous. Heading to Tanju City this afternoon. Sisters, please wish me luck. Over a dozen replies followed. Good luck, Sister Liu, waiting for your triumphant return. Liu Qi replied, thanks. You have to get into a martial arts university. I am waiting for you to keep me. Liu Qi replied, okay, bestie. And Li Ming also posted an update. Tomorrow is the beginning of my Li Ming's grand ambition. Brothers, let us go, go, go. Over a dozen replies followed. Brother Li is mighty. Waiting for your return. Waiting for you to make the gold list. Brothers will set up 50 tables at Hongfu Tower for you. Remember your promise to me, love emoji. And Chen Ye also posted an update at this time. A selfie with Chu Yang No. 2 High School in the background and a bus behind her. Her caption read, 10 years of hard study to sharpen the sword, today it leaves the scabbard to test its edge. She received over 20 replies. Go daughter, dad is waiting at home for your success. Niece, you have such a literary flair, aunt wishes you a smooth journey. Confident and at your peak, go for it. Goddess, you can do it. Sister, wishing you immediate victory. Sister Ying, wishing you instant success. And Chen Ye made a skeptical face. He did not expect Chen Ying to be so popular. What annoyed him most was that the replies included those two people, names he knew all too well. His sister Chen Yan and his older sister Chen Lan. Seriously, his own sisters were cheering for someone else, but not their own brother. It was completely ridiculous. He figured he must have been fighting with Chen Yan even in the womb. How else could he explain this girl's attitude now? And his older sister was even worse. Since talking to him once during the new year last year, she had not called him at all, as if he did not even exist as her younger brother. Chen Ye shook his head, feeling chilled and frustrated. He kept scrolling through his feed. The sense of ceremony for the martial arts exam was in full swing, and many people had posted heroic poems just like Chen Ying. Zhang Shile, in the morning a farmer's boy, by evening in the emperor's hall. Generals and ministers have no noble birth, a man should strive for strength. And Chen Ye chuckled, Zhang Shile, you closeted pretentious guy, trying to rebel. Han Shilin, people of the time do not recognize the clouds touching tree, only when it reaches the clouds do they call it tall. And that poem is really trying too hard to look cool. That is so you, Han Shilin. Lin Hao, the giant rock rises with the wind for a day, soaring 90,000 miles up. And Chen Ye nodded with some empathy, he has got ambition. Zai Yufei, the ink on the gold list is still fresh. This year has already matched last year's spring. Yi Ziohen, the results are posted in the East Capital before the flowers bloom. 33 men return on horseback. Hu Lijian, at the place where names are inscribed under the Xian Pagoda, the youngest among the 17. And many people taking the exam tomorrow had posted heroic poetry today. The social feed had practically turned into a poetry recital. Chen Ye felt his blood pumping. It was truly exciting, making him want to post an update to cheer himself on as well. He originally did not want to, because he did not have many friends before, and not many people were optimistic about him for either the martial or academic exams. If he posted and nobody replied, it would be embarrassing compared to others, which would only hurt his own confidence. But now he had enough self-confidence, and it would not hurt to post something. After thinking about it, Chen Ye decided to post something. But what to post? He was in a bit of a bind. The pretentious poems seemed to be all taken, and he did not have any good ones left. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. His internal energy level had recently reached 133 joules. Thinking of this, his fingers quickly slid across the screen. Chen Ye, 125. He posted the number 125, representing his internal energy value. He did not post 133, that was a bit too high, and he was afraid people would not be able to process it. Those who knew would know. After posting, he exited his feed. He had just wanted to satisfy his own urge to express himself and did not expect any replies. But the moment he closed the app, a red one appeared on the update icon, followed by 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. In just a few minutes, it hit 99 plus. Chen Ye was stunned and quickly clicked to check the updates. The first to reply was Han Shilin. As expected, he understood. Han Shilin knew his worth perfectly. After training together this past month, with Chen Ye feeding him moves, he knew best how powerful Chen Ye was. Being at the second stage of the stance body was not a joke. At this very moment, he clearly knew what this 125 represented. Han Shilin, amazing. Following Han Shilin's comment, a neat and uniform queue formed below. Li Ming, amazing. Zhang Shilei, amazing. Lin Hao, amazing. Yiziohen, amazing. Hu Lijun, amazing. Guo Yiji, amazing. Zhang Tailong, amazing. Fang Lishun, amazing. LV Wenjin, amazing. Principal of number 1 middle school, amazing. Han Jiangang, amazing. Han Wulin, amazing. And looking down, over 400 people had replied with the word, amazing. Even successful middle-aged men like Fang Lishun, LV Wenjin, the principal of number 1 middle school, and Han Jiangang had followed the trend. Chen Ye could not help but laugh and cry at the sight of these people. There were also many people he did not recognize. He did not know where they heard about his situation and added him. They might have been fellow students or business figures from society. At this moment, a surge of pride welled up in Chen Ye. Even after living 2 lifetimes, he could not escape vanity. To be recognized, respected, and admired by such influential people was simply too exhilarating. Chen Yan, who was just a wall away, knitted her brows as she looked at Chen Ye's post. When she saw over 400 people replying to this inexplicable 125, she felt confused. They all replied saying, amazing, but what did that mean? What kind of trick was Chen Ye pulling now? He was not that impressive. Just posting a 125, what was so amazing about that? Chen Yan could not understand it. She had no idea that 125 stood for internal energy level. After pondering for a moment, Chen Yan poked her head out to look into the living room. Seeing Chen Ye with his head down looking at his phone, she subconsciously asked, what does that post mean? Why is everyone calling it amazing? Chen Ye smiled proudly, that's a secret. On the other end of the internet, Chen Ying also saw Chen Ye's post. She did not understand what it meant either, nor did she know why the people below were calling it amazing. But for some reason, she felt like the post looked very impressive. It seemed to carry a mysterious vibe, as if it were hiding some extraordinary information. And with hundreds of people tacitly not revealing the point, just calling it amazing, it only made Chen Ye's post feel even more mysterious. Chen Ying's expression was conflicted. She originally wanted to reply to the post and ask what it meant, but seeing the queue of impressive comments so neatly aligned, she suddenly felt afraid to break such a sacred sense of unspoken agreement. Besides, this post was made by Chen Ye. What could a poor student like him possibly have done to make so many people exclaim that it was impressive? The moment she thought about the fact that it was Chen Ye who posted it, she felt it would be beneath her dignity to ask, whether it was in the comments or by approaching him directly. In the end, Chen Ying had to suppress her curiosity and stop thinking about it. Meanwhile, in a student dormitory at Tianlu University in Tanju City, over 400 kilometers away from Chiang City, a pretty girl was about to turn on her computer to look up some information when her phone suddenly lit up. Her brow furrowed slightly as she picked it up, only to find that someone on her close friends list had posted a status update. Chen Lan opened her social media app and saw that it was a post from her younger brother, Chen Ye. She could not help but look curious. She tapped on the post, but when she saw it was just a cryptic number, her expression turned to one of confusion, and the trail of impressive comments below only left her even more puzzled. Posting a 125, what is this useless brother of mine trying to say? What is he getting at? And what are these people below doing? Seeing 400 or 500 replies saying, impressive, Chen Lan was thoroughly confused. As far as she knew, her brother had no merits worth praising other than sleeping. What on earth were these people shouting about? She took another look and noticed that every single reply was just impressive, and her brows knitted together. What is he doing here? Is it some sort of secret code, playing spy games? Chen Lan sighed. This unserious brother of hers was such a headache. Recently, their mother had been calling her frequently to discuss the college entrance exam and choosing a major. She had been frantically looking up information, trying to find a good major with promising prospects for him, but thinking about her brother's abysmal grades gave her a migraine. It was impossible to find any top-tier major with those scores, and she felt completely exhausted by it. At this point, others in class 333 had also seen Chen Ye's post. Take Liu Qi, for example. She was very confused when she saw it and wanted to ask why, but when she saw that no one else was asking, she figured she would look like an outsider if she did. Besides, if even the principal was calling it impressive, then she might as well just join in. After thinking about it, she replied with the word impressive underneath. Many students who did not participate in the martial arts exam were just like Liu Qi. They did not know what 125 meant, but seeing so many people hailing it as impressive, they followed suit, not wanting to be left out. The number of replies subsequently jumped from 400 to 500, and even Chen Ye's parents and a group of relatives noticed. Chen Da wondered to himself, what on earth is this kid playing at? Chen Sanjiang frowned while looking at Chen Ye's post, feeling a subtle, inexplicable sense that Chen Ye might be deeper than he appeared. Half an hour after Chen Ye made the post, Chen Yan suddenly received a call, and shortly after, he heard her discussing the college entrance exam with someone. Intrigued, Chen Ye stood up and walked to the door of Chen Yan's room to eavesdrop. It was his sister, Chen Lan. Chen Lan seemed to be sharing her own experience with the entrance exam. Hearing this, Chen Ye immediately lost interest and turned to head back to the living room, but the moment he sat down, his phone rang. It was his sister, Chen Lan. Chen Ye smiled, thinking she did not care about him at all, and tapped the screen to answer. Chen Ye, what is wrong with you? Cannot you study properly instead of posting on social media every single day? Whoosh! The moment the call connected, Chen Lan raised her voice. She had clearly seen his post about 125. Chen Ye sighed and said innocently, what do you mean I am not studying? Getting into top universities would not even be a problem for me now. No sooner had he finished speaking than a stern voice came from the other end. Chen Ye, stop spouting nonsense. If you can even score 300 points on the entrance exam, I will count it as a success. Chen Ye felt helpless. The prejudice his sister had against him was deep-seated, even worse than Chen Yan's. 300 points? Underestimating someone much. He could not help it. He was a poor student. Chen Lan had been a straight-A student since they were little and had always looked down on her academic failure of a younger brother. Moreover, he had spent 2.5 of his 3 high school years sleeping. Their parents worked hard for their money, which only fueled Chen Lan's prejudice against him. A few minutes later, Chen Lan stopped lecturing and shifted to a more serious tone. The college entrance exam is only 5 days away. Listen carefully as I tell you some important things to keep in mind. First, make sure to bring your admission ticket. Second, keep your answer sheet complete. Even if you have to guess, write something down. Remember, absolutely do not fall asleep and certainly do not cheat. Third, do not get stuck on questions you do not know. Chen Lan emphasized a long list of precautions and shared quite a bit of experience and test-taking strategies regarding the exam. But to be honest, most of it was useless to Chen Ye. How could he possibly end up with blank sheets or unanswered questions now? Still, not wanting to dampen his sister's good intentions, he did not point it out. Even if he did, she would not believe him anyway. Chen Lan had been talking for so long without once mentioning the martial arts exam, clearly unaware that he had registered for it. If she knew, she would probably be even more shocked. In order to prepare the ground for her, Chen Ye thought about telling her. He opened his mouth and said, "Sis, I." Before he could get past the first word, Chen Lan cut him off. "Hold on, listen to me." Chen Ye shook his head and chuckled. He decided against telling her. In Chen Lan's current state, if she found out, she might just show up at the test site tomorrow to give him a piece of her mind. After a few seconds of silence on the other end, she said, I have looked up some information over the past few days and found several good public vocational colleges. Some of their ACE programs include mechanical engineering, electrical engineering, CNC machining, auto repair, and nursing. See what you are interested in and find a major as soon as you can. I will help you look at which school is better then. Try to get as many points as you can, since there are score requirements even for these programs. Chen Lan went on and on about choosing majors and even talked about future job hunting, leaving Chen Ye stunned. He was the top student at Chiang No. 1 High, someone even the principal admired and almost kowtowed to. Yet in his sister's eyes, he was only fit for a vocational college, and she was even suggesting he get a welding or machinist certification to help him find a job. Speechless, even if he was not the best in the province in martial arts, surely he was among the top tier. He could not imagine himself in work clothes and safety boots, slaving away on an assembly line every day. However, he had to listen to everything Chen Lan said and nod along from time to time. After all, she was thinking about his future. About 10 minutes after finishing his call with Chen Lan, His aunt Liu Fuling arrived downstairs. "Xiao Yi, get ready to go. Your aunt is waiting for us downstairs." His mother's voice came from the bedroom. A few seconds later, she walked out, dressed neatly. Since becoming a store manager, her style had shifted toward that of a professional woman. Her entire demeanor had been refreshed, making her look over a decade younger. She seemed more energetic every day, and her smiles had become much more frequent. All of this was the result of her promotion, pay raise, and the growing sense of hope in her life. Seeing his mother in such high spirits, Chen Ye felt glad that he had insisted on choosing the path of martial arts. Otherwise, things would not have turned out like this. As a high school student earning 100,000 a month and changing his family's living situation, he felt very proud. After checking his martial arts examination permit and other necessities for the next day's assessment, Chen Ye went downstairs with his mother. The permit was thick and rigid, much like an ID card, and felt far more high-tech than the standard college entrance exam admission ticket. Upon reaching the residential complex downstairs, Chen Ye saw a low-end Dajang car parked by the roadside. It was known for its high cost-performance ratio and was a popular choice for many ordinary people. His aunt, Liu Fuling, was a real estate agent. Although she was not wealthy, she earned 5,000 or 6,000 a month on average. Previously, her salary alone was equal to that of both of Chen Ye's parents, so her family was better off. They had bought a car, but now that Chen Ye's mother was a store manager, the two families were about on par. A woman in her 30s sat in the driver's seat of the Dajang. Her skin was well-maintained, and she bore a 7/10 resemblance to Liu Fume. In the back seat sat a round-headed boy. The little brat was peeking out, waving incessantly at Chen Ye while calling out, "Big brother" in a sweet voice. After Chen Ye and his mother got into the car, Liu Fuling looked at her sister, Liu Fume, with an expression of amazement, clicking her tongue in praise. "Sister, ever since you became a store manager, you have become more and more elegant. I think if you went out with your husband now, you would definitely be mistaken for father and daughter." Upon hearing this, a flash of embarrassment crossed Liu Fume's face, and she glared at her sister in mock anger. "Fuling, stop talking nonsense in front of the children. Keep your image as a mother in mind." Liu Fuling raised her eyebrows at Liu Fume, unbothered, then turned to greet Chen Ye with a smile. She gave Chen Ye a wink and said to Liu Fume, "I am not talking nonsense. With your skin and demeanor, nobody would guess you are a woman in her 40s. You look at most like you are in your 30s. If you do not believe me, just ask Xiao Yi." Seeing his mother's awkward state, Chen Ye held back a laugh and nodded, truly agreeing. His aunt was right. There really felt like a generational gap between his mother and father now. Seeing his son stifling a laugh, Liu Fume felt slightly irritated. Her face darkened as she glared at Liu Fuling and feigned anger and scolded, "Stop talking nonsense and just drive your car." In truth, she was quite happy inside. What woman does not like being told she looks young? A few minutes into the drive, Liu Fuling suddenly glanced at Chen Ye through the rearview mirror and asked aimlessly, "Sister, when did Xiao Yi start practicing martial arts? I have not heard about it before." When she heard last night that her sister said Chen Ye had signed up for the martial arts track, she was extremely surprised. She knew her nephew well, his grades were poor, he loved to sleep, and she heard he had spent 2.5 of his 3 high school years sleeping. Given that, he probably could not even get into a regular third-tier university, so why would he sign up for the martial arts track? She was very confused. Hearing her sister's words, Liu Fume gave Chen Ye an awkward glance and replied vaguely, "It has not been long, probably just these past few months." Hearing that Chen Ye had only been exposed to martial arts for a few months, a flicker of surprise passed through Liu Fuling's eyes, though she did not show it. She took a calm look at Chen Ye. How could he dare to sign up for the martial arts exam after only a few months of practice? She remembered her colleague's daughter had started practicing in middle school, working on things like the Yangyuan Gong and stance training, and persisted until she took the martial arts exam last year. All in all, they had spent over 100,000 on Yangyuan pills and other martial arts resources, yet she still had not gotten into a martial arts university. How could Xiao Yi possibly pass after just a few months? Was not this just a waste of money? She felt a bit emotional. Her sister's family had been struggling, so why make such a decision? She could not understand it, but it was not easy to ask. After all, the exam was tomorrow, and asking such meaningless questions might just add psychological burden to the child. After thinking for a moment, Liu Fuling suddenly turned back and gave Chen Ye a cheerful smile, joking, "Xiao Yi, Do not be nervous about tomorrow's martial arts exam or the college entrance exam in a few days. Do not put any pressure on yourself. If it does not work out, you can just come work as a real estate agent with your aunt. You will not make a fortune, but you will at least be able to get by." Hearing this, Chen Ye smiled without saying a word, feeling quite helpless. What was wrong with these people? They did not believe in him at all, each one arranging his life as if he were destined only for a factory or sales job. Just as Liu Fuling mentioned the exam, the little brat who had been searching Chen Ye for candy suddenly sat up straight. With his round eyes fixed on Chen Ye, he asked in his childish voice, "Big brother, are you going to take the martial arts exam?" Chen Ye nodded in confusion. He did not understand what the little guy was getting at. Liu Fume and Liu Fuling, sitting in the front, also heard the child's voice and could not help but wonder what he was up to. Seeing Chen Ye nod, the little brat smiled happily and asked again in his childish voice, "Then after you finish your exam, can you buy me the latest Wanjiang drone?" A Wanjiang drone? Chen Ye was dumbfounded. What kind of logic was this? Why would he need to buy a drone for him after his exam? And why a drone? He looked at the brat with confusion, waiting for the rest of his story. Liu Fume and Liu Fuling were also shocked by the child's words. What was this little rascal thinking? They cast a suspicious look at him, wanting to know why he said that. The little brat soon revealed the reason, his youthful voice ringing out in the car once again. "Because my classmate's big brother bought him a drone. His brother is a martial arts student who took the exam last year. Back then, a lot of people in the class envied him for having a drone. He made us give him our snacks just to let us play with it for a little while, and I did not even get a turn." The little brat looked pitifully at Chen Ye. "So, big brother, can you buy me a Wanjiang drone too?" Well. Everyone in the car was taken aback. It turned out this little brat had been waiting to spring this on them. Liu Fuling was so amused by her son's request that she almost laughed out loud. She frowned, pretending to be angry as she glared at the little brat and scolded him, "Yang, stop talking nonsense. A drone? Why do not you ask me to buy you a plane while you are at it? Keep dreaming. Besides, you are so small, what do you need a drone for? A pack of gummies is more than enough for you." Liu Fuling could not help but chuckle. She did not know who this kid had learned from, but he had actually picked up the habit of trying to fleece people. The latest Wanjiang drone was a high-tech toy worth 7,000 or 8,000 yuan, which was equal to 2 months of her hard-earned salary. It was not something just anyone could afford to play with, nor could just anyone buy. How could Xiao Yi possibly have the money to buy such a thing for him? Let alone Xiao Yi, even she, as his own mother, would not buy such a thing. The kid was really daydreaming. Hearing his mother's sarcastic remarks and the suggestion that he only deserved gummies, the little brat's eyes immediately turned red. Although he was still young, he knew exactly which was more valuable, a pack of gummies or a drone. In a fit of pique, he held back his tears, curled up in his seat, stubbornly turned his little head toward the door, and sulked, ignoring his mother completely. Liu Fuling paid him no mind and continued driving leisurely. Seeing this, Chen Ye could not help but pat the little brat on the head. To his surprise, the kid did not even acknowledge him. Chen Ye let out a dry laugh. He sure was stubborn. Still, the kid had a lot of nerve asking for a 7,000 or 8,000 yuan drone right off the bat. If any other young man heard that, he would probably turn around and ask, "Kid, do I even know you?" Chen Ye shook his head. It was just a drone, after all. He could definitely afford it. Not to mention the various government welfare subsidies and bonuses he would get after entering a martial arts university. He already had 40,000 yuan on him. That was more than enough to buy the thing. After giving it some thought, he decided to grant the kid's wish as a pre-celebration for tomorrow's martial arts exam. Yang, do not be mad anymore. Brother promises to get it for you. It is just a drone, right? After I finish the martial arts exam, I will buy it for you, the newest and most expensive one for sure. Hearing Chen Ye's words, not only was the little brat astonished, but the other 2 people in the car also stared at him in shock. When the little brat heard that Chen Ye had agreed to buy the drone, his sorrow turned to joy instantly. He bounced back to life, no longer sulking at the door. The little brat looked at Chen Ye happily, really. "Brother, are you really going to buy me a drone?" In his excitement, the little brat called him Big Brother directly. Seeing how excited the kid was, Chen Ye patted his head again and nodded, of course. Why would Big Brother lie to you? Yeah, the little brat made a victory sign with his fingers and shouted, "Long live brother." After shouting, the little brat gave Liu Fuling a defiant look, as if saying, "HMPH, Mom, see that? My brother promised to buy me a drone. I do not want your pack of gummies, take it yourself." Liu Fuling ignored her son's provocation. In her eyes, Xiao Yi was just teasing her silly son to make him happy. There was no way he would actually buy him such an expensive drone. Even if he wanted to, he did not have the money. Liu Fume shot Chen Ye a subtle glare. What was wrong with this kid? Promising to buy Yang Yang such an expensive drone, did he have money to burn? Back in the day, that was several months' worth of salary. She had already decided that if Chen Ye asked her for money later, she definitely would not give him a cent. 10 minutes later, the car stopped at the gate of number 1 high school. She did not drive in because it was a special day, and there were so many cars at the entrance. Many parents were driving their children to school to prepare for the trip to Tanju for the martial arts exam. Liu Fuling found a parking space near the school, and they walked to the school stadium. A dozen buses were parked in the open space in front of the stadium. These were the vehicles that would take Chen Ye and the others to Tanju. At this moment, the stadium entrance was packed tight, with parents of the students taking the martial arts exam. So many people. Seeing the crowd, Liu Fuling was stunned and stammered. I did not expect so many people to be taking the martial arts exam. She had thought that since the cost of the martial arts exam was so high and the acceptance rate so low, most people would not sign up, and only local wealthy families would let their children take it for a chance at luck. Now, it seemed she had underestimated the importance of the exam and its appeal. She felt she needed to rethink and reevaluate the martial arts exam. She had not planned on letting Yang Yang pursue martial arts in the future, but now she was wavering. Sister, look quickly. That is our Chiang City's third in command. Zhang Ziyue. Liu Fuling suddenly tugged at her sister, Liu Fume, pointing at a middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit in the distance. She said with a shocked expression, I did not expect to see our city leaders at the school. Liu Fume's expression was also surprised. She said slowly, he should be just like us, here to drop off his child for the martial arts exam. Chen Ye also saw him at this moment, and noticed a familiar classmate walking next to the city official, Zhang Ultraman. Yan Ziyue was Zhang Shilei's father. Just as Chen Ye was heading to his designated meeting spot, he turned and saw Zhang Ziyue walking toward him with a warm smile on his face. Student Chen Ye. Zhang Ziyue approached with a kindly face, waved to greet him, and then smiled and nodded at his mother and aunt. His demeanor was easygoing and refreshing, like a gentle breeze. Chen Ye gave a slight nod, offering a bright smile, and said calmly and composedly, Hello, Uncle Zhang. Since Zhang Ziyue was here as a father today, it was reasonable for Chen Ye to address him as uncle. Moreover, the fact that someone of his status took the initiative to greet him showed that he held Chen Ye in high regard, so Chen Ye could not be overly formal. In contrast, his mother and aunt did not know how to act. Seeing the man nod at them, they felt flattered. They were just ordinary people and had never interacted with such a figure, so they stood there awkwardly, not knowing what to do. Little Yang Yang, on the other hand, had no such reservations and ran straight up to Zhang Shilei, tugging on his pant leg and giggling. Zhang Shilei, clearly not knowing how to interact with children, flushed red, feeling even more embarrassed than Chen Yi's mother and aunt. Seeing his son's reaction, Zhang Ziyue gave a wry smile, internally scolding him for being useless. However, seeing Chen Yi's unflappable aura, he could not help but admire him inwardly. He had met many young people, but few possessed such composure. This kind of calm and cultivation was extraordinary. Zhang Ziyue looked at Chen Ye with even more approval. He nodded and praised, not bad, worthy of being a genius of number 1 high school. Many people never learn this kind of steadiness in their entire lives. Uncle Zhang, you flatter me, Chen Ye replied modestly. Afterward, the two talked more about the martial arts exam. Zhang Ziyue jokingly asked him to give Zhang Shilei some pointers on his martial arts and invited him to visit his home when he had time. His manner was very approachable. After chatting for a while, it was clear that Zhang Ziyue was interested in grooming him. He even explicitly told him that for a martial artist, a career in politics would go very smoothly, while also hinting that if he wanted to pursue a political path, he could help facilitate it and provide some guidance. Chen Ye understood that the future was an era for martial artists, and it was the same for those in office. A martial artist's identity would make for a much smoother political career. Zhang Ziyue has been in a great mood lately, because Chiang City has produced a genius like Chen Ye. With an internal energy level exceeding 100 joules and a pillar stance reaching the 2nd stage, he is in no way inferior to the geniuses in the provincial capital. Most importantly, this is a genius cultivated entirely by their own city of Chiang. You have to realize that the birth of every genius brings a massive amount of martial arts resources to their locality. And martial arts resources are the most indispensable requirement for cultivating more martial arts university students. Furthermore, the emergence of martial arts university students counts toward the political achievements of local officials, which is the main reason why Zhang Ziyue took the initiative to approach and get to know Chen Ye. Under the envious gazes of the crowd of students, Chen Ye chatted with Zhang Ziyue for 5 minutes. After Zhang Ziyue left, Han Jiangang, a catering tycoon in Chiang City and father of Han Shilin, along with Lin Tianxiang, the boss of the city's largest construction company and father of Lin Hao, approached Chen Ye as well. Both were extremely enthusiastic, especially Han Jiangang. Because Han Shilin had trained with Chen Ye for this past month, his strength had improved by leaps and bounds, now reaching the half-step pillar stance. Reaching this level meant his hopes of getting into a martial arts university had skyrocketed, with an 80% chance of being admitted. In this regard, he did not just want to thank Chen Ye. The bigger reason was to bring their two families closer together. If he had not misunderstood that social media post last time, Chen Ye's internal energy level was already as high as 125 joules, and his pillar cultivation had reached the second stage. With such martial arts prowess, he is bound to soar into the sky and transform into a dragon in the future. If he does not build a good relationship now, it will not be his turn in the future. Han Jiangang also promised that after the martial arts college entrance exam, Chen Ye should hold his celebration banquet at his hotel, guaranteeing to provide the highest standard and most prestigious banquet, all free of charge. Lin Tianxiang's intent to win him over was also obvious, directly stating that he had many real estate projects under his belt, and if Chen Ye wanted to buy a house, he should look him up to get the most satisfying price and the best properties. Afterward, more and more unfamiliar businessmen and local elites continued to come forward to befriend Chen Ye. Is this some kind of fan meet and greet? Looking at the elites arriving one after another, Chen Ye's mouth twitched slightly. He quickly adjusted his facial expression, conversing politely with them, but eventually, there were just too many people seeking him out, and he had to make up an excuse to brush them off. After saying goodbye to his mother and the others, Chen Ye quickly rushed to the class assembly point. At this moment, the Liu sisters, Fu Mei and Fu Ling, were looking at Chen Ye's retreating figure with shock and bewilderment. Liu Fuling turned to her older sister and asked, "Sister, when did little Yi get to know so many big shots? Even the third in command of the municipal government approached him to chat, and my boss was there too." Liu Fuling worked in the real estate project department under Lin Junsheng. "Do not ask me, I am even more confused than you are right now." Liu Fumei shook her head, feeling equally bewildered. She decided she would ask Chen Ye after the college entrance exam why he knew all those people. At the assembly area for class 333, homeroom teacher Lu Wenjin pushed up his glasses, looked at the fully assembled martial arts examinees, and said earnestly, "Once you arrive at the designated martial arts exam hotel in Tanju later, stay there quietly. Do not wander around, do not go outside, and definitely do not crave Tanju street food. The hotel for examinees provides daily meals formulated by nutritionists based on the examinees' needs. Do not go outside to eat to avoid stomach problems or minor illnesses, which could cause fluctuations in your internal energy detection. You all know that internal energy values can fluctuate based on physical condition, so you must maintain good health to meet tomorrow's exam in the best possible state. Keep breathing deeply during tomorrow's assessment and do not be nervous. If you're feeling too nervous, make sure to ask the examiner for a 2-minute break to drink some water. Do not push yourself too hard." Lu Wenjin spoke tirelessly for over 10 minutes as he looked at these vibrant faces in the classroom. 3 years, sometimes even 6 years of hard work, high registration fees, scarce training resources, and a spirit of never giving up, it was finally about to pay off. He was full of anticipation. As his gaze slid over Chen Ye's face, he felt even more confident and looked forward to the results of this martial arts exam. After covering the important matters, he coughed and showed a smile. "I have some good news. These past few days, the Education Bureau and some private entrepreneurs in Chiang City have negotiated to reward students who get into martial arts universities this year with 100,000 yuan in cash, along with an exclusive 20% housing purchase discount benefit in this city. So, you all need to work hard." Having said that, a look of envy appeared on Lu Wenjin's face. Honestly, if not for his age, he would have wanted to take the martial arts exam himself. This kind of benefit is just too tempting. After working for so many years and being in the system for so long, besides the state-level top scholar incentives, this was the first time he had seen local government and business entities launch such a high welfare policy. It had taken him over a decade of saving his housing provident fund to buy his apartment 2 years ago. The process had been truly arduous. Many martial arts examinees below were beaming with excitement upon hearing about these benefits. Although their families were relatively wealthy, it was only by the standards of this county town. They could not just casually pull out hundreds of thousands to buy a house, so they were very moved by this perk. Damn, I am tempted. That 20% housing discount combined with the 50% discount from the National Martial Arts Top Scholar Program makes it a 70% discount. Currently, the average price for standard commercial elevator apartments in Chiang City is around $500,000, so that is a saving of $350,000. Plus the scholarships and subsidies, that is basically getting a house for free. This is amazing. It is practically a $0 purchase. I must get into a martial arts university. My family was planning to buy a house this year, but because I signed up for the martial arts exam, that plan was put on hold. If I can get into a martial arts university this year, before I even start school, I will have essentially snagged a free house this summer, and I can take my parents on a trip abroad. Just thinking about it gets me excited. Forget the trip. Should not the first thing you do after the entrance exam be to find a girlfriend? The training room gradually began to buzz with excitement, as everyone started dreaming of their wonderful lives after getting into martial arts universities. Chen Ye's mind also began to form a plan, buying a house. They were still renting to this day, paying $1,500 in monthly rent, and Chen Lan and Chen Yan were still sharing a single room. With 2 people that old, having no independent space is a bit pathetic. During holidays when relatives visit, the space is not big enough, and the kids have to eat standing up, which is very inconvenient, not to mention letting others stay the night. Thinking about it now, he really should buy a house to improve their quality of life. And his aunt is a real estate sales agent, so buying from her would let her earn a commission as well. At 3:40 p.m., buses packed with martial arts examinees drove from downtown Chiang City toward the suburbs and onto the Jingnan Expressway. Sitting in the car, Chen Ye boredly started browsing his phone. The Jingnan Top Dog group chat was becoming active. Everyone else in the group was also on their way to the Tanju exam area, buzzing with excitement. Tanju's strongest elementary student at everyone. Which test centers are you all in? My internal energy test is at exam room 231. Proficiency tests for essence cultivation and stance practice are in room 212. Combat is in room 117, and mental strength is in room 99. Then, the others began to reply one after another. Old lady who uses goo. I am in rooms 231, 233, 111, and 222. Chen Ye glanced at his phone screen and started typing. Clear breeze blowing replied, rooms 231, 19, 33, and 55. Yushi. Snow. At this moment, on a bus heading from Myoshi to Tanju, a girl looked at her phone screen with a hint of surprise. She had not expected her first test, the internal energy assessment, to be in the same room as Tanju's strongest elementary student and that clear breeze blowing. Her gaze lingered on their names, and she began to ponder, this Tanju's strongest elementary student must be a top-tier martial arts candidate from the provincial capital with excellent results. He is very likely to get into a martial arts university. Building a good relationship with him will be a huge help to my future. A martial arts university student's connections are worth a fortune. I must make sure to get closer to him these next few days. As for that clear breeze blowing, he is just a candidate from a small town. The college admission rate in such places is usually less than 1 in 1,000. He is just cannon fodder for the exam. A person like him has no social value for me. Maintaining a connection with him will not bring any benefits and would just be a waste of time. A few seconds later, her fingers tapped rapidly on the screen. Old lady who uses goo at Tanju's strongest elementary student. Oh my, we are actually in the same room for the internal energy assessment. What a coincidence. Happy emoji, why do not we meet up tomorrow at that university and go to the exam room together? Chen Ye glanced at the group chat, raised an eyebrow, and could not help but chuckle. This woman was truly snobbish. She tagged Tanju's strongest elementary student but ignored him, clearly looking down on him because he was from a small town. Tanju's strongest elementary student replied, "Sure." Tanju's strongest elementary student at clear breeze blowing, "Bro, you two, remember to meet up." Seeing that Tanju's strongest elementary student had tagged him, Chen Ye could not help but laugh. This guy was pretty interesting. His character was like heaven and earth compared to that woman. Afterward, the group discussed a bit more and decided to meet up after the exams were over. At 5:40 p.m., the bus from Chiang No. 1 High School arrived at its destination, the hotel designated for the Tanju martial arts exam. This was a hospitality zone for martial arts candidates, surrounded by a large cluster of hotels built specifically to handle the accommodation and dietary needs of students during the exam period. Every hotel was surrounded by lavender, which was in full bloom since it was June. The fragrance was refreshing, and because lavender helps with sleep, it was planted there to provide the students with a good place to rest. Right next door was Tanju University, which was the venue for the martial arts exam. After getting off the bus, Chen Ye and the others went to their respective rooms to drop off their luggage and exam supplies. Afterward, they were led by Fang Lishan to Tanju University. At that moment, the university was packed with martial arts candidates and lead teachers from all over the province. Everyone had come to familiarize themselves with the testing grounds, hoping to find their specific rooms in advance to avoid any confusion or delays during the actual exams. The group spent about 2 hours exploring the campus until all the candidates had confirmed their exam locations, at which point they left the university. Back at the hotel, Fang Lishan took the entire Chiang No. 1 High School group to the dining area to eat. The hotel meals, including meat, eggs, milk, and various vitamins, were all carefully crafted by top nutritionists to ensure a perfect balance. Even the portions were the result of rigorous testing. They could not be hungry, nor could they be too full, to ensure that the martial arts candidates kept their physical condition and internal circulation at an optimal state for the exams. After dinner at 8:50 p.m., Han Shilin, Li Ming, and others chatted in the room shared by Chen Ye and Zhang Shilei. Afterward, they each returned to their own rooms to shower and prepare for bed, wanting to be in the best condition for the exams tomorrow. Tomorrow was the exam everyone had been looking forward to, and the mood was highly anxious. After Han Shilin and the others left, Zhang Shilei and Chen Ye took turns showering and laid in bed, preparing to sleep. The two of them were sharing a room. After a brief chat, they turned off the lights. 9:30 p.m. With the lights out, the room fell into darkness. It was completely silent outside, save for a few insects chirping in the June night. Unconsciously, Chen Ye's eyes slowly closed as he drifted into dreamland. However, Zhang Shilei in the bed next to him was struggling. He tossed and turned, unable to sleep. To avoid disturbing Chen Ye, he had to suppress the movement of his tossing, which only made him feel more restless. Thump, thump, thump. Zhang Shilei's heart was pounding wildly. He kept thinking about his father's constant emphasis that if he wanted a career in government, he had to study martial arts. Only by getting into a martial arts university and becoming a warrior would his path be secured. The more he thought about the exam, the less he could sleep. Finally, Zhang Shilei had to force his eyes shut and started counting sheep. Unfortunately, it was useless. 20 minutes later, he still had not fallen asleep. Anxiety began to set in, and beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He remembered what his classmates and teachers had said these past few days about how poor sleep would affect exam performance and internal energy readings. With these thoughts and images swirling in his mind, he grew increasingly anxious, sweating profusely. From time to time, he would glance at his watch, watching the time slip away. 9:50, 10, 0, 10, 30. As he saw this, Zhang Shilei's anxiety spiraled out of control. If a poor night's sleep affected his internal energy test and caused him to fail, all his hard work over the years would have been in vain. His tossing and turning under the quilt grew more restless, and his mind was in complete disarray. Around 11:30 p.m., Chen Ye felt a pressure in his bladder and woke up with sleepy eyes, intending to get up and use the bathroom. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of Zhang Shilei in the adjacent bed, drenched in sweat and looking pale. It was clear the guy was suffering from extreme nervous tension. Chen Ye thought for a moment, then got up to go to the bathroom, intentionally making enough noise to get Zhang Shilei's attention. Unable to control his anxiety, Zhang Shilei saw a shadow walk past the foot of his bed. Like a drowning man grabbing for a straw, he breathed heavily and asked, "Chen Ye, are you unable to sleep too?" Upon hearing this, Chen Ye finished in the bathroom, nodded nonchalantly, and gave Zhang Shilei a small smile. Yes, I am a bit nervous too. He picked up his phone from the bed, turned to look at Zhang Shilei, and said, I am a bit thirsty. Are you? How about we go out and grab a carton of fresh milk? Since Zhang Shilei could not sleep at all anyway, he nodded in agreement. The two took the elevator downstairs to the lobby, which had a vending machine stocked with fresh milk, fruit, and other nutritional items, with no processed junk food. Chen Ye scanned his phone to buy 2 cartons of milk, handed one to Zhang Shilei, and suggested, "Want to go outside and get some fresh air?" Zhang Shilei did not refuse. The two stepped outside the hotel and found a bench beside a lavender garden to sit on. Do you have any travel plans or anything you want to do after the martial arts exam? Chen Ye asked casually. Chen Shilei was stunned, not sure what Chen Ye meant. He thought for a moment, then shook his head no. For the past few years, he had been entirely focused on martial arts training and the exam, never having the opportunity to think about travel, vacations, or leisure. Chen Ye glanced at him with a smile. Seeing Chen Ye's smile, Zhang Shilei suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of peace. Chen Ye reached out and patted his shoulder, took a sip of milk, and asked casually, "What do you think of Jialigu? Would it be a comfortable place to travel to?" Hearing his question, Zhang Shilei pondered while unscrewing the milk cap. After thinking for a while, he turned to him and said seriously, "It is all right, but my mother went there the year before last. She said Jialigu is not as breathtaking as it was when she visited a dozen years ago. I heard the local ecosystem has suffered some damage, causing some changes to the sites, but overall, it is still a pretty good travel destination." At this moment, Zhang Shilei did not notice his body had unknowingly relaxed, and the focus of his mind had shifted from the martial arts exam to their conversation. Chen Ye nodded thoughtfully, as if carefully weighing Zhang Shilei's words. After a few seconds, he asked again, "Then what about Mount Tai? What do you think?" As they continued to discuss, Zhang Shilei completely relaxed. His complexion returned to normal, a hint of a smile appeared, and he gradually started to yawn and feel sleepy. That night, Zhang Shilei did not even remember when he went back to his room or when he fell asleep. He only knew that he was extremely tired by the end. June 2nd, the day of the martial arts exam. Chen Ye slept very soundly and felt refreshed and full of energy, feeling light as a swallow. Data panel. System, 8 parts health cultivation technique level 2, 1, idle running. Meditation 1, can be set to idle. Stance training level 2-1, can be set to idle. Tai Kai, Yin Yang Fish 0 days, can be set to idle. Internal energy, 135 joules. Mental strength, 35 pascals. Resources, 77,000 points. Speed multiplier, 2x. His internal energy was now at 135 joules. Even if he had not slept well last night and was nervous today, causing the reading to dip slightly during the test, it would not stop him from being admitted, unless the cutoff score this year was above 130 joules. When he got up to wash, Zhang Shilei also woke up. He was in great spirits, with a healthy, rosy complexion and clear eyes, though he was a bit dazed just after waking. He had no idea when he fell asleep last night, but after a moment, he remembered what happened. Thinking of Chen Ye's behavior last night, Zhang Shilei gave him a grateful look. A flash of relief crossed his face. If it were not for Chen Ye, he would likely be facing the exam with dark circles under his eyes today. Thinking about how Chen Ye got up to use the bathroom and intentionally made noise last night, Zhang Shilei understood that Chen Ye had not been unable to sleep, but simply saw how restless and frazzled he was, which was why he suggested going for a walk. The milk, the lavender, those were all sleep aids, and the chatting was just to distract him. Chen Ye had done all of this to help him out. Zhang Shilei was deeply touched and wanted to say thanks, but thinking about how close they had become, a formal thank you felt unnecessary. He thought for a moment and eventually said nothing. Just then, Chen Ye's voice came through. "Do not just stand there like a fool, go wash up." Later, after gathering in the dining area, Chen Ye was surprised to see many candidates with dark circles under their eyes, looking listless and bloodshot, clearly having had a poor night's sleep. It was not just the students from Chiang No. 1 High School. Martial arts candidates from other schools staying at the hotel were the same. Most of them had not slept well. At this point, Li Ming, Han Shilin, Lin Hao, and other acquaintances looked at Chen Ye and Zhang Shilei in surprise, seeing them in such good spirits. Li Ming looked at Zhang Shilei and praised him, saying, "I can understand Chen Ye sleeping well because he is a freak who is not worried about the exam at all, but I cannot understand why you slept so well." Hearing Li Ming's words, Zhang Shilei felt a vein pop on his forehead. He glared at Li Ming and retorted, "Why could not I sleep well? Is there a problem?" Although Zhang Shilei did not like what Li Ming said, the other guy was right. If it were not for Chen Ye, he certainly would not have slept this well. Seeing the other candidates looking so exhausted, he glanced gratefully at Chen Ye again. Today was the crucial internal energy assessment, and having good energy compared to the others was a distinct advantage. Zhang Shilei was beaming with confidence. At 7:50 a.m., after all the martial arts candidates gathered, checked their exam permits, and had breakfast, Fang Lisun led everyone to Tanju University. Since the lead teachers could not enter the assessment zone, Fang Lisun could only give some final instructions outside the gate, watching the students enter the university before leaving. After Chen Ye, Han Xulin, Zhang Shilei, and the others entered, they split up as they were in different exam rooms. Looking at the massive army of martial arts candidates, a surge of excitement rose in Chen Ye. There were 5 parts to the 3-day exam. It was originally 7, but the background check and physical had already been completed, and the academic exam was on June 8th. The first item this morning was the internal energy assessment, and in the afternoon was the second item, mental strength. Tomorrow would be the third and fourth items all day. The third was the proficiency assessment for the 8 parts health cultivation technique and stance training, while the fourth was the advanced test to measure the level of their stance. Finally, there was the combat drill. The reason combat was placed last was that it was extremely physically demanding and could even lead to accidental injuries, which would affect other tests. Chen Ye walked toward the meeting spot he had arranged with the strongest elementary student in Tanju while checking his phone. The location was a classroom building. They had to pass on the way to exam room 231. 2 martial arts candidates were standing under the building, a boy with refined features and a girl with a pure, delicate appearance. The 2 were none other than the strongest elementary student in Tanju, an old woman who casts goo. Their real names were Fan Qingyu and Lu Jiawen. Lu Jiawen said to Fan Qingyu, "Maybe we should just go. He might have already gone to the exam room." Lu Jiawen was feeling annoyed. A backup candidate from a small county actually had them waiting, and she was not happy about it. She never looked down on him before, but now she found it disgusting. Who does he think he is? However, in reality, the 3 had not agreed on a specific time, so Chen Ye was not technically late. Fan Qingyu glanced at her casually and smiled meaningfully. "We have only been waiting for 2 minutes, why the rush? We have over an hour until the assessment anyway. Nothing to do even if we get there. And we already agreed to meet. That guy King Feng Zilai would not just head off without us. I believe in his word. A person should be credible. After all, if he arrived and we had already left, it would only delay him. Of course, if you want to leave first, go ahead. We will be there shortly after." Hearing this, Lu Jiawen was choked up and said nothing more, though she felt bad. Fan Qingyu was clearly criticizing her lack of integrity, but she could not refute it. After all, her goal in agreeing to go together was to get closer to Fan Qingyu, and she did not want him to dislike her before anything even started. "Sorry to have kept you waiting." Suddenly, a voice came from behind them, startling them both. Chen Ye walked over quickly. His gaze lingered on Lu Jiawen for a moment. He had heard what she just said. He chuckled to himself, thinking that this woman really could not stand him and was even a bit malicious, actually wanting to break their agreement and tell Fan Qingyu to just leave. If he had arrived only to find no one there and stood around like a fool waiting, would not that have delayed his inner energy assessment? The entire school was currently equipped with signal jammers, so his phone had no service at all. It was impossible to contact them, but of course, he would not let a trivial agreement jeopardize his assessment. After glancing at Lu Jiawen, Chen Ye looked at Fan Qingyu with a smile. This guy was decent. He was not blinded by lust. He had not only insisted on waiting for him, but had also mocked the girl. This personality really suited him. Seeing Chen Ye walking over with a smile, Fan Qingyu was startled for a second before letting out a hearty laugh. He said, "Buddy, we only arrived 2 minutes ago, and we did not set a specific time, so we have not been waiting long. We are just a few steps apart." Lu Jiawen, standing beside him, rolled her eyes and did not even look at Chen Ye properly, only scanning him with a side glance. Seeing his cheap outfit, she cursed him as a country bumpkin in her heart. To think he dared to attend the martial arts exam, how ignorant. In her view, those who could take the martial arts exam must come from the wealthier strata of various cities and provinces. Honestly, she had never seen a martial arts examinee dressed as shabbily as Chen Ye. When Fan Qingyu saw Chen Ye's attire, he was also secretly puzzled. After all, those who took the martial arts exam were generally rich or noble. Of course, many bet their entire family fortune on it, but such people were rare, and even rarer in small counties. It seemed this King Feng Zhilai in front of him was one of those. However, he did not look down on Chen Ye because of it. Instead, he felt Chen Ye had guts and the courage to fight for his destiny. Chen Ye and Fan Qingyu introduced themselves, but Lu Jiawen remained unmoved, clearly having no intention of introducing herself to Chen Ye. Fan Qingyu eventually introduced her with a smile, but Chen Ye did not care. They were just online friends anyway, and they might not meet after the exam. He disdained to get to know such a snobbish person. After a brief introduction, the three of them walked towards examination hall 231. On the way, Lu Jiawen suddenly turned her head to Fan Qingyu with a sweet smile and asked in a cutesy, high-pitched voice, "By the way, Qingyu, I forgot to ask, what is your inner energy value now?" As she spoke, she gave Chen Ye a triumphant glance and feigned anxiety, saying, "Oh my inner energy value is only 92 joules. The test is coming up soon, and I really do not know if I can meet this year's admission cutoff." Chen Ye sneered. An inner energy value of 92 joules was already quite high for an average examinee. This woman was saying this just to show off. But 92 joules was far from impressive in his eyes. Fan Qingyu felt a bit cringed by her fake, cutesy voice. He shook his head in disgust, composed himself, and replied with a hint of pride, "My inner energy value? It is not bad, 108 joules." Speaking of his inner energy, a trace of confidence appeared on Fan Qingyu's face. He was among the top students at his school, so his energy level would not be low. He was determined to succeed in this exam. "Wow, that is amazing." Lu Jiawen put on an expression of great surprise, looking at Fan Qingyu with admiration. She was secretly delighted. She had guessed correctly. He was indeed a martial arts examinee from the provincial capital. With this energy level, he would definitely get into a martial arts university, and not just an ordinary one. Building a relationship with him was absolutely the right decision. Lu Jiawen continued, "Qingyu, is an inner energy value of 108 joules considered Tier B genius level?" "Naturally." Fan Qingyu nodded, feeling quite confident about his strength. Tier B genius? Chen Ye was puzzled. What did that mean? He had never heard of it. Seeing his confusion, Lu Jiawen looked sarcastic. So ignorant, she thought, not even knowing this. But she did not say it out loud, lest Fan Qingyu think she was mean. Fan Qingyu also noticed Chen Ye's confusion. He was surprised for a moment, but then realized it made sense. Chen Ye came from a county, so it was normal for him not to have heard of the Tier A, B, and C classifications. Fan Qingyu then patiently explained it to Chen Ye. Chen Ye finally understood. Tier A, B, and C were the classifications for admission cutoffs. Taking last year as an example, for students admitted to martial arts universities, 80 to 101 joules was Tier C, 101 to 120 was Tier B, and 120 and above was Tier A genius. Chen Ye sighed inwardly. Chiang City was truly too small, and information about martial arts exam classifications did not even reach there. This was because Chiang had not produced any real geniuses. They only had one or two people barely scraping into universities every year, belonging to the bottom tier, so there was no need to know so much. To his surprise, he was actually a Tier A genius. Then Lu Jiawen asked another question, trying to embarrass Chen Ye. She looked at Chen Ye with a smile and asked, "Chen Ye, what is your inner energy value?" Fan Qingyu frowned. This girl really knew how to stir up trouble. Hearing Lu Jiawen's question, Chen Ye smiled indifferently and did not answer immediately. Lu Jiawen was clearly eager to see Chen Ye make a fool of himself. Before, she just looked down on him because poor people were not worth her time. Now that this person had affected her image in Fan Qingyu's eyes, that was a capital offense. She feigned surprise and cut in, "Do not tell me there are not any examinees above 90 joules in Chiang City. No way, right?" Chen Ye could not help but laugh. Lu Jiawen's tone was so sarcastic. Did she learn that from someone? He smiled and said calmly, "We really do not have many talents above 90 joules back there. My energy value is not high either, but it is enough to get through the exam." Hearing this, the other two had different expressions. Lu Jiawen sneered, whispering naive under her breath. In her knowledge, examinees from a small county like Chiang likely had at most 85 joules, and for someone as shabby as Chen Ye, it was probably even lower, maybe 81 or 82. But now, this Chen Ye claimed he was prepared, obviously because he was ill-informed and using last year's cutoff. She had heard that the number of examinees this year had increased by a third. With so many more people, the cutoff would surely rise. Dreaming of getting into a martial arts university with 81 or 82 joules was pure fantasy. Fan Qingyu looked at Chen Ye and sighed. This guy seemed nice, but it was a pity. If he could get into a university, he would be on the same path, but he knew from Chen Ye's clothes that he probably had exhausted his family's savings to give it a shot. The problem was, how many resources could his family's savings really provide? The martial arts exam was very expensive. Fan Qingyu shook his head, also thinking Chen Ye's energy likely would not exceed 85 joules. If he did not reach 85, getting into a martial arts university would be extremely difficult. It was not like last year. Thinking about it, he felt a bit regretful. Perhaps after the exam, they would not have much contact anymore. The social circle determined that, and sometimes people were very passive. It was not that he did not want to be friends with Chen Ye. Seeing Chen Ye's calm expression, Lu Jiawen felt particularly annoyed. She thought for a moment, then stared at him with a cold smirk and asked, "You say your energy is enough for the exam, but how much money did you spend on martial arts training?" Lu Jiawen said, wearing a self-satisfied expression, "To be honest, I did not spend much. Just around 700,000, that is all." "Oh, right." Suddenly, as if remembering something, she turned to Fan Qingyu and asked sweetly, "Qingyu, what about you? Your family must be quite wealthy. It probably takes a lot more money to reach 108 joules, right?" Lu Jiawen said this clearly to strike at Chen Ye financially and gain a sense of satisfaction. However, Fan Qingyu's expression hardened. He gave Lu Jiawen a serious look and chose his words carefully. "Lu Jiawen, it is meaningless to talk about money. We are all online friends. Why bring up money? It is tacky." He emphasized the word tacky, clearly mocking Lu Jiawen for being incredibly materialistic. He felt comfortable discussing internal energy levels earlier, as they had an assessment coming up anyway, so there was nothing shameful or worth hiding about that. From their time online until now, this girl had been picking on Chen Ye from the moment she arrived. He had already seen enough. They were all friends from the internet, and having finally gathered together, there was no need to embarrass Chen Ye. He did not expect her to escalate things and mock Chen Ye with money. It was speechless, especially since it was just their first time meeting. In truth, he was also afraid that Chen Ye might actually be discouraged by this topic. He knew that 700,000 was an astronomical figure for a martial arts candidate from a small county, and he himself had already spent millions on his path. This number could truly make a student from a small county doubt himself. Besides, the internal energy assessment was imminent, and it would not be good if this affected Chen Ye's performance. That was why he stepped in to stop her. Hearing Fan Qingyu's words, Lu Jiawen's expression turned sour, but to maintain a good relationship with him, she held it in and pretended not to care. But secretly, she gave Chen Ye a look of disgust. If it were not for this country bumpkin, Fan Qingyu would not be acting this way toward her, and perhaps their relationship could have progressed further. She would not mind being Fan Qingyu's girlfriend. If she wanted to advance steadily in the future of martial arts, she would need a lot of resources. Fan Qingyu was a great asset. Compared to a county boy like Chen Ye who had no money, power, or talent, the former was a wealthy catch. Beside them, Chen Ye completely ignored her gaze. He did not have much on his mind other than finding the woman noisy, irritating, and repulsive. He was far more concerned about the upcoming exam. After being rebuked, Lu Jiawen stopped making trouble, and the three of them fell into silence for the rest of the way. 10 minutes later, they arrived at examination hall 231. The hall was huge, with a large display screen on the wall cycling through the testing order for the martial arts candidates. At the side of the hall was a testing room about the size of a classroom. Looking through the glass on the door, one could see the interior. The instruments used to measure internal energy there were much more advanced than those in Chiang City. While Chiang City used sensors on an exposed bed, the machines here looked like cryosleep pods from movies, equipped with energy scanners. One only needed to lie inside for a minute to get the data. When the three arrived, there were not many candidates, but as time passed, the hall became crowded. An hour later, the hall was packed, and all candidates for examination hall 231 had arrived. Ding, ding, ding. A bell rang, and the internal energy assessment began. Soon, a proctor walked out of the testing room with a megaphone at his waist and shouted to the candidates, "No noise, the testing order is on the big screen. The broadcast will notify you when it is your turn. If you have not entered within a minute, you will be considered to have forfeited. Remember, keep quiet." Not long after the proctor finished speaking, the broadcast began calling names. It called 7 at once. Since there were 7 or 8 machines in the room, they could test that many people at a time. As soon as the broadcast finished, 7 candidates immediately squeezed out of the crowd and entered the testing room. About 10 minutes later, the data for the 7 people appeared on the big screen. 86 joules, 83 joules, 81 joules, 86 joules, 88 joules, 79 joules, 85 joules. Once the data was out, everyone's attention was instantly drawn to it, and Chen Ye's group looked as well. Damn, there's a big shot with 88 joules. That is amazing. This energy level will definitely meet this year's admission cutoff. As long as he does not fail the other parts, this guy is guaranteed a spot at a martial arts university. Many people in the hall looked on with envy. Chen Ye and Fan Qingyu watched calmly, while Lu Jiawen looked on with disdain. 88 joules, what was there to be surprised about? She was at 92. She muttered under her breath that everyone was ignorant. In Lu Jiawen's eyes, anyone with an energy level below 90 joules was not worth paying attention to. She would not even look at them twice at school. The testing proceeded quickly, and nearly half had been measured within a short time. Most were around 84 joules. Lu Jiawen. And Lu Jiawen's name rang out from the broadcast. Hearing her name, a flash of excitement lit up her eyes, and she wore a proud expression. She turned to greet Fan Qingyu, then walked into the testing room, ignoring Chen Ye completely. Fan Qingyu did not offer any words of encouragement, just a polite nod. 10 minutes later, Lu Jiawen's data appeared on the screen. 92 joules. And most people present looked at this number in amazement. Such a high internal energy level. Another one guaranteed for university, and she is a beauty too. Lu Jiawen walked out of the room like a proud peacock, feigning elegance, her eyes looking as if she were looking down on everyone. As she emerged, many men cast infatuated glances at her. When she passed Chen Ye, she gave him a look of contempt, as if to say, seen a 92 joule level. Shocked yet country bumpkin. Chen Ye ignored her entirely. After another round, it was Fan Qingyu's turn. Chen Ye's number was further down the list, so it was not his turn yet. Soon, Fan Qingyu's reading appeared on the display. 109 joules. And seeing this number, everyone in the hall stared in disbelief. 109 joules, is he even human? Someone stammered in shock. I have never heard of anyone exceeding 100 joules. Who on earth is he? Lu Jiawen's eyes were shining. Even though she knew his level was around 108, seeing it confirmed made her giddy with excitement, her fists clenching tight. His level was actually 1 joule higher than he had claimed. Her face flushed, as if this 109 joule result were her own. She watched Fan Qingyu walk out of the room effortlessly, her eyes filled with longing. It was a pity he had not reached 120 joules to become a grade A genius. Then, he would be certain to enter one of the top 8 martial arts schools, and even have a chance to challenge the legendary quasi-martial artist rankings. In that case, Fan Qingyu would be a top-tier talent in all of Jingnan and even the whole country, a prize everyone would fight over. If that were to happen, being with him would be perfection. Lu Jiawen began fantasizing about their wonderful life, giving no thought to what Fan Qingyu might think. Meanwhile, in examination hall 109, far away from hall 231, Zhang Shilei was watching the comical scene unfolding there with intense focus. No, there is something wrong with your equipment. My test result before coming here was clearly 82 joules, so why is it only 79 now? I do not accept this, and I demand a retest of my inner energy value tomorrow. A martial arts examinee was shouting at the entrance, demanding a retest, but the invigilators showed him no mercy. They called in security personnel to forcibly escort him out of the exam hall. Witnessing this, Zhang Shilei felt a lingering sense of fear and relief, and a deep sense of gratitude towards Chen Ye surged within his heart. If it were not for Chen Ye, he might have ended up like that examinee today, causing a scene out of sheer unwillingness to accept the results. That student was in such a poor mental state due to a bad night's sleep that his performance fell far below his actual level. But what can you do? Everyone only gets one chance. The martial arts exam is procedurally fair. Having poor psychological resilience, not sleeping well, or failing to rest properly are all personal issues. The exam will not coddle such people. After all, mental stability is part of what is being tested. Zhang Shilei sighed and shook his head. He could understand the man's behavior. After 5 or 6 years of hard study, failing due to one's mental state would be devastating for anyone. Afterward, Zhang Shilei successfully completed his assessment. The result was even better than he had imagined, a full 89 joules. He had tested at 88 before coming, so for no apparent reason, he had gained an extra joule. Zhang Shilei was astonished. Could this be the result of a good mental and physical state finally leading to a breakthrough in potential? He was ecstatic. An inner energy value of 89 joules was already very high, and there was a good chance he could get into a martial arts university. At the thought of this, Chen Ye's image appeared in his mind. It was all thanks to Chen Ye's help this time, which might have just changed the course of his life. Examination room 231. Chen Ye. The broadcast voice echoed through the hall. It was Chen Ye's turn to be tested. Fan Qingyu gave Chen Ye's shoulder a comforting pat and winked at him with an encouraging look, saying, "Go for it, Chen Ye." Lu Jiawen sneered, watching Chen Ye with a mocking expression, waiting to see him make a fool of himself. He barely had any inner energy to speak of, yet he dared to claim he could handle the martial arts exam. He really did not know his own limitations. Chen Ye nodded at Fan Qingyu and then walked into the testing room. Inside were several technicians operating the equipment, one invigilating teacher, and a few assistants. Under the guidance of the assistants, Chen Ye and 6 others entered the testing pods. These devices, which resembled space-age sleep capsules, looked incredibly metallic. With neon lights flickering along their edges and bodies, they gave off a distinct cyberpunk vibe. Once Chen Ye was ready, the operator flipped a switch. After Chen Ye lay down, a warm beam of light began to scan him back and forth about 3 seconds later. Watching the 7 of them enter the pods, the invigilator sighed and shook his head. When he glanced at the large high-energy testing chamber in the room, his expectations hit rock bottom. It looks like that high-energy chamber will not be needed today after all. Most people have already been tested, and there are less than a dozen candidates left. He felt a twinge of disappointment. If there was a candidate in this room with an inner energy value above 120 joules, he would have had the honor of using that high-energy chamber today. Unfortunately, it seemed that aside from that Fan Qingyu, everyone else's scores were mediocre, and even Fan Qingyu's inner energy value was still quite far off. The teacher was already prepared to endure another boring exam session. Without any candidates truly capable of entering the top 8 martial arts academies, this invigilation had little meaning for him. He had been invigilating for many years, and the only joy this job gave him was witnessing the birth of true genius. It had been quite some time since he had encountered a top-tier genius. Perhaps he was just unlucky that no geniuses with sky-high inner energy scores capable of reaching the top 8 academies had been assigned to his hall for years. The teacher let out a long sigh. Thinking about how the other invigilators would come to gloat later made him feel irritated. He could only blame his own bad luck for having no geniuses in his room. Comparing whose room had more geniuses was a private hobby among the invigilators. The testing pod began to emit a buzzing electronic sound, indicating that it was currently measuring the person's inner energy value. Chen Ye had been a bit nervous when he first lay down, but after a few seconds, feeling the warm light scanning over his body, his mood suddenly calmed, as if he had sunk to the bottom of the ocean. It was much like his first driving test. He had been nervous and excited at the start, but once he finished the reverse parking, his mind suddenly relaxed. A minute passed quickly. Except for Chen Ye's, the doors of the other pods opened instantly with a sound like a high-pressure hiss, similar to an electronic catapult on an aircraft carrier. The 6 results came out one after another, all around 83 joules. The middle-aged invigilator shook his head. Just as he thought, they were all ordinary candidates. At that very moment, just as the teacher was feeling deeply disappointed, the pod Chen Ye was in suddenly sounded an alarm. The emergency indicator light beneath the pod began to flash, as if signaling something ominous. What is going on? People inside the testing room turned their gaze toward Chen Ye's pod. The 6 students who had already finished were looking on in confusion, unable to understand what was happening inside Chen Ye's pod. In the main hall, the crowd also noticed the abnormality in the testing room, and people squeezed to the doors, peering through the glass. What is happening? Many candidates looked puzzled, unsure of what was going on. It looks like one of the pods is malfunctioning. Well, the person inside is unlucky then. His score might even get invalidated. Some began to gloat. Lu Jiawen also leaned in, secretly delighted. Could it be that hillbilly Chen Ye? She suddenly felt a sense of immense satisfaction. But beside her, Fan Qingyu showed a look of astonishment. Could it be? He realized something, and a look of disbelief appeared in his eyes. Inside the testing room, the middle-aged invigilator, like Fan Qingyu, had thought of an incredible possibility. His face quickly lit up with ecstasy. Oh my God, I have finally stumbled upon an A-grade genius. He immediately waved his hand at the assistants and operators, ordering them to open Chen Ye's pod from the outside, while simultaneously directing them to start up the high-energy testing chamber dedicated to geniuses. The other 6 students in the room had been forgotten. They stared blankly as the invigilator and the staff excitedly activated the much larger testing chamber. They stood there frozen and at a loss for what to do. They were examinees too, so why were they being ignored? They did not know whether to leave or stay since no one had told them. However, they did not dare to ask the invigilator right now. From the hurried expressions and actions of the staff, it was clear that the student named Chen Ye was someone extraordinary. Interrupting the teacher now might affect their own exam results, which would be a huge loss. In the main hall, a know-it-all scanned the crowd with disdain and scolded, "What do you mean the equipment is broken? You are simply ignorant. This is because the inner energy value is so high that it hit the upper limit of the ordinary testing pod, which is why the alarm was triggered." After hearing this expert's explanation, many people realized what was going on. That is right. The alarm usually only goes off when the internal energy level hits the upper limit of the standard chamber. The martial arts exam has been held for so many years, and the internal energy detection chambers have never malfunctioned. The detection limit for a standard chamber is only 120 joules. Once it reaches or exceeds 120 joules, the standard chamber can no longer detect it, which triggers the alarm. In that case, this is actually good news. So the guy inside actually has an internal energy level as high as 120 joules. This is. Realizing this, the crowd was dumbfounded, their jaws hitting the floor. Good grief, they could barely accept that Fan Qingyu guy from before. But this 120 joule genius is just too demoralizing. Nobody wants to be in the same assessment as such a genius. It would severely shake their self-confidence. You have to know that geniuses with over 120 joules can get into the top 8 martial arts universities. Who is the guy inside? That is just outrageous. He must be from the provincial capital, maybe a genius from a martial arts family or the son of some billionaire. The hall began to buzz with discussions about Chen Ye. At this moment, a look of utter disbelief hung on Fan Qingyu's face. So it was true, a real genius had appeared. Inside the testing room, Chen Ye, who had been in the detection chamber, was initially worried about his safety and his energy score when he heard the alarm. But soon, he saw the chamber door open and the proctor walk over with a kindly expression. After the proctor explained the situation, Chen Ye finally relaxed. Following their instructions, Chen Ye entered a larger detection chamber. It was not much different inside, except the beam scanning him was more intense and scorching. A minute later, the door opened, and the screen outside displayed a number, 135 joules. Chen Ye walked out of the chamber and glanced at the number with a slight smile. Nice, he was quite satisfied. The others in the testing room were shocked when they saw the value, especially the 6 candidates who had not seen much of the world. They stared at Chen Ye with their mouths wide open, enough to fit an egg in. Good, 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 you are a fine young man. The proctor was overjoyed. He walked up to Chen Ye, checked the value on the screen repeatedly, and then slapped Chen Ye on the shoulder to show his delight. Thinking about how he could show off to his colleagues later today, the proctor's mouth stretched from ear to ear. He laughed heartily, feeling better the more he thought about it. Not long after Chen Ye's internal energy result was out, the big screen in the hall updated. Chen Ye internal energy, 135 joules. 135 joules. Those waiting outside in curiosity almost had their eyes pop out when they saw that column. This is freaking way too high. Everyone was in disbelief. 135 joules, how does he even train? I am starting to wonder if I am practicing the same yuan cultivation method as him. Have we been practicing some fake martial arts? Fan Qingyu and the crowd turned to stone when he saw the name next to 135 joules. Chen Ye. He did not expect this genius to be Chen Ye. He thought it was some genius from the provincial capital. He never expected it to be a candidate from a small county. This was a bit hard to comprehend. Thinking back to Chen Ye's tone and demeanor, he suddenly wondered if he had been deceived. Could this guy be a genius from a major martial arts family who went to the county to take the exam on purpose, and his budget brand clothes were just a way to play the pig to eat the tiger? The more he thought about it, the more Fan Qingyu felt that must be the case. At this moment, he could not help but feel lucky that he had not said anything out of line. Then, remembering his own words of consolation to the other party, Fan Qingyu felt his face burn with shame. He gave a bitter smile. With an internal energy of 135, did Chen Ye really need comfort from a 108 joule nobody like him? It should have been the other way around. However, thinking of Lu Jiawen, a mocking smile suddenly appeared on Fan Qingyu's face. He looked at her with great interest. The latter's face was already blacker than charcoal. Lu Jiawen was rubbing her eyes in disbelief at that data column. 135 joules, 135 joules. Her mind was in chaos. How is this possible? How could a candidate from a small county have 135 joules of internal energy? What right does he have? Even a candidate from the provincial capital like Fan Qingyu does not have such high internal energy. What right does a county boy have? The educational resources for martial arts exams in a county-level city and a provincial capital are worlds apart. With such a massive gap, how could a county cultivate a genius like Chen Ye with 135 joules of energy? Lu Jiawen could not believe it, but the number on the screen was right there, staring her in the face, and she could not deny it. She glanced at Chen Ye's name on the big screen again. Could he actually be a true martial arts prodigy? After looking at that big 135 repeatedly, Lu Jiawen suddenly felt profound regret and vexation. No wonder he dared to say he had no issues with the exam. With that level of internal energy, let alone passing the exam, he could easily get into the top 8 martial arts universities without a hitch. The more she thought, the hotter her cheeks became. She felt utterly embarrassed and full of regret for her past insults and behavior toward Chen Ye. If she had known Chen Ye was such a genius, she would not have dared to alienate him. She would have been falling over herself to cozy up to him. And she would not have needed to suck up to Fan Qingyu. She should have just built a good relationship with Chen Ye. A genius like this who can get into the top 8 universities has a limitless future. Even if he does not become a high-level martial artist, he will at least become a multimillionaire. After graduating from a top martial arts university, such people are easily hired by major companies with annual salaries in the millions. He will never be short of money, and that is just the baseline for such a talent. Lu Jiawen's pure face twisted into a mask of pain. She had sucked up to Fan Qingyu and alienated Chen Ye. She had completely traded a watermelon for a sesame seed, and now she had offended him. What was she supposed to do? If someone were to dig out Lu Jiawen's intestines now, they would surely be green with regret. A minute after the data appeared on the screen, Chen Ye walked out of the testing room with a calm expression. Truth be told, he had known the result long ago, so there was nothing to be shocked about. Seeing Chen Ye walk out, everyone looked at him with envy. 135 joules of internal energy meant a spot in the top 8 martial arts universities. Once inside one of those, one would embark on a path to the heavens, jumping up several social classes. Who would not be envious? Seeing Chen Ye approaching, Fan Qingyu laughed and walked up to him. He was quite happy to befriend a top-tier genius. He walked up to Chen Ye, gave him a playful shove, and said, "Chen Ye, you hid that way too well. You are clearly a genius, yet you acted like an ordinary person. You really are good at playing it cool." Chen Ye returned the smile and replied with a few modest words. At this moment, Lu Jiawen forced an awkward smile onto her face and greeted Chen Ye, stuttering, Chen Ye, you are truly amazing. Your internal energy actually reached 135 joules. Hearing this, Chen Ye turned to look at her with a taunt, saying, "My internal energy is indeed not 90 joules, but just over 40 joules higher than 90. I could never take a compliment from a martial arts master like you with 92 joules. You really should not say such things." Hearing this, Fan Qingyu could not hold back and let out a chuckle. He looked at Chen Ye with admiration. Well played, he is a master of sarcasm. Lu Jiawen's awkward smile froze. Faced with Chen Ye's sarcasm, she did not react. After a second of stiffness, she flashed another smile at him. Her thick skin was truly comparable to a city wall. Chen Ye sneered. This woman was really shameless, actually thinking of cozying up to him. To be this much of a snob was truly a marvel. He shook his head and was about to leave the exam hall when something suddenly crossed his mind, causing him to turn back and look at Lu Jiawen. The latter, thinking he had changed his mind, even showed a hint of expectation. Chen Ye looked at Lu Jiawen and said word by word, "I am indeed from a small town, and I spent less than 50,000 on the martial arts exam." After saying this, Chen Ye turned and left, followed by Fan Qingyu, who felt that Lu Jiawen was simply getting what she deserved. Lu Jiawen's face turned livid, and she felt humiliated once again. On the way back, Fan Qingyu was shocked to learn that Chen Ye really did come from a small town. Knowing that Chen Ye had achieved such results for less than 50,000 felt like a blow to him. He had spent millions, yet his martial arts performance was worse than someone who spent less than 50,000. It was truly embarrassing. However, this also made him realize how terrifying Chen Ye's talent was. You have to understand that reaching 120 joules of internal energy makes one a genius in Tanju. And someone like Chen Ye, who reached 135 joules, is a genius among geniuses, belonging to the absolute top tier of martial arts candidates in Jingnan City. After the internal energy assessment, at noon, in the hotel dining area, Li Ming, Liu Qi, Lin Hao, and the other martial arts candidates from Chiang No. 1 High School sat at the dining table with sullen, ashen faces. They looked listless, and even the chopsticks in their hands seemed to have no strength. Li Ming mumbled with a mournful face, "I did not sleep well last night, and today my internal energy reading was 1 joule lower than when I arrived. Plus, almost everyone in our hall reached over 80 joules. That is it. I guess there is no hope for the martial arts exam." The others nodded in deep agreement. They had not slept well either, which had affected their internal energy assessment to varying degrees. What frustrated them most was that the majority of candidates in their hall were above 80 joules, leaving them with no advantage at all. According to past experience with the martial arts exam, such a situation meant that the chances of success were very slim. Take last year, for example. According to Fang Lishan, when the 2 successful candidates from Chiang No. 1 were tested, most people in their hall were below 80 joules, while those 2 were among the few who hit that mark. This meant that since they were now in the majority of their hall, there was a high probability they would be eliminated. Han Shilin, sitting nearby, kept his mouth shut. He was not pessimistic. Although his sleep issues had somewhat affected his performance, it was not a major problem since his energy was already over 90 joules, making the impact minimal. Today, he performed at his usual level with 91 joules, which was a very good result in the hall, so he was in a good mood. But not wanting to discourage his classmates, he chose to remain silent. The group sighed while eating, glancing at Han Shilin from time to time. But the more they looked, the worse they felt because they were so envious. "I have arrived." At this moment, a joyful and excited voice came from behind them. Zhang Shilei approached with a tray, walking elegantly with a wide grin on his face. He had performed exceptionally well today, better than usual. And since his internal energy placed him in the minority in the hall, it meant he had a great chance of getting into a martial arts university, so he was naturally very happy. Seeing Zhang Shilei abandon his usual low-key and steady persona for such high-profile, humorous remarks that did not fit him, the group turned back to look at him. As they realized what this meant, their faces fell. This jerk must have done really well, otherwise why would he be so jumpy and excited, breaking his usual style? "Arg, damn you, Zhang Shilei, you are rubbing salt in our wounds," they screamed internally. "Get lost," the group shouted at Zhang Shilei in unison. Zhang Shilei was stunned for a moment, not reacting. But when he locked eyes with Han Shilin, he immediately understood. He let out an awkward cough, put on a serious and mournful look, sat down slowly, and began to eat in silence. Deep down, however, he felt incredibly lucky. If Chen Ye had not helped him when he was suffering from insomnia due to anxiety last night, he would not have been able to perform steadily today. His gratitude toward Chen Ye deepened even more. Without him, he would likely be as dejected as Li Ming and the others right now. A few minutes later, Chen Ye arrived with his tray and calmly greeted everyone. When those present saw Chen Ye, their faces froze. They immediately picked up their trays and left, ignoring him completely. They had mentally snapped. A question mark popped up over Chen Ye's head. What was that about? He was even more confused than Zhang Shilei had been earlier. Looking at only Zhang Shilei and Han Xulin left, he asked for the reason. Upon learning it was about the internal energy assessment, he could not help but smile bitterly, unsure of what to say. As the three chatted, when the other two learned that Tusk Ye's internal energy had reached 135 joules, they instantly shut down and looked at him with envy. Getting into a martial arts university is great, but getting into one of the top 8 prestigious martial arts academies is a double honor for the family. Future generations would likely have extra entries in the family records. The entire city of Chiang would probably celebrate. How could they not be envious? In the afternoon, during the mental power assessment, Chen Ye completed it smoothly. His score was 35 pascals, while most others were at 20 pascals. He was far ahead of everyone else. Furthermore, his mental power even caught the attention of the proctor, which meant his potential was rated grade A otherwise. The proctor would not have been surprised or given him a second look. That night, when Li Ming, Han Xulin, and the others learned that Zhang Shilei had slept so well thanks to Chen Ye's help, all the male students offered to share a room with Chen Ye, creating quite an intense scene. In the end, it was only through Fang Lishan's mediation that everyone returned to their own rooms. Since the rooms had been booked in advance, they could not be changed, and the others could only watch Zhang Shilei with envious eyes. Before going to sleep, Chen Ye checked the group chat. Chen Ye was stunned to find that Lu Jiawen had actually tagged him in the chat. Old woman who hexes people tagging King Fengzile. Chen Ye, it is the proficiency test tomorrow. Our exam halls are close. How about we meet at the usual spot and go together? Lu Jiawen had spent the whole day regretting her actions and nearly botched her mental power assessment. Finally, she decided to fix her relationship with Chen Ye. There are not many people who can make it into the top 8 prestigious martial arts academies. Such people are rare, and meeting one is a stroke of incredible luck. She did not want to miss it. Fan Qingyu, on the other end of the network, sneered and shook his head. She completely ignored Chen Ye in the group chat before, but as soon as his internal energy level was detected, she started fawning over him shamelessly. It is the textbook definition of hypocrisy. The other two in the group, Snow and Yuzhu head honcho, were quite confused. This woman, who was known for being manipulative, had been so dismissive of King Feng Zilai before. Yet, the moment they met today, she completely changed her tune. Both of them sighed, concluding that this King Feng Zilai must be someone significant. When Chen Ye saw the message, he could not help but sneer. Honestly, Lu Jiawen's vanity surprised him. She had looked down on him and mocked him earlier just because he was from a small town. Now that she knows he has the potential to get into one of the top 8 martial arts academies, she immediately changed her attitude and came to cozy up to him. Even a traditional Chinese opera performer could not switch masks that quickly or smoothly. It had only been a day. How could she have the nerve to reach out to him? Chen Ye did not want to bother, but after a moment of thought, his fingers flew across the screen. King Feng Zilai replying to woman who casts curses. Do we know each other? Although he was not someone who held grudges over every little thing, Lu Jiawen truly disgusted him. Meanwhile, Yuzhu head honcho and Snow began to pick up on the situation. It seemed something had happened between the three of them today, and this woman who casts curses had likely been slapped in the face. When Lu Jiawen saw Chen Ye's message, she felt a tightness in her chest and turned red with rage. She had always been the one to ignore others. How could she be so ignored by a hick today? She desperately wanted to lash out in the group chat, asking what a small-town hick like him had to be so arrogant about. But remembering that he was an A-grade genius, she forcibly suppressed her anger, stopped replying to Chen Ye, and instead tagged Fan Qingyu. Woman who casts curses tagging strongest primary student in Tanju. Qingyu, it was a pleasure being with you today. Shall we meet at the same building tomorrow? Heart emoji. Since she could not climb the tree that was Chen Ye, settling for developing a connection with Fan Qingyu was not a bad backup plan. Fan Qingyu felt a wave of disgust as he looked at the message on his screen. This woman really had no boundaries. In order to get to know candidates with good martial arts scores, she wore her snobbery right on her sleeve. Seeing that Chen Ye ignored her, she had the gall to reach out to him instead. It was truly contemptible. After thinking for a moment, he sent a message. Not interested, you are ugly. When these stinging words hit her eyes, Lu Jiwen was so angry she almost bit her tongue off. Fan Qingyu, she gritted her teeth as if she could eat him alive. The second day of the martial arts exam. The morning assessment was on the proficiency of the 8-department Yuan cultivation method. Most people in the exam hall had a proficiency level of around 80, but Chen Ye, having reached the second layer, naturally completed it smoothly. His second layer proficiency reached an A-grade level, meeting the requirements of the 8 major martial arts academies, and he once again caught the attention of the proctor. The afternoon was for the pole standing skill assessment, which he handled with ease. After all, he was already at the second stage of pole standing, and his proficiency was impeccable, also meeting the requirements for the top 8 schools. Time flew during the exam. Some were happy while others were sad. Han Shilin, Zhang Shilei, and others were very happy, as they had prepared thoroughly and passed the first 2 days of assessment successfully, just waiting for the practical combat on the third day. For Li Ming, Liu Qi, Lin Hao, and the others, the process was somewhat heartbreaking. After all, they had not performed well in the most important part, the internal energy test, and they could not get excited about the subsequent tests. Time soon reached the third day. After the practical combat assessment this morning, the martial arts exam would conclude. Chen Ye arrived at the exam hall early, just like the previous 2 days. The practical combat assessment area was similar to the training room in the municipal gymnasium, though the equipment was more complete and the space was brighter. By today, Chen Ye's mindset was completely calm. The upcoming combat was merely to test one's application of pole standing. Honestly, as long as one had practiced diligently, this stage was not difficult. Most people could pass perfectly. Moreover, since Chen Ye was already at the second stage of pole standing, there was no problem at all. After waiting in the hall for an hour, the assessment began. The proctor was a young man who looked like a martial arts coach. Soon, the first candidate stepped into the designated circle to begin. The proctor stood with one hand behind his back, waiting for the candidate to strike. The candidate did not hesitate and rushed forward, throwing a punch. However, the young proctor shifted his body and easily avoided it. Chen Ye raised his eyebrows slightly. He discerned the proctor's strength. He was at the second stage of pole standing, just like him. The simple sidestep clearly utilized internal energy. Only someone at the second stage could manage such a fluid movement. As expected, after the candidate threw a dozen moves, the proctor nodded and then gently pushed him out of the designated area. This did not mean the candidate failed, as the goal was just to test their mastery of the technique. As long as the stance was sufficiently proficient, they would pass. The nod meant the candidate had cleared the assessment. Next, over 30 people underwent the assessment. The proctor let each candidate attack first, and once their skill level was verified, he would push them out of the circle. Among the 30-odd candidates, except for 1 or 2 who failed due to lack of sleep or feeling unwell, everyone else passed. The only thing that excited the stone-faced instructor was a candidate who had cultivated the pole body. That candidate traded blows with him for a few extra minutes, earning a rare word of praise from the instructor. Chen Ye. The loudspeaker called Chen Ye's name. It was his turn. Chen Ye adjusted his sleeves and walked into the circle. The proctor waved at him expressionlessly, signaling him to hurry up, as if to say, "Do not waste time, there are many people behind you." Judging by the proctor's expression, he saw nothing special about this candidate compared to the others. Chen Ye did not want to waste time either. He rushed toward the young instructor, carefully controlling his pace to pretend as if he had not achieved the pole body. The moment he got close, he suddenly unleashed the second stage of the pole body and struck at the instructor's chest. The speed was incredible. One could vaguely feel the internal energy vibrating between his palms, accompanied by a gust of wind. The instructor, who had been standing there expressionlessly with his hands behind his back, widened his eyes the moment the wind hit his face. He was internally shocked. It was actually the second stage of pole body. He had no time to think, and hurriedly raised his hand to block Chen Ye's palm. Bang! Chen Ye's palm did not hit the instructor's chest, as it was blocked, but the massive force still nearly pushed the instructor out of the assessment area. Chen Ye's move left the martial arts examinees nearby completely stunned. How could he actually repel the examiner? Just how strong is he? I remember every examiner is an expert at the second level of the stance body stage. In that case, this guy named Chen Ye must also be at the second level of the stance body stage. Second level of the stance body stage, this. The examinees in the room were all dumbfounded. It was truly unbelievable that someone could reach the second level of the stance body stage before the martial arts exam. The young examiner looked down at the competition circle at his feet, feeling a lingering fear. He had almost lost to an examinee. If word got out that an examiner had been defeated by a student, his reputation would be ruined, and he would not be able to face these candidates again. You youngster, you do not play by the rules. You came to trick and ambush an old man like me, who is already 29. The young examiner glanced at Chen Ye with an intrigued smile. The desire for battle set his blood boiling, but this kid was truly devious. He was clearly a genius at the second level of the stance body stage, yet he pretended not to have cultivated a stance at all. What a morally corrupt little guy. However, he was quite excited. It had been a long time since he had encountered an examinee at the second level of the stance body stage. He could not tell if he was lucky or unlucky. Dropping his stone-faced expression, he smiled at Chen Ye and said, "Come again." Chen Ye was not one to stand on ceremony. He smiled and rushed forward. Soon, the two began to trade blows. To the nearby candidates, their movements did not look particularly fast, but in reality, this was a collision between internal energy and physical form. Without reaching the stance body stage, one could never sense the undercurrents surging between them. Chen Ye's mastery of the second level of the stance body stage was already maxed out, allowing him to move with effortless agility. On the other hand, the young examiner was gradually struggling. Fine beads of sweat broke out on his forehead, and his attacks were starting to lag behind Gu Yi's movements. It was clear that Chen Ye's stance body technique was more skillful and refined than the examiner's. As Chen Ye's strikes grew faster, the young examiner began to show signs of defeat. He panicked inwardly, thinking, could I really lose to an examinee today? Even if he is a peerless genius, it would be humiliating and look bad if word got out. Just as he felt he was done for, the student suddenly stopped and looked at him with a grin, asking, "Teacher, did I pass the exam?" The young examiner froze, then nodded vigorously. "You passed, you definitely passed. You are excellent and destined for great achievements. Once you enter a martial arts university, keep working hard." He hurriedly offered some hollow encouragement to maintain his dignity as a teacher. Could he possibly say he did not pass when he was nearly defeated by the student? This kid really knew how to handle things. He could have defeated him, but chose to save his face instead. Such high emotional intelligence and immense talent meant this candidate had a limitless future, the teacher mused. An hour later, the practical exam ended, and Chen Ye walked out of the exam hall with a calm expression. He looked up at the sky. It was exceptionally clear today. The sky was a deep azure, with white clouds like patches on blue fabric. Gazing at the heavens, Chen Ye felt as if he could perceive the vastness of the universe through the blue, his heart feeling cleansed and bright as if it had been baptized. He felt refreshed. The martial arts exam was finally over. Even though the system had made these past few months of pursuit less arduous, he had still felt an invisible pressure deep down, like carrying a heavy burden. Now that he could relax, everything was bound to get better. The moment the practical exam finished, Chen Ye knew his results. He was certain he would have no trouble getting into a martial arts university, and now he just had to wait for the cutoff scores to be released. Leaving the exam hall, Chen Ye headed toward the school gate. As he walked, he checked his phone. The Jingnan Kingpin group chat was buzzing. The Yuzhu Kingpin was already clamoring for everyone to meet up at the school gate for a face-to-face gathering. He sounded very excited, and it seemed he had done quite well. The campus was filled with martial arts candidates, some in groups, some alone. Some wore worried faces, while others shouted excitedly that they were liberated. 10 minutes later, Chen Ye arrived at the school gate. There were many people there, but fortunately, he quickly spotted Fan Qingyu. Next to him was a student of indeterminate gender who looked delicate and beautiful like a woman, but wore men's clothes with short hair. After greeting Fan Qingyu, Chen Ye turned to the gender-ambiguous student and introduced himself. The student was extremely aloof, standing next to Fan Qingyu without a smile, like an ice beauty. Seeing Chen Ye's introduction, the student nodded slightly and said Snow, Li Bingmail. Chen Ye was surprised to learn that this person was Snow. He had not expected someone who looked so cold on the outside to be the helpful, generous Snow who had answered all his questions in the group chat. A cold face with a kind heart, indeed. However, upon hearing that the person was a male, he froze for a second before his face took on a strange expression. To think he was a boy, it was unbelievable. He was so beautiful, with skin more delicate than a woman's, yet he was a guy. What a pity. After their introductions, the conversation stalled. Li Bing clearly had a keep-your-distance vibe. Chen Ye thought for a moment and decided to thank him anyway. After all, if it were not for his help with the issue of internal energy growth, his own energy levels would not have improved so quickly. No need to thank me. Upon hearing his thanks, Li Bing remained as indifferent and cold as ever, showing no emotional fluctuation at all. After an awkward second, Chen Ye turned to glance at Fan Qingyu, who was shrugging bitterly, clearly unable to handle the situation either. The three stood in silence for a while before two others walked toward them. One of them was Lu Jiawen. The other was a burly man, nearly 2 meters tall. Judging by his features, he looked like he was in his 30s, but since he came from the campus, he had to be a candidate. Only candidates would be here at this time. Once the man shouted out their screen names, they confirmed he was indeed the Yuzhu Kingpin. Then they introduced themselves. The Yuzhu Kingpin's real name was Wang Chu. Chen Ye had not expected Lu Jiawen to come along. She was quite thick-skinned, trying to strike up conversations that no one responded to, except for the occasional reply from Wang Chu. Wang Chu suggested going to a nearby bubble tea shop to chat for a while. The others had no objections. The exams were over, so it was time to relax. Sitting in the shop, they began to talk about the recent martial arts exam, focusing mainly on exchanging their internal energy levels. With Fan Qingyu revealing the news, the others found out that Chen Ye's internal energy level had reached a staggering 135 joules. Wang Chu was stunned, looking Chen Ye up and down before joking, "Brother, you are so insane. Are you some kind of immortal reincarnated?" Wang Chu had been in a good mood after finishing the exam, but now his spirits plummeted. They were both from small towns, so why could Chen Ye reach a freakish 135 joules, comparable to top geniuses from the provincial capital, while he only managed 89 joules? He had previously felt proud of his 89 joules, but now he realized he was nothing. Wang Chu wore a look of utter disbelief. Next to them, the cold Li Bing finally broke his icy composure. He looked at Chen Ye in surprise. Although his expression was not overtly dramatic, the sheer disbelief in his eyes spoke volumes about his shock. Li Bing was, in fact, more surprised than the others. As a student from an affiliate high school of a provincial martial arts university, he knew exactly what 135 joules meant. Such a level did not just exceed the standards of the 8 major martial arts academies. It might even earn him a spot on the quasi-martial artist ranking list. This list was for reserve martial artists, people who could become official martial artists at any moment, and not just ordinary ones. Li Bing was deeply shaken. He could not believe someone from such a small place could be this powerful. Chen Ye's internal energy level was top tier even in his own school, comparable to the monsters who had been guaranteed admission to martial arts universities. And the fact that he was from a small-town school made it even more absurd. His school was backed by a university, with martial arts students frequently coming to provide guidance, and he occasionally even saw real masters. Their educational and martial resources were thousands of times greater than those of an average small town. And even so, few students could reach 130 joules like Chen Ye. Furthermore, those who could enter his school were incredibly wealthy. These people spent upwards of 5 million on their martial path on average. Even he had spent over 7 million just to barely reach 121 joules. He really could not fathom how Chen Ye had pulled off something so outrageous. After the bubble tea was finished and they chatted a while longer, they stood up to return to their respective hotels. Just as Chen Ye stood up, Li Bing seemed to remember something. He suddenly turned and stared at Chen Ye with a solemn, cold expression, saying, "Wait a second, I have something I need to warn you about." Then he started speaking, his words direct and without any beating around the bush. After hearing this, Chen Ye was completely confused. He looked at Li Bing in a daze and asked, "Why should not I be in a hurry to become a martial artist?" Li Bing replied in a calm tone, "Because there are differences between martial artists, and there is also a rank for pre-martial artists." Then Li Bing began to explain to Chen Ye. His words were concise and devoid of emotion, yet he expressed himself very clearly. After listening to Li Bing, Chen Ye finally understood. Li Bing meant that there are differences between martial artists, just like the gap between someone who graduates from a standard second-tier college and someone who gets into a top university like Tsinghua or Peking. Li Bing told him not to rush into becoming a martial artist, because once a martial arts candidate's internal energy value reaches 100, they can use professional martial arts methods to aim for the first-grade martial artist level. From Li Bing's words, he guessed that martial artist rank seemed to go from 1st grade to 9th grade, with 1st grade appearing to be the lowest, though he could not be certain. Li Bing's words were also meant to remind him to accumulate more internal energy before aiming for the 1st grade martial artist level. This way, he could potentially become a top-tier 1st grade martial artist. To use an analogy, a top student from an elite university is far more powerful than a martial artist from a standard college. Of course, this was just an analogy. Li Bing did not specify exactly how large the gap between martial artists is, and he did not know either. As for the pre-martial artist ranking, it is a list released by the state after the martial arts exams. Those who make the list receive generous financial and martial arts resource rewards, especially the top 10 who receive very special prizes. As for what exactly those are, Li Bing did not say, and Chen Ye did not know. Upon learning this, Chen Ye suddenly realized there were so many things about martial arts and the martial arts exam that he did not know. It seemed he had only just crossed the threshold of the martial arts world. Seeing that Li Bing knew so much, his family background probably was not simple either. It is no wonder he mentioned earlier in the group chat that he had a brother studying at a martial arts university. He was not bragging after all. Given the amount of information he possessed, it all made sense. Chen Ye thought for a moment and asked a few more questions about the rankings and martial artists. But Li Bing just gave him a calm look and said, "You will know all about that once you receive your acceptance letter." Chen Ye nodded without pressing further. He then thanked Li Bing, who maintained that same indifferent attitude, as if he did not want to accept the gratitude. But after their brief interaction, Chen Ye understood that this was just Li Bing's personality. Leaving the milk tea shop, Chen Ye's expression hardened. He saw Li Ming and Chen Yang. It seemed Li Ming was in trouble. 10 meters away. Li Ming looked nervously at the several martial arts candidates blocking his way and shouted loudly, "Did not I already apologize to you? What else do you want? I just bumped into you. Is that really worth all this?" Li Ming's heart was pounding. He was already in a bad mood because he did not perform well in the exam, and he was in such a rush after finishing today that he bumped into the guy. Because of his foul mood, his apology had been a bit perfunctory, but he had not expected the other party to refuse to let it go. Furthermore, the pressure coming from the leader was immense. It was the kind of pressure only someone with an internal energy value and stance training far superior to his own could exude. By the looks of it, the guy was not going to let this go easily. Li Ming's face turned ashen. He knew he had kicked a steel plate this time. He cursed his bad luck internally, feeling like he was having the worst day of his life. The leader of the group gave a contemptuous laugh and looked at Li Ming playfully. "When you bumped into me earlier, if you had apologized properly, I would not have held a grudge. But your attitude just now really annoyed me." Li Ming gritted his teeth and forced a smile. "How about I give you a proper apology now?" He was backing down. The pressure from the other guy was too intense, far greater than what their own martial arts teacher Fang Lisan had ever put on him. After all, a wise man does not fight when the odds are against him. The martial arts candidate opposite him shook his head and teased Li Ming, "It is too late now. I am very annoyed, so it is impossible for you to just walk away like that." Hearing this, Li Ming's heart sank and his face turned pale. He stared at the martial artist in front of him and asked indignantly, "Then what do you want?" Meanwhile, Chen Ye and Liu Qi behind Li Ming were anxious. They were just passing by but decided to stop to help when they saw Li Ming being harassed. After all, they were in Tanju, came from the same county, knew each other, and were fellow townsfolk and classmates. It made no sense to stand by and watch. Chen Ying looked at the martial arts candidate. She could feel that this person was far stronger than her. It was a crushing sense of power that she could not hope to resist. Liu Qi felt the same way, which is why she was so worried. If even their teacher Fang Lisan was not a match for someone like this, what were they supposed to do? "What do I want?" The martial arts candidate laughed and stared at Li Ming mockingly. "Why, obviously to teach someone like you, who does not have eyes, a good lesson." As he spoke, the candidate began to stretch his muscles, and the others beside him also cracked their knuckles, clearly intending to tear Li Ming apart. It is over, Li Ming is done for. Chen Ying and Liu Qi were so nervous their faces turned pale and their palms began to sweat. They did not know what to do. Never mind the numbers. Even the leader alone was someone the three of them could not handle together. Their numbers were useless, let alone the fact that the opposition had more people. Seeing the stance of the guys opposite, Li Ming could not help but take a step back. Sweat broke out on his forehead and his heart was pounding. He felt restless and anxious. What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? How do I get out of this? His hands started to tremble. The pressure that man was exerting was simply too great. He felt as though he were confronting a ferocious tiger. Li Ming's brain raced for a solution. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration hit his chaotic mind. Right, I can call him. With that thought, Li Ming quickly turned to Chen Ye and whispered, Chen Ye, there is no point in you two just standing here. Go and get Chen Ye, quick. Hurry up, Li Ming urged impatiently. The two girls had different expressions upon hearing this. A question mark popped up in Liu Qi's mind. Although Chen Ye was a top genius at Chiang No. 1 High School, this is Tanju. Geniuses were everywhere, and the person in front of them seemed to exert much more pressure than Chen Ye. Would it even help to bring him here? Would not he just end up in trouble too? Liu Qi was uncertain. She did not believe Chen Ye could resolve this. After all, this person was a genius from the provincial capital. She had seen the information on the guy's admission card earlier. He was from a school affiliated with a martial arts university. That was one of Tanju's top high schools, filled with the greatest geniuses from Jingnan province. How could they possibly deal with someone like that? She hesitated, not wanting to fetch Chen Ye, fearing that not only would she fail to help, but Chen Ye would get dragged into the mess. Chen Lin was even more unable to understand what Li Ming was saying. She felt that his request was utterly bizarre. In such a difficult situation, he actually wanted her to fetch Chen Ye? Chen Ye was just a beginner at martial arts. What could he possibly do? Chen Ying stared at Li Ming suspiciously. You would not be thinking of calling Chen Ye over just to take the beating for you, would you? You guys are supposed to be best buddies. How could you do something like that? That was what Chen Ying was thinking. Although she did not get along with her cousin and disliked his ways, he was still family, and she did not want to sabotage Chen Ye. Thinking that this might harm Chen Ye, both girls stood frozen in place and did nothing. Seeing this, Li Ming felt desperate. These two girls are going to be the death of me. The only person he could think of who could help him was Chen Ye, but these two women were standing still, effectively leaving him to his fate. By now, the area was surrounded by martial arts candidates watching the show. This scrawny kid is going to be in trouble. The guy opposite him is clearly a ruthless character, someone with immense strength. To think he would dare to bump into him. The surrounding candidates looked at Li Ming with pity. At the entrance of the milk tea shop, Chen Ye stepped forward, arms outstretched, and aggressively pushed through the crowd toward Li Ming. Fan Qingyu and the others were originally planning to part ways here, but seeing Chen Ye walk toward that crowd, they hesitated for a moment, exchanged puzzled looks, and followed along. Fan Qingyu caught up quickly, tilted his head, and asked with a frown, "Do you know that guy? Are you trying to help him?" He was referring to Li Ming. Chen Ye nodded and replied calmly, "Of course, he is my classmate." Upon hearing this, Li Bing, who was behind them, walked up to stand side by side with Chen Ye. When he saw the person standing opposite Li Ming, a flash of shock crossed his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. He turned to Chen Ye and said coldly, "Then you probably cannot help him." Chen Ye glanced at Li Bing without a word and quickened his pace toward Li Ming. He let his actions speak for themselves. Fan Qingyu, trailing behind, finally saw the person facing Li Ming. His expression sank abruptly, and he was deeply shocked. It was actually him. Thinking of this, he hurriedly kept up with Chen Ye. Seeing that Chen Ye was about to plunge into the conflict, Li Bing and Fan Qingyu quickly grabbed Chen Ye's arms. Chen Ye turned to inspect the two of them, wanting to know what they meant. Li Bing frowned at the martial arts examinee who was preparing to attack Li Ming, and he said to Chen Ye first, "That guy is a top talent from our school named Zhao Zhigang, with an internal energy value of 133 joules. He could have been admitted to a prestigious martial arts university through recommendation, but he chose to take the martial arts exam instead." Fan Qingyu, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. Chen Ye heard this, glanced at Li Bing and Fan Qingyu, and said nonchalantly, "So what?" Li Ming was his longtime friend with a deep bond. How could he sit by and do nothing when his friend was in trouble? Fan Qingyu let out an exasperated sigh and looked at Chen Ye with an expression that said, "How can you not understand this? We mean that the guy is very strong, and you cannot handle him. Although your internal energy value is slightly higher than his, he is already a master at the second stage of posture building. You are no match for him." Although Fan Qingyu was not from the same school as Zhao Zhigang, he had heard of his reputation. Moreover, this guy had a bad temper, and offending him would bring nothing but trouble. Li Bing and Fan Qingyu had not known Chen Ye for long, but they both admired him, which is why they were advising him to stay out of this mess. Behind them, Lu Jiawen and Wang Chu were filled with shock when they realized the person confronting Chen Ye's classmate was a second-stage posture-building expert. That was a master of the second stage. They had only heard about them from teachers and had never actually seen one. At this moment, Chen Ying and Liu Qi also caught sight of Chen Ye. When Chen Ying saw Chen Ye with a few strangers, she was confused at first. But then she heard that the martial arts examinee intending to discipline Li Ming was at the second stage of posture building, and her face fell. Chen Ying widened her almond eyes, looking at that martial arts examinee in disbelief. Second stage of posture building. Her mouth trembled. She had to keep in mind that her own proficiency in posture training was only around 90, and she was still worlds away from reaching the posture building stage herself. How could anyone possibly stand up against him? It was completely impossible. If she had held onto any glimmer of hope or believed in miracles before, she now felt nothing but despair for Li Ming. The gap in strength was too vast, and there was no chance of victory. She was already mourning Li Ming in her heart. She did not dare go up and help against someone like that. Beside her, Liu Qi was just as shocked and fearful, even secretly taking a step back. Chen Ying looked at Chen Ye, and thinking of his relationship with Li Ming, her heart tightened as a guess emerged. Do not tell me this kid is planning to help Li Ming. She hoped not. If anything happened to Chen Ye today, how would she face her uncle and aunt back in Chiang? Her cousin was there on the scene and allowed her own cousin to be beat. It would not look good if word got out. At this moment, after listening to the warnings from Li Bing and Fan Qingyu, Chen Ye gently pushed their hands away, gave them a reassuring look, and then turned to walk toward Zhao Zhigang. Li Bing watched Chen Ye's back with a blank expression. He did not stop him again. After all, they had only just met, and he had given the warning only because he recognized Chen Ye as a talent. Otherwise, he would not have bothered. He could not figure out where Chen Ye found the courage to intervene in Zhao Zhigang's affairs. Even after he had clearly stated how strong Zhao Zhigang was, Chen Ye was still so rashly stepping into this, and he felt that this guy was a bit stubborn and foolish. Fan Qingyu also sighed and shook his head, not believing for a second that Chen Ye would be a match for Zhao Zhigang. Zhao Zhigang was a renowned genius even within the entire Tanju martial arts exam circuit, and his fame was well-earned. While Chen Ye was also talented, his background definitely did not compare to Zhao Zhigang's. Unless he was also at the second stage of posture building, he would end up beaten very badly. But it was impossible for Chen Ye to be at the second stage of posture building. Posture building required consuming massive amounts of martial arts resources and guidance from professional martial artists to achieve. Chen Ye trained in a small county. He surely could not have had contact with professional martial artists. Just as Chen Ying was praying that Chen Ye would not get involved, a figure walked past her. She looked closely and realized it was Chen Ye, and her heart immediately sank to rock bottom. She wanted to curse him right then and there. You are just a newcomer who has only been exposed to martial arts for a few months. What are you trying to show off for? The guy just told you the person across from Li Ming is a second-stage posture-building genius, and you still dare to step in? Have you lost your mind? She yelled out, wanting Chen Ye to leave it alone and rather go back to notify their martial arts teacher. But Chen Ye just waved his hand at her, ignoring her completely. Chen Ying gave up trying to persuade him and muttered under her breath that Chen Ye must have water in his brain. By now, Li Bing and the others, as well as the onlookers, were staring intently at Chen Ye, the image of him getting beaten up already playing out in their minds. Zhao Zhigang cracked his neck and walked cruelly toward Li Ming. Li Ming was terrified. He held up his hands in a defensive stance, but was forced to keep retreating. Just as Zhao Zhigang was 3 meters away from Li Ming, a figure blocked his path. Li Ming had already prepared himself to be sent to the hospital, but upon seeing Chen Ye, the darkness in his heart instantly vanished. His face brightened, knowing his savior had arrived. Chen Ye stood before Li Ming, looked calmly at Zhao Zhigang, and said softly, "He is my friend." Hearing the words of the stranger blocking his way, Zhao Zhigang could not help but furrow his brow, staring at Chen Ye and asking, "You want to get involved and help him?" Chen Ye replied calmly, "He is my friend, so of course I have to take care of his affairs." Zhao Zhigang's brow scrunched up, and he said in a harsh tone, "And what if I insist on teaching him a lesson?" Hearing this, Chen Ye's expression remained completely placid, radiating confidence. He smiled and said to Zhao Zhigang in a casual tone, "You can give it a try." As soon as he said that, the crowd erupted in a commotion. Holy cow, how does this guy have the nerve to say that? Exactly, the guy opposite him is at the second stage of posture building. Where does he get the nerve to be so arrogant? Li Bing frowned, staring at Chen Ye in confusion. He had expected Chen Ye to at least try to negotiate, but he had gone straight to a direct confrontation. He knew Zhao Zhiging's temper. The guy was a walking stick of dynamite that went off at the slightest provocation. Many of the people at school who had angered him had ended up in the hospital, so how could Chen Ye be this reckless? He could not help but shake his head slightly, thinking Chen Ye's behavior was far too rash. Fan Qingyu and the others also frowned, feeling that Chen Ye was acting way too arrogant and that his actions were much bolder and more reckless than they had anticipated. Chen Ying was now like an ant on a hot pan, pacing around in anxiety, yet she felt helpless, only able to frantically lower her voice and tell Chen Ye to back away. Upon hearing Zhu Ji's words, Zhao Zhiging's expression shifted, turning extremely ugly. Several students beside him could no longer hold back and began clamoring for Zhao Zhiging to beat Chen Ye up. Just as everyone thought Zhao Zhiging was about to make a move, his dark expression suddenly changed. He flashed a smile at Chen Ye and said calmly, "Fine, I will give you this much face today." Having said that, he turned and left, telling his companions, "Let's go." His companions were stunned for a moment, but eventually followed him away. Zhao Zhiging's sudden move shocked everyone present. Why did he just leave? Were not they supposed to fight? A wave of murmurs erupted around them. What is going on? A second-stage pole body expert is actually backing down. Why? The onlookers saw Zhao Zhiging's behavior as an act of cowardice and found it incomprehensible. But that was indeed the truth. Zhao Feng's actions left Li Bing, Fan Qingyu, and the others absolutely stunned, as they also had no idea what was happening. Now far away, Zhao Zhiging suddenly let out a sigh of relief, his back completely drenched in sweat. A companion next to him looked at him, puzzled, and asked, "Zhiging, why did you let them go just now?" The companion felt just like the onlookers. He could not understand Zhao Zhiging's behavior at all. As a classmate, he knew Zhao Zhiging's character well, and given his temper, there was no way he would normally let those two off the hook. He remembered that half a year ago, someone from a neighboring class accidentally stepped on Zhao Zhiging's foot and ended up in the hospital with a dozen stitches on the spot. With such a vengeful nature, how could he have suddenly changed? Zhao Zhiging glanced back at Chen Ye in the distance and said with lingering fear, "That guy is strong, ridiculously strong. He might even be stronger than me." A flash of fear crossed Zhao Zhiging's eyes. He was giving a conservative estimate to save face in front of his companions. In reality, he was certain the guy was stronger. If he had not wanted to save face with those parting words, he would have just walked away without a second thought. When the candidate walked over earlier, he had already felt a terrifying pressure. To be able to exert such pressure meant the other party's inner energy was higher, and his mastery and proficiency in the second stage pole body were also better. In a fight, he would have lost for sure. It was not worth offending a genius over such a small matter. He might have a bad temper, but he was not an idiot. Hearing this, his companion was horrified. Zhiging was already among the top martial arts candidates at their school, yet there was someone even stronger. He could not imagine how powerful that guy must be, and felt a sense of relief that they had not started a fight, or he would have surely gotten a beating today. On the other side, Chen Ying and Liu Qi were overjoyed to see Zhao Zhiging leave. Smiles immediately broke out on their faces as they let out long sighs of relief. Chen Ying watched Zhao Zhiging's retreating figure and patted her chest, still shaken. Fortunately, that guy was reasonable enough not to push it with Li Ming and Chen Ye, otherwise, the two of them would have been crawling home. Chen Ying believed that Zhao Zhiging had shown mercy to Li Ming, and Chen Ye out of pure moral integrity. After things settled down, Chen Ye and Li Ming walked over to greet Li Bing and the others. Li Bing stared at Chen Ye thoughtfully for a while. As he gradually realized the truth, he felt shocked. This was not about Zhao Zhiging showing kindness. Given his short-tempered nature, he would never have let them go unless there was another reason. Looking at the situation now, there was only one possibility. Zhao Zhiging was afraid. It was not that he did not want to teach them a lesson, but that he lacked the capability. He had felt intimidated and chose to leave. And the only thing that could intimidate a genius like Zhao Zhiging, who had an inner energy of 132 joules and had reached the second stage of pole body, was an even more terrifying genius. This meant the Chen Ye standing before him not only had an inner energy exceeding 135 joules, but was also a formidable second-stage pole body master. A chill ran down Li Bing's spine. Someone from a small county could be this terrifying? Chen Ye now made him feel afraid. He could not grasp the depth of the guy's power. He was simply too strong. Fan Qingyu finally understood what had happened. He slapped Chen Ye on the shoulder, his surprise plain to see. Though shocked, he was happy. After all, who would not be pleased to befriend someone so capable? Lu Jiawen also slowly grasped the situation, but she only regretted her earlier behavior even more, realizing she had missed an opportunity to befriend a top-tier genius. Back at the hotel, the martial arts candidates from Chiang No. 1 High School began to assemble. After the exam, Fang Lishan did not ask about the other students' results, but snuck over to Chen Ye and whispered, asking how he did. Chen Ye's answer was, naturally, very good. This answer did not reassure Fang Lishan. He asked nervously and impatiently. The students had been on edge these past few days, and so had he as their teacher, he had not been able to sleep well either. But fearing it might affect the students' performance, he had repressed his curiosity throughout the exam period. Many times he felt the urge to ask Chen Ye and the other promising candidates, but his professional ethics as a teacher forbade him from interfering with their exam. Now that it was over, he could finally ask the question that had been haunting him. Seeing how anxious Fang Lishan was, Chen Ye decided not to tease him anymore and shared his exam results. What, 135 joules? Fang Lishan was shocked, almost shouting it out. He quickly controlled his expression to look nonchalant, but from his eyes, one could see he was overcome with ecstatic joy. Fang Lishan's heart was pounding. 135 joules. This was the best score in the history of the students he had mentored, and the first student in the history of No. 1 High School, and indeed all of Chiang City, to have an inner energy level exceeding 100 joules. Fang Lishan could not help but dream that with a score like that, Chen Ye would likely be admitted to one of the 8 great martial arts universities. Those were the 8 great martial arts universities, the 8 most elite institutions in the country, filled with the top geniuses from across the nation. Anyone who enters those gates is destined for a life of greatness. Fang Lishan marveled at the thought, unable to believe he had actually mentored a student capable of getting into one of those elite schools. Although Chen Ye's achievements were due to his own talent and had little to do with him, the fact that the boy was his student and had trained in his class for months gave him a sense of shared glory. Fang Lishan kept this surprise to himself, maintaining a serious facade as he discreetly asked about the scores of Han Shilin, Zhang Shile, and others. He was very satisfied with their results as well. He was very happy, but he could not show it. Even though it was tough to hold back, he had to. Because it was the custom during the martial arts exams, teachers were not supposed to act too happy. He had to consider the feelings of the majority of the candidates. The exam was like thousands of troops crossing a single-plank bridge, and 99.99% of them would be eliminated. Some of them had spent tens of thousands just to register and try their luck, while others had been training since middle school and their families had invested hundreds of thousands. Regardless, they had all paid a heavy price, and returning home empty-handed meant their spirits were understandably crushed. After taking roll, everyone boarded the bus to head back to Chiang City. Before getting on the bus, Chen Ye stretched his body. He had successfully completed this martial arts exam. Now, all that remained was the academic test, after which he could wait at home in peace for the results arriving in about a dozen days. However, for many, these 3 days were destined to be cruel. Only by sifting through the sand can one find the gold. Most participants in the martial arts exam would be eliminated, and only a few top-tier lucky ones would step into the halls of martial arts universities. During the return trip, the bus was quiet. Most people remained silent, with only sparse bits of conversation. Gone was the excitement and enthusiasm from the journey there, replaced by a more relaxed atmosphere. 3 hours later, the coach slowly drove into Chiang City. The familiar scenery filled everyone's hearts, and a sense of warmth quietly settled in. 10 minutes later, the bus drove into Chiang No. 1 High School. Before the bus even came to a full stop, everyone saw a group of people waiting at the stadium. Leading them were Zhang Ziwei, a city government official, and the school principal. Both looked calm on the surface, but their slightly clenched fingers betrayed their inner tension. As an exam of higher stakes than the National College Entrance or civil service exams, the martial arts test naturally drew the attention of many government officials and educational elites. Standing beside them were the teachers, including Lu Wenjin, and some parents waiting anxiously at the stadium entrance. Chen Ye scanned the crowd, feeling a slight disappointment. He gave a wry smile. His mother and aunt did not seem to be there. They had promised to pick him up in the afternoon, but it looked like they had forgotten. Good grief, they say you are a treasure before the test, but it seems you are just a blade of grass once it is over. Chen Ye shook his head and quickly called his mother. After 2 rings, the call was connected. Chen Ye asked helplessly, "Mom, I am done with the exam. Are you and Auntie still coming to pick me up?" His mother's surprised voice came from the other end. "Oh my, Xiao Yi, did your aunt and I forget? Wait for us a moment, we will be there to pick you up right away." In the split second before the call hung up, Chen Ye keenly detected the clattering sound of a mahjong machine shuffling tiles and heard his aunt shouting, "Shuffle the tiles, shuffle." In that instant, he could not hold it together. They had actually forgotten such an important day because they were playing mahjong. "Sai, it seems what my aunt said when I was little, that I was picked up from a trash can, might actually be true." Chen Ye laughed at himself. Since his mother became the manager of the Zhenwei restaurant, her life had become increasingly carefree. He never imagined she had learned to play mahjong. She did not know anything about such games before. Seeing his mother enjoying life more and more, Chen Ye felt quite happy deep down. As the martial arts candidates got off the bus, Zhang Ziwei and the principal rushed up. Zhang Ziwei walked straight to Chen Ye and shook his hand firmly, not even sparing time to acknowledge his own son, Zhang Shilei. For a moment, Chen Ye even felt like the man was looking at him as if he were his own son. Zhang Shilei, standing nearby, did not seem to mind. Zhang Ziwei stared at Chen Ye with an excited, enthusiastic look and said, "Student Chen Ye, thank you, thank you." He said thank you several times, his tone full of excitement. Chen Ye understood. It was because of the help he gave Zhang Shilei that night. "Student Chen Ye, Shilei has already told me everything. Thank you so much. If it were not for you, he could not have performed so well in the internal energy assessment." Zhang Ziwei kept shaking Chen Ye's hand, thanking him endlessly. He was overjoyed because Zhang Shilei had reached an internal energy level of 89 joules, placing him among the elite group of candidates. According to his sources, an internal energy level of 89 joules had a very high probability of getting into a martial arts university. In this era where everyone yearns for martial arts and the country strongly supports it, a martial arts university student was far more valuable than he, a third in command at the municipal government. Chen Ye had truly done them a great favor. Zhang Ziwei patted Chen Ye's hand while saying, "Student Chen Ye, I am aware of your situation. After the martial arts exam results are released, the municipal government will implement a policy of preferential treatment for the families of admitted martial arts students." Zhang Ziwei then told Chen Ye about the preferential policies for families, suggesting that if his father was unhappy with his current situation, he could submit a petition to the government and apply for a stable, civil service equivalent job. Chen Ye understood that the man was assuming he had already passed the exam, so he was sharing upcoming policies in advance. Given his tone, if his father applied for a government position, it would almost certainly be approved. Chen Ye nodded internally. His father really did need a change of career. Renovation work was quite hard on his health, and it was better to avoid it if possible. After the two chatted for a while, the principal of the first high school pulled Chen Ye aside to ask him various questions, mostly wanting to know how he had performed. Upon learning of Chen Ye's results, the principal beamed with joy. If the school produced a student admitted to a top martial arts university, the school's educational funding for next year would increase significantly, likely doubling. Martial arts resources would also be prioritized, and the school faculty's pay and benefits would see a bump. After dismissing the enthusiastic principal, Chen Ye talked with Han Jiangang, the father of Han Shilin, about an endorsement deal. Han Jiangang was interested in having him promote his catering brand within the province, offering a high fee. However, Chen Ye did not rush to agree, preferring to wait until the results were out. Afterward, some elite parents and businessmen from the city wanted to get to know Chen Ye and discuss business cooperation. These people were well-informed and influential. They had somehow gotten wind of his exam performance and flocked to him like flies smelling profit. Chen Ye could only pretend he did not see or hear them and slipped away. Later, he spoke with his homeroom teacher, Lu Wenjin. The teacher looked pale and haggard, likely exhausted from the stress of the impending college entrance exams. Lu Wenjin felt a mix of emotions deep down. His own student had reached a height where even high-ranking city officials and socialites were scrambling to curry favor with him. He remembered when Chen Ye was just a slacker, the most frustrating student in class, doing nothing but sleeping all day and showing no interest in anything, leading him to think there was no hope for the boy. But unexpectedly, that same student had become someone he was proud of, a source of immense satisfaction. Things really are unpredictable, Lu Wenjin sighed. After talking about the exam with Lu Wenjin, Chen Ye left the school. Lu had offered to drop him off, but he declined. The teacher was clearly exhausted, and he did not want to cause any more trouble. After having a milk tea at the school gate, his mother and aunt finally arrived in a leisurely manner. When Chen Ye got in the car, his mother and aunt, sitting in the passenger and driver's seats, looked back at him with awkward smiles. Throughout the ride, the car remained very quiet. They seemed to deliberately avoid speaking, exchanging sneaky glances from time to time. Chen Ye noticed their little antics. They were afraid he had been devastated by a failed exam, so they were being overly cautious and using eye contact to communicate. However, they had no idea they were overthinking it. Chen Ye smiled but did not explain. Even if he explained, they would not believe it. After all, for an ordinary working-class family, passing the martial arts exam was as difficult as going to the moon. If someone who never studied before the final year of high school told you they could get into a top-tier university, no one would believe it, not even their own family. This had nothing to do with lack of love, but rather a limitation of perception. About 10 minutes into the drive, Chen Ye suddenly thought of something and said to his mother, "Mom, did not Dad get his driver's license a few years ago?" Liu Fumei gave a light grunt and nodded, not quite understanding what Chen Ye was getting at. "Then, how about we buy a car after the college entrance exams?" Chen Ye said while contemplating what kind of car to get. He is now absolutely certain of getting into a martial arts university, and barring any accidents, he can make it into one of the top 8 prestigious ones. He had previously asked Zhang Ziwei about the martial arts exam top scorer policies and other benefits for students admitted to martial arts universities. To put it simply and bluntly in terms of cash, if you get into a regular martial arts university, the state will give you a scholarship of about 500,000, while for a prestigious one, the state provides 2 million. And that is just the state level. There are also provincial and municipal ones. Based on a prestigious school, besides the 2 million from the state, he could get a 1 million provincial scholarship, a 500,000 municipal talent incentive, plus a 100,000 political and business scholarship. If he gets accepted into a prestigious martial arts university, he stands to receive a total of 3.6 million. And that is just in pure prize money, not including the commercial value of his status as a martial arts university student. If the latter is managed well, it is a cash cow. Plus, Han Shilin is already looking to sign a million-level commercial contract with him. So he can definitely consider buying his father a car now. With the country's rapid development over the years, many families have acquired cars, especially middle-aged men like Chen Ye's father. Not having a car, it is so embarrassing during holidays and festivals. Liu Fumei, sitting in the passenger seat, felt a headache coming on after hearing her son's words. What is this kid blabbering about? There is no money left in the family to buy a car. Even if they took out their education fund, it still would not be enough. Liu Fumei let out a laugh. She really wanted to show Chen Ye the balance on the family's bank card, but thinking about how the child had just suffered a blow from the martial arts exam, she decided to keep quiet and play deaf. Chen Ye rubbed his chin, his thoughts drifting to housing. He mused, "Mom, our family does not just lack a car, we also need a house. Is not there a Kaiming residential area behind the Kaiming Plaza? I heard it is a villa complex, close to the suburbs with good greenery and environment. What do you think about us buying a house there?" Buying a house is a must. He had seen the villas in Kaiming residential area online before. Each unit has 3 stories plus a basement. Right now, he can only practice martial arts downstairs in the neighborhood, but if he buys a house in Kaiming, he could decorate his own training room. Besides, his family really needs a place to live, and renting forever is not a solution. Chen Ying and Chen Lanstill do not even have their own independent rooms. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned to look at his aunt in the driver's seat. "Auntie, the developer of this Kaiming residential area seems to be your boss. If I buy a house from you, you should be able to get a decent commission, right?" Hearing this, Liu Fuling seemed stunned. She let out an ah, then nodded awkwardly and muttered, I suppose so. Although her face was calm, her heart was in turmoil. What is this silly nephew thinking? The villas in the Kaiming residential area are astronomically priced in Chiang City. They are home to elites and wealthy merchants. A villa like that easily costs over 2 million. It is not something an ordinary person can afford. If she really managed to sell such a house, she would make tens of thousands just in commission, but the problem is it is impossible. Plus, the villas are handled by gold medal sales agents. It has nothing to do with an ordinary salesperson like her. Liu Fuling just assumed Chen Ye was joking. When Chen Ye's mother heard this, she rolled her eyes. Has this kid been stimulated or something? Why is he talking nonsense all day? Asking for a villa in the Kaiming residential area, why not go buy a courtyard house in the capital instead? Liu Fume felt a headache. The two in the car both treated Chen Ye's words as hot air and ignored him. Back home, Chen Ye drank some water and lay comfortably on the sofa. At that moment, Chen Yan walked out of the bedroom, glanced at him without saying a word, went straight to the fridge to grab a bottle of milk, and returned to her room to study. Seeing that his sister did not say a word after he came back from the martial arts exam, Chen Ye silently exclaimed, "Goodness, how cold." He got up, walked to the doorway of Chen Yan's room, and leaned against the frame. Looking at his sister, who was diligently solving problems inside, he smiled and said, "Your big brother did quite well on his martial arts exam. If you have any wishes, I can help you make them come true." Chen Yan acted as if she had not heard him and continued solving problems. There was not a hint of emotion on her focused face. "I am serious." Chen Ye curled his lips and continued persistently. Hearing this, Chen Yan finally put down her pen, turned to stare at him, and said impatiently, one word at a time, "Brother, the college entrance exam is in a few days. Could you please not bother me? You might not care about the entrance exam, but I care a lot." After saying that, she added casually, "If you are really bored and want to help me realize a wish, you can clear my shopping cart." Chen Yan felt speechless about her brother coming over to disturb her study. The college entrance exam is right around the corner, yet instead of studying hard, he is here cracking jokes. Naturally, she could not believe Chen Ye would actually help her fulfill any wishes. Her shopping cart comment was just a random remark. She had been saving items in her shopping cart for years, clothes, shoes, and other women's goods she wanted but could not afford. She had planned to buy them when she started making money herself. It would take at least over 10,000 to clear it. He is just a student like her. Where would he get so much money? At dinner, Chen Ye's third uncle, Chen Sanjiang, called to inform them about the time for the family gathering. He set it for June 22nd, which was around the time the results for both the martial arts and college entrance exams would be released. After receiving the call, Chen Da and his wife felt a bit of pressure as parents. If their children became someone else's background scenery when the results came out that day, it would be too embarrassing. Therefore, the two spent the entire meal nagging Chen Yan, endlessly lecturing her to study hard these 2 days, perform well, get some rest, and not be nervous. They kept going on and on until Chen Yan took a few bites and went back to her bedroom to study. Chen Ye, on the other hand, enjoyed the peace. With no one nagging in his ear, his image as a poor student was deeply ingrained in the hearts of his family and many others. Even though he had scored 708 points previously, it did not completely change everyone's perception of him. So, others were not surprised if he did not do well, which meant his parents did not feel pressure regarding him. After dinner, Chen Ye's older sister called. Chen Lan's voice came through from the other end of the phone. "Take it easy and go into the exam the day after tomorrow without pressure. It does not matter how you do." Chen Lan first talked a lot about his college entrance exam, then went on to talk about filling out preferences later. She said she had a roommate whose father was a teacher in charge of affairs at a very good vocational college. Clearly, his sister had already prepared for his failure in the entrance exam and was looking for a backup plan. She also said she would come to Chiang to visit with her roommate during the summer break, and told him to have a good talk with the other person then. Chen Ye was speechless. Even if he could not get into a martial arts university, he could at least get into a normal top-tier university. There was no need to pull strings to get into a vocational school. He was just about to tell Chen Lan that he had already participated in the martial arts exam, but his sister did not give him a chance to speak. After hearing Chen Lan prattle on about filling out preferences and other matters, she hung up the phone directly. Looking at the phone that had already hung up, Chen Ye sighed. This is a huge misunderstanding. After taking a shower, Chen Ye lay in bed, ready to sleep. Just then, his phone screen lit up. He unlocked it and saw someone tagging him in the Jingnan Top Dog group chat. Snow at Qingfeng Sulai, Chen Ye, there is something I need to remind you about. Li Bing shared some knowledge with him regarding internal energy cultivation. Chen Ye frowned slightly. Being a prospective martial artist like him meant having an internal energy level exceeding 100 units. While the cap for prospective martial artists is usually 160 joules, that only applies if one is practicing the 8 sections internal cultivation method. In other words, a basic technique like the internal cultivation method can only bring his internal energy up to 160 joules. To break through this limit, one must practice more advanced techniques, which are currently only available at martial arts universities, and students have to wait a while after enrollment before being taught such advanced methods. If Chen Ye wants to become a powerhouse among first-rank martial artists, he must break this 160 joule ceiling. The more solid the foundation of his internal energy, the more powerful he will become once he ascends to a first-rank martial artist. Thinking about how his internal energy would reach 160 joules in a few days and stop increasing, and that he would not be able to continue idling his cultivation during the upcoming summer break, Chen Ye felt a sudden weight on his heart. However, one thing Li Bing said caught his attention. If you do not have the means to acquire techniques before entering a martial arts university, it is best to wait until you join the university and learn the new techniques before considering becoming a martial artist. The second half of her advice was a warning not to rush into becoming a martial artist, but the first half was quite subtle. She stated that only martial arts universities currently offer opportunities to learn new techniques, yet simultaneously implied that she herself could somehow acquire them before enrolling. So, how exactly can one get their hands on a more advanced internal cultivation technique? She did not provide the answer to that. It might involve some taboo, and Chen Ye felt it would be inappropriate to ask. He could sense she had no intention of saying more, and besides, they were just online acquaintances who had met once. Their relationship had not reached that level yet. Suddenly, he recalled the ranking of prospective martial artists she mentioned earlier. He wondered if his internal energy limit would affect his position on that list. According to Li Bing, the prospective martial artist leaderboard is incredibly significant. It is not just about honor, but also comes with generous ranking rewards. Given that even someone like her, a pride of the provincial capital, considered the rewards generous, one can imagine just how important the list is. Therefore, if he wants to make it onto the leaderboard, he probably has to find a way to get his hands on more advanced cultivation techniques. Chen Ye felt a massive headache. This so-called advanced technique was something he only learned about today, and he had absolutely no leads. His understanding of the martial path was extremely limited, and in many aspects, he fell far behind students from big cities like Li Bing. After thinking for a long time, Chen Ye gave up and prepared to sleep. His knowledge of these martial arts techniques was too shallow. There was no point in worrying about it aimlessly. The next day, Chen Ye remembered someone, Su Changguang. Perhaps he would know about the internal energy ceiling and even potential solutions. Chen Ye did not want to waste months of time, and he suspected the ranking list might have something to do with this internal energy cap. With that in mind, he quickly opened his phone, found Su Changguang's social media account, and asked about the internal energy limit. The other party replied very quickly. Su Changguang, you kid or something else. You even know about the internal energy limit. It seems your energy levels are getting close to 160 joules, are not they? Thumbs up emoji. Su Changguang, does not that mean you are eligible for the elite martial arts colleges? Shocked emoji. Su Changguang, sigh, I am ashamed. I almost delayed a true genius. You had great foresight, and your decision to refuse me back then was absolutely correct. If you had really joined our minor martial arts college, it would have been a total waste of your talent. On the other end of the internet, Su Changguang felt lucky that Chen Ye had turned down his recruitment. Otherwise, he would have been responsible for burying a national-level talent. Any student who touches 160 joules before entering a martial arts university has a shot at the prospective martial artist leaderboard. Such individuals must receive training from elite colleges to truly realize their potential. Su Changguang was stunned that such a talent, capable of hitting the leaderboard, could emerge from a small county. After calming his racing heart, he began to answer Chen Ye's questions seriously. Su Changguang, 160 joules is indeed the maximum limit achievable with the 8 sections internal cultivation method. Su Changguang provided a detailed explanation. Chen Ye scanned through the reply, his brow furrowing as he read. Li Bing's words were confirmed. 160 joules was indeed the cap for the 8 sections method. Furthermore, it was not just about internal energy. The stance training had its limits as well. Once the physical body reaches the second stage of stance training, a new external skill is required to further improve physical constitution. Before that, it would be difficult to make any progress, as the second stage is the limit for basic stance training. Chen Ye was already at the second stage of stance training with full proficiency, meaning he had effectively hit a dead end. He pondered for a moment and typed, "Teacher Su, how can one obtain advanced techniques?" Su Changguang, as far as I know, there are no other channels to obtain new techniques outside of martial arts universities. Seeing this reply, Chen Ye felt a bit overwhelmed. He had not expected even Su Changguang to be unaware of how to acquire more advanced cultivation methods. But thinking about it, that made sense. Strictly speaking, the guy was not even a professor at a martial arts university, just an admissions officer, so it was normal for him not to know. Chen Ye frowned in thought, considering some lingering doubts, and continued to ask. Chen Ye, then why does not the state include advanced cultivation techniques in the high school curriculum? Su Changguang replied quickly, his explanation both logical and convincing, resolving Chen Ye's confusion. There are 2 reasons the state does not include advanced techniques in high school. First, very few people reach 160 joules before university. There is no need to rush their development by teaching university-level material prematurely. The second point is the most important one. Techniques more advanced than the 8-section vitality method are extremely dangerous to practice. If someone who is not a martial artist or has not reached 160 joules of internal energy rashly tries to practice them, there is only one outcome: chaotic internal energy, broken bones, and damaged muscles, resulting in becoming a cripple at best or exploding to death at worst. Upon reading Su Changguang's response, Chen Ye nodded in relief. He had been feeling a bit resentful, wondering why the state was stalling their progress, but it turned out there was a valid reason for it. He sighed. With such high risks, strict management made sense. It seemed like getting his hands on advanced cultivation and external skills before university would be quite difficult. He shook his head, and then asked whether the prospective martial artist leaderboard was indeed related to the internal energy cap. Su Changguang answered his question patiently soon after. The answer caused his heart to sink once more. On the other side of the screen, Su Changguang chuckled. The kid was asking such detailed questions, which showed he had great ambition and was truly thinking about challenging the leaderboard. Su Changguang's reply confirmed Chen Ye's suspicions. The leaderboard was indeed related to the internal energy limit. Based on last year's rankings, to break into the top 100, one needed at least 160 joules of internal energy. Moreover, to earn any ranking rewards, you had to be in the top 100, as only the top 100 received them. Now that he realized the ranking rewards were tied to internal energy levels, Chen Ye grew increasingly frustrated. Without a new cultivation technique, he had no way to break through the internal energy cap of the 8-section Yuan nurturing method. Even if his internal energy reached 160 joules, it would barely be enough to make the rankings, and aiming for a high spot would be incredibly difficult. From Li Bing's hints, it was clear that there were ways to acquire advanced cultivation techniques before entering a martial arts university. This meant someone would surely obtain new techniques beforehand, and those people would likely be able to push their internal energy beyond the 160 joule limit. Just then, Su Changguang sent another message. Su Changguang, that is all I know. Do not stress too much. Maybe once you join the inspectorate, there will be a turning point. Besides, the inspectorate is not what you imagine it to be. After thanking him, Chen Ye put down his phone and collapsed onto his bed. Staring at the ceiling with a heavy heart, he wondered, how could he possibly obtain an advanced qi nurturing technique? After thinking for a while, he realized he could only wait for his results to come out and try to find a way once he joined the inspectorate. Afterward, he chatted more with Su Changguang about the rewards for the quasi-martial artist rankings. From Su, he learned that the rewards included not just money, but also cultivation resources like Yuan nurturing pills, body tempering fluids, and more. Finally, the other party shared a secret. The top 10 received special rewards. It seemed that after entering a martial arts university, they would gain extra opportunities to train at a martial arts energy base. As for what exactly this martial arts energy center was, even Su Changguang did not know, but he advised Chen Ye that aiming for the ranking would be of great benefit to his future cultivation. On June 8th, Chen Ye's internal energy reached 148 joules, just 12 joules shy of the Yuan nurturing method's limit. Today is the final day of the traditional college entrance exam. In the afternoon, after the exam concluded at Chiang No. 2 High School, Chen Ye walked out of the exam hall, looking for the way out of the school. He was unfamiliar with the campus layout. This exam posed no difficulty for him. He estimated he could score over 700 points. He had originally intended to hand in his paper early, but remembering how a candidate from last year made headlines for doing so, only to perform poorly in the end, he decided that leaving early was too attention-grabbing. He did not want to be famous. At this moment, the school gate of No. 2 High was crowded with parents, all waiting anxiously. Chen Ye walked to the gate but did not see his parents. Feeling speechless, he took out his phone to call and question them. After a brief call, he could not help but laugh at himself. Turns out, they had gone to Chiang No. 1 High to pick up his younger sister and told him to take a taxi home on his own. Well, that settled it. It confirmed the rumor that he was indeed picked up from a trash can. Realizing his parents were not coming, Chen Ye prepared to hail a motorcycle taxi home. But as he turned around, he saw Zhang Shilei and his father, Zhang Ziwei. Seeing them reminded him of the problem that had been plaguing him. After a moment of hesitation, he walked over toward them. As a government official, Zhang Ziwei had access to information he lacked and surely knew more about martial arts. Chen Ye wanted to ask if he knew how to obtain an advanced cultivation technique before entering a martial arts university. After exchanging greetings, they chatted about the past 2 days of exams. Both father and son were very friendly toward him. After chatting for a while, Chen Ye voiced his question. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ziwei's brows furrowed slightly, and he looked upward, lost in thought. I am aware of the internal energy caps, but acquiring an advanced cultivation technique before entering martial arts university. Zhang Ziwei pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Student Chen, I really do not know about that. I am sorry. Zhang Ziwei looked embarrassed. Chen Ye had done a great favor for his son, and now that the young man asked for his help for the first time, he could not provide an answer. It was awkward, especially since he had previously boasted about wanting to help. However, he was still shocked and envious upon learning that Chen Ye's internal energy was already approaching 160 joules. A wild thought crossed his mind, if only this were his own son. Truth be told, in all his years, Zhang Ziwei had never seen a young person with such a rapid cultivation speed. For a moment, he even had the illusion that Chen Ye might actually make it onto the quasi-martial artist rankings. One had to know that the rankings had always been dominated by geniuses from the provincial capital and the province's special economic zones. No students from prefecture-level cities had ever made the list, let alone someone from a small county like theirs. He remembered attending a meeting in Yangdong City, which oversaw Chiang. The head of Yangdong had once mentioned the rankings, saying that the current second-in-command of Jingnan province had actually risen to prominence from those very rankings. Thinking about the possibility of Chen Ye making the list, he felt a sudden surge of excitement. As a native of Chiang, if Chen Ye made the list, his future achievements might well rival that of the Jingnan provincial official. If that happened, it would be a massive blessing for Chiang City, perhaps even leading to special economic zone status, boosting the city's industry and livelihood, and potentially securing a greater share of the province's martial arts educational resources. With this thought, he said to Chen Ye, "Student Chen, do not get discouraged. While I do not know how to obtain an advanced technique, there might be someone in the martial arts administration who does. Perhaps you can ask when you join the inspectorate." Chen Ye nodded. The inspectorate operated under the jurisdiction of the martial arts administration. Recalling that Su Changguang had said something similar, Chen Ye could not help but be curious about what the inspectorate actually was. He did not believe it was merely maintaining public order like ordinary police. There had to be another purpose. He could not help but ask, "Uncle Zhang, what exactly does the inspectorate do?" Zhang Ziwei smiled mysteriously and said this, "You will know once you join. I will not ramble on about it." Seeing that Zhang Shilei did not seem inclined to tell him in advance, Chen Ye did not push for an answer. Returning downstairs at home, Chen Ye saw Chen Yan chatting with a girl. A rustling sound drifted over. Chen Ye, the class is planning a get-together in a few days. Shopping during the day and karaoke at night. We have to go to commemorate our 3 years of high school friendship. Hearing her best friend, Chen Ye looked hesitant. She did not really want to go, because shopping and hanging out cost money. She only had 300 yuan in savings, not enough for new clothes and a meal. Typically, graduating high school meant one was an adult, and parents would usually provide some pocket money so their children would not be embarrassed when out with classmates. But Chen Ye did not want to ask her parents. Her brother had already emptied the family's savings to enroll in the martial arts exam, and she did not want to add to their burden. Since she could not directly refuse the reunion, she could only say she would try to go if nothing urgent came up. Ever since Chen Ye started practicing martial arts, his hearing had improved as his internal energy increased. Even from over 10 meters away, he heard every word of their conversation. After a quick trip home, Chen Ye headed out again before long. He spent the rest of the time grabbing a meal with Li Ming, Zhang Shilei, and the others, then rushed to an internet cafe for some gaming. It had been quite a while since he last stepped into one. This would be the final all-nighter of his high school days. Time flies and never returns, and those days are gone for good. This experience felt like a tribute to his fading youth. From this point on, he was no longer just a boy. That night, his classmates were everywhere. Some were gaming in groups of 5 online, others were singing in KTVs, and some were at skating rinks or bars. It felt like his classmates had occupied every single entertainment venue in Chiang City. No matter where you turned, you would run into someone you knew. June 14th. Chen Ye was at home, idly watching TV, when the system panel suddenly popped up. System, 8 sections of nourishing vitality level 2-1, cannot be idle trained. Meditation 1, can be idle trained. Stance training tier 2-1, cannot be idle trained. Tai Kai Yin Yang Fish 0 days, can be idle trained. Internal energy, 160 joules. Mental power, 35 pascals. Resources, 65,000 points. Speed multiplier, 2x. Chen Ye focused his gaze. His internal energy had reached 160 joules. Just as Li Bing had said, the 8 sections of nourishing vitality had its limitations. He could not improve any further, and the idle training had automatically stopped. He picked up his glass and took a sip of water, his expression calming down. It seemed he would have to wait until he joined the inspection team to find a way to resolve the internal energy cap issue. Just as he was about to close the system panel, the screen suddenly began to flicker, as if the voltage were unstable. Chen Ye frowned. Could the system be malfunctioning? It was his first time encountering such a situation, and he had no idea what would happen next. Watching the flickering panel, Chen Ye began to feel nervous. He waited a while, but the screen kept flashing and faster than before. It was almost blinding him. A minute later, a stiff, mechanical prompt sounded from the system. New function discovered. Along with this sound, the screen stopped flickering. The system seemed to have undergone an update. The interface was now more aesthetically pleasing and concise. But Chen Ye's eyes were now fixed firmly on the very bottom of the panel. System, 8 sections of nourishing vitality level 2-1, cannot be idle trained. Meditation 1. Stance training tier 2-1, cannot be idle trained. Tai Kai Yin Yang Fish 0 days. Internal energy, 160 joules. Mental power, 35 pascals. Resources, 65,000 points. Speed multiplier, 2x. Otherworldly aura, 0. New function, 1 million points. Staring at the last entry, Chen Ye knit his brows. Did this new function require resource points to activate? Thinking of this, he started counting the zeros after the number. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. After counting, his eyes widened in shock. He could not help but shout, "Good heavens!" If his suspicion was correct, activating this new function would cost 1 million resource points. He was stunned. His account only had 65,000 points left, a far cry from 1 million. Would not he have to wait a long time for this? Looking at the string of numbers, Chen Ye wanted to curse. What kind of function could it be to demand 1 million resource points right off the bat? Could it turn him into a god instantly? Or maybe directly elevate him to a rank 9 martial artist? His imagination began to run wild. But he knew that was just wishful thinking. Given how the system operated, it was impossible for it to have such an overpowered function. Staring at the panel, Chen Ye fell into deep thought. Could this new system help him solve his internal energy cap problem? Is it possible that this new feature allows him to break human limits and overcome the 160 joule restriction of the basic 8 sections of nourishing vitality? He thought about it and felt it was highly likely. After all, the system update and the appearance of the new feature were triggered right when his internal energy hit 160 joules. Therefore, it was highly probable that the upgrade was a direct result of him hitting his ceiling. Following this line of reasoning, the system's function should be related to his current situation, meaning it might just solve the problem of his internal energy cap. Thinking of this, Chen Ye's eyes brightened. If this new feature could truly resolve his internal energy bottleneck, then he had a shot at the quasi-martial artist rankings. Once he made it into the top 100, he would get the ranking rewards. The path of martial arts would definitely become more resource-intensive over time. This much was evident from looking at the differences in resources between various students and regions. Having resources and not having them made a world of difference. Take Zhao Zhigang, for example. The gap between him and the martial arts students of Chiang #1 high school was like heaven and earth. The reason his energy reached 132 joules was due to the pile of resources he had access to. Zhao Zhigang's talent was not necessarily any better than Han Xiulin's. This was only the starting stage before becoming a martial artist. Future consumption would only increase, especially after becoming a true martial artist. Chen Ye was mentally prepared for this. He could rely on the system now, but that might not be the case later on. He tightened his grip on the glass, feeling expectant of the new feature. Then, Chen Ye took a sip of water and looked at the entry above the new feature. Otherworldly aura. Otherworldly aura? Chen Ye was completely confused. What on earth was this stuff? He was baffled. After thinking for a moment, he raised an eyebrow. Otherworldly should mean from another world, and aura, was it breath? Put together, it meant breath from another world. Upon this thought, Chen Ye could not help but chuckle at his own logic. Breath from another world, even he thought it sounded ridiculous. Putting away the smile, Chen Ye seriously examined this so-called otherworldly aura. Judging by the data, this aura might be a consumable similar to resource points, as there was a 0 next to it. Connecting it to the fact that it appeared alongside the new feature, Chen Ye began to form a theory. He suspected that the new feature might require this otherworldly aura, or that using the feature would consume it, as the two were closely linked. If that were true, a brand new problem lay before him. Where does this stuff come from? How do you obtain it? Resource points were essentially money in reality, but what exactly did this otherworldly aura refer to? Chen Ye was troubled. He did not just lack a way to obtain it, he did not even know what it was. He frowned at the otherworldly aura entry, thought for a moment, and suddenly pulled out his phone to open the Jingnan Big Shots group chat. He decided to ask. Perhaps this was not an exclusive system-only resource, but something that existed in the real world. If that were the case, there would be a way to get it, no matter how hard it might be. His fingers tapped rapidly on the screen. King Feng Zhilai, does anyone know what the heck otherworldly aura is? A few minutes later, someone replied, though the response was about as useful as no response at all. Snow, you will know once you join the inspection team. Seeing this reply, Chen Ye did not know whether to laugh or cry. Why did everyone like to be so cryptic? Could not they just say it straight? Li Bing had said the same thing, so Chen Ye felt he should not push it. The only certainty now was that this otherworldly aura did indeed exist in the real world. He would just have to wait, as he had no other options. Besides, the new feature had not even been activated yet. Whether or not it actually needed otherworldly aura remained to be seen. As for activating the new feature, he would have to wait until his exam results came out. Once the prize money was issued, he would have enough resource points. After setting Taiji Quan, Yin-Yang Fish to auto-cultivate, Chen Ye prepared to close the system panel. Since he could not cultivate the Yangyuan skill or the stance training right now anyway, he might as well use this opportunity to level up the Taiji Quan. It is a martial technique, after all, and learning it would allow him to bypass the entrance exams and get straight into a martial arts university. However, before closing the panel, Chen Ye discovered something interesting. The system's speed-up feature had received an upgrade, now allowing for a 4x multiplier. This meant that if he could cultivate his Yangyuan skill, he would gain 4 points of internal energy every day. This discovery eased Chen Ye's heavy mood a little, but it quickly returned to its previous state. This 4x speed actually consumed 10,000 resource points per day, which was 10 times the previous cost. In other words, the resource points left on his panel were only enough for 6 days. This. Damn it. Chen Ye could not hold it in and let out a curse. This system really never takes a loss. Over the next few days, Chen Ye tried his old method again, using mental power enhancement to see if he could break through the internal energy cap of the 8 parts Yangyuan skill, but it was still useless. Forget about internal energy, even his stance training could not be improved. His mental power had reached 45 pascals and had hit a bottleneck too, unable to rise further. It seemed to be affected by his internal energy and physical fitness. These 3 things were likely interdependent. Only through balanced development could they progress together. There was no such thing as having one be exceptionally higher than the others. These past few days, Lin Hao's father, Lin Tianxiang, had been in touch with him to discuss buying a house. The villa complex in the Kaiming residential area was developed by Lin Tianxiang himself. Lin Tianxiang had reserved a villa in a prime location for him. It was a move-in-ready property that just needed some interior design and furniture. Lin Tianxiang had even provided him with many design proposals, demonstrating incredibly attentive and thorough service. All of this was still just a verbal agreement, and Chen Ye had not even paid a down payment yet. The fact that Lin Tianxiang was already considering the logistics of his move showed just how important the martial arts exam was. June 22nd, Hongfu Restaurant. Today was the day Chen Sanjiang had invited the Chen family for a gathering. And it was also the day the results for both the martial arts exam and the standard college entrance exam were released. Inside a luxury private room, Chen Ye's grandfather, Chen Yuntai, took a bite of food, nodded in satisfaction, and turned to his 3rd son, Chen Sanjiang, saying, "Sanjiang, the food here is quite good. You picked a great spot." There were over a dozen people in the room. Chen Ye, Chen Yan and their parents, Chen Ying and her parents, Zai Yufei and his parents, as well as their 4th uncle, their aunt, some young children, and even Chen Ye's grandfather, Chen Yuntai. Although the old man usually lived in the countryside and did not interfere much with family affairs, he took today's results for Chen Ye, Chen Yan, Chen Ying, and Zai Yufei very seriously. The younger generation was the hope of the family, and their future was the future of the Chen family. He could not help but value it. The room was buzzing with excitement. After hearing his father's praise, Chen Sanjiang looked a bit smug. He placed a piece of meat into the old man's bowl and said, "Dad, this is nothing. The real delicacy is exotic meat. I had actually planned to buy some for you and the kids on this important day, but unfortunately I could not get any. The stuff is too rare and everyone is snatching it up. Without connections, it is hard to buy." Hearing about exotic meat, the aunt became interested and asked, "Third brother, is the exotic meat you are talking about that stuff that costs tens of thousands per jin?" Chen Sanjiang nodded. Upon hearing the price, Chen Yuntai's aged face froze. He looked at his son and asked, "Sanjiang, what kind of meat is this? How could it be that expensive? Tens of thousands a jin, is it dragon meat?" Chen Sanjiang shook his head. "Dad, I am not too sure either. They say it is raised using some new agricultural technology. Anyway, rich people are crazy about this meat right now. It is a status symbol. They say it is not only delicious, but also strengthens the body. It is considered a health food, and even elderly people with high blood pressure or other issues can eat it without any restrictions." Hearing this, everyone in the room was surprised. Many of them were hearing about this kind of meat for the first time. Chen Ye raised an eyebrow. He had a vague feeling that this exotic meat was related to martial arts. It was likely a form of martial arts resource. After the meal, Chen Sanjiang took out his laptop, ready to check the scores. Chen Yuntai asked, "Sanjiang, you just said that reaching the C-tier cutoff nets you 500,000 in state scholarships. Would not the A and B tiers be absolutely insane?" Chen Sanjiang nodded excitedly. "Exactly. Candidates who hit the A or B tiers get even more. For a tier, you can get a total of 3.6 million, and that is just the bonus, not counting other benefits." Chen Sanjiang was thrilled. He was not even daring to hope for his daughter to hit A or B tier. As long as she reached C tier and could get into a martial arts university, he would be satisfied. Hearing 3.6 million, the old man's cloudy eyes widened in shock. He sighed internally, wondering if the country's policies were really that good now. Just passing an exam could net you 500,000 or even 3.6 million. When he was young, they were lucky if they could even fill their stomachs. Although he had seen a lot in his life, this really shocked him. Out in the countryside, forget 3.6 million, even 500,000 was enough to build several houses. In years past, that could have built a whole school. Many people would not even earn 3.6 million in their entire lives, but now, all it took was getting into a martial arts university. The others were just as shocked. Even though they knew martial arts universities were highly coveted, they had not realized the country placed such high importance on martial arts. Especially Chen Ye's parents, whose understanding of martial arts was similar to Chen Yuntai's, essentially a blank slate. So that means Ying and Yufei are going to rake in 500,000 today, the younger aunt asked, her eyes lighting up. As soon as she said this, everyone looked excited. If just getting in meant that much money, their future prospects would be limitless. As relatives, they would surely reap the benefits too. At this moment, Chen Yuntai looked at Chen Ying. Ying, I heard you did the best. Are you confident about getting into a martial arts university? Seeing her grandfather ask, Chen Ying said proudly, Don't worry, Grandpa, it is no problem. I will definitely get into a martial arts university. When I get the state scholarship, the first thing I will do is buy you the best massage chair. Chen Ying was very confident because her internal energy had reached a new height of 86 joules that day, far exceeding last year's cutoff. According to her father's statistics from the past few days, this year's cutoff would only be 82 or 83 joules, and definitely would not exceed 86. Hearing her granddaughter's words, Chen Yuntai beamed with joy. He patted Chen Ying on the head and said, Good, good, good. It is the thought that counts. Ying, if the first gift is for Grandpa, then the second gift should be for your second aunt. No way, it should be for your fourth uncle. Don't argue with me, I am the youngest aunt. Ying, once the scores come out, you should take care of your poor aunt. I do not even have a job yet. The others scrambled to stake their claims, all of them holding high hopes for Chen Ying. Chen Sanjiang and his wife watched their daughter being held in such high regard by everyone, feeling infinitely glorious and revitalized. Next, Chen Yuntai asked about Zai Yufei. Zai Yufei scratched his head awkwardly and told the truth. His internal energy was only 80 joules, and the likelihood of him getting into a martial arts university was not high. Chen Yuntai comforted him, Don't be discouraged. 80 joules is quite good too. Maybe the cutoff will drop this year, you never know. Hearing the old man's words, Zai Yufei suddenly regained his confidence, feeling like there might still be a chance. The old man then asked about Chen Yan's college entrance exam scores. Chen Yan looked at the old man and said respectfully, Grandpa, I should have no problem getting into a top-tier university. The old man nodded with satisfaction, not treating her differently just because she did not participate in the martial arts exam. After asking about those three, Chen Yuntai turned his gaze toward Chen Ye. The moment he saw Chen Ye, he sighed, said nothing, and then turned away as if nothing had happened. Chen Ye did not really care. He was used to being overlooked anyway. He had originally planned to stay home quietly and wait for his scores to be released, but his third uncle had insisted on dragging him here. Chen Yuntai felt conflicted. When Chen Ye was a child, he was so well-behaved and obedient, and his grades were decent too. But he had become a different person now. As his grandfather, he was naturally aware of Chen Ye's situation over the years. He had not asked about Chen Ye's martial arts exam results earlier simply to save the boy some face. 10 minutes passed for the group. Chen Ye's second aunt, Chen Erfeng, turned to look at Chen Sanjiang, confused. Third brother, are you sure the scores come out tonight? There is no movement, and I cannot even get into the website. Chen Sanjiang nodded. It is tonight, I am sure of my sources. The site is probably down because many people are trying to log in just like us, which just goes to show that the scores are coming out tonight. Do not worry, let us just wait a bit. Another 10 minutes or so passed. Chen Sanjiang entered Chen Ying's registration number and ID again. The screen glitched for a moment, and then the education department's official score-checking interface appeared. He shouted, It is logged in, it is logged in. Suddenly, everyone except Chen Ye crowded around. There were too many people checking, so the website was severely congested, and the screen was very laggy. As the interface slowly loaded, Chen Ying's college entrance exam scores appeared first. Name, Chen Ying. Registration number, 8. Subject score, Chinese, 108. Mathematics, 111. Foreign language, 140. Liberal arts comprehensive, 232. Total score, 591. 591 points, that is amazing. This year's first-tier university cutoff is 590. Zhao Ying is well above the second-tier cutoff required for the martial arts exam, Chen Erfeng shrieked. Seeing Chen Ying's academic scores, everyone looked relieved. The academic portion of the martial arts exam was considered passed. Quick, check the martial arts scores, Masahiko Ying's mother urged, unable to wait any longer. Chen Sanjiang clicked his tongue, turned back to glare at his wife, and said irritably, "Why are you in such a rush? Cannot you see the screen is frozen?" He was anxious himself, but there was nothing he could do. The bottom half of the screen had not loaded yet, it was just blank. The surrounding relatives also stared fixedly at the computer screen, awaiting Chen Ying's martial arts results. She was the first of the younger generation in the Chen family, most likely to get into a martial arts university. If she got in, they would suddenly become the relatives of a martial arts university student, and their status would be even higher than those of civil servants. "Dad, refresh it," Chen Ying directed from the side. Her heart was pounding, and she was very nervous. Hearing this, Chen Sanjiang quickly refreshed the page. Everyone stared at the computer screen, not daring to breathe, fearing that a single word might affect the results. As the page refreshed, Chen Ying's martial arts exam results slowly appeared. First came her scores. Martial arts subject, score and proficiency. Internal energy, 86 joules. Yuan cultivating technique, 89 points. Stance technique, 93 points. Combat, 61 points. Mental power, 21 Pascal. Next, the admission cutoffs for martial arts universities appeared. Unlike the regular college entrance exam, these cutoffs were not announced in advance. Martial arts grade C admission cutoff. Internal energy, 89 joules. Yuan cultivating technique, 80 points. Stance technique, 80 points. Combat, 60 points. Mental power, 20 Pascal. When they saw the grade C cutoff, everyone was stunned. For a moment, they all stood there like wooden statues, unable to move. 89 joules? How? How could this happen? Chen Ying stared at the cutoff in disbelief. Based on the data analyzed earlier, she was guaranteed to get into a martial arts university. Why was the cutoff so high? She had been full of confidence, but at the moment the results came out, it all collapsed. She was stunned and had no idea what to do. Chen Sanjiang was also unwilling to accept this. He frantically refreshed the website, hoping that the data was just a display error. He could not believe that he had spent hundreds of thousands on his daughter, only to end up with this result. He had even invited all their relatives and friends over to celebrate her acceptance. His real goal was to show off. Now he had completely lost face. Chen Sanjiang felt desperate. No matter how he refreshed, the 89 joules displayed would not change to 86. The others were also disappointed to varying degrees. They had expected the family to produce a martial arts student they could all be proud of, but the outcome was a letdown. The atmosphere in the private room grew stiff. It was the elder, Chen Yuntai, who broke the silence. He smiled indifferently and said to Chen Sanjiang and Chen Ying, "So what if she did not get in? She can still go to a regular university. There is no need to be so dejected. It is not that Xiao Ying is not excellent enough, it is just that the cutoff is too high. Maybe the enrollment quota was tightened." The old man patted Chen Ying's head and said confidently, "If you ask me, if our Xiao Ying cannot get in, then probably no one in the entire Chiang city can." Hearing his father's words, Chen Sanjiang's face relaxed and he put on a smile again. Dad is right. Yinger is already excellent enough. We can only blame the martial arts exam requirements for being too strict. After saying this, he turned to comfort Chen Ying. Under the comfort of her grandfather and father, Chen Ying's disappointment gradually faded. Afterward, they checked Zai Yufei's academic scores. No one held any hope for his martial arts results. Since even Chen Ying's 86 joules did not make the cut, he certainly would not have. Zai Yufei's academic score was 523, also in liberal arts, which would only get him into a regular second-tier university. Soon, Chen Yan's scores were also checked, 655 in science. This score was enough to get into a prestigious university. Congratulations, elder brother. Xiao Yan is just as promising as her sister, another prestige university student in your family. The group began to congratulate Chen Da. They had originally planned to celebrate Chen Ying's entry into a martial arts university, but it turned into a celebration for Chen Yan instead. Chen Yuntai looked at Chen Yan with gratification and smiled kindly. Not bad, not bad. You are as excellent as your sister Xiaolin. It seems our Chen family ancestors have produced scholars before. The old man was very happy. Although one granddaughter had not made it into a martial arts university, this one had made it into a prestigious one, which was still a joyful event. By now, everyone was congratulating Chen Ye, completely forgetting that there was one more person whose scores had not been checked. Chen Ye sat in the corner, head down, looking at his phone. Nobody paid attention to his results, presumably nobody wanted to know. But Chen Ye was too busy to think about such trivial things because his martial arts exam results had arrived in a text message. He was not sure why Chen Yan and the others had not received texts. He figured he was just special. Sender, Jingnan Education Department. Name, Chen Ye. Registration number, A. Subject score. Chinese, 141. Mathematics, 150. Foreign language, 150. Science comprehensive, 272. Total score, 713. Seeing the academic scores, Chen Ye nodded with satisfaction. It was about what he had imagined. Below were the martial arts scores. Martial arts subject, score and proficiency. Internal energy, 135 joules. Yuan cultivating technique, second layer perfection. Stance technique, second stage perfection. Combat, 100 points. Mental power, 35 Pascal. Chen Ye scrolled down to the grade A, B, and C admission cutoffs and skipped straight to the final grade A cutoff. Martial arts grade A admission cutoff. Internal energy, 120 joules. Yuan cultivating technique, second layer. Stance technique, second layer. Combat, 90 points. Mental power, 30 Pascal. Seeing the cutoff, Chen Ye felt a little nervous, but the result was exactly as he had expected. There was no suspense. He had reached the highest grade A cutoff, which meant he could now attend one of the top 8 martial arts universities. At this moment, he still felt a bit excited. He had finally taken the first step on the path of martial arts. Just as everyone was busy congratulating Chen Yan on her high scores, a discordant voice rang out in the room. By the way, it seems we have not checked Xiaoyi's scores yet. The one who spoke was Chen Ye's aunt, Chen Xiaorong, the younger sister of Chen Da. Upon hearing this, everyone realized that they had not checked Chen Ye's scores yet, even though he had also taken the college entrance exam this year. The expressions of the elders shifted subtly. In their hearts, Chen Ye's scores did not seem to matter. After all, given his track record over the past few years, how well could he possibly do? Getting into a vocational college would be about as much as anyone expected. Seeing their reactions, Chen Xiaorong realized she had said the wrong thing. Checking Chen Ye's exam scores right now was essentially a slap in the face. Thinking this, she fell silent. A heavy silence filled the private room. At this moment, Chen Ye's father, Chen Da, stepped forward and said, "Since we are here, let us check it together." Chen Da felt a bit heavy-hearted. He had originally planned to brush off the topic of Chen Ye's scores and check them later at home, but since someone had brought it up, he could not play dumb anymore. Although his son had scored 708 on a monthly exam once, he still thought it was a fluke, and that his son's real level was likely just enough for a vocational college. Chen Sanjiang nodded and said, "All right, let us check it then." He turned to Chen Ye and said, "Xiao Yi, give me your exam admission ticket number. I will help you check it." Chen Sanjiang was actually quite willing to check Chen Ye's score right now. His daughter's scores had already embarrassed him, so having a scapegoat would help balance his emotions and prevent him from feeling too upset. Hearing them, Chen Ye calmly replied, "No need to check. My scores have already been sent to my phone." Oh. Everyone was taken aback. Chen Ying could not help but ask, "Then how much did you score?" She was asking about his academic scores. Chen Ye had not been training in martial arts for long, so his martial arts exam scores would surely be eyesores. She figured he had not passed a single subject. Hearing this, Chen Ye's expression remained calm as he said softly, 713 points. When Chen Ye said 713 points, everyone was shocked, thinking they had misheard. Chen Ying looked bewildered and instinctively asked, "How much did you say?" 713 points, Chen Ye repeated. Chen Ying stared at him in disbelief, as if to say, "Are you kidding me? You, who sleeps in class every day, scored 713. She frowned and stared at him, asking, "Are you serious?" Chen Ye shrugged, pointed to his phone and said, "If you do not believe me, see for yourself." Chen Ying hurried over, grabbed his phone and took a look. Just one glance and she was stunned. She looked up at Chen Ye with wide eyes and said, "It really is 713. How did you do it?" She could not figure it out. Someone who slept all day could score 713? That was too ridiculous. Is there even any fairness in this world? Her mind was in chaos. Seeing Chen Ying's reaction, those who had not believed Chen Ye began to waver. Is it really 713? Let me see. Chen Sanjiang took the phone from Chen Ying and began to scrutinize the text message. Soon the phone had made a round through everyone's hands and returned to Chen Ye. Everyone was beyond shocked. Their jaws were practically on the floor. No one expected that Chen Ye, whom they had always considered a slacker, could score 713. With this score, he could get into any school he wanted. He was definitely the provincial top scorer. Chen Da and his wife were stunned. So, his son's score on that one monthly exam was real. He really did score over 700. They were filled with pleasant surprise. Just moments ago, they were enjoying their daughter's achievement, and now they found their son's scores were even better, outstandingly so. This was a score they had not even dared to imagine. At the same time, they felt a pang of guilt, for in the last few months, they had not truly believed their son could achieve anything. Chen Ying stared blankly at her brother. She was confused. This was completely different from what she had imagined. She felt a sense of imbalance. She worked hard solving problems every day, while Chen Ye did not even pick up a pen, yet he still scored 60 points higher than her. This made no sense. Wait a minute, Xiao Yi, why would your scores be sent via text? Should not you have to check them online? Asked Chen Yi's second aunt, Chen Erfeng, suddenly. His younger aunt, Chen Xiaorong, nodded and added, yeah. Could this be one of those telecom scam messages? Chen Ye did not speak. The message was definitely real. It was sent by the Jingnan Provincial Education Department and had an official seal. It could not be fake. Chen Sanjiang looked at Chen Ye, blinked, and tentatively suggested, Xiao Yi, why do not you check online? They clearly did not trust him, and everyone else turned to look at him as well. Seeing them all staring at him, Chen Ye gave a nonchalant smile and nodded. If you're that worried, let us check it. Chen Ye walked to the computer and entered his admission ticket and ID number. After a brief loading time, the information for both his college entrance exam and his martial arts exam appeared on the screen. Everyone scanned the screen. When they saw the total of 713, they were deeply shaken. It really was 713 points. The unremarkable slacker, Chen Ye, had truly made a comeback, achieving a score that most ordinary students could only dream of. Chen Da and his wife were completely relieved. They were overjoyed. Their daughter with 655 and their son with 713, it was a double blessing. Chen Yan stood frozen in place, feeling a deep sense of shame. She had always regarded Chen Ye as a slacker. It turned out the only fool was herself. Chen Ying and Zai Yufei were also too shocked to speak. In their minds, Chen Ye was just a lazy slacker who did nothing but sleep. They had no idea their cousin was hiding so much. Look, there is the martial arts exam score too. Chen Xiaorong suddenly pointed at the bottom half of the screen and shouted. Only then did everyone remember. Oh right, Chen Ye had also applied for the martial arts major. At that thought, everyone quickly looked at the bottom half of the screen. Chen Yan and Chen Ying crowded around as well. Chen Ye chuckled. It was not that he wanted to show off, he was being forced into it. My God, 135 jewels. Is that for real? Chen Xiaorong covered her mouth in surprise. The others also gaped, standing there in a daze. Looking at Chen Ye's scores on the screen, Chen Ying compared them to the requirements and was shocked to find that all of Chen Ye's subjects met the grade A admission criteria. This meant he could get into a prestigious martial arts university. She was completely stunned. She felt as though a homeless man she had known who lived by scavenging had suddenly transformed into a billionaire standing right in front of her, and now she could only look up to him. She suddenly remembered some strange occurrences from before. She recalled seeing Chen Ye and Han Shulin at the martial arts gym. No wonder Han Shulin and the others hung out with him and followed his lead, and why the owner of the Wulin gym had acted so unusually excited when he saw him. It turned out his martial arts ability was this strong. She also remembered the incident with Li Ming on the last day of the martial arts exam. She had thought the genius from the provincial capital had a sudden change of heart and let Li Ming go. Now, it was clear that the person was simply intimidated by Chen Ye's strength and dared not continue pestering Li Ming. And she had foolishly believed her cousin was a complete novice in martial arts, wasting his money to take the exam. Looking back, her face burned with shame. At this moment, she did not even know if she should feel jealous or happy. The others in the room were also speechless. No one had expected anything of Chen Ye, and now that he had scored 713 and was accepted into a top martial arts university, he had thoroughly proven them wrong. For a moment, they did not even know how to congratulate him. They were overjoyed to have such a brilliant genius in the family, hoping to bask in his future glory. But more than anything, they felt embarrassed, as none of them had ever expected Chen Ye to score so well. The atmosphere in the private room froze once again. Finally, the elder Chen Yuntai stepped forward to congratulate Chen Ye. He then turned to Chen Da with a smile and said, "Da, you have raised a fine son. You will enjoy a blessed life in the future." Hearing his father's words, Chen Da gave an honest smile and said somewhat proudly, "Dad, do not say that. Xiao Yi is your grandson too, so you will be the first one to enjoy the blessings." With Chen Yuntai and Chen Da leading the way, the atmosphere eased up significantly. Chen Sanjiang's face turned pale. So, the genius everyone was talking about at the medical examination building that day was actually Chen Ye. To think he had been desperately trying to find out who that mysterious person was. Chen Erfeng tugged at Zai Yufei, her face filled with embarrassment. That day at Chen Ye's house, she had spouted nonsense about how participating in the martial arts exam was a waste of money. What a huge mistake that was. Seeing her son being treated like the star of the show, Liu Fumei excitedly punched Chen Da on the arm and exclaimed, "Da, our son has really made us proud." The two of them looked at Chen Ye's scores again, their pride no longer concealed. Everything made sense to them now, such as that 46,000 yuan remittance. It was perfectly reasonable for a student capable of getting into a top martial arts university to earn some money. Liu Fumei thought back to her store manager position, Han Jianggang's attitude toward Chen Ye, the politicians and elites actively currying favor with her son, and even the plans for buying a house and a car that her son had mentioned earlier. It turns out that everything was because of the martial arts exam. At this thought, she could not help but choke up. She never imagined her son had been doing so much behind the scenes, while she, being too busy with work, was completely unaware. She even doubted his chances in the exam. She felt like she had not been much of a mother. Meanwhile, Chen Yan was still in a daze, staring blankly at Chen Ye's martial arts exam results. Everything, the phone, the martial arts gym owner, the monthly test scores, the exam results, the shopping cart, it was all real. He had been telling the truth the whole time. It was she who held such deep-seated prejudices against her brother that she refused to believe him. He never lied to anyone. She was just being a foolish sister who chose not to trust him. Chen Yan felt a complex mix of emotions. Joy that her brother had been admitted to a martial arts university, mingled with regret and shame for her previous lack of faith in him. Looking at Chen Ye's back, Chen Yan felt she had no face to show him. Ding ding! Suddenly, Chen Ye's phone rang twice. Everyone, including Chen Ye's parents, gathered around immediately. They were thrilled, eager to see if there was another surprise in store. Seeing everyone crowding around, Chen Ye took out his phone. There were two more text messages. The first was still from the Jingnan Education Department, but the second one, to Chen Ye's surprise, was from the bank. He opened the first message. Sender, Chen's Education Department. Respected student Chen Ye, based on the National Top Martial Arts Talent Program audit standards, your exam performance was outstanding, reaching the Grade A admission criteria for martial arts universities. You will receive the following policy incentives. National First Class Scholarship, 2 million. Chen Province First Class Scholarship, 1 million. Chiang City Special Talent Incentive, 500,000. Chiang Municipal Business and Elite Scholarship, 100,000. The incentive funds will be deposited into your account within 1 business day. Please keep an eye out for them. The second message. Bank of China, on 22nd June 2016 at 21:34, your account ending in received a deposit of 3,600,000 yuan. Current balance, 3,624,300.34 yuan. Transaction type, incentive funds. Seeing the content of the two messages, Chen Ye's heart skipped a beat. So fast, the money arrived the moment the results were out. It seems the country places high value on Grade A geniuses. Now the activation of the new system is within reach. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the 3.6 million income on Chen Ye's phone. Their breathing became rapid, and they all looked at him with envy and fanatical excitement. Chen Ye's mother, Liu Fumei, could not help but excitedly tug at her husband's sleeve, shouting repeatedly, "Da, our family is rich. We are rich. I never expected the country to actually reward Xiao Yi with 3.6 million. We have made it. Chen Daha was also stunned by the 3.6 million. He was dazed by the surprise, a foolish grin plastered on his face. Then, one by one, everyone began to offer their congratulations to Chen Ye and his parents. Big brother Xiao Yi is truly amazing. At such a young age, he has earned over 3 million. Xiao Yi, congratulations on making such a fortune. You are the most successful person in our family now. Do not forget your fourth uncle in the future. And your aunt too. Chen Yi's third uncle stood by with a bitter smile, his heart feeling conflicted. Originally, he was the wealthiest person in the family, but not anymore. 3.6 million. Even after running his factory for so many years, he had not earned that much. Even if he sold the factory now, he doubted he could get 3.6 million. Yet his nephew, at 18, already had 3.6 million. Comparisons really can be infuriating. Chen Ying, Zai Yufei, and the others drooled with envy as they looked at the 3.6 million figure. Chen Yan looked at the massive 3.6 million in her brother's phone and sighed internally. Even if she graduated from a top university and joined a big company, she would not be able to save that much money for over 10 years. She never expected her brother to receive so much scholarship money right after high school graduation. Thankfully, Chen Ye had stuck to his guns and applied for the martial arts program. Otherwise, they would have nipped this millionaire in the bud. Immersed in wave after wave of shock, Chen Yan suddenly remembered the small request Chen Ye had asked of her that day, and her inner conscience began a fierce battle. Will Chen Ye still clear my shopping cart for me? Probably not, considering I did not trust him before. The family gathering turned into a praise session for Chen Ye by the end of the night. In the middle of it, Chen Sanjiang approached him to discuss some things, hoping to have Chen Ye act as a martial arts guarantor and product spokesperson for his factory. Chen Ye only said he would consider it, but Chen Sanjiang understood that this was a polite refusal. The role of a martial arts guarantor carries significant weight, and he did not want to misuse his influence as a martial arts university student lightly. That night, the news of Chen Ye's scores spread through the elite circles of Chiang City. Many started scouting for his contact information. Some wanted him as a martial arts guarantor to help expand their business scale and reach into neighboring cities. These days, many companies struggle with low credibility due to a lack of a martial arts guarantor. Others simply wanted to pay him to advertise for them. Chen Ye's phone did not stop ringing all night. After declining a few, he saw the calls were endless and simply turned the phone off. After turning it off, Chen Ye eagerly opened the system. Having received 3.6 million in incentive funds tonight, the system resource points also increased by 3.6 million. He was ready to unlock the new function. System, 8 parts health cultivation technique, the second one, unable to idle. Meditation 1. Stance level 2-1, unable to idle. Tai Kai Yin Yang Fish 7/25 days, idle running. Internal energy, 160 joules. Mental power, 45 pascals. Resources, 3,603,000 points. Multiplier, 4x. Otherworldly aura, 0. New function, 1 million points. Staring at the 3.6 million resource points on the panel, Chen Ye suppressed his excitement and, with a thought, consumed 1 million resource points. Buzz! The system emitted a soft electrical crackling sound, and the data panel flickered and twisted. 3 seconds later, the panel returned to normal, and the crackling stopped. The panel had changed significantly, showing new data and new options. System, upgrade 8 parts health cultivation technique, the second one, unable to idle. Cost, 10 otherworldly aura. 2 million resource points. Upgrade stance level 2-1, unable to idle. Cost, 10 otherworldly aura. 2 million resource points. Meditation 1. Tai Kai Yin Yang Fish 7/25 days, idle running. Internal energy, 160 joules. Mental power, 45 pascals. Physical strength, stance level 2. Resources, 2,603,000 points. Otherworldly aura, 0. Multiplier, 4x. Looking at the new upgrade function, Chen Ye raised an eyebrow. It was just as he had expected. It required not only resource points, but also 10 units of otherworldly aura. He pondered the term upgrade. If he was not mistaken, it meant improving the quality of his techniques. This meant he would not have to worry about finding high-level breathing or external techniques. He would not have to wait until entering the martial arts university to learn new ones. He just needed to obtain otherworldly aura to solve his current internal energy plateau. Then, he could compete for a spot in the quasi-martial artist rankings. This function came at the perfect moment. However, he currently had no idea what otherworldly aura even was, so getting his hands on it would be a challenge. According to Li Bing, this aura was related to the investigation squad, and he would understand once he joined them. Chen Ye rubbed his chin and sighed. He could not think of any other way to obtain it right now, so he would just have to wait for the investigation squad to be established. He checked the panel again and found a new data field, physical strength. His current physical strength was stance level 2, confirming that stance training was indeed improving his physical body. Although he was not sure what level this was exactly, it was likely quite good for a martial arts exam student. The next morning, Chen Ye woke up early. After turning off his phone the previous night, he had slept soundly and was not disturbed by anyone else. After getting up, the first thing he did was gather his whole family in the living room. He had something important to announce. Chen Da, his wife, and Chen Yan all had dark circles under their eyes. Because Chen Ye had been admitted to a martial arts university, the three of them had been too excited to sleep, spending the entire night answering calls. Countless relatives, friends, and colleagues had called to congratulate their family, and even relatives who had never been in contact before reached out one after another. "Little Yi, why did you call us over so early?" Chen Da looked at Chen Ye with a beaming face, the excitement in his eyes still lingering. Chen Ye did not answer immediately. Instead, he picked up a kettle, poured a glass of water for each of them, and then sat on the sofa, smiling at the three of them. "Actually, it is nothing major, it is just." As he said this, he picked up his phone and tapped the screen a few times. Then, the phones belonging to Chen Da and his wife chimed with a notification. Chen Ye tilted his head to signal them. "Mom, Dad, take a look at your phones." Chen Da was confused, but he still looked down at his phone. He suddenly noticed a text message from the bank. His heart skipped a beat, and he started to feel excited, faintly understanding what his son meant. He quickly tapped the screen and opened the message. Bank of China, 23rd June 2016, 8:31 a.m. Your account ending in has received a deposit of 250,000 yuan, with a balance of 273,000.12 yuan. Transaction type, transfer. Chen Da was shocked. It was just as he thought. Little Yi knew how to show filial piety. Seeing the 250,000 yuan transfer, Chen Da felt a lump in his throat, and his eyes reddened slightly. His son had grown up and made something of himself. In all his years, he had never expected to see so much money at once, let alone money given by his son out of filial piety. He was truly overjoyed. He had never expected Chen Ye to be exceptionally successful or earn huge sums of money. He only hoped that his son would be safe, healthy, and live a steady life. After all, he was an ordinary man himself, so how could he force his son to achieve something he could not do himself? He never imagined his son would achieve such greatness today, getting into a prestigious martial arts university that everyone admired, which allowed him to hold his head high among all their relatives. The once ordinary boy was now the pride of their entire family. Liu Fume also opened her text message at this moment. It was the same amount, 250,000 yuan. The couple choked up with emotion, looking at Chen Ye with relief. It was not about the size of the money, but the filial heart of their son, which showed them he had become a mature, stand-up man. Chen Yan glanced at her parents' phones, her beautiful eyes widening. 250,000 each? Is brother being this generous? Her heart hammered in her chest, and her breathing quickened. She quickly opened her own phone and checked her text messages. Since brother gave mom and dad 250,000 each, he should not leave her out, right? She did not dare to hope for 250,000. Even 2,000 would be enough. She just needed 2,000 to attend her class reunion. However, after checking every single message, she still saw no bank notification. Seeing this, she stole glances at her brother from time to time, hoping he would pick up his phone to send some money. But unfortunately, Chen Ye showed no intention of doing so, as if he had forgotten he even had a younger sister. Did he forget? Or did he just not want to treat his sister? Chen Yan felt a bit disappointed. Well, she did bully him in the past just because she had better grades. In the afternoon, Chen Ye received another text message, this time from the Jingnan Provincial Department of Education. The message was about filling out applications for the martial arts exams. Unlike the national college entrance exams where you could apply online, martial arts applications had to be submitted in person at the Martial Arts Administration in Yangdong City, the prefecture-level city that oversees Chiang City. The message stated that they had to register within 5 days, and subsequent inspection teams would be organized uniformly by Blonde City. On the first day the martial arts exam results were released, the list of those admitted to martial arts universities spread throughout Chiang. 3 people made the cut: Chen Ye, Han Shilin, and Zhang Shilei. Zhang Shilei had an internal energy level of 89, just barely reaching the grade C admission cutoff, which was quite a close call. There might be some fluctuations when filling out the university preferences, but they are guaranteed a spot in a martial arts university. Even if they do not get into their top choice, they will likely be reassigned to another, though it would be one of the less prestigious ones. Unlike the regular college entrance exam, there is no such thing as failing to secure a placement when applying to martial arts universities. After the results came out, the 3 met up to discuss their preferences, eventually deciding to leave for Yangdong City on June 25th. June 25th, Chen Ye, Han Shilin, and Zhang Shilei arrived together in Yangdong City, driven there by Han Shilin. The Martial Arts Administration handles follow-up admission matters once students meet the cutoff, and filling out preferences is one of those tasks. As soon as their car stopped outside the Martial Arts Administration, someone walked toward them. "Excuse me, gentlemen, please wait a moment." A middle-aged man in a suit and tie waved at the 3 of them. The 3 turned around, looking at the man with confusion. The man in the suit pulled out 3 business cards with some company name on them. He handed them over and said fawningly, "I am the manager of the Kaiyuan Electronics Company in Yangdong City. Would you 3 be interested in?" Before he could finish his sentence, Han Shilin waved him off in refusal. The 3 walked away quickly. It was obvious this guy was there to solicit them for advertisements, endorsements, or to act as a martial arts guarantor. In the short time they had stopped, 7 or 8 white-collar workers had already surrounded them, clearly with the same intentions as the man in the suit. These merchants really are desperate for profit, even coming to camp out at the Martial Arts Administration. They are absolutely crazy. The 3 registered their identities at the entrance and were let in. Security inside was tight. No one except those who had passed the martial arts exam could get in. Crossing the small courtyard in front of the administration building, they entered the government office. Inside, apart from a few staff members, there were only a handful of others there to fill out their preferences, just like Chen Ye and his friends. A staff member respectfully led the 3 to a counter. Behind the counter sat a female employee, and next to her was a lazy-looking young man, who was busy playing on his phone without a care in the world. Nobody seemed to mind his slacking off. When the 3 arrived, the young man did not even look up, as if he could not care less. Chen Ye and the others were stunned when they saw who it was. The young man behind the counter was the very same martial artist they had seen during the special recruitment at Chiang No. 1 High School, the one who had saved people using the black light technique. After Chen Ye and his friends registered their names and other details, the young martial artist finally looked up at them. Upon seeing Chen Ye, he paused for a second, then smiled at him. "I knew I was not wrong about you. Grade A genius, internal energy at 135 joules, second stage pillar stance, and you even took down an examiner in live combat. Impressive." Chen Ye was shocked to hear this. He had not expected this martial artist to know his exam data so well. "You are too kind," Chen Ye replied modestly. Compared to true martial artists, his exam results were just the basics. He still had a long way to go. Seeing how humble he was, the young martial artist looked even more appreciative. Han Shilin and Zhang Shilei, standing nearby, were filled with envy. Gaining the appreciation of a real martial artist was a huge honor. The martial artist introduced himself as Zhu Shiming, the person in charge of the Yangdong City Martial Arts Administration. He was responsible for both the preference submissions and the upcoming formation of the inspector team. Zhu Shiming looked at the staff member and said, pointing at Han Shilin and Zhang Shilei, "You go handle their preference filings. This kid is coming with me." Hearing this, Han Shilin and Zhang Shilei widened their eyes in surprise. The favoritism was blatant. He could at least try to hide it. They cast an envious glance at Chen Ye, as expected of a grade A genius being personally guided by a martial artist. Zhu Shiming picked up several pages of documents and placed them in front of Chen Ye. These pages of guidance were in a different league compared to the booklet The other staff member had given Han Shilin and Zhang Shilei. The guide Zhu Shiming gave Chen Ye only featured the 8 elite martial arts universities that required Grade A admission. With Chen Ye's scores, he naturally should target these elite schools without considering ordinary ones. The 8 elite martial arts universities were the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University in the Capital Region, Songhai Martial Arts University in the Coastal Region, Northwest Martial Arts University in the Northwest, Jiangnan Martial Arts University in the Jiangnan Region, Jingnan Martial Arts University in the Central Region, Yangchang Martial Arts University in the Major Economic Hub, Anxi Martial Arts University in the West, and Southwest Martial Arts University in the Southwest. The external conditions of these universities were quite similar, though the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University was slightly better. After reading the documents, Chen Ye looked up at Zhu Shiming and asked, "Director Zhu, do you have any good advice on how to fill these out?" "Do not call me director, just call me Brother Zhu," Zhu Shiming said with a smile. Actually, the 8 elite schools are quite similar. Apart from the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University having better resources due to being in the capital, the only difference is location. Of course, when it comes to daily life, there might be slight differences in dietary habits and customs, but otherwise they are mostly the same. Of course, if your heart is set on living and studying elsewhere, do not take my advice too seriously. You should feel free to choose the school you like best. However, if you have your heart set on living and studying elsewhere, you do not have to take my advice too seriously. Feel free to choose the school you truly desire. Chen Ye nodded, still undecided. While reading the documents earlier, he had a slight preference for the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University, as living in the capital usually meant better cultivation conditions. But after hearing Zhu Shiming's words, he was now more inclined toward Jingnan Martial Arts University due to the local support program. Besides, this was advice from a real martial artist. He could not afford to take it lightly. However, he was not in a rush to submit his application. They had 3 days to decide, and they could stay at the administration's guest house for those 3 days to think it over. As Chen Ye and his friends left the main hall, Zhu Shiming told them they could go walk around the training base in the back. After the inspector team was formed in a few days, they would be training there for 10 days, so it would be good to familiarize themselves with the venue. 3 days later, the 3 of them arrived at the administration hall again, each already having their preferred university in mind. Taking a form from Zhu Shiming, the 3 began to fill in their details. In the end, Chen Ye chose Jingnan Martial Arts University. It is in his home province and offers support programs for local residents, a factor that cannot be overlooked. As for Han Shilin and Zhang Shilei, they each chose out-of-province martial arts universities that have talent attraction programs. Both had reached the Grade C cutoff score, and since it is difficult to get into better local universities, they had no choice but to look elsewhere. Zhu Shiming handed the 3 information forms to a staff member in charge of data entry, then turned around to take out 3 watch-like devices from behind the counter. They looked like watches, but the screens were as large as a mobile phone, and they appeared to be worn on the wrist. Zhu Shiming passed these watch-like electronic devices to the 3 and said, "This is a communicator for martial artists. It uses an internal network and can detect your internal energy levels anytime, anywhere. There is a ranker app inside where you can see your ranking in the province, as well as a merit store where you can exchange resources for cultivation. Keep them safe and do not lose them. These things are very expensive. Even with internal procurement, they cost over $1 million. Also, this communicator cannot be resold privately, or you will be held accountable." The 3 nodded at first, faces filled with shock. They never imagined such a watch-like gadget could cost over $1 million. Chen Ye put the communicator on his wrist and pressed the sensor button on the side. A large 160 appeared on the screen, representing his internal energy level. Although convenient, it was useless to him since he possessed a system. Chen Ye opened the aspiring martial artist leaderboard, uploaded the internal energy data he just measured, and his ranking appeared almost immediately. Name: Chen Ye. Rank 211. Seeing this ranking, Chen Ye was quite surprised. He was ranked 211th among all the martial arts examinees in Jingnan province. Being ranked so low felt a bit ridiculous to him. Aspiring martial artist leaderboard. First place, Sun Jibin, 201 jewels. Seeing this 201 jewels, Chen Ye's heart pounded. How on earth did he cultivate to reach 201 jewels? It was unbelievable. He continued to scroll down. Second place, Zhao Painter, 200 joules. Third place, Feng Kaiwen, 199 joules. And 146th place, Zhao Zhigang, 185 joules. And 189th place, Li Bing, 174 joules. When he saw the names of Zhao Zhigang and Li Bing, Chen Ye frowned. Recalling what Li Bing had said to him earlier, he vaguely understood why these people had such high internal energy levels. Advanced techniques. Everyone on the leaderboard must have cultivated higher-level internal energy techniques. Only advanced techniques could ignore the iron rule. After all, the iron rule only applied to the 8-part yuan cultivation technique, not to other advanced techniques. That is how these people could boost their energy levels to 180, 190, or even 200. Back during the exam, Zhao Zhigang and Li Bing's energy levels were lower than his, especially Li Bing, who was over 10 joules lower. But now, both had not only caught up but surpassed him. This speed of cultivation could only be explained by an advanced technique. After browsing the leaderboard further and pondering, Chen Ye approached Zhu Shiming and asked about his confusion. Zhu Shiming smiled and said, "Your guess is correct. These people have indeed practiced new techniques, which is why their cultivation speed is so fast, allowing the top person to reach a terrifying 200+ joules." Having his guess confirmed, Chen Ye recalled Li Bing's hint. He looked at Zhu Shiming curiously and asked, "Brother Zhu, are not advanced techniques only supposed to be learned after entering a martial arts university? Why could they learn them beforehand? Where did they get these advanced techniques?" Hearing this, Zhu Shiming smiled nonchalantly. "You are referring to the principle that you can only learn advanced techniques after entering a martial arts university. That is just an official decree. In reality, many people have martial artists backing them up. Some have relatives who are martial artists, and others come from martial arts families. These individuals and families already possess advanced techniques and teach them to their descendants or relatives in advance." Chen Ye nodded thoughtfully, a new question arising in his mind. If they can obtain advanced techniques early, why wait until after the martial arts exam to learn them? If they learned them before the exam, their energy would have been over 200, making it easy to get into any university. Chen Ye had thought that perhaps, as Su Changguang had said, it was because advanced techniques were dangerous to practice, and one should not attempt them before reaching 160 joules. But thinking it over, combined with his current understanding of martial arts, he felt that this reason was not very convincing. There had to be something else. Moreover, with martial arts currently booming and martial artists quickly becoming the elite of society, many people are scrambling to get in. A little danger from practicing advanced techniques should not be enough to deter them. This touches upon the issue of fairness. Zhu Shiming patted Chen Ye's shoulder and praised, "That is a great question. Actually, it is not that these students who have access to advanced techniques do not want to practice them. They cannot. It is not about danger. The widely spread belief is that they are dangerous, but in truth, that is not the case. Many corporations and martial arts families have advanced techniques that build a foundation from scratch without causing harm. The reason they do not use them is to maintain the fairness of the martial arts exam. The exam is a relatively fair and impartial selection system. The state does not want to miss talented students while still maintaining the nature of a selection process. A compromise was chosen. All examinees must use the 8-part yuan cultivation technique as the base to increase their internal energy. If anyone is found to be practicing other techniques, they will be disqualified, banned for life, and prohibited from entering any martial arts university. Zhu Shiming continued, "This is the greatest aspect of the martial arts exam system. Although it only achieves procedural justice rather than absolute fairness, the relative fairness it creates provides a path for many ordinary students to reach their dream universities every year, preventing the elites from monopolizing the path to becoming a martial artist." Chen Ye suddenly understood. That was it, all his doubts had been resolved. Then he asked the question he had wanted to know the most. "Brother Zhu, is there any other way to obtain advanced techniques?" Upon hearing this question, Zhu Shiming glanced at Chen Ye, pondered for a long moment, and said, "Truth be told, I would personally be willing to pass on the yuan returning technique to you. But as you know, I am currently holding a public office, and the state strictly prohibits the unauthorized teaching of advanced cultivation methods, especially by public servants. As for other channels, it is also rather difficult. Generally, martial artists will not easily teach advanced techniques to others. Although the authorities do not usually interfere in such matters under normal circumstances, it is technically a violation of national regulations and could still have consequences. Unless it is a close relative or a junior, martial artists do not share advanced techniques easily. I cannot help you with this dilemma. Zhu Shiming smiled. He could see that Chen Ye's internal energy was already at 160 joules and he was in dire need of an advanced technique, but he was powerless to assist. However, he added, actually, there is no need to rush these past 1 or 2 months. You will naturally gain access to advanced techniques once you enter a martial arts university, so a few months will not delay much. It is a pity, though, that you might not be able to compete for the prizes on the quasi-martial artist ranking. Chen Ye gave a wry smile. With his current connections, no one was willing to teach him an advanced technique. It would be more practical to get his hands on some otherworldly aura, to upgrade his 8-section nourishing technique via the system. He felt a bit anxious. After all, Zhao Zhigang and Li Bing had already surpassed him, and he had just taken a look at the ranking list. The ranking is time-limited to 2 months. Whoever hits 260 joules of internal energy first within these 2 months takes the top spot. As for why it is set at 260 joules, he had just asked Zhu Shiming, who told him that the peak internal energy level for a quasi-martial artist before becoming a full-fledged martial artist is exactly 260 joules. The current leader on the list is still some distance away from 260 joules, and the higher the internal energy, the slower the progress. He still has time to strive for a spot in the top 50 or even the top 10. Following that, he opened the ranking list to check the rewards. First place reward: 10 yuan returning pills, 10 body tempering fluids, 3 passes to the martial arts energy base, and 2 million in cash. Second place reward: 10 yuan returning pills, 5 body tempering fluids, 2 passes to the martial arts energy base, and 1.5 million in cash. Third place reward: 5 yuan returning pills, 5 body tempering fluids, 2 passes to the martial arts energy base, and 1 million in cash. And the top 10 rewards all include yuan returning pills, body tempering fluids, and martial arts energy base passes. He had heard of the first 2. Yuan returning pills are an advanced version of nourishing pills, with the same effect of increasing and restoring internal energy, while the body tempering fluid is used for physical conditioning. Both cultivation resources are very expensive. Yuan returning pills are 100,000 each, and body tempering fluid is 200,000 per bottle. As for the martial arts energy base passes, he did not know what they were. He had just asked Zhu Shiming about it, but the man only told him that he would understand once he entered university. He really knew how to keep people in suspense. Looking further, Chen Ye discovered a special reward. Best record breakage reward, 1 fire element core. This best record refers to the shortest time taken to reach 260 joules of internal energy, since the statistics were first recorded after the inception of the quasi-martial artist ranking. The current all-time best record is 52 days. This means that if one reaches the peak of 260 joules within 52 days, they will break the record and receive the fire element core. Although Chen Ye did not know what a fire element core was, judging by the difficulty of breaking the record, this item must be worth a fortune. He ran over to ask Zhu Shiming again. "You sure have a lot of questions, kid." Zhu Shiming was left between laughter and tears, feeling like Chen Ye was really bleeding him dry. He smiled helplessly and said, "How should I put this regarding an element core?" Zhu Shiming pondered for a moment and said, "I can only tell you that it is extremely precious. Try your best to get it if you can. If you become a martial artist, having this item will greatly enhance your strength." However, at this point, Zhu Shiming sighed. However, this element core is extremely rare and not something an average martial artist can get. Do not think about it too much, lest you let it weigh on your mind. Mentioning the element core, Zhu Shiming looked filled with regret. He himself had lacked an element core back in the day. Otherwise, his strength would have reached a higher level, and he definitely would not be stuck here as a minor administrator. Seeing his dejected state, Chen Ye decided not to press further. Afterward, he opened the merit store to take a look. There was not much worth exchanging for at the moment. For him, only the nourishing pills, yuan returning pills, and body tempering fluid were worth it. Other herbal supplements did not seem particularly useful. It might be that his access level was too low, limiting what he could see, but that made sense. These were resources meant for quasi-martial artists, and he would not need many rare martial arts resources until he became a full martial artist. Once his authorization is upgraded in the future, the available resources should increase. The value ratio for this merit system seems to be 1 merit point to 10,000 yuan, as 1 nourishing pill costs 3 merit points. However, he still had no idea how to earn these merit points. Chen Ye scrutinized the store again before closing it with a shake of his head. It was a pity there was no other worldly aura to exchange for, as that was what he lacked most right now. Thinking of the otherworldly aura, Chen Ye could not help but ask Zhu Shiming again. He wanted to know what it was and how to obtain it. Zhu Shiming was left with dead eyes, staring blankly at Chen Ye. He asked feebly, "Are you a walking encyclopedia of questions? How many more do you have? Cannot you just ask them all at once?" Chen Ye gave an awkward laugh and held up his index finger. "This is the last one for today." "The last one today? Do not tell me you are coming back tomorrow to ask more." Zhu Shiming rolled his eyes and retorted, "Otherworldly aura is a type of cultivation resource, a necessity for practicing advanced techniques. As for where to get it, you will know soon enough. Once you start performing tasks for the inspection squad in a few days, you will understand. I am not going to explain more than that right now." Having said that, he did not give Chen Ye a chance to ask follow-up questions and waved his hand to shoo him away. "Go on, get out of here. I need to rest, do not disturb me." Seeing his attitude, Chen Ye felt a mix of laughter and frustration. He had no choice but to leave the martial arts administration with Han Shilin and Zhang Shile. On the way back, Chen Ye could not help but look at the two and ask, "What do you think Brother Zhu meant by the inspection squad task?" Han Shilin replied honestly, "It is probably the same as the duties of the police, maintaining public order, cracking down on illegal activities, and keeping the city in order." Zhang Shile nodded in agreement. Hearing this response, Chen Ye shook his head and remained silent. He did not think so. Those jobs could be handled by regular police. There was no need for quasi-martial artists. It would be a total waste of talent. Besides, several people had previously hinted to him that the formation of the inspection squad had ulterior motives and was not just for the simple functions described on the surface. He narrowed his eyes, lost in thought. Several people had already suggested that the otherworldly aura was related to the inspection squad, but what was the connection between the two? He sighed, unable to figure it out. It seemed he would have to wait for the inspection team to carry out their mission before he could get to the bottom of what was going on. But regardless, he had to track down that alien energy. This was currently the only way for him to obtain high-level cultivation techniques, break through his internal energy limit, and challenge the quasi-warrior rankings. Back in Chiang City, Han Shilin dropped Chen Ye off at home first. When Chen Ye arrived downstairs at his building, he saw Chen Yan chatting with her best friend again. "Chen Yan, are you really not going to the final high school class reunion?" her friend asked, looking at her in confusion. Chen Yan looked distressed. It was not that she did not want to go, but she had no money. Although the family was better off now, she had thought about asking her parents for money, but when she realized that was the money her brother had given them out of filial piety, she felt too embarrassed to ask. They were both children, born only minutes apart, yet her brother could give their parents $500,000, while she had to be a dependent. The comparison was hard to accept. There is no harm without comparison, especially for a girl like Chen Yan, who was proud and had a very strong sense of self-esteem. Chen Yan looked at her friend awkwardly and said with embarrassment, "Zhang Qi, I am sorry." Seeing her demeanor, Zhang Qi realized immediately that she did not want to go. She sighed with regret. It was a pity that her best friend could not make it to the reunion. Zhang Qi brushed off her disappointment and smiled again. "All right, although I do not know why you do not want to go, I respect your choice." After saying that, Zhang Qi turned and left. Watching her friends retreating back, Chen Yan felt a bit upset. She really wanted to attend the reunion. After all, it was the final gathering for their high school class. Suddenly, a teasing voice came from the left. "Are you really not going to attend your class reunion?" Chen Ye walked over with a smile. Seeing her brother had returned, Chen Yan was initially overjoyed. She knew he had gone to fill out his martial arts exam application, and his return meant it was done, and they were just waiting for the admission letter to the martial arts university that every candidate dreamed of. Deep down, she was very proud. Having a student in the family at a martial arts university was an honor for the whole clan, and it was her own brother, no less. But thinking back to that morning, she felt a bit depressed. Although she had no right to demand money from Chen Ye, The fact that he gave their parents $500,000 but left her out made her feel isolated, and that feeling was unpleasant. After a second of hesitation, Chen Ye let out a hum and said, "That is right, I really do not want to go. We saw each other every day in high school anyway, and I am sick of it. There is nothing worth attending at such a gathering." Chen Ye smiled, knowing she was just being stubborn. It was not that she did not want to go, she was clearly just short on cash. He walked past her with a faint smile, heading toward the stairs. With his back to her, he said, "Go to your room, open the drawer on the left side of your desk, and take a look. There is a surprise for you." Chen Ye could not help but chuckle. He had only intended to tease her and give her a surprise, but he had not expected she would go all these days without discovering it hidden in the drawer. Hearing this, Chen Ye froze for a few seconds. Suddenly, her heart tightened as something clicked. She hurried to her bedroom and opened the left drawer of her desk, where a brand new bank card was lying. It looked like the card had been there for days, and she just had not noticed. Grabbing the card, Chen Ye rushed to the ATM downstairs and inserted it. Her heart was pounding wildly. Seeing the password prompt, she pondered for a moment and entered her birthday. The screen displayed, "Password correct." Chen Ye felt a wave of joy. Then she checked the account balance. Account balance, 20,000. Available balance, 20,000. Seeing the 20,000, Chen Ye's breathing hitched and her eyes lit up with delight. She looked at the screen in disbelief. So she had misunderstood Chen Ye. He had placed the card in her drawer that morning, and she just had not found it. Seeing the 20,000 in the account, Chen Ye felt as if she could barely breathe. She had originally only hoped for 1,000 yuan. She never expected Chen Ye to give her 20,000. It far exceeded her expectations. Then she opened her online shopping app and saw that the items she had been saving in her cart for years had indeed been cleared. Many packages had already sent her pickup codes. She had just been so focused on filling out her applications these past few days that she had not checked her phone. She had kept it at home for 3 years of high school and was not in the habit of checking it constantly, causing her to miss so many notifications. Looking at the empty shopping cart, Chen Ye suddenly felt that having an older brother was a wonderful thing. She had never felt this kind of care and affection from a brother before. She felt light and airy, as if walking on clouds. The gloom from before had vanished, and she was incredibly happy. June 29th. Lin Hao's father, Lin Tiangsheng, called about the house. They had redecorated the villa exactly as requested and invited him to come see it. If he was satisfied, he could move in immediately, needing only to purchase some furniture and daily necessities. The inspection team was being formed the day after tomorrow, and since Chen Ye had nothing else to do, he agreed. Meanwhile, at the Tiangsheng Star City sales office, a male sales manager walked up to Liu Fuling and said, "Liu Fuling, the management has ordered you to go to the Kaiming residential sales office now." Liu Fuling looked at the manager in a daze, then her heart began to race. Several people who had been summoned by the boss recently were fired for poor performance, and her performance was at the bottom this month. She had been terrified of being called in, and with her family relying entirely on her income, losing this job would be devastating. She had been busy day and night contacting potential buyers, so much so that she had not even had time to answer her own sister's calls. Anxious about the risk of being fired, she looked at the male manager and asked in a low voice, "Manager, do you know what this is about?" Seeing her like this, the manager chuckled, then looked at her with a hint of melancholy and shook his head. "It is good news. A client wants to buy a villa in Kaiming Residential, and they specifically requested you to handle the deal." As he spoke, the manager sighed and walked away, wondering why he never encountered such luck. Someone specifically requested her to handle the deal? Liu Fuling was stunned. She had no idea what was going on. Why would someone specifically want her to earn such a massive commission? It made no sense. She could not think of anyone she knew who had the wealth to purchase a villa in Kaiming Residential. Though bewildered, her mind was quickly filled with joy. If she closed this deal, she would earn tens of thousands in commission, which, combined with her savings, would be enough for a down payment on a house in Chiang City. Thinking of this, she quickly drove toward Kaiming Residential. Kaiming Residential, Villa 19. Standing in front of the villa entrance, Liu Fuling took a deep breath. She was very nervous and dying to know who had requested her and why they were being so kind to her. Walking into the villa, she saw two figures standing in the living room. One of them she had seen a few times. It was the chairman of the Tiangsheng Group, her boss. The other person, wait. Just as Liu Fuling's eyes met that back, A strong sense of familiarity washed over her, and she suddenly stiffened. The person who had specifically requested her to handle this deal turned out to be her nephew, Chen Ye. "Fuling, you are here. Well, I will leave this client to you. Since you are likely familiar with each other, I do not think I need to make any introductions," Lin Tianxing said with a half-joking tone, smiled at Liu Fuling, and turned to leave. At this moment, Chen Ye smiled and called out Aunt. Seeing that it was Chen Ye, Liu Fuling felt relieved. No wonder this client specifically asked for her to handle the deal. It turned out to be her own nephew. She felt a mix of amusement and annoyance, and she walked over to Chen Ye, feigning blame as she said, "You brat, what kind of game are you playing?" "Aunt, do not underestimate me. I told you I was going to buy a villa." Chen Ye briefly explained his current situation to Liu Fuling. Liu Fuling stared at her nephew in disbelief. She never expected that Chen Ye could actually get into a martial arts university and even receive a bonus of over 3 million. This completely shattered her impression of him. After the initial shock, Liu Fuling was overjoyed and lavished Chen Ye with praise, her eyes filled with pride. Since Chen Ye had been admitted to a martial arts university, she was now the aunt of a martial arts student. When she bragged about her nephew to others in the future, would not they be green with envy? After all, martial arts students were rare, even in the entire Chiang city. Afterward, the two walked around the villa. It was a 3-story house with a basement, a large balcony, floor-to-ceiling windows, and a small backyard. It was truly luxurious, and Chen Ye was very satisfied. Liu Fuling also felt a bit envious of her sister, who had managed to raise a martial arts university student and was now living a comfortable life, even buying a large villa. They wandered around for a while longer. At 4 in the afternoon, Liu Fuling said, "Xiao Yi, your brother is getting out of school soon, and I need to go pick him up. If you still want to look around, let us come back tomorrow." Chen Ye waved his hand to stop her. "Aunt, my mom just got off work, and I already asked her to pick Yang Yang up from elementary school. The two of them will be here shortly." Less than 10 minutes after Chen Ye finished speaking, his mother walked into the villa with the little kid. As soon as Liu Fumei entered the villa, she looked like a country bumpkin seeing the world for the first time. Her mouth hung open and her eyes sparkled. She forgot to greet anyone and immediately started inspecting the villa, her face full of satisfaction. As she looked around, Liu Fumei sighed with emotion. She never imagined that a common worker like her would one day be able to live in such a mansion. It felt like a dream, and all of this was thanks to her son participating in the martial arts exam. The little kid, Yang Yang, went wow twice upon entering, shouting about how big the house was and that he wanted to live there too. But when he saw Chen Ye, he immediately remembered the drone Chen Ye had promised him that day and began pestering him for it. Fortunately, Chen Ye had been well prepared. He had ordered the drone online and brought it over today. After receiving the drone, the little kid ran around happily, his face full of excitement, shouting, "Long live my brother." Upon learning that Chen Ye had been admitted to a martial arts university, the little kid's round eyes were filled with curiosity. He declared to the 3 adults that he would also get into a martial arts university in the future, so he could buy lots of toys and food. Hearing her son's childish yet ambitious words, Liu Fuling smiled with relief. In the past, she would have scolded him for being unrealistic, but now with Chen Ye as a role model, it was not impossible for her son to get into a martial arts university in the future. She had seen Chen Ye's success with her own eyes and envied it in her heart. Who would not want their son to get into a martial arts university, bring honor to their ancestors, climb the social ladder, buy a house and car, and achieve financial freedom? Martial arts is the definitive key to this era. After checking out the house, both Chen Ye and his mother were very satisfied. They quickly found Lin Tianxing to finalize the deal. The villa was priced at 2.1 million, but with the 70 discount for students admitted to martial arts universities, he only needed to pay 630,000. Lin Tianxing gave an additional 100,000 discount on top of that. He initially wanted to give it to Chen Ye as a gift, but fearing Chen Ye would refuse, he just lowered the price, making the FINAL Chinese letter price 530,000. Liu Fuling also received a commission of over 20,000 from this real estate deal. Upon receiving the villa keys, Liu Fumei's face beamed with joy. Chen Ye had never seen his mother so happy in his entire life. The next day, Chen Ye did many things. First, he accompanied his mother to buy some furniture, preparing to move in as soon as he returned from the inspectorate training. Afterward, according to the preferential policy for family members of admitted martial arts students, Chen Ye's father's job application was approved. He was assigned to a small archive office as an archivist, with light and simple duties. Since Chen Da held a preferred status, he received special care and only had to drink tea every day, a government-guaranteed retirement position. Chen Da was very satisfied with this, as his salary and benefits were even better than those of regular civil servants. Chen Da's relatives and friends expressed envy when they heard that his son had found him such a good job. Da, you have a good son. If my son had half of your son's abilities, I would not have to toil on construction sites every day. My back is about to break. Yeah, I wonder if your son could help us get into a government position too. Everyone was praising his son, and Chen Da was very happy, but upon hearing their requests for his son's help, he flatly refused. He did not want his son to do anything illegal or unethical. Then, Chen Ye took his father to buy a Yati car worth over 200,000. His father liked domestic brands, so they bought this car. Its appearance and performance were both quite good, which was very impressive in a small county like Chiang. July 1st. Before heading to Yangdong City, Chen Ye and Zhang Shilei went to visit LV Wenjin. When LV Wenjin learned that his 2 prize students were coming to visit him, he had his wife prepare a table full of food that very day and invited several relatives and friends to eat. While he claimed it was just a meal, he was actually showing them off to his relatives and friends. Throughout the meal, his smile never faded. He looked at his friends and relatives, glowing with radiance. His expression seemed to say, "Look at this. See how my prize students are doing? Both of them have been admitted to martial arts universities and have bright futures. The fact that they respect their teacher and came to visit me shows my excellent instruction." The two's arrival made LV Wenjin extremely happy, because many teachers could not produce even 1 martial arts student in their lifetime, while he had produced 2, which was a very glorious achievement. At the dinner, Chen Ye and Zhang Shilei showed special respect for LV Wenjin, appearing very obedient to his teachings. Most people would not dare criticize martial arts students admitted to such prestigious universities, which allowed LV Wenjin to show off to his heart's content. However, during this visit, Chen Ye noticed that LV Wenjin's complexion and physical state did not seem very good, much like the day he returned from the martial arts exam, as if he were overworked. After Chen Ye and Zhang Shilei left, someone at the dining table said, "Wenjin, your 2 students are big shots now. Why do not you have them pull some strings at the Education Bureau and get you transferred to work there?" Upon hearing this, LV Wenjin's expression hardened, and he sternly refused. He was a man of principle. He was happy that Chen Ye and Zhang Shilei were admitted to martial arts universities, but that was a pure joy from the bottom of his heart. He was not thinking about his own career, and he did not want to cause any trouble for his students. 3:00 p.m. Chen Ye and his 2 companions arrived at the Yangdong City Martial Arts Administration Bureau once again. The 3 were immediately arranged to rest at the guest house for a day. The next day, the administration informed them to move into the dorms at the training grounds, where they would be training for the next 10 days. After getting their luggage settled, staff members issued them green training uniforms and instructed them to assemble at the training grounds. The trio arrived at the training grounds to find nearly 20 other martial arts students already waiting there. Some of them were local students from Yangdong City, while others, like Chen Ye and his friends, came from the counties and towns under its jurisdiction. At that moment, 3 people were standing next to Chen Ye, 2 boys and a girl named Zhou Yan, Peng Feng, and Zhao Dongdong. The girl named Zhao Dongdong said to the boy in the lead, "Brother Yan, I checked just now, and it seems like no real geniuses appeared from the surrounding counties this year. Among our group, your internal energy level is the highest among those with a grade C admission score, so the position of inspector team leader has to be yours. And the inspector team leader gets assigned a dedicated inspector vehicle." Zhao Dongdong added excitedly, "Brother Yan, once you get that inspector vehicle, you have to take me for a spin around the city. I have never ridden in an inspector vehicle before. I heard the license plate is super cool, with authority and priority levels even higher than police cars and ambulances." The handsome Zhou Yan smiled and nodded confidently. "Of course, let alone a joyride, you can even drive it for a few days if you want." He was determined to secure the position of inspector team leader. As the most gifted martial arts student in Yangdong City, he was confident in his ability to win the role, especially since his internal energy and stake training were far beyond what any students from small towns could compare to. After the group waited for about 5 minutes, Zhu Shiming walked over slowly, his gaze casual as he scrutinized everyone. Although he appeared lazy and relaxed, no one present dared to underestimate him. Suddenly, everyone's body jolted as a massive wave of pressure descended upon them, as if a giant cauldron had been dropped onto their backs. Deep down, they were horrified. This was the unique pressure of a martial artist. Ordinary people might have had their bones crushed under such weight, and if they were not quasi-martial artists themselves, they would have already collapsed to the ground. But even so, their faces turned red and they were drenched in sweat. The pressure was simply too immense. Seeing this, Zhu Shiming smiled, a bright and sunny look like an older neighbor. But in their eyes, this smile was that of a devil. Zhu Shiming extended a finger, smiling while slowly closing his hand into a fist. The moment his fingers closed, the pressure on their backs increased sharply. If it felt like one cauldron before, now it felt like two. As he continued to clench his fist, the pressure intensified further. They felt as though they were being gripped in his palm, their bodies squeezed by an immense force, suffering terribly. Even the weaker martial arts students were already buckling at the knees, on the verge of dropping to the ground. Is this the power of a martial artist, so strong? Yeah, it is just too monstrous. Terror filled their hearts. For the first time, they felt the fear of death and witnessed the true might of a martial artist. I cannot hold on anymore. Me neither. Thud, someone could not help but drop to one knee, while others collapsed to the ground. Zhu Shiming shook his head at the sight. Zhang Zhang was drenched in sweat, his legs trembling, the bent one was almost touching the ground. Han Shilin beside him was in a similar state. Chen Ye, I cannot hold out any longer. Zhang Shilei gasped, sweat raining down his face, his body shaking uncontrollably as he stammered. Chen Ye was also drenched in sweat, but he was having no trouble bearing the pressure. He said to Zhang Shilei, "You have to hold on. This is clearly in test from Instructor Zhu." He understood this was a trial Zhu Shiming had set for them before joining the team. If they endured it, they might get into the inspector team, but if they failed, there would likely be trouble or even punishment. For everyone, every second felt like a year, a level of torture they had never known. High school military training and martial arts exercises were nothing compared to this. They were child's play. This was their first time facing a martial artist head-on, and the unprecedented pressure was truly overwhelming. 10 seconds later, Zhang Shilei's body began to sway, on the verge of collapse, and Han Shilin beside him was right behind him, likely only able to last 1 second longer. By now, 5 or 6 people were already down on the ground. "I cannot take it anymore," Zhang Shilei suddenly shouted. The next second, his knees hit the floor, and Han Shilin followed suit. The moment they knelt, the pressure on them suddenly eased, as if a force was shouldering some of the burden for them. The two were stunned and turned to look at Chen Ye. Chen Ye had reached out both hands to grab their arms, Zhang Shilei on his left and Han Shilin on his right, preventing them from sinking further. The two gave Chen Ye a grateful look without saying a word. Given their current relationship, expressing formal thanks would only make things feel distant. Chen Ye's face was now a deep liver purple, as if he were about to explode. Bearing the triple pressure, he felt like he was carrying a small car on his back. He said to them with difficulty, "Hold on a little longer. The test should be ending soon." Ahead, Zhu Shiming could not help but show appreciation at Chen Ye's actions. Good lad, to have the energy to help others bear the pressure. You really are a monster. Zhu Shiming sighed inwardly. Chen Ye amazed him. The pressure he exerted was not just about internal energy. While a higher level helped, it would not make things significantly easier. This trial was primarily a test of will and patience. If the willpower was weak, even having 160 units of internal energy would not matter, they would still collapse. Yet this kid did not just pass the test, he had the capacity to share the burden for 2 others. Such willpower was rare. There were many talented people, but few who possessed such resilient wills. Someone like this would go much further than others and could very well become a pillar among martial artists. In truth, in any field, people with resilient wills will never lead a mediocre life. A minute later, Zhu Shiming withdrew his pressure. Everyone felt their bodies lighten instantly, as if the world had lost gravity. From inside out, they felt so comfortable they wanted to fly. Every cell was cheering. It was a long-lost sense of freedom. Zhu Shiming looked with a dark expression at the students who had collapsed. He pointed at them and said sternly, "You 7, pack your bags and get out. You cannot even handle this much pressure, so you are not suited for the inspector team, let alone executing its missions." The group was shocked at his words. The 7 eliminated students stood frozen, resentment showing in their eyes. They were all geniuses from their respective counties this year, students destined for martial arts universities. How could they be barred from just an inspector team because of one test? Why? The 7 were deeply frustrated and wanted to argue back, but upon seeing Zhu Shiming's icy gaze, they dared not say a word. Seeing this, Zhu Shiming felt even more disappointed. How could such cowardly people possibly carry out missions? In his opinion, people like this should not even be admitted to martial arts universities. They were just softies. Zhu Shiming scanned the crowd. This was only my entry test, and I did not expect so many to be eliminated already. He swept his cold, stern gaze over everyone. I want to tell you this. Do not get complacent just because you were admitted to a martial arts university, thinking that everything is settled and you are destined to live a life of luxury and status. Zhu Shiming mocked, "Do not get ahead of yourselves. You are far from reaching the top. You have only just stepped through the threshold of the martial way, and the road ahead is long. You could not even resist me, a bottom-tier first-grade martial artist. There are still 2nd, 3rd, all the way to 9th grades. You are nowhere near the time to slack off. Remember, the path of martial arts is like rowing against the current. If you do not advance, you retreat. Never let yourself become lazy just because you have made some money or gained a bit of social status." Zhu Shiming's gaze cut through the crowd like a blade. Everyone held their breath, listening intently. Afterward, the 7 eliminated individuals had no choice but to pack up and leave obediently. It was quite pathetic to have to leave just after arriving. Watching the 7 of them walk away, Zhang Shile and Han Shulin breathed a sigh of relief. If it were not for Chen Ye's help, they would have been among them. Both felt fortunate once again that they had gotten to know Chen Ye. Otherwise, they would have lost face today. Before coming, the 2 had already bragged to their families, relatives, and friends that they would join the disciplinary team today and told them to wait and see. They nearly had a disaster on their hands. If it were not for Hu Yi, they would not have known where to hide their shame after going back. After the 7 left, Zhu Shiming once again put on his lazy smile. He swept his gaze over everyone and said with a smile, "It is time to select the team captain." Hearing that a captain was to be chosen, the 3 local martial arts students, Zhou Yan, Peng Feng, and Zhao Dongdong, had their eyes light up. Zhao Dongdong showed a sweet smile and lowered her voice, whispering excitedly to Zhou Yan, "Brother Yan, you are about to become the captain. Remember to take me for a ride." Peng Feng also offered his congratulations, saying, "Brother Yan, congratulations." Zhou Yan was in high spirits and looked proud. He waved his hand and said to the 2, "Do not worry. Once we have the official disciplinary team vehicle, I will take you both for a ride. We will go to the military district for a spin. I heard there are no restrictions on entering the military zone. Finally, we will go back to visit our alma mater and let those old fogies at school see who the most outstanding martial arts student in the school's history really is." The 3 of them had already let their minds fly far away from the training ground. As for the person to serve as captain, I actually already have a candidate in mind. Zhu Shiming's gaze swept over the crowd and finally landed on Chen Ye. He smiled lazily and said, "Chen Ye, you will take on the role of captain." The test just now was not just to examine everyone's willpower and resilience, but also to select the team captain. It was clear that Chen Ye was the most suitable for the position. His steady temperament, firm willpower, and superb strength perfectly matched the image of a leader. Chen Ye. Hearing this name, everyone looked confused. They had never heard of this person, and it seemed there was no one by that name in Yangdong City. In previous years, local residents of Yangdong City had always served as captains. Could it be that someone from the surrounding counties and cities was stronger than the martial arts students of Yangdong? The expressions of Zhou Yan and his 2 companions changed. They stared at Zhu Shiming with wide eyes, finding this result unbelievable. How is this possible? Why is not it Brother Yan? Zhao Dongdong looked incredulous. She had been looking forward to Zhou Yan driving her around in the official vehicle. Now that the captaincy had fallen to someone else, she found it hard to accept. Peng Feng beside her whispered in confusion, "Exactly. This choice of captain makes no sense. Brother Yan's internal energy score in the martial arts exam was 99 joules, and now it is even 101 joules, plus he has mastered the first stage of the pile stance. Why should not he be the captain? Is this Chen Ye really stronger than him? Zhao Dongdong sternly denied it. Impossible. I checked the information on this Chen Ye just now. He is just a martial arts student from a small town like Chiang City, not a local. Although I could not find his martial arts exam score in the information, it is impossible for the educational resources of Chiang City to produce a martial arts student stronger than Brother Yan. Zhou Yan's face grew unsightly. He stared at Zhu Shiming, then raised his hand and asked, "Instructor Zhu, I would like to know, on what grounds is this Chen Ye qualified to be captain?" Hearing someone challenge his choice, Zhu Shiming's gaze sharpened like a knife. He looked at Zhou Yan, gave a cold laugh, and asked, "You are not convinced?" Feeling Zhu Shiming's cold stare, a chill ran down Zhou Yan's spine and he shivered, but he gritted his teeth and nodded, "That is right. I do not think this choice is reasonable." At this moment, many others felt the same as Zhou Yan, that this unknown Chen Ye was not qualified to be captain. After all, for so many years, the position of disciplinary team captain had always been held by martial arts students from Yangdong City, and they had always been the strongest in the region. Many people secretly felt that there was something fishy about this appointment, perhaps some kind of backroom deal, but no one dared to openly challenge it except for Zhou Yan. Among the crowd, only Han Shilin and Zhang Shilei knew that Chen Ye deserved the position. Good, seeing Zhou Yan's challenge, Zhu Shiming instead smiled, as if this was the outcome he had been waiting for. Zhu Shiming looked at the calm Chen Ye in the crowd and shouted, "Chen Ye, do you accept this captain position?" Chen Ye did not change his expression and replied without hesitation, "I accept." Although he did not know what the benefits of the captaincy were, seeing how badly Zhou Yan wanted it, he had no reason to refuse. Furthermore, refusing would be a slap in the face to Zhu Shiming, questioning his judgment, and it would definitely disappoint the martial artist who favored him. Seeing Chen Ye accept his arrangement so straightforwardly, Zhu Shiming nodded in satisfaction. If Chen Ye had refused, it would mean the kid was a coward, and no matter how strong he became in the future, he would just be a useless figurehead, of no value to the future of humanity. Zhu Shiming stared at Chen Ye and asked loudly again, "Well then, now that someone is challenging your position as captain, what are you going to do?" Chen Ye smiled, glanced at Zhou Yan beside him, and replied naturally, "I will make him convinced and stop questioning." As soon as Chen Ye said this, the surrounding people were shocked. This kid is arrogant. He is practically looking for a fight. I did not expect a good show so soon after arriving. The other martial arts students watched Zhou Yan and Chen Ye with the demeanor of people watching a show. Zhu Shiming was very satisfied with Chen Ye's response. He liked such high-spirited young students. If everyone were too polite, it would be boring, like a bunch of old men. Zhou Yan, on the other hand, was now feeling uncertain and flustered. He stole a glance at the calm and collected Chen Ye, feeling more and more that he might have been too impulsive. Could this kid really be stronger than me? After all, he was someone chosen by a martial artist. Zhou Yan had to take it seriously. But there was no turning back now. The situation had escalated, and if he backed down, he would lose face completely. At this moment, Han Shilin and Zhang Shilei exchanged a knowing look and smiled. Someone else was about to meet with misfortune. They had seen Chen Ye's monstrous strength before. Even Zhao Zhigang from the provincial capital had not dared to provoke Chen Ye, and yet this Zhou Yan from Yangdong City was actually challenging Chen Ye's position. He truly had no idea what he was dealing with. But after this beating, he will probably learn his lesson. Afterward, under Zhu Shiming's arrangement, the two went to a designated training area to have an unrestricted sparring match. Chen Ye looked at the field. It did not really need to be this troublesome. He could easily subdue Zhou Yan anywhere. He had seen Zhou Yan's profile, 99 joules of internal energy in the exam, just at the beginning of the first stage of the pile stance. That was already quite good, top tier within the range of grade C admissions. However, in front of a grade A martial arts student like himself, it was not enough. They were a whole grade level apart. After both were ready, Zhu Shiming blew a whistle. The sparring begins. Zhou Yan did not move immediately. He observed Chen Ye, but Chen Ye did not move either, watching him calmly without even taking a fighting stance. Seeing this, Zhou Yan felt suspicious and uneasy. Was this kid bluffing, or did he simply look down on him? Did he not take me seriously at all, thinking victory was already in his pocket, to the point where he did not even bother with a starting stance? At this thought, Zhou Yan grew angry. Arrogant, he was a first-stage pillar stance master with a vital energy level of 101 joules. How dare this kid treat him with such disregard? With a fierce look, Zhou Yan lunged at Chen Ye to strike first. He intended to knock Chen Ye down within 10 seconds and send this arrogant brat to the hospital so no one would dare ignore him again. In truth, Chen Ye was not looking down on Zhou Yan. He knew that a fighting stance reveals a lot of information, easily exposing one's intentions and weaknesses. In hand-to-hand combat, nothing is more dangerous than revealing your intent and flaws. The more elaborate your stance and the more moves you prepare, the more openings you expose. For example, if you lead with a punch to the chin, your ribs are left unprotected. If your punch misses and the opponent counterattacks your ribs while your body's momentum is still carrying you forward, once you are hit, you will be met with a rain of follow-up punches. It is a bit like a competitive game. If you use your ultimate move and miss, you are just opening yourself up to the opponent's slick combo. This is especially true for the beginners here, who have just stepped into the path of martial arts. Of course, Chen Ye's sheer strength was enough to crush Zhou Yan. There was no need to take it too seriously. But this was his attitude toward combat. Treat every fight with seriousness to ensure he never flips the boat in the gutter in the future. Zhu Shiming, watching from the sidelines, saw through Chen Ye's intentions immediately. A look of appreciation crossed his face as he nodded slightly. For someone so new to martial arts, to already understand the art of stillness, waiting for the enemy to act first, this kid has high combat aptitude. Chen Ye narrowed his eyes, watching the aggressive Zhou Yan charge toward him. To his eyes, Zhou Yan was transparent, completely seen through. He already knew the angle from which Zhou Yan would attack, and whether he would use a punch, a palm, or a kick. Body leaning to the left, palm storing power. This was a tell for a left hook followed by a knee strike, clearly trying to KO him in one go. Chen Ye smiled. Zhou Yan's mental state was poor. He was easily provoked and blinded by a desire to beat him up. Sadly, he was riddled with openings, his thoughts completely exposed. Chen Ye had 1,000 ways to take him down. As Zhou Yan was about to close in on Chen Ye, the bystanders held their breath, their eyes glued to the scene. What is Chen Ye doing? Why has not he taken a stance yet? Maybe he has never fought before and is scared senseless by Zhou Yan. I just hope he does not get taken out in one hit. That would be so boring. The crowd could not understand Chen Ye's behavior because they did not know anything about combat technique. In their eyes, it was too late for Chen Ye to react. Zhou Gu was less than a meter away, and even if his vital energy was much higher, it would be impossible to dodge such an attack since Zhou Yan was already committed with his body momentum. If you just stand still, it is hard to deal with the follow-up, unless you know exactly how the opponent will strike or you are a true martial artist who can crush them with superior physical reflexes. He is finished. Even with high vital energy, it does not matter. Unless he can foresee the future and knows Zhou Yan's moves, the fight is over. Some martial arts students shook their heads, sighing with regret that they would not see a decent sparring match before it ended. However, just as everyone saw Zhou Yan's left hook about to slam into Chen Ye's chin, something bizarre happened. Chen Ye acted as if he had anticipated Zhou Yan's every move. In that split second, he reacted, dodged the punch, and executed a left knee strike that connected directly with Zhou Yan's right ribcage. Crack! The sound of a bone breaking echoed through the air. Zhou Qiu's face twitched as a sharp, stabbing pain erupted from his right chest. Before he could recover from the pain, a flurry of punches rained down on his face. A tragic wail echoed across the training ground. The crowd was stunned into silence. How did he manage to react in such a short amount of time? It looks like he anticipated exactly where Zhou Yan would attack. Someone pointed at Chen Ye, who was still pummeling Zhou Yan, and shouted, "Look at his speed and power. He is not just faster and stronger than Zhou Yan, his movements are smooth and seamless. You can faintly feel vital energy wrapped around his fists. This is a sign of a second stage pillar stance master." Second stage pillar stance. The crowd was shocked all over again. Second stage, that is at the level of grade A admission requirements. Is he really just from some small town? I thought he was just a Nepo baby, but he is actually a total boss. Watching Zhou Yan wailing as he was beaten, everyone felt a chill down their spines, relieved that they had not tried to show off. Otherwise, they would be the ones getting beaten right now. After about 10 seconds, Chen Ye stopped. He had landed some heavy hits, but it was meant to set an example and deter the others. Otherwise, people would keep challenging him and he would not be able to lead the team. Seeing Zhou Yan twitching on the ground, Zhu Shiming showed a kind smile. He showed restraint, enough to deter everyone without causing permanent damage. He was very satisfied with how Chen Ye handled the situation. Zhu Shiming then pointed at Chen Ye and said to the others, "Anyone else not convinced? Feel free to go up and challenge him." This time, everyone stayed silent. Even Peng Feng and Zhao Dongdong wisely kept their mouths shut. They knew they had kicked an iron plate. Seeing no one speak, Zhu Shiming nodded in satisfaction and continued, pointing to Chen Ye. "His name is Chen Ye from Chiang City. His martial exam scores met the grade A cutoff, and he is heading to a top martial arts university. Do you honestly think anyone here is more qualified to be the inspector captain than him?" Hearing grade A admission cutoff, everyone was dumbfounded. Oh my god, a small town can produce a grade A genius. Unbelievable. Yeah, who would dare complain about a grade A genius? We all only just reached the grade C cutoff. Though Instructor Zhu is a bit sneaky. If he had told us that earlier, forget us having complaints, even Zhou Yan would not have challenged him, and he would not have gotten beaten so badly. Many of them cursed Zhu Shiming for being devious in their hearts. Their reactions were exactly as Zhu Shiming expected. Hearing someone is a grade A genius is one thing, seeing it for yourself is another. He nodded and looked around at the crowd. Since no one has any objections, Chen Ye will be the captain of the inspection team from now on. After that, he looked at Chen Ye. "Chen Ye, during these 10 days of training, make sure to head to the driving training center to get an S-level license. The captain's position comes with an official inspection vehicle, but it requires an S-class license. Do not forget." Soon after, Zhou Yan was carried away by medical staff, looking very peaceful. After watching Zhou Yan leave, everyone turned their attention back to Zhu Shiming. Zhu Shiming's gaze turned cold as he looked at them. "For the next 10 days, you will be in closed-off training. You are not allowed to leave the camp. If anyone leaves without reporting and receiving permission, they will be kicked off the inspection team immediately." Zhu Shiming continued, "Your training will include live-fire weapons, cold weapons, and my pressure tests. You should have already experienced the taste of that pressure test just now. Though it is tough, it is incredibly beneficial for improving your vital energy levels and your pillar stance." Zhu Shiming paused for a moment, then added, "This training will focus primarily on cold weapons. During this period, practice your pillar stance diligently, as it will aid in your weapon training. After training, you will have 2 days of rest before you start executing missions for the inspection team."